KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Oh, yeah, let's go. Let's go. Get fired up, man. Football Friday, week 2, and college football week 3. Got a lot of good college football this weekend. Coming after you, Aggies. Talk about that later in the show. But we're fired up, man. Football Friday. It's going to be a football Monday, too, because the Texans are on Monday night. What's going on, everybody? Welcome in on a Football Friday. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. We got a lot to get to on the show. Got a lot for you kids out there, so let's get to it. I'm Sean Pendergast. Seth's already got his H-Town gear on. Seth, the game's on Monday, just so you know. Pace yourself, all right?
It's no.
Game's on
I wasn't going like full Homer or anything this morning. This is the shirt in the rotation.
It's they're very comfy too.
So on Monday we're gonna do. You typically during the season you and I are only on for 2 hours on Monday morning, but because of the Monday night game, we're gonna end up being on for 4 hours. But we're gonna have Vandermeer for one of those hours and John Harris. Ever heard of him? For one of those other hours. So your normal Monday morning broadcasting will still be there. Plus Sean and Seth. Because we got to be sure Vandermeer's pipes are ready for Monday Night Football.
Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, I was texting with Vandy last night. He's fired up about that. I'm fired up. That'll be fun. Getting ready. Normal Payne and Pendergast for a couple hours. And then, it'll be Texans Radio. It'll be a blend of Payne and Pendergast and Vandy and Harris with some friends coming on along the way. I think we're going to get a little ND Kalu action. I think we're going to get a little.
Oh, sweet!
I think we're going to get.
Right, yeah, because he's always on Mondays.
Yeah,
and Andre will be. It'll be a good time.
Little Andre Ware action as well. Absolutely, that'll be good.
Will they let us go over and do it at the stadium, or do you want to do it over at the stadium?
I don't mind. I thought about that.
Might be easier for those guys.
Yeah, that's something to. You know what? We'll get with the bosses after the show. I wouldn't mind. It's a short drive over there, and it makes it easier to be in the same place. Even if it's not, though, it's going to be a great 4 hours of radio. Today is going to be a great 4 hours of radio because we got a lot of football to get to. No, it's going to be good, Seth. You're going to be great today, man.
We got how could you not be great? How could you not be great when you want the Astros machine that they are? Just go on up there and just, you know what? I applaud them for having the courage to stand in there for Gossman, against Gossman. inning after inning after inning.
All 9 of them.
I can do this 9 times.
Yeah.
Yep.
all 9 innings. At least they
What
forced.
the hell?
At least,
what in the sweet hell are we doing? What are we doing?
At least in a complete game shutout, they forced him to throw 100 pitches.
100. Oh boy!
It was exactly. It wasn't 109 or 107. It was exactly 100 pitches.
The guy could go on 3 days rest for the next appearance if he had to.
He wanted to,
you know?
he could, yeah.
Yeah, the Yankees go on a tear and the Blue Jays falter or something. Just go ahead and throw Gossman out there to get him back on track.
That might have been for me. And look, we're 130, 140 games, 140 something games into the season now. So anytime something bad happens, it's going to be the worst game, and anytime something good happens, it's going to be the best game. Mostly because now they're tied. And really, they're in second in the AL West because they lose the tiebreaker to the Mariners. Mariners won in 12 innings last night against the Angels.
I know, but man, I mean, we're in the first inning, and how do you both pull off a ball that you're trying to catch, but also overrun it at the same time?
Sanchez is amazing.
Jesus Sanchez was a disaster yesterday.
Yeah.
Espada is partly to blame in the first inning. Look, you got a runner on third. Espada pulls the infielders in because nobody in the building or baseball trusts this lineup to be able to come back from deficit. Some kind of an early deficit.
Yeah.
So you pull the infielders
in the first inning.
Creates a situation with a pop-up where Jesus Sanchez is flying in. Both your infielders are turning their back to the home plate to try to get it. And, it's Sanchez's ball. There was some kind of it was just a disaster.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
But if the infield weren't in, it would have been an easy pop-up to Jose Altuve.
Right. There would be no thinking about it whatsoever.
It was this whole ripple effect that encapsulated everything that is wrong with the Astros right now, which is the infield was in because the offense stinks. The infield was in because this offense is not trusted to come back from a 2-run deficit early in a game. And Joe Espada was right. They were not going to come back from a 2. This was the worst game of the year. I know that there are other games that we can go back and look and say they played worse. I don't know if there is, actually. It was everything that was bad about everybody involved in this game. Christian Javier came in, and granted, he was the victim of a Jesus Sanchez brain fart or whatever that was, but Javier was not good. Javier was not good. Like we can't let him off the hook. He was not good. There was other stuff he did to make that situation, that pop fly that dropped, a run-scoring situation. Lance came in and did what he's been doing since he got into the bullpen, which, for one inning, not bad. And then they trot him out there for a second inning, and there's hard contact all over the place, including a line drive to Jesus Sanchez that he can't field. And then the hit. Then real quick. So then the hitting. My God, the hitting. This is where you don't get let off the hook. All the pitching injuries, all the injuries throughout May, June, July, Jordan not being there. Okay, I get it. This is the lineup now. Like there's no Jake is back, Jordan is back, everybody's back. This is the lineup. And you went out and got 2 hits yesterday.
Yeah, Christian Walker, lead the league in strikeouts with runners in scoring position. Go ahead and do that. Honestly, Sean, I've had to watch this botched pop-up in the first inning multiple times, and I have to fact-check myself every time. Runner on second, by the way. I think I said third. It was runner on...
It was on second.
It was on second. Yeah, that's right. But that he pulls off, but that the ball lands behind him. That's the part that was really, really, really annoying me.
Yeah.
That you got 2 guys, he pulls off, and yet the ball still lands behind him.
I don't know what
to
was
where there
going
would have
on.
been. So even if he were trying to avoid somebody, there would have been a collision if somebody was going after the ball. It was just such a mess. And then he screws it up again. Later in the game.
Yeah, with Lance on the mound. Yep.
I don't know what to do with this team. This meltdown or this, and in a year in which they were doing a hell of a job scrapping it together.
Yeah.
With 22 regular season games remaining, they had a 77.1% chance to win.
Are you reading
the
this sentence
title.
that Chandler wrote? I'm
not going to read the whole sentence because he travels through time and space like he's what was that show back in the 80s with the time traveler guy? Remember that?
Vaguely.
Yeah, texters will remember.
Yeah, text.
I won't read the whole sentence.
Okay.
Fangraphs gave, this is Chandler Rome. Fangraphs gave Houston a 77.1% chance to win its 5th consecutive division title with 22 regular season games left.
Yeah.
5 losses in the subsequent 8 days have removed Houston as the favorite. They now have 42% odds to claim the AL
No, read it.
Okay, I'm going to read the whole sentence. All right, I'll read the whole sentence.
Read the whole thing.
I'm going to read the whole sentence. Everybody, just honestly, because Sean and I both, tell me if this entire paragraph makes any sense to you. 67 days ago, they led the American League West by 7 games. With 22 regular season games remaining, Fangraphs gave Houston a 77.1% chance to win its 5th consecutive division title. 5 losses in the subsequent 8 days have removed Houston as the favorite. The team boarded an Atlanta airplane Thursday night with a 40% odds to claim the American League West. 15 games remain.
The only sentence I understand in that whole thing is 15 games remain. That's the only. At the end, I'm like, I know the situation from that sentence. There's 15 games left. 15 games remain. I got that. The rest of it is a brain pretzel. What are we doing? Boarded an Atlanta-bound plane.
It's like I'm in the movie Voyagers. I don't understand where I am in time and space. I feel like I had to take a quantum mechanics class to figure out exactly what the hell was going on there.
Yeah.
He's just back and forth. It's 22 games ago, but
yeah, man. That's why Chandler hates radio people, man. Can't resist taking shots at radio people.
I can't resist taking shots at idiot radio guys, and then gives you gold like this. 67 days ago, they led the AL West by 7 games. With 22 regular season games remaining, Fangraphs gave Houston a 77.1% chance to win its 5th consecutive division title. So I go straight from, 67 days ago, they had 22 games remaining? And when I read stuff like this, I'm like, okay, Chandler's smarter than me. Why am I an idiot here? What am I not figuring out?
He's got to get paid by the word, right? He must have been his deal. He
doesn't write that many words. He writes like 4 days a week. I don't know.
No, but
he throws a bunch of stats out, and then without regard for an actual timeline, just kind of plasters them on there.
But my point is, this paragraph could have been. This paragraph is. I'm just eyeballing it. 50 words. Could have been 30 easily. I don't need to know they boarded an Atlanta-bound airplane Thursday night. I don't need to know that it was their 5th consecutive division title. 77.1% chance to win the division. It's all 5th consecutive division title. Yeah. And you and I just touted The Athletic yesterday as the best money that we spend as radio hosts.
It's always me at 4 a.m. trying to figure out exactly where I need to time hop to figure out what happened in the game.
He does a good job. His information is really good. But he makes you work for it, man.
They just don't have that many editors these days to work with these young writers to teach them how human
boarded
beings
an Atlanta-bound airplane Thursday night with 42% odds to claim the American League West. To claim it. Got to plant the flag in it, man, like a land rush.
I was trying to figure out, for the life of me, I was like, wait, 67 days ago there were 22 games remaining? I got to pay better attention.
No, dude, I had to read. I fully sober had to read that 3 times yesterday and maybe it's us. Maybe it's us. That's why we're in this vocation.
We're getting old, Sean.
No, we're getting old, and that's why we're the radio guys, and Chandler is the writer.
Yes,
yes.
We're not up on a pedestal. High up on the pedestal, overlooking the lowly minions who prefer to maybe set the scene before you jump in with a deluge of not just stats, but stats that need to be presented to you in such a way as, hey, have the Astros had the second worst OPS? No. Only one team has had a lower OPS than the Astros. Henceforth, these 4 score in 20 days.
No, we're down here in the muck with the dullards spewing batting average. We're down here in the unsophisticated batting average crowd.
Yeah, we're just a bunch of cretins. We are.
That's right. All right, Football Friday off and running. Hey, we got to touch on Thursday Night Football last night. It felt like a Texans reunion going on out there. Packers and the Commanders. We got to hit that. We got to start digging into. I know the game is on Monday, but it's never too early to preview the matchup. D'Amico Ryans met with the media yesterday. His thoughts on the Texans' opponent on Monday, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We will get to all of that on a Football Friday coming up next.
Hey, let's talk about something super important. If maybe you're a lowly moron like Sean and I, just trying to make it through the world because you don't. Hey, I don't have some fancy degree in journalism or what have you. I got to get my money, but I don't know how to keep it.
How do you do it, Seth?
I'm just a dumb old radio host.
How do you keep your dollars these days?
I don't.
American flag. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Monday night is always a little different, right? It's always a special game because, you're the only show on. Well, it used to be. Now we got double headers. So it definitely changes a little bit. But Monday is always special. The entire league is watching. Your peers are watching as they're preparing for their next week. So that's always, in the back of your mind.
That was D'Amico Ryans talking about Monday Night Football. It is a doubleheader, but it's one where there's not an overlap in this one. The Texans, they've got the floor to themselves on Monday night. Starting at 6 p.m., everybody. 6 p.m.
I'll tell you what, the one thing about the primetime games is from a player's perspective, if you have a good game on Monday night, or if for whatever reason the announcers have chosen to kind of highlight you on that day, maybe you did a pre-production interview with them or something, it is pretty cool that you get just a boatload of texts and voicemails the next day from people that like maybe you haven't heard from in a while or anything. That part is pretty cool. And even if you don't necessarily look at it as or you don't tell the media that you care about it, it's a warm, fuzzy feeling.
There's 20 million. There's 20 million people watching these games.
And it is when it comes to Pro Bowl and things like that. Like when it comes to voting by your peers or anything else, people know what they see, and a lot more people watch Monday Night Football or Thursday night. More people nationally are going to see a Texans game on Thursday Night Football, for instance, than they otherwise would.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's there's something to it. Whether you admit to it or not, there's a little bit of an ego boost and a little bit of pressure of just knowing that a lot of people that don't have NFL Sunday ticket, that don't get a chance to watch you play, are going to be watching you play.
It was funny because in the very same press conference, like 4 answers later, D'Amico's like, hey, man, it's just football, whether it's Sunday after. Like, he has that answer about, it's really cool, Monday Night Football, and everybody's watching. And he's doing the right thing as a head coach. You do have to downplay it and remind your guys, like, no, do that whole Gene Hackman thing. Like, the field's still 100 yards.
Yeah.
It's still 1st and 10, not 1st and 15. Yeah.
Honestly, look, every coach wants guys. You want a team full of guys that play just the same in practice as they do in games. But, like, it's human nature. When you're on display, it's a different level of performance. That's why I like with runners. Runners do better when they have a rabbit. They're very, very mentally tough and everything, but when you get into a competition or if you have a rabbit, there's a social aspect to it that makes it different. So there is something about when you've got guys who are prime-time performers, that's a real thing.
No
doubt. And it makes for fun environments.
Quantum Leap is the movie you were trying to or the TV show you were trying to think of.
I sometimes with these young baseball writers try to travel through time multiple times within one paragraph, trying to figure out where the hell I am and what I'm doing. Yes, it felt like Quantum Leap, the TV
Seth,
show.
if you missed it in the opening segment, was trying to hop on an Atlanta-bound airplane with Chandler Rome to discuss the 42% odds the Astros currently have to win the American League West.
Yeah.
15 games remain.
Or 57 days ago when there were 22 games remaining somehow. That's the part that got me. When it was 57 days ago, there were 22 games remaining.
Yeah.
That's why I was like, okay, why am I so dumb? Why can I not figure this out?
Yeah. All right, so let's get to the Bucs, man. D'Amico Ryans met with the media yesterday. Tell us about your opponent on Monday night, D'Amico. The Tampa Bay. Damn you, Chandler. That Atlanta-bound plane is still in my head. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
The Bucs are a really, really good team. Starting up with their front, Vita Vea is the guy that gets everything going. Adding Reddick on the outside, like really good group. Diaby, ton of great players, guys who can get after you in the running game, also in the passing game. Not only physical players, athletic guys who can swim gaps. They do a really good job with their stunts on the interior. So tough job again up front, but that's every week in the NFL. So we have our work cut out for us.
What's your biggest concern with the Bucs defensively, Seth? Is it Vita Vea?
They blitz a lot. No, Vita Vea is a concern. Okay, there's two concerns. Vita Vea in the middle, because the Texans, they don't want to just run the ball. They'd like to be able to run the ball between the tackles.
Yeah.
Problem is Vita Vea, the nose tackle for the Bucs, he's a space eater, but who's got pass rushing ability and everything. He is peak male performance. You might not like the way it looks. You might look at him and think, I don't know, man, that guy's, what is he, like 25% body fat? Yeah. But he's out there with no gloves, no wrist tape, just out there throwing people around.
If he could play with no pads and no helmet, he would play with no pads and helmet.
And he probably would never get injured.
Right.
Yeah. But he's really, really good, and it's what the Texans would like to do is run between the tackles and help set up the play action, all of that. So that's the big challenge. But the bigger challenge as far as doing really devastating stuff, I think, overall, is that Todd Bowles will throw some exotic blitzes in. And the Texans as it always goes, they did a better job in pass protection than it felt like immediately after the game.
Wow.
But there were still some hiccups with picking up blitzes and with getting the protection right. And then at times guys just getting beat physically. But it's that mental challenge of getting the protection right. And then CJ figuring out what the coverage is as the Bucs have disguised the blitz, have sent a guy off the edge when CJ might have thought it was coming from the other edge. It's a lot of the same challenges they had last week versus the Rams. I guess the one benefit is that A, the Texans have learned some lessons by what they did last week, and B, you've got at least 1 week. You've got 1 week of film on the Bucs, and then you've got a history with Todd Bowles, et cetera, et cetera.
Yep. D'Amico talked about some of the individual.
I'm sorry. One more thing.
Yeah.
The Bucs do not have the defensive line that the Rams did.
No,
they've got Vita Vea and the edge rusher whose name I still have to nail.
They signed Hassan Reddick in the offseason too.
Yeah, but
I know you're talking about a different guy.
It's not the same. It's not the same as the Rams. The Rams have just studs all over the place.
Yep. D'Amico talked about some of the individuals with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Was not planning on Emeka Egbuka being a problem in week 2, but he was a problem in week 1.
Egbuka, he shined in his opening game. He was explosive. He can catch the ball. He's a threat at all 3 levels of the field. That's where he shines. And everybody saw the 2 passes that he caught for touchdowns. Just an explosive player, fast. He moves all across the formation. So we definitely have to have eyes for Egbuka and also Mike Evans. We know those are their 2 top targets. Baker did a really nice job of finding those guys throughout that game.
Yeah, there you go.
Diaby, who I was talking about. But Egbuka, I'm trying to be really careful this week because they've got Egbuka and Diaby and all of these names that I'm going to screw up at some point. Egbuka lined up in the slot a lot last week, and that's exactly where the Texans had issues was Puka Nacua lining up in the slot. Puka Nacua lining up in the slot, but also because Devontae Adams is there, it created some difficult matchups. So now you've got Egbuka. He's a rookie, but he was good last week. He's lined up in the slot, and he's offset by Mike Evans and trying to keep track of Mike Evans.
Do you, Kamari Lassiter can play in the slot. Do you have Kamari Lassiter maybe follow him around a little bit?
Yeah, so who you got playing on the outside then? I mean, that's some. I don't know. I think they'll get – they're doing things to try to keep Jalen Petrie from being stuck in so many bad situations. But when Stingley got injured, that was an issue. And then when you're when guys just aren't playing, like some of the things they're doing to help Petrie out, it doesn't help when Petrie's not making the right decisions, or when just he's too focused on the run instead of Puka Nacua. Some of that's fixable. Like there's going to be times in any game where you either have not an ideal matchup with your defensive backs, or you're going to have a linebacker, ended up on man on it happens. It's a matter of how you manage it.
Here's my question for you about Petrie. Are the issues with Petrie in coverage mental or physical? And what I mean by that is on that last play on that 3rd and 8, he was overly aggressive and got out over his skis and got beat by 5 steps. Is he physically capable of covering does he have the twitch and the explosiveness to cover these guys, or is it a mental?
Yeah, but he's got to be dialed in perfectly with his
mental.
read. So it's both. Yeah, like he's not a cornerback. There's not. He just flat out isn't. So the Texans have to be really careful when they try to sometimes treat him like he's an actual slot corner or something. You can't do that with Petrie. So, but for Petrie, when they don't, the Texans don't ask him to do that all the time, but you got to be really mindful of the circumstances in the situation. So on that last play the Rams had, it's 3rd and 8. Yeah. They need a first down to win the game. If they run for 5 yards, then so be it. You gotta err on the side of on coverage on that play.
Yep.
So it's both. He's just got to be dialed in and not allow his weaknesses to hurt hurt the team.
Baker Mayfield's been really good for a couple seasons now for the Bucs. Here's DeMeco Ryans on the Buccaneers quarterback.
Baker's done a really nice job. The thing that sets him apart and what I've seen him grow as a quarterback is how he escapes the pocket, right? Whether that's keeping his eyes downfield to find open receivers or just scrambling to get the first down. He does a really great job. He's gutsy. He has everything you want in a quarterback, tough guy. He scrambles to make plays, run and pass. So you just have to play together. And that's what we preach all the time is the rush, staying after it, playing together, and our guys in coverage, we have to make sure we're plastering and staying in coverage, covering the guys twice, but because we know he can escape from anywhere.
Boy, what a great reclamation project that's been for the Bucs. They signed him that year that they played the Texans 2 years ago, Seth. He was on a one-year, $4 million contract, Baker Mayfield. I mean, that's been a huge success story for them.
And I think the big thing about him this year is you're waiting to see, all right, how much of it was also Liam Cohen, the offensive coordinator for the Bucs last year, is now the head coach of the Jaguars, obviously. But their new offensive coordinator. Yeah.
That's it.
Now their new offensive coordinator for the Bucs is Josh Grizzard. I assume he pronounces it Grizzard because Grizzard would sound too much like gizzard, and that would be stupid.
Grizzard would sound like lizards, which is the bar that I like to hang out at.
That's true.
Yeah,
you could either go with lizard or gizzard.
Yeah, with two Z's. Yeah.
He's kind of an unknown, and they did. I mean, Baker Mayfield threw for 3 touchdowns in the first game, but it's a little bit of a wild card right now as to whether Baker can be the same guy with that new offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Ibuka as well. Look, Ibuka had a good game, and but he's still a rookie, and you don't want to have him have his like this continuation of a coming out party for Ibuka.
God no,
against you. Yeah.
No. On the defensive side of the ball, we talked about playmakers on the defense. Here's DeMeco Ryans on Tampa Bay safety. I don't know if he still is, but at one point he was the highest paid safety in football within the last couple of years. Antoine Winfield.
Playmaker. Winfield is definitely a playmaker. Todd does a good job moving him around. He's a smart, versatile player. You can trust him. He moves around, put a lot on his plate, and that's the thing that jumps out to me. He's a playmaker. So we got to have eyes for him. And we just, at the end of the day, they have a lot of good playmakers. So you can't just watch, one guy. They got a lot of guys on their defense. That's why they've been good. They're a talented group. We just got to go out and execute our offense the proper way.
Yeah, there should be opportunities downfield if they can protect CJ. And I think, DeMeco talked yesterday about some of the things CJ can do better, stepping up in the pocket for one. There were other times when he scrambled before he had to when there were guys open downfield and when he had a clean pocket. That's, I think, undoing some of the damage from last year in terms of CJ's presence in the pocket is only going to happen if he gets better pass protection.
Yeah.
And I think everybody yesterday was like bending over backwards to try to say that the offensive line did a pretty good job at this, that, the other. All right, look, they weren't as atrocious as it felt in the real moment. But let's not kid ourselves. Ariante Ursary got destroyed a bunch of times. And I'm not freaking out about it because he was a rookie playing on the right side after practicing most of training camp on the left side and playing in college on the left side. Like, that's going to happen. But, let's not sugarcoat it. There were some issues in pass protection. Cam Robinson, I don't care. You guys can throw me your PFF scores all day long. There were too many times where the pocket was compressing extremely quickly because Cam Robinson or others they were getting beat. So it wasn't as bad as it felt in the moment, but it certainly wasn't good. So they got to hem up some of this stuff. And some of it was on CJ and the call beforehand or in mental errors by the running backs, whatever it might be. But they got to, if you want CJ to regain some of that composure in the pocket, you got to give him some semblance of stability for him to do it.
There are just certain things that DeMeco will say or people from the team will say, and after last season, I just don't believe them, which is we went back and watched the offensive line, and it was the offensive line did a good job. They said the same things last year. They said the same things last year, especially early in the season, even while the offensive line in the middle of the season was turning to trash, like real trash, like not moderate, like recyclable trash at the beginning of the year. This was like the trash you put in the other bin midway through the season, and they're still saying, well, the offensive line wasn't that bad. We went back and watched it, And when we watched it was dude, that quote D'Amico had yesterday, we heard 10 times last year. I don't believe anything anymore that they have to say when they go back and watch the offensive line. I just don't. I watched that game. The offensive line wasn't good. Now, I'm giving them a pass on getting angry about it because it's all new guys. You did this shuffle before the game that you can take or leave it. I don't know. And it's a new system, and everything's new. Everybody's doing their job for the first time. And so, and including CJ being the guy up at the line doing everything for the first time. So I'm not upset about it, but I'm getting a little upset that you're peeing on my leg and telling me that it's raining outside.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's and the encouraging thing about last week was when you watch a cut-up of CJ's throws when he was under pressure, he made some brilliant throws.
Yes.
He still has all of that.
Yeah.
But as CJ himself will tell you, because he learned it from Tom Brady, and Tom Brady will tell you, is that it's really the simple stuff and the easy stuff, the mistakes you don't make, that's the stuff that really makes you a good quarterback and a good offense. And that's where they're just falling short. And it's not that far short. It's very fixable. It was one game with a new offensive coordinator, new parts, all of that. Like I'm not throwing in the towel on anything right now, but I got to recognize the issue for what it is. They've got to clean some of these things up.
Absolutely. No, you put it perfectly. That's what it. Like I'm here for it. I'm here for the improvement, but like don't tell me how awesome it was. Like it wasn't good.
Ursary had a bunch of welcome to the NFL moments in that game.
And I'm not mad at him.
Ursary had moments where he may as well have not even had hands, and that's one of the biggest shocks to rookie offensive linemen when they play in the NFL is like, oh, what happened to my hands?
Yeah.
Like I used to. Why are my hands not? What? I feel like who amputated my arms right now because I'm completely powerless in this moment. Yeah.
All right.
Like it's a different level of hand fighting.
Headlines are up next. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's only $2.50 a month. Even I can do that math, a dumb radio host. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Let's get you guys, though, into a Carajillo tonight. Today's Friday.
22. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get to headlines. Let's start with the Astros. That was a bummer yesterday. Man, I get so amped up for these afternoon games. It's one of the benefits of being done with your show at 10 a.m. is that you can really plan out the rest of your day around an Astros game. And, Seth, this might have been – it was definitely the worst day game of the season so far because it was over in the first inning, and then there was no fight in the Astros at all. And this is where they lose 6-0 to the Blue Jays. Kevin Gausman gets a complete game shutout, which in 2025, if you get complete game shutouted, that's like a no-hitter almost. Like these things never happen anymore because of the way the teams load manage pitchers. If you get two-hit shutout complete game by anybody, that's embarrassing. And this is where the Astros and Joe Espada are no longer off the hook. This is the lineup. Like this, you've got all your guys back now. Like you've got your lineup is now Jeremy Pena and Jordan in the 2-hole and Carlos and Jose Altuve, Christian Walker, blah, 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 bleepity blah, Yainer Diaz all the way down to 9. Jake Myers is back. He's your only 300 hitter as of a couple of days ago. There's no excuse. I don't care that it's Gausman. There's no excuse to go out and get shut out and put two guys on base the entire game.
It took him 100 pitches to do it. Yeah. And the Astros are amongst the worst in the league at the number of pitches they see per plate appearance. I'm watching Christian Walker the strikeout with runners in scoring position yet again. Watching Jesus Sanchez. I mean, Jesus Sanchez, I don't how much of a hit did his WAR take just off of yesterday's game alone?
Dude.
But 2 botched balls in the outfield, strikeout after strikeout. Just awful baseball yesterday. And then, the one thing about Javier is obviously the Blue Jays got off fast and furious against Javier. The Blue Jays players were using a pitching machine beforehand to get ready for Javier, where they set the pitching machine up low to simulate the rising fastball.
Oh, that's smart.
Yeah, which isn't the same thing because the rising fastball is an optical illusion, and yet your brain doesn't know any different. Like you can see it over and over again, and it's going to look like it's rising. So they work with this pitching machine that's set up low, and it actually sends the ball up at them, so they get used to seeing that,
Interesting.
And, the invisiball over time, I think, it's one of those things where once you learn how to manage the fact that it looks different than anybody else's other pitch, that if you can get it in your brain how it's going to look, they can have some success versus it, apparently.
Oh, that's great because the Astros only have Javier under contract for, 4 more years after this or something. Yeah, so that's good. Everybody's figured out the invisiball. That's great. Can't wait to see what the next chess move is for Christian Javier here. So that was not fun yesterday. The Astros, the big news is they are now, by virtue of a tiebreaker, they are in second place in the American League West. They trail the Seattle Mariners now they're tied in record, but Seattle's got the head-to-head. But the good news is the Astros have the Rangers and the Mariners at home next week in the final homestand and what will be the biggest homestand of the year. The two teams that are chasing, because the Rangers are only a game back themselves, if I'm not mistaken. So this is it's going to be fun. I mean, these games are all now important. We're scoreboard watching. The problem is I feel like the Astros are the knife in the gunfight in this whole thing right now. Like the Mariners and the Rangers are red hot right now.
The Mariners, obviously the Mariners with the tiebreak, the Rangers 2 games back. And I think the biggest thing about yesterday, and really in the last few days, the things that's frustrating, are when Espada feels the need to pull the infielders in the first inning because nobody trusts this lineup.
Nor should they.
But Espada has done that before things were as dire as they are perhaps right now. So that's something that, when things are going great, you're like, oh, Espada's a little quirky. But then they bunted early in the game a few games ago. Like all of these things that you have to do or you excuse because the offense has been so paltry and so bad. But at the end of the day, guys are just underperforming.
Yeah.
And you're just,
thing.
You know what, you're not living up to your paycheck
That's
here.
it, man. These are the guys. This is what you signed up for at the beginning of the year, plus Carlos Correa. You've got Carlos Correa in this lineup now, too, thanks to the trade deadline. So
And on a day when Jordan goes over, like that's if Jordan goes over, you're screwed.
Yeah.
It's just by and large, more times than not, if Jordan doesn't bail you out of anything.
And that's the scary thing too, is that Jordan has been the best hitter in baseball since coming off of the IL, and you're still not scoring runs in these games.
They're still they're one of the worst scoring teams in baseball.
Yep. Atlanta this weekend. So Atlanta's bad this year. It's not a good team. You got to go. You got to take 2 out of 3 from Atlanta, guys. Sorry. These are the rules. Thursday Night Football last night, entertaining. The Packers and the Commanders. So the nation got its on a prime time game got its first look at Micah Parsons in a Packers uniform. I know they played the Lions last week. Micah Parsons was impactful in this game. The Packers win this game 27-18. This Packers defense looks really good. Jordan Love looked really good. If you were going against Tucker Kraft in fantasy this week, that's one of those things. Like, I can live with getting beat by like Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase in fantasy. When you wake up Friday morning and you're going against the team that had Tucker Kraft going for 6 catches for like $150 and a couple of touchdowns, that's painful. The fun thing about this game, if you're a Texan fan, got to watch a little Laramie Tunsil false start on a 2nd and 5. See, I got texts from 2 D.C. area radio hosts right after that false start. They're like, it's happening, isn't it? Yeah.
I know it.
And it's going to happen again and again and again.
If I remember that sequence properly, people love to say, what's the big deal with a false start? Well, it's 2nd and 5. You get a false start, and all of a sudden it's 3rd and 10. And all of a sudden Jordan Love has to hit a check down, and it gets snuffed out. And then it gets a lot harder to convert on 3rd and 10 or 3rd and whatever it was. So it's there's that. And I think the other thing that people are going to be watching with the Commanders here in Houston is, all right, look, we've been through this rigmarole where the rookie has an incredible rookie season at quarterback, and then in the second year, things are a little bit more difficult. Things were more difficult for Jordan Love.
No doubt.
Jordan Love versus the Packers in his second year versus that Packers defense looks a lot like C.J. Stroud versus that Packers defense last year.
I was thinking the same thing, man. I was thinking the exact same thing.
And yet at the same time, I would say Jordan Love's still – I think he's still showing all of those things where I think he's a really good, a potentially really good quarterback.
Jaden Daniels, you're talking about?
Yeah, Jaden Daniels. What did I say?
Yeah. You said Jordan Love. He's good too, but I think
but Jaden Daniels is still very much has the potential to be a really, really good quarterback.
Totally,
The difficulty level just keeps getting ramped up.
It looked a lot like some of CJ's games last year, and that's how.
I didn't like last night.
And Bo Nix. Second-year guy who had a nice rookie year. Looked horrible last week against the Tennessee Titans of all time.
Yeah, it turns out playing quarterback in the NFL is actually still pretty difficult.
It's hard, yeah.
The last night's kind of was annoying just because there were so many former Texans that were involved.
Oh, yeah.
And Noah Brown, of course. Every time Noah Brown makes a catch, immediately a portion of Texans Twitter is irate that Noah Brown is not on the Texans. And then Jacob Martin. Gets a half sack and does the
Rock Boys.
What do they call that? The Rock Boys celebration.
Yeah, he's keeping that alive. The worst celebration in the history of celebrations.
Yeah. Who do I want my team to how do I want my defense to play? I want them to play like Pete Townsend.
I want to play like a garage band. Yeah, that's what we are. That was the worst. I hated the Rock Boys song. I didn't hate the people, but I hated them when they were doing the Rock Boys thing. And Jacob Martin getting a half a sack, by the way, not the whole sack. He shared the sack with future Hall of Famer Von Miller. But Jacob Martin, ironically, Von Miller didn't feel the need to go run over and start playing the old guitar with him, like all those, like Whitney Merciless and Markevius Mingo and everybody else liked to do back in the day. Von Miller didn't feel the need to do it. Jacob Martin was the only one doing it, and I like to think that all his teammates were looking at him going, what are you doing?
You know what I like about this version of a good Texans defense as opposed to some previous ones? I didn't like that era where the position groups had nicknames. We had the Rock Boys going on. Yep. The linebackers were doing cosplay on the way into the stadium on game day.
The lunch pail crew on the defensive line.
I could do without all that.
They had merch.
We don't have any positional nicknames right now, do we?
No, just the one big swarmy ass swarm, man, is what it is.
Good,
yeah, it's just swarm. That's it.
I just get this image of like those guys having their moms pack their lunch for them in a Transformers lunchbox before they come to work for the day.
No doubt. Hey, quickly, the injury report. Christian Kirk, Braxton Berrios, Jake Andrews, all no practice yesterday, so that's bad news on that wide receiver front. The good news, Ed Ingram limited, so he's practicing. Derek Stingley, full go, not even on the injury. I was wrong on that. Remember I predicted yesterday he'd be limited with a hip? Not even on the injury report. This Derek Stingley, this year, what are we, year 4 Derek Stingley that we're in right now? It's made of steel, man.
Yeah. Well, they need. If I were the Texans, I'd be looking into that meth trailer that Matt Stafford's been using.
Yes,
that medical meth trailer that has all those kind of different things in there. It's working for Matt Stafford so far.
Yeah, it's got to be. I mean, we got the Med Center here. There's got to be a medical meth trailer outlet over near the Med Center somewhere, I would think. Good call. All right, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. All right, we get the rare Sunday here in Houston with no Texans game where we get to sit and focus in on the NFL. There's some incredible storylines for the NFL coming up this weekend that we all get to dial in on and watch. We will take you through the schedule. We'll do our Circle of Swarm. First Circle of Swarm with an actual body of work to work off of from the week before. We'll do that at 7:20. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, if you...
LT, KILT FM HD2 Houston, Insider Access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Texans play on Monday, so we've got Monday to preview the Bucs game. We're gonna do it later in the show again too. In fact, we're gonna do a Circle of Swarm in about 20 minutes or so. So stay tuned for that. We've now got one regular season game to work off of when it comes to putting this week's Circle of Swarm together for the Bucs game. Hey, quick prediction too, Seth. Is we just got done talking about the Packers and the Commanders on Thursday night. The Packers, if you missed it, the Packers beat the Commanders 27-18, and I would submit that the score was closer than the game actually played. The Packers dominated that game last night. I predict that when we do the power ranking of the power rankings next week, that the Packers will be number one on at least 2 of the 5 power rankings. And if the Eagles lose to the Chiefs this weekend, which they very well could, the game's in Kansas City, little revenge game for the Chiefs from the Super Bowl, I think the Packers might be number one across. This Packers thing feels like something, I don't want to say we're being force-fed, but the Micah Parsons trade has really, I think, created this dynamic and narrative for the league where I think they really want the Packers to be the team this year. And I think that I think Micah Parsons, this trade has created a dynamic where he is the chalk for Defensive Player of the Year. Like, if he leads the Packers to like a 13-4 record and the 1 seed in the NFC, he's going to be the Defensive Player of the Year. Jordan Love is going to be in the running for the MVP award. It does feel like this Micah Parsons trade, and the Packers are a popular team, I think, with neutral fans and with the media. The Packers are generally a feel-good team, unlike some of the other teams out there.
You know, the funny thing about I've just seen a little. Who knows how he's being treated at large or whatever? But I feel like I see random comments of people saying that, like, I don't know, Micah Parsons not really racking up the sacks. Like, he's very much been an impact. And last week in a limited, they kind of limited him because of his back and all of that and just being new to the team. But like even last night, the box score doesn't tell the whole thing, the whole story, because he drew a couple penalties. Like he was a huge impact in that game.
Oh yeah.
But he also does have 1.5 sacks after 2 games.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
That's if that's 2 sacks instead of 1.5, he's on pace for 17 sacks.
Right.
It's like very easily. He's doing exactly what they hoped that he would do for them when they brought him in.
There's arguably no more consistent sack artist the last 4 years than Micah Parsons. By consistent, I just mean like he's had double-digit sacks every year, and he's averaged 13 sacks. So that means he's somewhere between 10 and 13 or 10 and 50, like every year.
Right, and it's a great illustration, too, of like where, the sacks don't tell the whole story. Like 13 sacks, it's not 19 sacks. He must not be that good. No, it's the overall impact on what he does to an offense.
Yeah.
He was very much that last night.
No doubt. All right, so let's get to the NFL at large this week, and we'll talk Texans here when we do the Circle of Swarm at about 7:20, 7:25. Because you and I get to sit and watch football all day on Sunday, Seth. That's fun. It's we don't get to do that often. We watch the Texans, and that's football, but we don't get to watch the league. There's some interesting stuff going on. I'm going to start Jags at Bengals. It's a division game. It's a division team that's ahead of you in the standings. It's your Week 3 opponent if you're the Texans, and that's a very watchable game, Jags at Bengals. I think the story in this one, at least the one that intrigues us the most, is Travis Hunter. He only had 6 snaps on the defensive side of the ball. We were told this back in April about Travis Hunter by the magnificent Gladstone.
Yeah, as we sit here, Travis Hunter is a Jacksonville Jaguar, and really what comes to mind for me, right? Thinking about the sport of football and really the power of the game itself, right? Its capacity to ignite belief, right? Belief in ourselves, belief in others, right? Belief in achieving what many may deem impossible. Travis Hunter, he embodies belief, right? He's a rare person, he's a rare player, but he's also a reminder that the boundaries of the game of football were built to be challenged. And so the decision to select him was actually a statement for how we plan to move, who we are, and we want him to be nothing more than him. Because when he is,
Deep, man.
he elevates the space around him.
Oh, yeah.
From the football field to the city to the game of football itself.
Wow.
Travis Hunter is who we've been hunting up.
Oh, you've been
Couldn't be
hunting.
more jacked to be sitting right here beside him and introduce you all to the man of the hour.
All right. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, sick. Oh, yeah, you got to change.
Clap. Yeah, be sure you clap.
gotta
Be sure you
cheer.
clap.
6 snaps
Media
on
members.
defense in week
6 snaps on defense, 42 snaps on offense. Sean, he had 6 receptions.
How much for how many?
For
yards?
how many yards you say? 33. Yeah, there you go. That's
33 per reception. Wow, that does.
No. 5.5 yards per reception.
Oh, 33 total.
Yeah. It was 33 or 35.
Yeah.
Sorry if I short shifted
Either way,
him on that.
yeah.
Let me double check that. Yeah, 33 receptions. Yeah.
He is supposedly going to play more snaps on defense this week, and they're going to need him. This just in: the Bengals have pretty good receivers in T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. So. Travis
the Bengals
Hunter.
struggled. They allowed some. They allowed a good amount out of the slot receiver last week, apparently. So if they can handle a guy that is churning out 5.5 yards per completion, good luck, Bengals defense. I don't know.
Look out.
I bet Travis Hunter. I hope Travis Hunter has 12 receptions for 23 yards this week.
Oh, that would be amazing.
That's redefining football, Sean.
Yeah.
That's redefining what you get out of guys that kind of play both ways.
We're going to nibble our way down the field. Yes.
Yeah. Like they're going to redefine expectations in terms of like they're playing a guy both ways when he's averaging 5.5 yards per reception.
Yep.
That's weird.
That is weird. All right. Next one that I will be watching in the early window, Bears at Lions. Ben Johnson returning to Detroit. And these are two teams that are 0-1 right now. Both of them played division games last week. Bears-Vikings. Bears lost. Lions-Packers, Lions lost, both 0-1, and it's already starting in Detroit with the new coordinators. This is Dan Campbell getting hit with a question in his press conference this week about the offense under new offensive coordinator John Morton in week 1, a week where they were not good offensively. Dan Campbell getting a little chippy.
With just how good the offense was last year under Ben Johnson, people are just wondering, myself just included, would it have been feasible just to, even I know John's a different coordinator, but would it have been feasible to just, Jared talked about changes in communication, there wasn't a lot of pre-snap motion, would it have been feasible just to run the exact same offense as last year?
What are you asking? What did Jared say?
I'm saying your offense last year.
Well, no, you said something Jared said, so let me hear it.
Changes in communication.
Yeah, but you said something about emotions and keep.
Yeah, I'm saying that would it have been feasible to, and people are wondering, the offense looks drastically different than it does last year. Would it have been feasible to just exactly run the exact same offense?
So after one game, tell me what it looks like that's drastically different.
Not a lot of pre-snap motions. Explosive plays weren't there. Wasn't as creative. Wasn't as.
You didn't see any pre-snap motions in that game?
As much as we've seen before.
I want you to go back and look at all of our motions, pre-snap motions, fast motion shifts on the road.
Okay.
Yeah,
So Dan
on the
Campbell-
road was the interesting part there because the numbers were a lot different. Like I understand what the guy was going for with the question. He screwed up by not having Jared Goff's direct quote.
Yeah.
That's where Campbell was able to, because Campbell is a coach. Like, listen, when somebody says, hey, your player said this.
He's going to call you out on it.
Yeah, you can't go by that, especially if Campbell hasn't heard what he said exactly. Like, all right, I'm going to sit here and play the telephone game with you?
Yeah.
That's where the guy screwed up.
Porter was mealy-mouthing. He should have just said, hey, it looked different this time.
Yeah.
How feasible would it have been to just run the same system as last year?
It is, and I saw a lot of people saying that's the dumbest question ever. I thought it's an interesting question in general. My knee-jerk reaction was that's a dumb question.
Yeah, it's a lot of question. That's a question a lot of fans would be asking.
Yeah, no, and I think it's a fair question, and it really is because theoretically, I mean, this is why my dream when Bobby Sloak was hired was, if you can create a situation where you've got a pipeline of coordinators coming up through the ranks to where they can basically keep running the same stuff. If you got a lot of smart people in your organization, then you can just pick up and still run the same offense, and the vocabulary doesn't have to change everything else. But with coordinators, they gotta speak the language they're comfortable with and call the type of game that they want to call. So it's just more complicated than that. If he hadn't, I think Campbell might have given a less testy answer if the reporter hadn't tried to throw Jared Goff's comments.
Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. And the reporter almost did the thing that's cowardly, but he included himself. He's like, people are saying, yeah. But he said, including myself. So I mean, good job, way to catch yourself, buddy. Next one, Patriots at Dolphins. I'm intrigued by this one because Mike McDaniel is teetering on the brink, one game into the 2025 season. Drake May and company and Mike Vrabel have a chance to TKO that little worm, Mike McDaniel. Mike Vrabel TKOing Mike McDaniel. This was on I believe that new Skip Bayless podcast that he's got talking football. Skip Bayless has a new podcast where he's talking football with basketball players. It's the weirdest thing ever. But they had Richie Incognito on yesterday, and Richie Incognito, former Dolphin, not a big fan of Tua Tagovailoa.
Tua is ass. He looks bad. I mean, he is ass. He looks bad. Unlucky with concussions, things like that, but there is no rhythm and timing. There's no deep shots to Tyreek. Waddle can't get the ball. They can't get the run game going. They're running all these crazy offensive plays, and nothing seems to work. So that's why I think makes the Tua situation really, really bad is we know he has it in him. We know he can perform at an elite level in this offense, but what we've seen the last 2 years has been ass.
Started with ass, ended with ass.
Sean, I don't think I've ever told you this story. It was a year after I retired. I was on a plane sitting one row behind Richie Incognito. I didn't realize it until I kind of looked up. Like, I was in one aisle seat on the right. He was in an aisle seat on the left. And he said, and I'm sitting there, and my body is still beat up. Like, I was just coming back from. I actually spent like a lot of time at a training facility in Pensacola, just trying to get my body right and everything. And I'm looking at Richie Incognito, and he looked grumpy, like, to begin with and everything. I was gonna try to talk to him. I was like, whatever. But I'm just looking the whole flight. I'm looking at his arm, and he's got all these tattoos and everything, and his arm's just sitting there on the armrest to the right. It's like the size of a normal human leg, and I'm like, no, there's no way in hell. Nope, I am done for sure. Nope. And I can't even remember if this is before or after Incognito had some of his events, Yeah. There's probably after. That's why I didn't want to talk to him. Usually if I see a guy on a plane or whatever, I'll introduce myself. I'm like, screw it. I don't need any of this offensive lineman in my life right now.
God,
this guy.
I'm imagining being one of the regular people on that flight, sitting near the two of you. I'm like, where did all these big people come from?
Oh, we were on a flight into Buffalo, too, but I think that speaks to Incognito's kind of persona.
Yeah.
I expected to see a lot of Buffalonians kind of approaching him, but nobody approached him. Everybody's just like, I'm steering clear of this dude.
That's funny. That's funny.
Tua's
ass.
I mean, everything about that team feels so bad. I feel bad for Dolphins fans because it's everything that you would have worried about either with Tua Tagovailoa and whether he's actually genuinely an NFL quarterback or not. Tyreek Hill at some point is going to explode in an extreme fashion, and Mike McDaniel is just. He should be working somewhere in an anthropology department or something, but not coaching football. Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you this. What's the earliest you've ever heard of a team having a players-only meeting? Because the Dolphins had one this week.
They did it already?
Reportedly, yeah. They fired off that bullet.
I always try to defend the players-only meeting because there are some teams that have a culture where they've got players-only meetings every week. Yeah. But then I saw Andrew Whitworth yesterday, guy with some championship experience, saying, man, as soon as there's a players-only meeting, that you are done for. Sometimes the players-only meeting isn't that big a deal, but there's times where it's obviously a big deal, and with the Dolphins, it feels like it's a big deal.
That's the key, I think, with the Dolphins. All right. Yeah. Niners are at Saints, and some of you may be wondering, the Saints might be the worst team in football. The interesting thing to me here, Seth, Brock Purdy is going to be out for at least a few weeks with a turf toe. So Mac Jones is going to be the starting quarterback for the 49ers. And how wild is this? Let's just take a step back in time here. The Niners wanted to replace Jimmy Garoppolo back in 2021.
Yeah.
So they traded 3 first-round picks to move up to the 3rd overall pick. And
everybody thought it was going to be Mac Jones.
The big rumor was it was going to be Mac Jones. For the longest, it was going to be Mac Jones, and then it ended up being Trey Lance. Trey Lance sucks. So Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, ends up getting his shot, wins the job, gets to a Super Bowl, gets to overtime of a Super Bowl, gets paid. Now he's injured, and now here comes Mac Jones. Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Circle of life, man.
It's like what we talked about yesterday. I don't know anymore. It's such a wild card with quarterbacks these days that
the Niners especially, man.
This is the thing I think where I am with quarterbacks is if you really, really love a guy, by all means trade up for him. But if you're trading up just because that's a quarterback that's going to be available, I don't think it's worth it anymore. There's too many Baker Mayfields out there. There's too many Sam freaking Darnolds. There's all these guys who had been the guys who were drafted high, but then you pick up off the scrap heap later on and you get more out of them.
Week one had Geno Smith, Aaron Rodgers, Justin Fields, and Daniel Jones. And
guys that were either paid for by good amounts or picked up off the scrap heap.
Yeah. It's just so you're right. There's a lot of avenues to get to that quarterback. So now it's 1 week, so we'll see what happens.
I feel like with the way the Texans did it is if you end up earning that number 2 overall spot, whether you love Bryce Young or C.J. Stroud or not, I feel like that makes sense that, okay, look, we've got the money in our wallet, we're going to do it. But aggressively trading up for one of these new age quarterbacks that come out of college and they haven't played enough football. The game is still too much different in college than what is in the NFL. It's just a huge crapshoot.
Yep. All right, last one in the early. These are all early window games, man. My red zone is going to be cranked up.
Nick Wright thinks you're an amateur for watching Red Zone.
I know.
He doesn't respect your intellectualism.
That's okay.
Because remember, you can't just watch football anymore, everybody. You got to turn it into a calculus test. It's got to be. You're not allowed. You need to be dissecting the all 22 until 3 a.m. if you're a real football fan.
Not to get sidetracked, but we got a little time here. We'll do the circle of swarm in a few minutes. That surprised me with Nick because Nick is a gambler. And Red Zone was made for gambler. So for those who missed it, Nick Wright had a take last week that almost won Take-A-Mania. I almost want to throw it back in again this week just to see if it would
if you're
win.
an adult, you watch a whole game. You don't watch.
Your sole mechanism to consume football can't be Red Zone.
You and your leisure time activities, if you're trying to have actual fun, you are doing it wrong.
Yeah, that's it. It should be fun.
How dare you do something you enjoy on a Sunday?
Like me, Seth, and you, Nick. It's not their job. They're just trying to enjoy football. They're not trying to get into arguments with people about football.
Just to win an argument against.
Yeah, you can't argue about football if all you do is watch Red Zone. So Browns at Ravens. If there were one that I might just hone in on just because of all the drama surrounding this day in Baltimore, and for those who don't know, the Ravens have chosen this day with the Browns in town to celebrate the 30th anniversary of Art Modell moving the Browns to Baltimore to become the Ravens. Here's Ken Carman, our counterpart, a morning host on 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland, talking about why this is personal.
I think this is really a bleep you to the fans of Cleveland from the organization, not the fans of the Ravens, from the organization, because I think that they know that Canton, Ohio is obviously 60 miles away, 50-something miles away from Cleveland, and they have wanted to get Art Modell in the Hall of Fame when he was alive, then posthumously, and they also know that it's probably never going to happen because the voters don't want it to happen because they also think that they know that any chance that they get that they see him on the board, people in Northeast Ohio, which are predominantly Browns fans, are going to boo their faces off. And the NFL doesn't want that look, and the Hall of Fame doesn't want that look because of the history. And rightfully so. So I think it's very, very, very personal from the organization of the Ravens to Browns fans as a giant FU to Browns fans.
Yeah, so what he's saying, Seth, because I can see the look on your face. Ken Carman's,
he lost me there.
Ken Carman's theory is that the Ravens want Art Modell in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
They want him to go in the Hall of Fame. But the reason he's being kept out is because the voters, like John McClain, know that the optics, that if Art Modell does go in, that Cleveland is going to drive 30 minutes to Canton and boo the hell out of this thing, and the NFL doesn't want any part of the hallowed, holy ground of the Hall of Fame being sullied with one of the incoming candidates being booed posthumously off the
I'm a
stage.
little surprised by this because Ken Carman would also know, since he's doing his show 57 miles from Canton, that the Pro Football Hall of Fame operates independently from the NFL, and that also the level of conspiratorial thinking that's going into this, I believe you're kind of breaking ties with reality, and like I know Ken knows a lot of those Hall of Fame voters. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you think they're sitting there in a meeting being like, guys, I'd really love to put him in, but you know my stance on this.
Yeah.
I don't want there to be an uncomfortable moment where somebody gets inducted into the Hall of Fame and gets booed posthumously. Okay.
Should Ken's take be in Take-A-Mania later in the show?
Nah.
No? Okay.
I get it. Where he's
a Cleveland guy. You know, he's
a Cleveland guy, and it's rough up there, man. Yeah. I don't know. They're just they're lashing out right now.
Yeah,
I get it.
They are. Well, as far as the football matchup goes, these two quarterbacks really like each other. They were in the same quarterback room back in 2018 with the Ravens. Joe Flacco's last year with the Ravens was Lamar Jackson's rookie year with the Ravens. Here's Lamar Jackson talking about how much he loves Joe Flacco.
Just him being in the meeting room and how cool he was with things he would say, and how funny he was. Like, I don't know if people know, but Flack's funny, dog. And he used to have me rolling, man, as a rookie, bro. I used to be like, man, this man just say stuff so nonchalant, and it's great, man. He's a great person to be around.
Joe Flacco, stand-up comedian. Yeah. Didn't strike me as a guy who was bebopping and scotting all over the place.
I think one thing that would surprise people about this matchup is two things. One is that the Browns' defense has actually done a pretty good job against Derrick Henry. So in 2 out of the 3 last matchups, they've held Derrick Henry to under 75 yards. And then the Browns also, they know about doing something that the Texans have never done, which is in 2 of their last 3 outings, they've beaten Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
So Lamar Jackson, he's completed 55.9% of his passes for 5 touchdowns and 2 interceptions in those 3 games. So the Browns have had some success against the Ravens. I don't know. I'm guessing maybe one of those games was a end of the season game or like a meaningless game for the Ravens.
I don't know. I know one of the wins was engineered by one Deshaun Watson over the Ravens.
Yeah.
So there's that.
That wasn't at the end of the year.
No. That was, I think it was the end of Deshaun's year because I think he got hurt in that game and was done after that. But that's noteworthy for Texan fans is that the guy. It hadn't been great for Deshaun, but the one thing he did do is beat the Ravens as a Cleveland Brown.
This is the one, if I were a hardcore gambler, there is some element of Jim Schwartz, the defensive coordinator for the Browns, versus Lamar Jackson in that offense, where there's there might be something to that.
Maybe.
If you wanted to dig into a matchup, if you're a hardcore gambler like Sean T. Pendergast.
Browns probably should. You're right. Browns probably should be 1-0. They missed a field goal to beat the Bengals, and they more than doubled the Bengals in number of yards last week. The Browns defense, to your point, held Joe Burrow in that offense fully healthy to 141 total yards last week. I mean, that's an outing right there, man. The last one here, let's get to the Circle of Storm. Eagles and Chiefs in the afternoon, rematch of the Super Bowl last year. Chiefs could start 0-2. I got to go look that up. When was the last time? Have they ever been 0-2 in the Patrick Mahomes era? I can't imagine they have been. But the Chiefs, they're actually, if the odds makers are right, the Chiefs are at home going to start the season 0-2 because the Eagles are the favorite in this game on Sunday. So
I don't know. The Chiefs, I'm not going to – the Chiefs' defense showing some of the weaknesses or what have you. At some point during the broadcast, they said, well, the Chiefs lost a lot of players to free agency on defense, and that's not no, they weren't bleeding like from the ears like some teams do. They still have a really good defense, I think.
Who did they who did the Chiefs lose to in week 1?
Nobody, I looked it up, and it wasn't anything. It didn't
Oh, the
change.
The Chargers. They played in the Brazil game last Friday. That's who they lost.
Right, no, but you were saying, I thought you were asking who they lost in free agency.
No, who did they lose
they lost
to in week
the Chargers.
1? I was asking who they lost to in week 1.
No, it wasn't. No, they didn't. They didn't have free agency losses that that would predict that somehow they're not going to be a really good defense.
Correct. Justin Reed was a good player for them. He's on the Saints now. They lost him. But if anything, they were signing guys. They extended Karlaftis. Chris Jones is back. So there you go. That's the slate this week. All right, let's get to it. Circle of Swarm time. We got to find 6 guys to be swarmy this weekend. against the or Monday, I should say, against the Tampa Bay Bucs.
What we're looking for is players, right, who are looking to swarm.
The swarm mindset, that whole mentality.
Right, we want players to have a special work ethic and a relentless mindset in everything that they do.
Who's in?
This is a special group of men, believe it.
It's the Payne and Pendergast Texans Circle of Swarm.
Someone said I should have said Trey Lance's ass. I shouldn't have said he sucked. We should follow the incognito credo. He's ass. All right, Circle of Swarm. Seth and I pick 6 Texans we need to swarm in the next game. It's largely based on how swarmy they were in the previous game, with a little sliver of looking ahead as we pick our 6 guys here, Seth. So you can go first. Who's your first entry into the Week 2 Circle of Swarm?
I will say, and the big suspense item here, everybody, is going to be, will an offensive lineman make a rare appearance in the Circle of Swarm? Stay tuned. Stay tuned.
We won't spoil it for you. Yeah.
I'm gonna go on. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give extra credit for effort on this one. Yeah. Sheldon Rankins, who didn't have a huge stat line or anything, had a really nice hit on the quarterback that Stafford somehow incredibly completed the pass. But also because for a guy that's kind of a longer, lankier guy who isn't known as a run stuffer or anything, there were some elements in that game where he played picture-perfect technique, stuffing the run as a defensive tackle, playing head up on the guard, stuff that I was really impressed by. For all the people that were worried about the defensive tackle position in this offseason, I think Foley Fatukasi and Sheldon Rankins did a really good job in helping limit the Rams to 2 or so yards per carry in that game, 2.9 yards per carry in that game. So Sheldon Rankins, Circle of Swarm.
I am going to stay in that mode because you just threw a name out there. I thought the defensive line played pretty well in this game, especially the interior. This guy actually got a sack in the game and a TFL. And you just mentioned him, and it's Foley Fatukasi. I think you can't put in Rankins without putting in Foley Fatukasi. I think they both were very swarmy on the interior of that defensive line. Boy, it's going to be hard to find 6 guys this week because the offense was so.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
Like even Nico. I'd love to just. Nico can sometimes just get a legacy vote, you know. You just throw him in there because you feel good about him, but he matched his lowest output in a game other than the Bills game, which we don't count last year. Last week with 3 receptions. That's what he did last year against the Ravens. It wasn't because he wasn't open. It wasn't because the Rams were double teaming him. There was a combination of really just every time he was really open, the pass protection was breaking down or there was a blitz on or whatever it might be. So I don't put it on Nico, and yet it wasn't a performance where I can put him in the Circle of Swarm.
All right, who's your second guy in the Circle of Swarm?
And again, we're in this situation where the Texans allow 14 points on defense, and I can feel myself being hypercritical of them. And when I think about putting Kamari Lassiter in the Circle of Swarm, I also think that, man, some of the things that led to some of his big hits were also things that allowed touchdowns because he was overly aggressive.
He got beat on the touchdown that ended up being the difference in the game.
With great swarm comes great responsibility.
Right.
You know, you can't just. If I give you a grenade launcher, I can't expect that you're going to be using it on the mailman because he was a few minutes late with your mail.
Ben Franklin said that back in the late 1700s. With great
swarm comes great responsibility.
Been saying it for 400 years now. Yeah.
So I'll go with again another guy where the stat sheet didn't really tell the whole story of the performance. Will Anderson Jr.
Okay, Willie. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for stealing the one I was gonna. Yeah. That's we're running out, man. Will was good. Will had the highest PFF score of anybody on the Texans in this game. So he was. I think that's a worthy one.
Oh, no. And the D-line in general, they were, like, immediately after the game, you're thinking, where did the pass rush go? What the hell's going on? Yeah. And then you realize Matt Stafford was getting rid of the ball about a half second faster than he typically does. They did a really good job with the play action. The Rams, to their credit, Sean McVay, big surprise, had a really good game plan versus the Texans, and Matt Stafford executed it really well. So, but Will was doing Will Anderson things. They just,
no doubt,
they didn't really have a lot of time to get to the quarterback.
Yep. Still had a sack and 3 TFLs. Will is going to have Will Anderson, if he stays healthy, is going to be in the top 3 or 4 on the odds board for Defensive Player of the Year all season long. He's 4th right now. He's tied for 3rd, actually, on the odds board right now. Like, Will is becoming that dude. All right, I'll put an offensive guy in there, Seth. One, Nick Chubb.
Oh, there you go. That's a
Chubb.
good one,
Yep.
Shawners. Yeah.
Thanks, Sethers. Nick Chubb, who got better as the game went on.
Mm-hmm.
Numbers respectable, especially running behind an offensive line that didn't really look like they'd gotten it together in the offseason here. 13 carries for 60 yards. I feel like they wasted some touches on other guys. It could have easily gone to Nick Chubb. He could have easily had 80, 90 yards in this game if he'd gotten the touches that were given to Dare Ogunbowale or Damian Pierce or Woody Marks. And the good news is that D'Amico Ryans suggested on Texans All Access on the coaches show this week that Nick Chubb is going to get those carries. That we probably should have fed Nick Chubb more in the fourth quarter of that game.
It was one of the things I worried about in week 1 was, and especially when you don't play any preseason games, like I hate it when you use week 1 almost like as an experimental lab.
That's what it felt like.
Hey, let's see what works out. We'll just run a few trials and see what works. We'll run a Woody Marks trial. We'll run a Damian Pierce trial. We'll run an Ogunbowale trial. Hey, it turns out, hey guys, you know what? Maybe if we just run Nick Chubb a whole bunch more, things might have been different. And it's weird to say, like, Nick Chubb, a little bit of a volume runner. Yeah, how'd that play out? Well, late in the game on his 12th and 13th carry.
So true.
Some guys, the old cliche of, getting better as the game goes on is largely inaccurate in the NFL, except that there are some running backs who do operate that way. Derrick Henry is one of them. You can look and see over time that, they do that. I don't know where Nick Chubb is in his career on that, but he feels like that type of back right now.
He was good in the fourth quarter. He came out. He needed a blow when he came out, and that's when they started feeding Dare Ogunbowale. I just wish Chubb had been able to stay in the game, so hopefully he can.
My final pick is going to be one that you're happy about because I know you like doing this kind of thing way more than I do when it comes to the circle of swarm.
Good.
You know who this is. Kaimi, I can't pronounce your full first name, Fairburn. Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not Mark Vandermeer. I can't put that respect on your actual name
26
because
letter
I'm
name.
incapable of doing it.
Yep.
Kaimi no e aloha me ka ike o ke kumupa'a.
Oh, you can do that, Seth. Come on.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like it would be more disrespect. It turns into a mockery by the end of it. It would take me 90 seconds to do it, and I'd make 3 poop jokes along the way.
You're not just satisfying me. You're satisfying a texter that says, "Hey guys, you better put our high scorer from the last game in the circle of swarm." He was though, and those as has been pointed out by both Nick Caserio and I believe D'Amico Ryans. I know Nick pointed it out on his appearance on Texans All Access each week. Those were not chippies, man. 51, 45, and 53, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So they were long field goals. I have as you pointed out, I have no problem with that. With Tommy Fairbairn going into, honestly, we could put Tommy Townsend into if we wanted to. He punted the ball really well in that game.
Hey, what does that get classified as? Those kind of pavilion stadiums, does that get classified for the kicker as kicking indoors or outdoors?
That's a great question because, the SoFi is sort of a hybrid indoor-outdoor stadium.
They have to follow the lightning rules for an outdoor stadium.
It must be outdoors then.
And for kickers, I guess, there's probably the potential for wind coming through.
I was going to say if there's wind coming through, yeah.
Feels like a little cheaty. Like I feel like if you're a kicker, you want the credit for the outdoor stadium. So I feel like the kicker gets like, I did that in an outdoor stadium.
Especially Kaimi, who's not been great kicking outdoors. He missed extra points in the playoff game against the Chiefs and the regular season game against the Chiefs.
They need to add an asterisk to the pavilion stadium.
Yeah, I'm for that. All right, so we could go Townsend here, but I'm not going to. I'm going to go Henry To'oTo'o. To'oTo'o was swarming. He got a 15-yard penalty. It was inadvertent, I think, but he got it because he was swarming. He had a TFL. He had a sack in that. He had the first sack of the season for the Texans.
And you know what? That was a very swarmy sack because he just ran through a cut block.
Yeah.
That was a pretty badass sack. Yep. Yeah, good call on that one.
Okay.
And also, looking, he did the whole thing about To'oTo'o, as we know, is he does not discriminate. If you're a Rams fan saying, like, hey, why'd you hit Puka like that? Like, look, he almost took Derek Stingley out of the game, too. Okay?
Right.
He did. He took Derek Stingley and Puka Nacua out of the game momentarily.
Yep. All right, so this week's Circle of Swarm, wow. Sheldon Rankins, fully fun. This is no disrespect to any of these guys, but I'm telling you, there is a correlation between winning and names like Danil Hunter and Nico Collins being in the Circle of Swarm.
This is a blue-collar Circle of Swarm.
Very blue-collar, very lunch pail. Sheldon Rankins, Foley Fatukasi, Will Anderson Jr., Nick Chubb, Kaimi Fairbairn, and Henry To'oTo'o.
You know, by way of who they rewarded financially after this game, it should have been Tommy Togiai, who didn't even play in the game.
Who was inactive. He's swarming to the bank, I tell you.
Nobody earned more money on a per-play basis last week than Tommy Togiai.
Oh, my God. How did Nick Caley do in his debut as Texans OC? We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans. We'll hear from C.J. Stroud on that as well. We will do that coming up next. But you got an injury report, Seth.
The Mokaram Injury Lawyers injury report. Here's what you need to know. Jake Andrews with a high ankle sprain did not practice yesterday. Neither did Christian Kirk nor Braxton Berrios, so all eyes go again to Jalen Noel. Can the young slot receiver play a little bit more like a veteran this week? Can CJ connect with him more? Ed Ingram had limited participation with an abdomen, and I don't know what to tell you about an abdomen injury that isn't an appendicitis or something like that, but he's got an abdomen strain. Full participation. Blake Fisher, there's your Mokaram Injury Lawyers report, brought to you by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. If you've been injured in an accident, call 281-222-2222 or visit MokaraminjuryLawyers.com.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, D'Amico Ryans, how did Nick Caley do in his debut as offensive coordinator for the Houston Texans in Week 1?
Nick did a good job, right, with the play calls. At the end of the day, we all have to just put ourselves in position where we can actually call the game, right? We were behind the sticks a lot, shot ourselves in the foot a lot, where we were in second and long and just third and long a lot. That's not a great place to be as the first time play calling your first game. So if we can play well together and stay on schedule, stay on track, then we can see how the game is called.
Okay, one more, Seth, before I want to get your thoughts on this, because it seems like they're giving Nick Caley a pass on Week 1. C.J. Stroud said something similar to D'Amico Ryan. Said we got to help Kales out.
We got to help Kales out, man. I think that's my biggest thing personally, and I think for the guys is not giving. What play are you going to call on 2nd and 15, 2nd and 25? And we've had these problems for years, So 3rd and 14, 3rd and 12, like you can't live in that. And we do our coach discourtesy of that and that's controllable by us. So I think that's a start. Personally, I got to be better just pocket movements and, checking the ball down when I need to check it down. And at the same time, staying aggressive. So, I think we just need to build a rhythm early on better. And I think we'll be better from that.
The thing that, I think I agree with everything CJ said there, obviously. But also, I think that when you've got two rookie receivers on the field, and Higgins was on the field a lot more than Jalen Noel, where I'm going to give CJ a bit of a pass early on is that I think there were times where things weren't just exactly right with both Higgins and Noel. And without knowing exactly what their rules were in specific situations, I think that there were just times where, man, it looked like it should have gone to Noel, but the timing was probably a little bit off compared to Kirk. Or it looks like it could have gone to Higgins, but Higgins wasn't exactly where CJ wanted him to be, and that's when he takes a sack. So some of those things you expect, you just got to iron them out, and you're going to get it from rookie wide receivers. They don't get the precision that they need in the NFL yet. So a lot of that stuff, it would be a lot easier if the Texans were coming. If Bobby Slowick had been an awesome offensive coordinator last year and he was a head coach somewhere else and Nick Caley was now his replacement, it would be a lot easier to say, like, okay, well, look, these are hiccups and what have you. The problem is a lot of what we saw looked like exactly what we got last year.
Yeah.
And it's harder to give that benefit of the doubt. But I'm consciously forcing myself to do that because the real difference between Nick Caley and Bobby Slowick needs to be how does this young offensive coordinator improve over the course of the few weeks and iron out some of these issues that you saw in the first week.
Yeah.
That's the test right now.
And it can only be a few weeks. Like this is, the Texans, this is not a rebuilding season. This is not a growth season. This is not a developmental season. This is a season where you're spending a lot of money on guys and you're about to spend a whole lot more money on some other guys to go win a Super Bowl, to go get to the AFC Championship game at least. I mean, that is the stated goal from the head coach, is to take this team to new heights, to the AFC title game. He's openly said that. And so it can only be a few weeks that you're ironing these things out. You can't still be doing this in Week 10. Not against this schedule, you can't be doing it. So C.J. Stroud was also asked about Nico Collins getting 5 targets in the game. I think it was Sarge who asked the question, hey, what's it like playing with a guy like Nico who, when he's not getting targeted, isn't demanding you to throw him the football? And CJ kind of almost corrected him a little bit on that.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. I like because Nico is that way, but also like he demands the ball. He wants the ball, and it's our job to find ways to get it to him. And I thought we could have, definitely I could have done a better job of getting him the rock when he was open. And I think he's going to show up big time. Every dog has his day, and Nico's a ground at the mouth like a Rottweiler, trying to get that ball. And so I'm excited to see. And I'm always looking for 12, man. That's never a question. So he'll be all right.
Yeah, go over on Nico targets this week in your daily fantasy.
Look, and I think, and honestly, it's interesting because now that they have the iPads on the sideline, or the tablets, the Microsoft Surface tablets on the sideline.
Yeah.
I don't think you don't need the wide receiver yelling, about how he should have gotten the ball or anything anymore, because they are looking at it and seeing exactly how it was. And Nico was open in that game. It's not like he was never open. There was a combination of circumstances, I think, where it just felt like every time he was open, there was pressure in the pocket or there was a blitz. And there was time where I think CJ had an unblocked blitz by design coming off the edge. Two running backs or two tight ends, both Cade Stover and Dalton Schultz, ran past the blitzing defensive back without really giving much of a jam on the way out. I don't know if they were supposed to or not, but CJ did what he should have done in that situation, or at least what he, is very much what you want him to do, is he threw it to Dalton Schultz and got positive yardage out of a blitz and didn't get hit, all that. Nico was wide open on that. So the circumstances, it's not like CJ wasn't looking for him. CJ was making the smart decision on that one. There were another couple times where Nico was wide open, but the pressure got home. Mm-hmm. I felt better about Nico himself, and I didn't really want to criticize CJ for not finding him more often, because that's just kind of the way the cookie crumbled in that game. If the process is that they're also going to try to have a more diverse offense than just trying to get the ball to Nico Collins as much as possible, I like that part of the process. You just got to actually, be successful with that process.
You got to score touchdowns. You got to score points. And Nick Caserio said that when he was asked about the whole Nico dynamic in the offense when he was doing his hit with John and Mark this week, and he pointed that out. He's like, we did have however many guys, 9 guys touch the ball on offense, and several of them were very productive plays. I think several of them were plays that we've been almost requesting of CJ this year, which is like, hey, man, just take the quick stuff and don't, try not to get hit so much. Try not to hold the ball so much back there. So, there were some good things, but, you can't – D'Amico said it himself. You can't finish with 9 points. Like, they got into the red zone and cashed in twice. The Rams did. They scored 2 touchdowns. We got in the red zone once, didn't cash in at all, and kicked 3 field goals. There you go, 14-9.
And that's how Kaimi Fairbairn ends up in the circle of swarm.
Yes.
Kaimi's on the sideline counting up his circle of swarm appearances, and he's just like, keep stalling out.
I'm so swarmy right now over here,
the
just
sweet
chilling.
Taste of this circle of swarm.
That's it. All right, let's into the 8 o'clock hour we go. We'll get to 5 Reasons I Hate You for Tampa at 8:20-ish, 8:20, 8:25. We'll do that in a couple of segments. We've got Take a Mania coming up at 9 o'clock. Let's circle back to the Astros here. It is getting dire. The margin for error is almost non-existent for the Astros right now after yesterday's debacle in Toronto. And you can tell what they're doing with the pitchers here as they're setting things up over the next couple of weeks. We'll get to that with the Astros as well coming up next. But let's get you guys into a
Odyssey FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, Richie Incognito calling Tua ass has everybody calling everything ass on the text page now. Nick Haley's.
I'm glad we can elevate the discourse. Yes.
Nick Haley's debut, ass. And then the follow-up is actually Haley's debut might not have been ass, but it was still booty. LOL.
That's a good. Booty Sean, I need you to do that in the Houston Press. A power ranking of posterior.
Ways to say butt.
Denigrations.
Yeah.
I want to try to sound. I want to sound as nerdy as possible on this one. Yeah.
Ass is the worst. Booty's kind of upscale ass is what that is. Yeah. All right. We'll
cheeks. The kids like saying that's cheeks.
Dude. That is my son James's favorite one is cheeks.
Yeah, and he's not a kid anymore.
No, he uses cheeks all the time.
He's an adult attorney. Did he use it in the courtroom yet?
No. That's James's. James.
Sorry. Yeah,
he's the liquor
Sammy.
one. No, Sammy wouldn't be afraid to.
Sammy, Your Honor, that's cheeks.
It's cheeks, Your Honor. Yeah.
And then Your Honor wouldn't even know what to do with whether that's contempt or not.
Nope.
You'd be like, oh, that must be some legal term I don't know about.
That's
the
right.
Kids are doing.
That's right.
Kids are using these days.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's not a crime.
James got so sideways. James got so sideways with Eric Gordon when he was a Rocket that Eric Gordon's nickname just became Cheeks. On our group text. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
That's you know what Sammy should do? I know he's got a good job now, and I know his bosses listen to our show. Yeah. But consider this. Maybe you find your little niche. The Rusty Harden happy endings are not a crime. Maybe the attorney with a happy ending.
Just keep business cards in all the massage places throughout Houston.
That could be your I want to see those billboards. I want that lawyer to one day have an inappropriate ad that runs nonstop on our show.
Yes. And then, right. Yeah. I want to do a 45-minute interview with my son talking about that. Yeah. And then he will say,
it's not a crime.
It's not a crime. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Love Rusty. Running into Rusty every now and then is fun, man. All right. We'll do 5 reasons I hate you in the next segment. These Astros, man. The Astros last night. This one, to me, was in the conversation for worst game of the year, given the fact that it occurred on the same day that the Mariners finally catch you in the standings. There's that. You got complete game shutouted, a 2-hitter, which is, in 2025, that's the ultimate embarrassment to me. I don't care that Gausman's a good pitcher. I don't care. Getting a complete game shutout thrown against you may as well be a no-hitter in 2025 because guys just don't do it anymore. And the big thing to me, Seth, is that while we've been giving Joe Espada and the Astros a pass to a degree throughout most of the summer because of all the injuries, and the pitching injuries are still a thing, I get it, and I know Espada is working with a skeleton crew both in the rotation and in the bullpen right now. That's no excuse for this lineup, and it's not just yesterday. That's no excuse for this lineup not being good since they got all their guys back. Yordan Alvarez has been back for a month now. Carlos Correa, you traded for him back on July the 30th or 31st, whatever it was, the day of the trade deadline. Jake Myers is back in the lineup now, so we can't use the excuse of having to trot Taylor Trammell or Cooper Hummel or whatever 162 hitter you got from Sugarland on the Sugarland Express. You've got your guy back now who's been hitting 300, and you're going out, and again, it's not just yesterday. I don't know what the numbers are now. I just remember like last week, 11 of their last 18 games, they've scored 3 or fewer runs. They've added on more games since then where they've done. Even the game that they won in this series 2 nights ago was a 3-2 win that you needed heroics from Yainer Diaz in the top of the 9th inning to win. There's no excuse for this lineup right now hitting the way they do with runners in scoring position, with runners on base, or at all.
I'll tell you what, man. There's no excuse, and yet Altuve's getting up there in years, and his current skid notwithstanding, if you just look at August and September, he's hitting 200 with a 629 OPS. I mean, it's been to try to think that there's going to be some kind of don't worry, Altuve will get it going in the playoffs. This might be the year where finally, age catches up to him, and you're not gonna get that same old Altuve again.
Okay, so that's interesting. So and I'm nervous about Altuve. I'm more nervous about 2028 with Altuve, 2027, and how that's going to look. 2027, really, because that's when the contract is still $30 million a year. By the time 2028 and 2029 roll around, the way they've structured that thing, Altuve is going to be making $10 million. So he's not eating up nearly as much. That's 3 years from now. As far as this season goes, he was one of the best hitters in baseball in July.
Right.
So I guess there's two arguments here. You go, okay, that's recent. It's in there somewhere with him, but the counter argument, I think, is the one that you're alluding to, which is
he's older.
He's older,
and
yeah.
Perhaps wearing down. On the season, remember, it was just a couple years ago that he hit 300 with a 900 OPS. So far on the season right now, he's 261 with a 762 OPS.
Yeah.
But you're 100% right, though. It's still in there, and you might just once the playoffs hit, it might just click for him. It's 100% still in there somewhere, but with older players, it's the droughts start becoming more frequent than the good times, and that's where we're right in the middle of a big old drought right now.
Yeah, with him we are for sure. Jesus Sanchez was a disaster in the field. This is where it's weird, like how the hitting affects other things that aren't hitting. Like, for example, you brought up like the fact that the Astros had the infield in the first inning of a game is because there's no confidence right now that they can go out and get you 3 or 4 runs. Like, you've got to play the first inning like it's the 7th or the 8th inning. And so the reason you're doing that is because you're poor offensively. The reason Jesus Sanchez is out there playing right field for you is because the Cam Smith that we saw in July is no longer that. Cam Smith, when you talk about Altuve being a disaster the last 6 weeks, my God, look at Cam Smith's offensive numbers. Cam Smith makes all of those plays in the outfield. If Cam were still hitting the way he was in July, there's no platoon going on. He's playing right field for you, and he's making those plays. Jesus Sanchez is in there because you got to platoon Cam Smith. You can't have him in there against right-handed pitching. You just can't right now.
Yeah. And then the biggest thing and the frustrating thing is that one of the things that they wanted to get better at this year. So where Espada is a candidate for Manager of the Year at the All-Star break, now I'm looking at, okay, one of your areas of focus this year was having better judgment at the plate.
Yeah.
And they're just atrocious. Their judgment at the plate is right up there with the A's and some of the other worst teams in the league.
Yep.
Like, they're not competitive. They're not Christian Walker is great. He looks more like the kind of Christian Walker that you wanted when you signed him. But his judgment his number of strikeouts is just ridiculous. I guess the absence of Paredes could have helped that out a little bit. But it's not like he's gonna, or that if Paredes were still here, the judgment at the plate numbers as a team would be good. But they're not better. They wouldn't be good.
No, but that's interesting. You say that. They'd be better because he's better. I get what you're saying. He's better at it, so their percentage would at least be better. But they, as a team, were better when Paredes was in the lineup. Like, is there something to that? We talk about tone setters. Is that a guy who's set him being in the lineup somehow? There's some sort of gravitational pull that other guys have a little bit better judgment. Because as you point out, Seth, this hasn't been an all-year thing. Through the first few months of the season, they were way better and way more selective at the plate. It's become a second half of the season thing, and Paredes went out shortly after the All-Star break. I think it was July 19th was the date that he went out with a hamstring injury. It's been a disaster since then, for sure. I do kind of wonder that. Like, sometimes when you have a guy like that in the lineup, that there's something about guys observing a guy doing that, maybe being a bit more mindful of it themselves.
Yeah.
With Paredes, I don't know. Maybe I'm grasping at straws here.
It's weird, just even looking at like Christian Walker's chase rate, because the last couple years before this, he was up in the high 60s or 70 percentile, and this year he's in the 49th percentile.
Yep.
And I know a lot of this is weighted by the beginning of the season and what have you, but he strikes out with runners in scoring position all the time.
Yeah,
It's almost not an exaggeration.
It's been all year, man.
It feels like it's 100% of the time.
It does feel like that. It's okay. So now we're getting Altuve has been ass the last 2 months. Old ass now. So not even booty. He's been ass.
Oh, like the celluloid's starting to show up and whatever.
Yeah. So what Sean is saying is the Astros offense is a big old bag of cheeks. Okay. Espada is cheeks. That's on the text. Okay. Now here's one. Joe Espada was a Manager of the Year candidate 2 months ago.
Yeah.
If they miss the postseason, something they've not done since 2016, it's been a decade of October baseball here in the city of Houston. What happens with Joe Espada?
This is okay. The injuries to the pitching staff are almost enough of an excuse for everything when it comes to the team performance.
Yeah.
But the approach at the plate and everything else, that offensively you've got this many guys underperforming, and that's where I start to let it seep in. That I can give an excuse for the overall performance if all it was just the pitching alone. But you're failing at both ends of the spectrum.
Yeah.
There. It just feels like an all-out collapse all over the place.
I'm not saying Joe Espada should be fired. I'm just asking the question, and the reason I ask the question is this is an owner who severed ties with a GM 4 days after a World Series win. Yeah. And I know that team was mostly Jeff Luhnow guys going and winning that World Series in 2022. I get it. But if you go back and look at the totality of James Click's moves that he made, I mean, there's not a Correa trade in there. There's not a Verlander trade like Dana Brown made his first year as GM. There's not a Greinke or a first Verlander trade. But there were a lot of good moves that James Click made. Yainer Diaz is the catcher of this team because they got him and Phil Maton for Miles Straw. Mauricio Dubon has been a solid utility guy. They got him for nothing when James Click was here. And there were other moves that were made, too. And I know some of you are going to be rolling, whoa, boo, big whoop, Mauricio Dubon, big whoop, Yainer Diaz. But they were all positive moves for the Astros. There aren't – James Click, I can't remember him making moves that were seriously damaging to the team. He didn't give out contracts that I can recall that were – he was the one the Yordan Alvarez extension happened on his watch, not Dana Brown's watch.
Yeah.
So I say that to say that I think everything is in play with Jim Crane. I think the way that James Click was let go from the organization tells me, and the timing of it right after winning a World Series, if he does that with a GM after winning the World Series, he can very easily fire a manager who had all these issues during the season after getting eliminated from the postseason, or maybe even getting a wild card, but getting knocked out in the first round might be enough.
It's definitely in the realm of it wouldn't be a huge surprise,
right?
Yeah,
right.
It's given everything that you laid out, it wouldn't be a huge surprise.
Right.
It's not. I don't know if you expect it, but it wouldn't be a huge surprise.
Yeah. Y'all are reaching hard. This Astros team is decent at best, playing a bad division. They aren't good. Let's be honest.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, they're the tallest. How are we reaching?
What do you they've been losing? Okay, you're saying they're decent at best, right? But they've been still underperforming. Guys are very specifically underperforming by their historical standards. What are we? Am I saying that they should be winning the World Series?
No, I'm going to ask politely. What are we reaching on, Texter? We've been out. I just said yesterday was the worst game ever. I've been outlining all the futility going on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
We just talked for 2 minutes about firing the manager possibly after the season. Not once has the word World Series come up other than talking about the World Series they won 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Are we reaching by just talking about them, just by giving them airtime on our radio station?
When I point out that they're 25th or so in runs scored this year and everything, right? Yeah. Am I saying they're better than decent? We're saying they haven't even been playing up to decent. What the hell are you talking about?
Okay, someone just said pump the brakes, guys. Now I'm going to give this person a pass because that could either be somebody y'all are reaching hard guy, or that could be pump the brakes on even talking about firing Joe Espada.
Yeah,
which I'll accept that. It is.
Or Altuve. I'm talking about how Altuve's been the last couple months exactly.
Yeah.
And is this the sign that an aging guy is actually aging the way nature intends?
Well,
I don't know.
Are we reaching hard? Okay, was I reaching hard by saying it's inexcusable what this lineup is doing right now? Is this texter saying that a lineup that has Jose Altuve, Jeremy Pena, Carlos Correa, Yordan Alvarez, Christian Walker, Yainer Diaz, et cetera, that they should be scoring more than 3 runs on a regular basis? Am I reaching hard?
What's your definition of decent? So decent at bat. We're pointing out that they've been one of the worst in the absolute league.
Yeah.
So I would, if they're hitting average right now, that would be a revelation. They're really, really bad.
Yeah.
They're not scoring runs.
Yeah.
We don't need to get advanced analytics into any of this. No. They're not scoring runs.
No.
Meanwhile, it's like a Civil War battlefield on the pitching side of things. Yeah.
Yeah, there's still games to play. That's a text. Yeah, pump the brakes on Altuve and the manager. We're not there yet. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I didn't say get rid of Altuve. I'm just wondering, all right, what are we going to...
I'm not even saying get rid of Espada. All I'm saying is that we are living in a world... We have steadily been descending into this world that we're about to possibly live in now. The peak point here for this franchise was the 2022 World Series. Like, that's the most recent peak. Since then, they went through a season where they had to fight to win the division in 2023 and lost in 7 in the ALCS because they couldn't win a damn home game. And then last year, they had to similarly fight and punch their way out of an awful start just to win the division again and then get eliminated in 2 games by the Detroit Tigers. Where they are now is the continuation of the trajectory that they've been on since they won that World Series. So now these are conversations that have to be had. Like Fangraphs has them still as it's still a better than 50% chance during the postseason, but it's a lower than 50% chance that they win the division. Look, we're going to get a lot of truth over these next 9 days, okay? They're playing a bad team in Atlanta with their 2 aces going over the weekend in Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez. If they don't win 2 out of 3 against Atlanta, it is a major red flag. And then you got Texas and Seattle coming to town next week. The truth will be evident the Monday after that Seattle series is over. We'll know where this whole thing is going after that. But yeah, like now this text I'll agree with. Boring to watch, no excitement. Yes, I was bored to tears yesterday during that game, and they've had way too many boring games this year.
They've been losing since just arbitrarily, July 1st. They've been a losing baseball team since July 1st.
Yeah,
and
it's not
actually
fun.
Longer than that, but
And we're not used to it. We're not used to this. It's you get spoiled. All right, 5 reasons I hate you. They play the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the Texans on Monday. We have 5 reasons, and if you want to text in some more, I'm open to them. 713-572-4610. We do 5 reasons I hate you. Tampa Bay edition next.
Hey, football is back, as you know, and
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
The Astro reactions are really interesting to me. I want them to make the postseason. Obviously, I'm an Astros fan. But the chatter around the team will be incredibly intriguing if they don't. I guess I'm just a fan. This is a text. I'm not going to trash Espada until the Astros are done. Okay, well, it's good for you. And we're not trashing him. We're just, I think, just proposing scenarios given the history with Jim Crane. He's let people go for less than missing the playoffs. He let James Click go after winning a World Series. You can't do much better. Maybe if they had swept the World Series, instead of winning in 6.
Yeah, I don't know. On the spectrum of trashing things, I feel like if we gotten to a point where when we just point out basic things like actual facts about the situation, people interpret it as like, I can't believe you're trashing the team. Well, what'd you do? I pointed out that they're 25th in scoring runs on the season, that they've got the worst judgment at the plate. Like, these are facts. Right. Second worst judgment at the plate.
Right. No, there are people getting angry with us saying we're trashing, except for the one guy who thinks we're reaching too hard on the Astros.
Somehow reaching too hard and that you're decent at best. I don't know what. I can't please everybody all the time.
I guess not.
I guess, yeah.
All right, let's do.
Like old Abe told us.
That's right. Let's do 5 Reasons I Hate You, Tampa Bay edition. We do this every Friday before a Texans game. We on Monday, you guys know, normally 2 hours on Monday during football season. Excited to say that this Monday, since the game is on Monday night, we will be doing, Seth and I will be with you all 4 hours on Monday. The 8 to 10 a.m. hours, we will be joined by Mark Vandermeer for one of the hours and John Harris for the other hour. So we'll be Texans heavy in those 2 hours that are normally Texans radio. And Andre Ware and Andy Kalu are going to stop by. So it'll be fun. It'll be an intensive preview of the Buccaneers and the Texans. But 5 Reasons I Hate You remains a Friday staple. So let's get to it. Number 5, reasons to hate the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Hassan Reddick is on this team, and Hassan Reddick is a flake. Hassan Reddick, if you recall, Hassan Reddick started his career in Arizona. Was a first-round pick of the Arizona Cardinals. Took him a while to develop, but in his final year there, he had 12.5 sacks. He hit free agency, and the deal that he ended up signing on off of a 12.5 sack season was a 1-year deal with his former college coach, Matt Rule. Hassan Reddick went to Temple when Matt Rule was the coach at Temple. Signed him there, had 11 sacks again. Signs a 3-year deal with the Eagles, has 16 sacks, and is an All-Pro in 2022, the year the Eagles made the Super Bowl and lost to the Chiefs. The next year, he was a Pro Bowler again with 11 sacks. And then that offseason, he wanted a new contract. The Eagles didn't want to give him one. They gave him permission to seek a trade. He found a trade with the Jets. The Jets traded a 3rd-round pick to the Eagles for Hassan Reddick. Maybe some of this is on the Jets, too. Knowing full well Hassan Reddick wanted a new contract.
Yeah.
The Jets traded a 3rd-round pick and then promptly did not give him a new contract. So he then requested a trade from the Jets, a team he had yet to play a snap for, in August of that year.
Right. Ends up playing 10 games for the Jets.
Yeah.
Had
1 sack.
1 sack last year.
1 sack in 10
last year. Look, sacks don't tell the whole story, but they tell a big part of the story.
When you have
1 sack, that's not the production you're looking for.
Yeah.
I fear now he's dealing with a foot injury. He had a sack last week. But I fear that he might be going the Le'Veon Bell route here, where when you're a guy that really makes a huge commotion about holdouts and getting traded and controlling your own fate and whatever, sometimes it spells doom for the rest of your career.
You're going to be a 1-year guy everywhere. Like, no one's going to want to sign up for multiple years with you. And he's on a decent contract with Tampa. I think he's making $10-12 million for a year, which is good money considering you were horrible for the Jets and kind of a distraction the year before. But that's reason number 5, Seth. Hassan Reddick, flake. Reason number 4, let's be real about this. Just in general, if we take a step back, you guys know Florida Man. Many of you out there, the Twitter account Florida Man, which is really just a bunch of stories of meth heads from Florida doing weird things.
Yeah. It's weird stories about Florida's got a lot of weird people in it. It's kind of the West Coast of the East, which is that all the weirdos either The really ambitious weirdos just seem to move westward and then they get stopped by the Pacific Ocean. With Florida, it's like the weirdos who don't even have the ambition to follow the manifest destiny of heading westward. Go west, young man. They're like, I'm not going to stick around in Florida. I'll just go to Florida, okay? That's a long ways out there to California. So the less ambitious weirdos end up in Florida, and then they have children.
Yeah.
Sometimes many, many children.
Yes.
And it's created a weird environment in Florida.
So if Florida man had an NFL franchise, it would be the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Weird uniforms from throughout their history. Weird uniforms, a chaotic history, players that make headlines for the wrong reasons, a pirate ship in the stadium that shoots cannons at various times. It's kind of an acid trip, that stadium, if you've ever been there. I know you've probably played there before, Seth.
No, I never played in that stadium.
Really?
No.
Okay, yeah, that's true. You played for 2 AFC teams, so yeah, maybe not. Amy and I went there 2 years ago for our bye-week trip. It is a strange stadium. We had a good time, but it's peak Florida. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are Florida in a microcosm.
There's nothing more peak Florida than being people say that it's South Florida, and then when you look at a map, you're like, that's smack dab in the center of Florida.
Like the west coast.
In terms of latitude.
Yeah, latitude. Yeah.
The University of South Florida is right there at the midpoint of Florida.
Yep.
Which I feel like that's an aspirational thing or something. Like, hey, we're South Florida. Hey, look, we can import cocaine as well. We can do all those things. We can drive Ferraris when we don't actually have the money to do it.
I like it. Yeah, I like it. All right, number 3. They won a championship recently, back in 2020. But if we're going to sit here and call the Dodgers title a COVID title, if we're going to call the Lakers title a COVID title, we've got to call the Tampa Bay Buccaneers title a COVID title. They won a phony championship.
There wasn't even there were barely any human beings there to actually witness it, and to sign off on it. I'm not convinced it actually happened.
Might not have even happened. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, a bunch of placards you impressed there at the stadium that day. Cool.
The only good thing to come out of that Tampa Bay championship, we got to see what bleep-faced Tom Brady looks like. We don't see that very often. Yeah.
Yeah. The other thing, though, too, and this is I don't think. Listen, everybody, just settle down for a second because I'm about to mention a COVID thing, and people get all triggered for no reason whatsoever. Regardless of how you felt about COVID regulations, pro, anti, whatever, wherever you are, Florida was amongst the looser states in the union.
Yeah.
So I feel like the Bucs in operating in that environment. Whether you were for or against that environment, I feel when it comes to compared to other NFL franchises, the Bucs had it a lot easier.
Yeah.
Remember Tom Brady wandering around into random people's homes when the NFL was supposed to be on lockdown so he could work out with, who was it? It was one of the coaches. I can't remember who it was.
I forget who it was.
No, it was what's his name? The quarterback from the Jaguars.
Byron Leftwich.
Byron
Leftwich. Yeah, there you go.
Good job, Ben. Remember he was supposed to go to Byron Leftwich's home, but he showed up and walked into somebody else's.
Can you imagine?
He pulled a breaking and entering onto somebody's residence.
Yeah. This COVID title was a big deal. There was a lot of extra ripple effect from that damn COVID title. B&E, yeah.
Yeah, so because they got to operate in a looser environment, they had an unfair advantage in that season. So, I put an asterisk on that championship.
Sometimes when it's hard to find real football reasons, I didn't even include Baker Mayfield in 5 Reasons I Hate You because I don't hate Baker Mayfield anymore. I actually like Baker Mayfield now.
Well, he says Gardner Minshew was the ultimate Florida man type of quarterback. When he was in Jacksonville, that just felt like, oh, yeah, dude with weird facial hair and jorts. Yeah, that's Florida guy. Yeah, yep. Baker Mayfield feels a little bit like he could have been born and raised in Florida.
He does. I'd be inauthentic if I said that I hated Baker Mayfield. So when I have a tough time finding guys to hate on a team, I don't hate Mike Evans. When I have a tough time finding guys to hate, I will go to the tried and true, what is a stupid law that this town or state has? Number 2, Tampa has a law called the cottage cheese rule where it's technically illegal to eat cottage cheese after 6 p.m. on a Sunday. Why does this rule exist? According to AI, maintaining peace. Some believe the law was enacted to help maintain peace and quiet on Sunday evenings. Also, others joke it was due to a conflict between cottage cheese enthusiasts and the city council's preferred snack food lobby, As far as enforcement of this arcane law, it is highly unlikely that law enforcement in Tampa actively patrol for late-night dairy consumption. The law is considered strange and outdated.
It was also there is something to do with about like the either rationing during World Wars I and II.
That
or
makes
whatever.
more sense. Yeah,
that makes more sense. It's is that any day of the week or just on
just
Sunday?
Sunday, 6 p.m. on Sunday. It's a blue law, basically.
So it's a blue law of some sort. Yeah. What the hell?
Yeah. It's reason number 2.
That's one of the weird laws I've heard. Yeah.
Reason number 2.
Sean, you can't have the kids out there eating cottage cheese wantonly on a Sunday.
Dude.
What, do we have no rules? Do we have no dignity anymore? You want kids to be out there riding around town, wooing women with cottage cheese promises.
Ne'er-do-wells. Yes.
Yeah.
Do you like cottage cheese?
I do, but I gotta kind of. I find it gross.
Yeah.
But I still enjoy it.
Okay.
I have to not think about it.
Yeah.
It's one of those things like I enjoy it if I don't think about it.
It's good for you, right? Like, it's really,
most dairy products in general, every now and then, and you got to remember, I grew up in a dairy farming family.
Yeah. That's true.
There's still a moment every now and then where like I'm eating cow juice here. This is weird. I'm eating something. I'm drinking or eating something that was just squeezed out of a mammal.
Yeah.
And it's just that part of it weirds me out a little bit, even though I eat a lot of dairy products.
You ain't saying that while you're eating those 13 ice cream sandwiches in the press box, I tell you.
I know. That's what you need to remind me of.
Oh, okay.
The next time you catch me eating all those I almost said cottage cheese sandwiches. No, Sean, I had a cheese sandwich just last night. You know, every now and then it's a comfort food that you forgot about.
Yeah.
And our pantry was a little bit bare because I told my wife I was going to do the shopping like 7 days ago. But I was hungry, and I was like, I've got bread, I've got mayonnaise, and I've got a block of cheddar cheese.
Beautiful.
Oh, my God.
I can eat
so
that.
good.
Yeah, I could eat
and
that.
And the third one was just as good as the first.
I knew it. That was my next question, the over-under.
Yeah. Seth, when are you going to go on that shopping trip? Probably sometime around the next time I poop 7 days from now. Yeah. After 3, it wasn't just, I used that whole block of cheese for those 3 sandwiches.
Yeah. All right, number one reason to hate Tampa Bay, I think we can all get in unison on this one. Warren Sapp is a hero of their franchise. He's a Hall of Famer. He's in their Ring of Honor, and he is a jackass. He's a jerk.
Yeah, he's just a jerk. People in Tampa didn't like Warren. If there's one thing, if anybody from Tampa were to be listening to this segment and they were getting all agitated about it, by the time we get to Warren Sapp, they're like, yeah.
I get it. I get it.
Okay,
There's a reason he's number one, right?
I get it, yeah.
There's a reason he's number one.
The best Warren Sapp story was when he had to declare bankruptcy, which, whatever, that happens. But he claimed that he had lost his Super Bowl ring because he didn't want to have to put that in the assets that he might have to auction off. Which, and I get if maybe you lied about that one a little bit. I would understand why somebody would do that. But then, like 3 years later, he shows up at a celebration for the Bucs Super Bowl team wearing the Super Bowl ring. Yeah.
You got to be respectful of your lie, man. You can't just flout it.
And let's remember, when he got into a situation that got him fired from NFL Network, where it was with a couple of ladies of the night, had some kind of they had allegations against him, and it was about him not paying the bill.
Didn't want to pay.
That was his allegation, was that it's all these things where you're like, oh, this guy's not a good dude,
Not a good guy, man. Not a good guy. So Warren Sapp, number one reason to hate the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Now you're reminding me of Antonio Brown. He was a Tampa Bay Buccaneer. There's another one. We'll put Warren Sapp and Antonio Brown collectively at number one. 2 former Buccaneers who are very easy to dislike. All right, I'm really surprised at some of the questions that D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud were getting yesterday about the feel of the team, and is everybody still on board and together, and are you hearing the noise? It's 1 week, everybody.
It's 1 week, and not to mention, I've got an issue with Texans fans right now.
Okay.
Too, that I need to get this off my chest.
Okay, good. This will probably be some fuel for you to do that coming up in the next segment. So we'll do that in a couple of hours. I'll be at the men's tea clinic, and whatever I've got going on.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyer Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
A couple reasons on the text page that people hate Tampa Bay and the Buccaneers. I hate you because Mike Evans should be a Texan. Remember that 2 years ago when we were kicking that around? I think it was the offseason that they traded for Diggs. Mike Evans was a free agent, and he signed a 2-year deal. He's going to be a free agent again after this year. Maybe they take another swing at it. We'll see.
They all of it this year, it seemed like they pretty much they love him. He loves them.
Yeah.
He's probably not going to go anywhere.
As long as they're good, he'll be there probably.
Yeah. I think that this last time might have been the time that there was any kind of him like trying to get as much money as possible or what have you. I bet I wouldn't hold your breath because I feel like by the time Mike Evans leaves Tampa, it's going to be when it's time for him to leave. He's in the Jerry Rice with the Seahawks phase of his career.
Yeah, you might not want Mike Evans at that point on your team. The Tampa Bay coach never looks happy. It makes me sad to look at him. That would be Todd Bowles.
Todd Bowles always looks unhappy.
Yeah, that's
Does
why.
he always have a serious look on his face, I suppose? Yeah.
I don't even know if he has teeth. I don't think I've ever seen him smile before.
He's not like a hard ass or anything.
No, he's a player's
I think he's
coach.
largely regarded as a player's coach.
Yeah.
He's just always focused, intently focused.
And the Todd Bowles era has worked out all right for them. I mean, they've been a playoff team.
This was kind of like the Rams. I had a hard time. I was just looking through the Bucs roster, and I had a hard time. I don't feel any kind of way about most of these guys on the roster. I love Mike Evans.
Yeah.
That makes it difficult. I really love Mike Evans.
It was
That's
hard.
the kind of guy you want on your team.
Yeah, it was hard to find 5 reasons to hate the Buccaneers. I will admit that. Now, next week is Jacksonville. We could do 5 Gladstone reasons if we want. We do a whole separate Gladstone 5 reasons.
We could probably do one a day that entire week.
Yeah, we could.
We might.
Yeah.
If you want to get let's get up is for the Travis Hunter game.
Yeah, it's Hell Week.
Redefining expectations.
Hell Week, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's what it's going to be. D'Amico Ryans, yesterday at his press conference, reassured all of Houston, like, hey, we're together. This team it's 0-1 is not going to break this team apart.
Our team is together. It's not the building isn't burning down. We're together. We didn't execute right on some plays. It didn't turn out good for us. We ended up losing the game. But our team is together. Our team has never not been together. We're together. We're ready to go play on Monday night. That's what it's about for us.
I saw this on video yesterday, Seth, just that cut, and I'm like, what was the question? Because
there have been a couple questions like that this week, but then in general, too, I feel like the reaction to losing the first game in an NFL season where you were the underdog and you're on the road and
you had a
the
chance
Rams
to
were
win.
a good team last year.
Yeah.
Right. It does. I'm kind of here for it. I like it that people are that dialed in, that people are really, really freaking out. And it's largely because you didn't score a touchdown. Yeah. That's why. I think the questions are fair in that you spent all offseason revamping the offense. You got rid of Laramie Tunsley, bringing in a new offensive coordinator, all of these things that the expectations were that maybe it's a close game, maybe you lose, but you want to see some life out of the offense. So I totally 100% get it. But I also think that if you really thought about it during training camp, you realize there's going to be some hiccups along the way in installing a new offense, and that also you're facing one of the best defensive lines in football.
Yeah.
So, I don't – if this team were somehow showing cracks after losing one single football game in the opening week, I would be scared as hell about it.
Yeah.
This doesn't feel like the biggest challenge, though, for how does the coach keep the team together in circumstances such as this. Like, I don't think you really think about it that much. It was one game.
No.
You just you get ready to play the next game.
Well, you pointed this out earlier in the week that not that the players don't take the losses as hard as the fans do or anything like that, but I think fans in general or people outside the building, from what you said, was that they tend to overrate how easy it is just to turn the page.
Yeah.
And just, man, it's on to the next. It's always on to the next.
This is an issue I have with some Texans fans where they got to settle the hell down. And it's this. Every single time 3 dudes on Twitter question whether C.J. Stroud is good, you do not have to turn it into a torches and pitchfork affair of defending the honor of C.J. Stroud.
Right.
I swear, I see so many people out there be like, my pearls! I cannot believe anybody is questioning C.J. Stroud. Where is your faith? Where is your faith in this moment of need, in this hour of despair? It's like 3 dudes on Twitter.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell are you even talking about? And then the other thing that annoys me, and this is not just Houston, this is every fan base. Every damn fan base has people who are like, only this fan base would people be acting like that. No, dude, that's human beings everywhere, okay? And it's not that many people.
Yeah.
It's just you don't have to defend somebody and act like a few random people are some kind of an onslaught of criticism or something.
Yeah.
Oh. And those people might be saying, like, Seth, maybe you should try not getting worked up about those people. I agree.
I do not. I like
that
it.
one triggers me is when people say, like, oh, this fan base, only this fan base. Like, all right, spend a little time in the world.
Yeah.
No, you should be saying only human beings. Only human beings would react like this.
Right. This is why I'm moving to Mars. And interact with those beings up there.
Yeah, those fan bases up there act much more rationally.
Much more rational. Here was C.J. Stroud reassuring again that the fan base, that they're going to keep grinding.
For me, I've been in this team myself. I've been in this position a bunch where everybody thinks you suck and whatever they want to think, cool, y'all go ahead and do that. We're going to continue to grind. If we lay an egg again, we're going to get back up. We're going to trust each other. It really doesn't matter what everybody else thinks. So, it takes time to build. We've been watching. Sorry, I know I'm long-winded, but watching a lot of film of New England back when they were like in 2002, 2003, 2004. They didn't. Now, of course, they won, but they didn't look like what they did in their strong run right away. And of course, that's the goal, to get it as quick as possible. But sometimes it's not the reality. So. I'm trying my best to keep our guys' mojo up, and I think we're doing a good job of it.
Yeah, I think that's like, and again, it's one game, and in trying to extrapolate it out to the rest of the season, invoking New England is perfect, because the 2 most notable ones were when they got destroyed by Kansas City in a year that they would go on to win the Super Bowl back in the 2010s. And then a few years later, they got beat. It wasn't as much, but they got beat bad by Detroit early in the season. Yeah. Ended up coming back and winning a Super Bowl. Like, that's the lesson you learn is, all right, you got to not read into these early victories and losses all that much.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. It is a football Friday. It is also a Take a Mania Friday. Every Friday at 9 o'clock. Seth and I have a defending champ when it comes to the worst take that we've heard, and that champ may or may not get taken down by, we got a bunch of challengers this week. Are any of them worthy of taking down Chad Ochocinco and Shannon Sharp?
One of the worst and yet one of my favorite takes of all time.
I'm so excited to listen to this again. We'll have Take a Mania for you, 9 a.m. Friday, coming up next.
I'll tell you what, when you're listening to all kinds of bad takes, either on the radio or this weekend on
AM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, before we get to Take a Mania, Seth said in the previous segment, I didn't think anything of it because I've done the same thing. Like, you were just looking around for something to eat. There was bread, there was cheese, there was mayo, and you made a cheese sandwich.
Yeah.
Texter has questions about your cheese sandwich. So many questions. Really only has two. Thin or thick sliced cheese. Was this a grilled cheese or just a cold cheese sandwich?
If it was a grilled cheese, I would have said a grilled cheese sandwich, obviously. Yeah. But my wife goes to bed earlier than me a lot, and I don't want to wake her up with the smell of grilled cheese wafting, into her room, and then she doesn't have the issues I do. See, if I woke up at 11 p.m. and I smelled grilled cheese, I'm going to be out in the kitchen.
Yes.
But for some reason, I treat her like she's me. So no, it's just cold cheese, and then I cut it off of. I don't buy sliced cheese, okay? Yeah. I slice it myself, either with a slicer or with a butcher's knife. On this particular evening, it was big old slabs of cheese with a butcher's knife.
Big slabs.
On whole wheat bread,
You would call it thick cheese then, thick cut cheese.
Yeah, thick cheese on whole wheat bread and with mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise, okay. Is your mayonnaise a particular brand, or are you a generic mayonnaise guy?
My wife gets the stuff that's made with avocado oil.
So it's fancy. You're a little. It sounds like kind of a fancy cheese sandwich.
It's not fancy. It's that I just don't like to have seed oil or whatever in my.
But you got wheat bread. You got cheddar. Is it cheddar cheese? You said is it cheddar?
Yeah. Extra sharp
wheat bread. Cheese. Extra sharp cheddar cheese. Avocado mayo. Man, in my house, it is Kroger white bread.
Yeah.
Kraft single with the generic mayo, man. Mine is a blue-collar cheese sandwich. You're a little fancy is all I'm saying.
I like, I don't even want to tell you when I do. Yeah, I like making homemade mayo as well, too. So there's that, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't even know what's in mayo. For 56 years I've been on this earth.
It's egg yolks, oil, and then you can either use vinegar or lemon juice. I like lemon juice.
Okay. Wow. Seth
it's pretty simple. There's a lot of stuff you eat that's like super, super simple to make.
Okay, now here's what I need: a great condiment war amongst the 610 staff. I need you to start your own version of the OG mayo to go against John Lopez's OG barbecue sauce.
Yeah.
Let's see who can move more. The OG.
Dude, that would be. I should make my own mayo, and I could call it Cracker Ass Racist.
Yes.
Like I called myself yesterday morning.
Certain parts of the country that'll sell really well. Yeah.
I got 3 DMs, like complimentary DMs on me calling myself a Cracker Ass Racist
That's beautiful.
yesterday.
That is beautiful.
All from peoples of color.
Yeah. Right.
Seth, I like that you acknowledge that you're a Cracker Ass Racist.
Ironically, it was the most unifying thing that's happened on this show in years. Was Seth calling himself a Cracker Ass Racist.
Cracker Ass Racist mayo.
All right.
When you want to keep it real.
And white. Yeah. All right.
Take-A-Mania.
Let's get to Take-A-Mania. Here's the reigning defending champion on Take-A-Mania. It's a two-headed monster, a tag team, if you will. Chad Ochocinco and Shannon Sharp on former Florida. Oh, now maybe on the practice squad for Tampa? I'm not sure. I don't know if Tampa just out-and-out cut him.
Yeah.
But this would be a reason why Ochocinco and Shannon Sharp would hate the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, how they handled Desmond Watson.
The Buccaneers waived Desmond Watson, the former Gator rookie, listed at 449 pounds with the Bucs. Are the Bucs giving up with Big Dez too soon, Ocho?
I would like for him to allow him to play and see how he plays at the size he's at now. He played at that size at Florida, so I understand what you guys are trying to do for safety reasons, but it's how he played at Florida. So why draft him if you're not going to allow him to play the game of football? Why not let him finish out his childhood dream? Why didn't you put him through the ringer like that?
He's 6'5".
Yeah, big boy.
He only gonna get so small through diet and exercise. 6'5". Yeah. You're not gonna get him to 350. Because if you get him to 350, he can't play football because you taking all his strength away.
Hold on. How much Vita Vea weigh, huh?
Vita Vea probably 350.
So he's 365. Desmond Watson, 365?
450.
Oh,
It's a horrible take.
We can't. I love that take so much.
Yeah.
It's so bad, and yet I enjoy it without even laughing at them. Shannon Sharpe acting like somehow getting to 350 would be a miracle of modern science because he's 6'5" after all.
Right.
And then Ocho Cinco acting like the Bucs owe it to this guy so he can live out his childhood dream, as opposed to every other single guy who gets cut from a team.
Yep.
Or any guy who's currently on the roster and managing his weight properly who has a dream of playing in the NFL.
Yep.
But then also him just not being aware of just how big he is.
Well, and the funny thing is, hey, Ben, can you play just the first 5 seconds of that thing again? I mean, Shannon Sharpe says it at the very beginning here.
Yeah. The Buccaneers waived Desmond Watson, the former Gator rookie, listed at 449 pounds.
Bingo, that's all we need.
Yeah.
I mean,
I can't fault Ocho Cinco for that one. I've done that many a times where you recite a quote and I'm like, oh, what's that you said there now?
I know. I just want to point it out that Shannon Sharpe did put it out there on that.
And I'm not hating on those guys for that take.
No.
I admire the 6'5" thing just gets me.
This is the friendliest Take-A-Mania champ. Like, this is the friendliest we've been to a Take-A-Mania champ in the history of us doing this segment. All right, so let's see if anybody can take them down. Here's Brian Callahan, the head coach of the Tennessee Titans, following their loss to the Denver Broncos, where he should have challenged a catch made by wide receiver Alec Anamayor, however you pronounce his name, the kid from Stanford. Elbow came down in bounds, got called an incomplete pass, should have challenged it, but Brian Callahan says, no, you guys don't know the rule.
There a challenge on the Isle Manor play where they moved out of bounds on the sideline, and it looked like his elbow hit inbounds first.
Yeah, you got to get a foot in bounds too, which we didn't have a clean look at whether his foot was down as well. An elbow doesn't equal 2 feet, so his foot would have had to come down as well. We didn't have a clean look, so the call from upstairs was that it wasn't worth challenging.
The only thing about it, it's horrible. I feel like to be a Take-A-Mania champ, he should have been more of a jerk about it.
Yeah.
I know he sounded pretty matter of fact, and he was 100% wrong.
Yeah.
But he wasn't taking the reporter to task and being like, what are you talking about, you idiot?
Right.
So no, he doesn't, because it's not as entertaining.
Yep.
And because he didn't go full jerk on it. No, he doesn't overtake that.
That's not good. All
right. It's a really.
I mean, it's a horrible mistake.
Yeah.
I mean, is a mistake a take? Just because you need take to spell
it was
mistake.
Just a really misinformed statement,
Yeah.
more so than it was a take.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Good call.
Let's stick with the Titans here and Cam Ward. I love when players do this. Here was Cam Ward talking about how difficult it was for his offensive line to block the Broncos in their game on Sunday.
So that's just stuff that I got to get better at week by week. And then at the end of the day, nobody gonna be perfect. I want y'all to get up there and try to block one of the big boys on the D-line. It ain't that easy. So
that's all we need.
Yeah,
we didn't need the rest of it. I want y'all. He's in a room full of fat, out-of-shape media people.
I'm like, hey, listen, I know that the guys that were paying $10 to $20 million a year to block those guys weren't doing it. But can you, an English lit major, block them either?
All right, so is that a bad take?
Okay, you know my stance on when guys are trying to defend their teammates or your own children or something. Really, really hard. It's really hard to get Take-A-Mania champ with that. So, and also, I did want to. When I saw it in transcript, it read worse than it sounded.
Yep.
I think he didn't really sound like he was being a jerk about it or anything. So no, he doesn't.
He does not win. Yep. Kicks out again. Ocho and Shannon Sharpe. Boy, they have taken down a lot of challengers here. They've run the gauntlet. All right, this one's a short one. We've talked a lot this week about that Browns-Ravens game on Sunday. Most of it within the framework of the Ravens celebrating the 30th anniversary of Art Modell bringing the team to Baltimore in front of the very team that they used to be, the Cleveland Browns. And a lot of Cleveland people think this is a big middle finger to the Browns. This take has nothing to do with that. This is purely player on player. Grant Delpit, the safety for the Cleveland Browns, was asked if it's hard, how hard is it to tackle Baltimore Ravens running back Derrick Henry?
Hard is he to bring down?
It's not hard. I mean, we're playing football, man. It's tackle football. Somebody got the ball, you got to bring them down.
Okay, now that's the entire take. That is an incorrect take. The stats would bear out it's hard to bring him down.
Now, Grant Delpit, he had a really hard hit to Derrick Henry last year, and the Browns have actually done better than you'd expect, or better than most teams versus Derrick Henry. Yeah. And they're talking a lot of smack all over.
It's
the place.
wild, dude.
Jerry Judy's been talking smack.
Yes.
There's a lot of smack talk going on there. It's not just Jim Schwartz's guys on defense. This is one. I don't know if I'm allowed to do this. Wait, let me check the rules. Yes, I am. I want to table this until next week.
Okay.
Because if Grant Delpit misses a single tackle in this game, and especially if Derrick Henry goes off for 200-some yards,
high faces him.
We'll make our final judgment on this one next
Fair.
week after we've seen this game play
It's
out.
wrestling, man. We can make up whatever rules we want. Yeah.
If Delpit gets trucked, this is going to win next week.
Is this the most interesting game that has a double-digit spread that there's been in a long, long time? I'm super
Is it double
intrigued.
digits?
It's 10.5 points. The Ravens
It's 10
are favored.
Did it open at 8.5?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Okay, but it's double digits right now.
Yeah, it's
okay.
double digits, yeah.
Yeah, I believe it is, and part of that is because the Browns defense has had some good games against the Browns have beaten Lamar Jackson 2 of the last 3 times they've faced him. We've never beaten Lamar Jackson here in Houston.
No.
I stand impressed by the Cleveland Browns.
We've never come close to beating Lamar Jackson in Houston.
Lamar Jackson barely thinks of the Texans as an NFL football team.
Rightfully so. Like it's been a destruction every single time. All right. This next one, the bad take is not by J.J. Watt in this next one. This is J.J. Watt on the McAfee Show. The bad take comes at the very end of this by the mullet-headed minion of McAfee's right there. Is it Connor? Is that Connor the one?
I think so, yeah.
The guys that sit off to the side like the 2 old guys in the Muppet Show.
Those are like his boyhood buddies.
Yeah,
right?
I know. They are a hell of a job of riding some coattails, man. Like they're doing good.
I think he makes them work. I think McAfee makes them work.
He
for
should.
It. Yeah,
he should. So take a listen. I agree with all of what J.J. Watt is talking about because he is talking about getting rid of one of the things that I think is the scourge of society, the center part in his hair. But then Connor makes an awful recommendation at the end of this.
I'll tell you what, Jage, the hair is a little bit mesmerizing whenever it pops up underneath that hat. It's
great.
It's very full. You got a very full head of hair.
Yeah, there's a lot up there. There's a lot up there.
Are you just going to keep it going? Maybe you should put that Mr. Incredible look. Like, some people say that to me every once in a while when my hair gets a little bit too long. But for you could actually do the
Jimmy Neutron.
I'm really trying hard to. I don't love that it parts in the middle when I'm on the air. Trying to figure out how to part it a different way because I do not want to keep the middle part rolling.
Well, you can do that hard part that kind of forces your hair to do it.
Mm-hmm.
You can rock the middle part, though. The middle part, I can't do the middle part of my hair at all. You can rock the middle part, so I wouldn't just abandon it after week 1. You should give it a little time, see if you like it.
Terrible recommendation. The center part is awful.
The center part
That's a
is
bad take.
almost never a good look.
Yeah.
It hasn't been throughout time in history.
Right.
There were times where back in the 30s or whatever when guys would have that greased center cut like with a really or in the 80s when you'd have the moosed up center cut. It's never been a good look. Ever.
No.
And JJ's does always seem like kind of a little bit windblown.
Yeah.
I know on the JJ, I'm going to give you JJ actually gets a lot more social media attention for his hairs and switching it up because usually it still looks like he's a bigger guy but he's trying to have a stylish haircut and people love to have fun with that and I think JJ knows it and so I think he just kind of leans into the hilarity of it all.
The one thing that JJ has not had with it, by the way, does that take win or does it not win?
No, it doesn't win.
Yeah,
no.
It doesn't win. Okay, I didn't think it would.
I actually endorse it. I encourage them. They're encouraging him to keep that thing going on.
You're glad
nobody's
they did
ever.
that.
No, JJ looks like he's perpetually he could be doing better with his hair.
Yep.
I don't think I've ever seen him just try a nice, just like a really good high fade, like a Kyle Shanahan type or something.
I don't know that
especially if you get a really nice high fade. As a white boy, you get a certain level of respect from your teammates too.
Yeah,
You know, so maybe his head just isn't shaped right for it.
It's a unifying haircut there.
There's nothing better when you get a really good high fade and black guys are giving you compliments on it. You're like, yeah, that's right.
You've had that before. Like one of the most famous pictures of you, your headshot early on in your career, you had that, right? Like Did you?
Oh, the most famous headshots of me?
I mean, well, the one that the one.
Oh, where my neck is huge.
Yeah, the one that makes its rounds among Texan fans. You had kind of that. If you do it right,
you don't. I think JJ's worried he's going to look like a meathead, but that's why you got to get a really good high fade.
Right.
I had one of the women that used to cut my hair. It was one of the best compliments she ever received was when somebody on Twitter had said "Black Barber Seth," and I brought it to her, and she was like, "Oh,
wow,
yeah."
And ironically, that cut on a cracker ass racist too.
Yes, that was on cracker ass racist mayo. Has got to have to me with a perfect fade. Yeah,
big neck shot. All right, last one here because I think this one's got a shot. It's been. I mean, Ocho and Shannon are just plowing through all these guys right now in the Take a Mania. Last one. This is from NBA Commissioner Adam Silver, who earlier this week, when asked about the expense of streaming NBA games these days, basically said, it's okay. The poors have highlights to watch on social media.
There's a huge amount of our content that people can essentially consume for free. I mean, this is very much a highlights-based sport, so, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, you name it, any service, the New York Times for that matter, to the extent that your content is not behind a paid firewall. There's an enormous amount of content out there. YouTube, by another example, that is advertising based that consumers can consume.
Okay.
This is a tough one for me because part of it is, a lot of it has to do with like the core issue that the NBA has in people consuming only the highlights. Yeah. It's a height of irony for him to give a bad answer about how people should be happy with not being able to watch the game, while also kind of saying the opposite of what they're probably saying behind closed doors. Is that, man, the younger generation seems to care about highlights and individuals more than they do the teams themselves or the actual games. Yep. And yet I feel like it just doesn't reach. It doesn't reach the emotional side of me, or it doesn't make me laugh the same way Shannon and Chad Johnson do.
Okay, let me give you one more. I'll make one more nugget of I'm not argue it. I'm kind of on the Ocho and Shannon side of this. This is to me why I find this take offensive with Adam Silver, is that the biggest thing they've been trying to do in the NBA for the last few years is find a way to make the games. Every game feels somehow important amidst this wave of load management. Man, they're making rules where guys have to play a certain number of games to be eligible for awards. That has been the scourge of the league, has been our regular season doesn't mean anything anymore. He basically just said none of the games mean anything because you can watch the highlights.
It's Rob Manfred saying that the trophy is just a hunk of metal.
It is.
That's what's so part of it. You know what, Seth? It can't be all about your own selfish desires anymore. And as much as I want to keep listening to that Shannon Sharp and Chad Johnson take over and over again, we've got a new champion.
We have a new champ. Pin.
It was linking Rob Manfred's comment about the World Series trophy being just a hunk of metal.
Yeah.
That did
it's
it
on
for
that
me.
level.
Yes. This was really, really bad. This was a horrible, horrible take.
This might be this. And by the way, there's no rule that says we can't keep playing that one every week. That Ocho and Shannon one. We can do that if we want to. This might be if we're using the metaphor of wrestling and Adam Silver pinning Chad Ochocinco and Shannon Sharp. This might be the least realistic imagery of someone pinning somebody. Skinny ass alien looking Adam Silver. Pinning Shannon Sharp and Ocho Cinco.
You know what the best thing about this is? That one of Shannon Sharp's core arguments was, how could you expect Desmond Watson to get down to 350? He's 6'5". Well, let me present 6'3" Adam Silver. Tell me how far.
6'3", buck
now,
45.
Sure, he weighs less than 350 pounds, but it's because he's only 6'3".
Dude. That's 2 inches.
If he were 6'5", he'd be 350 at least.
Okay,
yes.
I'm going to ChatGPT right now, and I'm saying, please create an image of Adam Silver at 365 pounds.
Watching highlights on his phone.
Yes. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll get to the Texans in the final segment. Tom Brady was on with Colin Cowherd yesterday and had one of the more interesting things. I think one of the most interesting things that I've heard in discussing the development of quarterbacks And I think you can look at C.J. Stroud through a certain prism in hearing what Brady has to say about this. We'll do that coming up next. I can promise you right now.
driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
I don't know where I'm at on Tom Brady, Seth, as far as a commentator goes, because I don't get to watch many of the games because we work on Sundays. But I really do enjoy how much TV and radio he's doing because of Fox. Like, he's showing up on all these Fox shows now, and he and Cowherd are really good together. I think Cowherd asks him really good questions.
And he's pretty opinionated when it comes to the actual quarterback position, which isn't something you always get out of really any of the all-time greats. Joe Montana was notoriously unopinionated. Like, when he tried to be a commentator, he didn't want to criticize anybody, didn't want to say anything. And even Peyton, I think Peyton's very careful about what he says, and you're not going to hear him necessarily roast anybody. I don't know. Now, Tom Brady, he roasts quarterbacks in general, but he hasn't necessarily, that I've seen, roasted individual quarterbacks. But he gets kind of surly talking about kids these days.
No,
he's turned into a grumpy old man.
The closest we saw from Brady roasting anybody was before he even became a commentator. He was still a player, where he was talking about the Raiders not wanting to sign him in free agency. He was talking about that on LeBron's barbershop show there, and said, "You're keeping that MFer?" Talking about Derek Carr. That's the closest.
And it turns out, because we've been able to put all the pieces together, he was talking about Derek Carr. It's basically confirmed by Mark Davis last week on a podcast. Yeah.
So here's Brady. This was an interesting conversation, I thought. Here's Brady with Cowherd. Two cuts coming up here. The first is talking about how beneficial it was for him and how beneficial it's been for others, including Patrick Mahomes, to sit and watch as a young quarterback your first season, 2 or 3, than getting thrown in the fire right away.
Patrick flat out said, I can't thank Alex Smith enough for everything that he did for me. All I did was ask him questions in the meeting room my first year. And I look at my first year. That's all I did with Drew Bledsoe. Aaron Rodgers had 3 years to sit behind Brett Favre. Eli Manning sat behind Kurt Warner. And there's a lot of guys, and I would say a lot of successful players, that weren't kind of thrown into the fire, because what happens is you can lose your confidence so fast, because when the real games are happening, the blitzes are coming, and you don't understand protection, and you don't understand coverage, and you start taking hits, and you start throwing interceptions, you begin to lose confidence that, hey, I don't even know how to play football. I don't know how to go down and lead our team to score points. I can't even make and complete a pass.
The part that resonated with me on that one, Seth, and that made me think this would be interesting to listen to on the show is, and I don't think this has anything to do with the fact that C.J. Stroud didn't get to sit and watch for a couple of years, but I felt like the quarterback he was describing towards the end there was the quarterback that was getting his ass handed to him for 3 or 4 weeks in the middle of last season. And I don't know how much of that has carried over, because there are times that, I mean, you could argue that C.J. Stroud as a quarterback 2 seasons and 1 game in looked the most comfortable the early to midway part of his rookie year.
Right. But it's classic. It's a cliche, and I think people get tired of hearing it, but it's a cliche for a reason. It's that this is why you see so many promising rookie performances. It's that you're kind of ambushing the league, and the league doesn't have enough film on you to really know what makes you uncomfortable. So that whole rookie season kind of becomes an experiment by the league in general at seeing what you can and cannot do, and then they have a full offseason to dissect it, and then, hey, guess what? It gets a lot harder. It gets a lot harder for rookie offensive coordinators as well, because that was the first time Bobby Slowick was going through, everybody really has a good idea of my play calling tendencies and what I like to do with C.J. Stroud, all of that. So that part of it, there's part of it, for one, there's no correct way to handle a quarterback.
Right.
I think but when you try to say that there is one way you should handle a quarterback, people that think a starting quarterback should start right away can point to all the different examples of guys who have done it and it's worked out well. The problem is you can't go back in time and take the guys who started right away in bad circumstances and play out like how it would have happened if if it had worked out, if they handled it differently. You know,
Yeah.
I can't go back in time and see what David Carr looks like sitting behind a veteran quarterback for a couple of years.
That's right. That's
You know,
right.
Phillip Rivers got to sit behind Drew Brees.
Yep.
All those scenarios, you just don't know. And I think it's individual and unique. I think that, I mean, last year, at the beginning of last year, you remember, or 2 years ago, CJ's rookie year, the thing that I was most nervous about was there were elements of the first year of the franchise's existence in 2002 when we had a rookie quarterback and he was starting alongside 6 other rookies on offense. And there's only so much you can do with something like that. The beginning of CJ's career, you had a rookie offensive coordinator, a rookie center, snapping to a rookie quarterback, and then the center ended up being a hodgepodge of different guys. But like that part of it, I think sometimes people are either a little too cocksure of themselves that like, oh no, he'll figure it out, he'll be fine. Like it's hilarious because pitchers can spend 7 years in the minors, and because it takes a long time to really develop a pitcher before he's ready for Major League Baseball. But in football, for whatever reason, it's like, oh, you've been in the NFL for 2 weeks now, huh?
Yeah.
There you go, you're a starter.
Yeah.
That's the way it's got to be.
Well, I would add to that, Seth. You're kind of pointing out all the newness of CJ's rookie head coach greenlighting the whole thing. It's ultimately it's D'Amico's decision to let all these guys, to delegate all this stuff to all these guys. So yeah, you're absolutely right. One more from Tom Brady says sometimes the meeting room is the better place for a young quarterback to learn.
If you're sitting in the meeting room and learning, I actually think that's the best way to learn because you can understand it on the board. You can understand it on the video screen. You can go out to a walkthrough. And then you can learn and practice by making a lot of, good decisions, bad decisions, without necessarily being critiqued from the outside world and losing. Look, you got PFF grading you every week, like you were just referencing there before I came on. They're grading you. And now you go as a first-year quarterback, you barely know and now everyone's telling you suck, and it takes a while to regain your confidence.
Yeah.
You lose your whole fan base, and it's really unfortunate. But that's very much the state of the league. And I think we've dumbed down the game in so many ways to allow for a lesser caliber developed player to get in there and lead an organization.
My only thing with that cut, Seth, is that you can be the starting quarterback of a team and still do all that learning in the meeting room that he's talking. Yeah. You can still do all those walkthroughs. This isn't something that's exclusive to backup quarterbacks learning in the meeting room and the starting guy is picking his nose in the corner or something. And the other part there, like honestly, if I have a quarterback who is letting PFF grades affect his performance, you've got the wrong quarterback.
Yeah, I know there's. And again, with the quarterback position, everything is so unique and individual. I guess the sum total of all the pressure that's on a guy is probably what Brady is talking about there. I mean, Brady kind of had the ideal situation was because as a 6th-round draft pick, you don't have those expectations. And then he gets dropped onto a team that has a strong rushing attack and a really good defense and all of those other things. And there wasn't a lot of pressure on him necessarily. It was a different league. Even though it was 2002, when they won their first Super Bowl, it was a different era in terms of quarterback play where everything, because of Tom Brady and Peyton Manning mostly, everything is geared so much more towards the quarterback being the absolute most important thing on a team. And if you don't have one, you're more likely to not screwed. I think that part of it, Brady probably looks at that and thinks, that's just a different environment to operate. He kind of, I don't want to say he was coddled because he wasn't obviously coddled, but he didn't have the same expectations that a lot of the guys do.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 presented by Paramount Plus. Sylvester Stallone is back in the original hit series Tulsa King. This season, Dwight faces his most dangerous adversaries yet, forcing him to fight for everything he's built and to protect his empire. Stream the new season of Tulsa King on Sunday, September the 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus. All right, final segment coming up. We'll find out what's going on In the Loop. We'll get the weekly Caserio preview of the opponent. Also, did you feel the same way watching last week's YouTube broadcast as one prominent former NFL player did? We will have that for you as well coming up next. Also, let's get Prize Picks ready. If you have you through.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, the Brady audio is interesting, looking at it through a Texans lens, and we have a texter saying, the guys Brady named all had good QBs to sit behind. Stroud did not. And I don't think they drafted C.J. Stroud with the idea that he was going to sit for 2 years behind anybody.
Right, yeah, look, and that's where every single circumstance is different. I don't think there's one standard way you should do it. Some guys are obviously ready. And the other thing, too, is, ironically enough, it's great that Pat Mahomes had a year to sit behind a good quarterback, and he had an offensive coordinator in Andy Reid that does a really good job with quarterbacks, obviously. But that Pat Mahomes is really raw. Like, he was one of these air raid quarterbacks that just really needed to learn a lot. But I still have a hard time thinking that if he had gotten thrown into the fire with Andy Reid as his coordinator, that he wouldn't have ultimately been okay. But you never know. You can't run the experiment. You can't just go back in time and figure out and see what happens.
You can't. All right. Did many of you feel similar to Chris Long in watching the Chiefs and the Chargers a week ago today? Game was on YouTube, and YouTube, which I think what they did makes sense given that it's YouTube, is they took a lot of their streamers and put them out there.
They had a lot of influencers and streamers and all that, and they were looking for more of a worldwide audience. And just by way of reference, Chris Long is 40 years old.
Okay.
So probably 40 years old might be like right down the line of I don't even talk about millennials or Gen Z, but kind of like grew up with an iPhone in your hands or didn't.
Yep.
You know?
Yep. So here's Chris Long on his Greenlight podcast saying he felt like a boomer watching the YouTube broadcast.
I watched the YouTube broadcast of the game in Sao Paulo, and I felt immediately like somebody who was being ushered to an early grave. Like, it just felt like, hey, like, time to die, boomer. Like, you don't know who Destroying is? Time to die. You don't want to see Mr. Beast's like giant pearly white smile as he Squid Games to NFL fans like through a goalpost. No problem. Just go to bed. You're old anyways. The whole thing to me, it's jarring, and I understand like what old people feel like when programming changes, because like I just don't get it, and I'm old,
right?
And nobody wants to be the guy that's like is on like streamers or like it's a new, I don't want to on young people, but I'm like, man, I really felt it the other night. Like, I'm not gonna throw a fit. I'm still gonna watch the game. Saying the YouTube is inherently an old man thing, and I called it the YouTube.
I really like Chris Long.
He said he watched the YouTube broadcast, so I give him a pass on that. But you're like, those kids on the YouTube.
Yeah.
I think that that's the key. Is every time I go on social media now, I end up seeing something where I'm like, I don't understand it. I don't get it, and I don't have the energy or time to actually really try to understand it. But I try really hard not to get grumpy about it. I just feel like it's something I'm not gonna get. All right, that's cool. I give up. I'm gonna move on because it's frustrating. I don't know who these people are, and I don't understand what they're saying.
And it's thrown in your face on the very thing that you absolutely love watching. That feels like it should be timeless, right? Football should be the thing that should unite teenagers with 85-year-olds, right? We can all speak the common language of football. But then why is that guy on here right now?
You know what it is, though, too, man? It's the same way. It's probably if in the 1960s or 70s you saw Joe Namath on the sideline in a fur coat.
Yeah.
And you're like, I don't know what the going on with this.
Okay.
But what the hell?
You know what's been making the rounds quite a bit lately on my timeline, at least, is old cuts of NFL Today back on CBS when Brent Musburger was the studio host.
Yeah.
And you had Irv Cross, you had Jimmy the Greek, and then they brought in Jane Kennedy, who was clear eye candy on that show, but she was doing like weather reports and things like that.
Yeah.
Now I can see people not getting at least men not getting nearly as upset about that. Like, oh, okay, I don't don't know who this Jane Kennedy is, but I sure am glad she's on my TV. I don't think guys are saying that about Mr. Beast or destroying. But but they're throughout, like, the shows never evolve, or the broadcasts don't evolve if you don't try new things.
Yeah, there's always something that's going to be different than what you like. Pretty much, really, most people feel that the best music ever made was whatever music they liked when they were like 18 to 22 years old.
Yes.
And like, nope, no, they just don't make music like this anymore. So likewise with sports or anything else like that, whatever you remember from the happiest days of your life or when you were young and everything's being imprinted into your brain and hardwired into it, it will never be as good as that. And that's how it's been for several million years now. That's just the way it is. So you just got to understand that and release yourself from whining about it.
16 to 28, that's the window for me. Like, anything happen in those years, like, is going to be the best. You know,
we have gone on for it's an unbroken streak of this new generation not being as smart or as tough or as anything as we are.
That's right. That's right.
It does, and yet somehow this species has endured, despite every single generation being dumber, softer, weaker.
We're still here.
All of those, somehow, despite our obvious superiority.
Oh my God.
That's what I'm having fun with, honestly, especially because I'm in Gen X, Sean. Yeah. That you're just in Gen X, right? You're not a boomer. You're Gen X.
I think I'm Gen X. Yeah,
you're Gen X.
Yeah. The very end of it. Yeah.
Our generation was known for its apathy, and it's hilarious to me now to see Gen Xers become grumpy old people that try to act like we had it all figured out when we were in our 20s, as if you can't think of 27 jackasses you knew when you were a senior in high school.
Yep. All right, we'll talk to the guys on In the Loop in just a minute. Before we do that, the Texans do play the Bucs on Monday, just to get a little bit ready here for that. Here was Nick Caserio on Texans All Access. People love the Caserio rundowns because it's like he has the depth chart in front of him, but he does not have the depth chart in front of him. This is the defense that Nick Caley is going to try to bust through and score a touchdown against this week as the coordinator.
Defensively, I mean, Todd's the head coach / defensive coordinator, play caller. They have a number of coordinators on that side of the ball. Coach Foote, Coach Edwards, George Edwards has been there. But this is an aggressive, attacking. They blitz a lot, and they pick their spots, but they're very aggressive in how they play. Really good front. I mean, they got a load in the middle of the defensive line of Vita Vea. I mean, not too many people do what he does at 350 pounds. The guy kind of a little bit underrated, younger player that's on the upswing is Diaby, who led them in pressures last year. And they signed Reddick in the offseason. Braswell, who they drafted in the second round last year, is kind of coming. So, pretty formidable front. Levante David is the longest tenured, Buck. And then Savasier Dennis is kind of inserted into there next to him, very similar to Toa Toa. I think he went the same round as we took Toa Toa. So it looks like he's given them some good snaps. And then Antoine Winfield, he's one of the better safeties in the league. So, I mean, it's a good overall football team. There's been a lot of problems. They won on the road, last week and beat a good Atlanta team. So certainly going to be a challenge for us. And, we just got to go out there and try to play good football.
Vita Vea is the big headline one there for a team in the Texans that's trying to run the ball between the tackles. Vita Vea is the classic 350-pound immovable object at nose tackle, but he can also rush the passer. Mm-hmm. He's kind of like a Vince Wilfork type of guy in that, all right, he doesn't look like he's doing the stuff that he's doing and the stats that he's racking up. He is a menace in the middle, and this is the Texans offensive line that didn't do an awesome job getting movement on double teams and everything else like that last week. So they've got another big challenge. The difference between the Rams defense and the Bucs defense when it comes to how they play against the Texans offensive line is that I don't think this Bucs defensive line is as physically punishing as the Rams defensive line. Caserio mentioned Diaby. Diaby's kind of like he's a pass rushing threat in the vein of a traditional outside linebacker pass rushing threat.
Finesse.
He's not a huge guy or anything. He's athletic. He can rush the passer, but he's not physically bruising the way the Rams.
Jared Verse.
Yeah. So it's still a challenge, but I don't think it's necessarily quite as much of a challenge to your toughness and intestinal fortitude. But they blitz a lot. They do a lot of exotic stuff. A lot of the things that gave the Texans some issues last week. The Texans have those same challenges this week versus Todd Bowles' defense.
Tell you who's not expecting a ton of points in this game or by the Texans? The experts, the betting community. Over-under on this game's 42.5.
Mm-hmm.
That's not super low. You can start to get into the 30s. That's super low, but 42.5. I mean, for some context, the total on the Rams game last week with the Texans was 44.5 for most of the time. And I said the week leading up, that's going under. This is going to be an under game, and it ended up being a. Do you feel like this is an under game at 42.5?
I'm going to take the over because I think that it's not like I feel awesomely optimistic about the offense.
Yeah.
But I do think that they're going to have opportunities downfield when the protection holds up, if and when the protection holds up. I like the receivers matchup versus the Bucs defense. But then also some of the things that hurt the Texans offense were fixable things, both from CJ getting the protections right, but then also some of the errors in pass protection. I think Nick Chubb being back there as a pass protector more than some of the young guys is hopefully going to be – it's not even a physical thing. It's a mental thing. It's that Chubb can have a stabilizing effect, I think, on a lot of that.
Yeah.
We talk about getting in and out of the huddle quickly, all those things. I like having veteran Nick Chubb out there just to operate like an actual offense and to operate like you've got veterans on the field.
I am taking the over on Nico Collins' targets and the over on Nick Chubb touches this weekend. I think they're going to try to feed Nico, and D'Amico's already said we're going to feed Nick Chubb.
Yeah, and he didn't say we're going to run more necessarily. It's just that Nick Chubb's going to get a larger share of the carries.
That's right.
What is the over-under on number of carries for Nick Chubb?
I don't know what it is. I just know I'm going to take the over on it. I'm blindly saying I'm going to take the over. I think they're going to feed. If I had to guess, I would say if it were just carries, and carries is probably it because he's not going to. He may catch one pass out of the backfield the whole game. I would put the number. He got 13 in this last game. I put it at 17.5. Put it there. 17.5. Would you take the over or
12.5.
It's 12.5?
12.5.
Okay, well, I'm going way over. That's fewer than he had in the last game. And
You're talking about Nick Chubb rushing.
Nick Chubb rushing attempts. Yes.
12.5.
Yeah, it's 12.5. Yeah, I would take the over on that.
I would fire on the over. Yes, yes.
You've got the head coach flat out saying they're going to lean more into him after a week in which he had 13 carries.
I mean,
hell yeah.
You've got to listen to Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing, because you might wind up with enough money to go lease a vehicle or something like that, because we're just giving away cash here. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, they are here. Hello, gentlemen. How we feeling?
Can I ask you a question pursuant to what we were just discussing?
Yes, pursuant, yes.
I like words. And it's because I'm wearing this Nigeria jersey. 3 carries, Dameon Pierce, 3 carries, Woody Marks, 2 carries, Dario Gumbawale. Where do those carries come from if we're just shuffling around the carries that you already have?
This is what I would do. My carry distribution, assuming it's a game where they're not getting behind by 3 touchdowns in the first quarter, assuming this is a game where they're battling back and forth and it's a 23-20 game in the end, I would distribute the carries. I would give 20 carries to Nick Chubb.
Ooh, big number.
And he's the only one that's proven.
Yeah, no, I'm not doubting you. But
it's a big number. It's a big number, but it's again, this isn't a game where the Texans are going to be trying to grind clock in the fourth quarter. I would give Woody Marks a few carries. He would be my change of pace guy. Woody Marks. I wouldn't have Dameon Pierce getting near the field. I might not even have Dameon Pierce active. I might activate British Brooks because he can play fullback for you a little bit. Maybe a touch for Dare on a third down in the second quarter, like a draw or like a swing
Dare,
pass.
it might be if you have a long drive and you're still trying to get Nick Chubb you're still trying to be careful with him and be sure that you're giving him a blow on the sideline or something.
Yeah, and I'd have CJ in there with 3 or 4 scrambles of his own because he clearly. That's one thing that's carried over from the postseason last year when CJ started to use his legs more. He's like, "Ooh, I got magic legs." He carried it 5-6 times in this game, and I think he's gotten more cognizant of, hey, the defense is really tightening things up in the secondary on our receivers. I go get 10 yards or whatever. That's how I would have it. I would not let Woody Marks wither on the bench. I would make sure he still is part of the game plan. But
I totally agree with everything you said.
It has to be the Chubb show.
By the way, Nico Collins receptions 5.5.
Receptions 5.5. Does it have?
They
targets?
don't have targets. They don't have targets.
Prize Picks does. It was 8.5 last week.
Oh, yeah?
I would go way over 8. Not way over because it's hard to get somebody 10 targets in a game. But I think they're going to try to get the ball to Nico. Yeah.
Oh, it's got to be considered.
Do you like my distribution there on that?
I've got a little bit of trepidation, and it's based off of a single image that we saw during that broadcast, which is going to the sideline and seeing him just needing the oxygen.
3 tugs on the water bottle.
And I'm like, all right, so we're going to turn this up to 20. And maybe this is just the ramp up that's necessary.
Spread out judiciously. Yeah. So what's the question of the day, fellers?
All right, so yesterday, Figgy had a confession. We're mixing segments here. about he was behind a police officer at a red light.
Okay.
Light turned green. Officer didn't move.
Oh.
Still didn't move. Still didn't move.
Officer, ironically, might have been on his phone.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
he was. And so Figgy refused to tap the horn. He didn't want to.
Oh, you think he didn't tap the horn?
No, I didn't tap the horn. I remember as a kid, an older guy telling me how he did the same thing. And the cop hit the lights and got out the car and said, "Don't you ever blow the horn at me."
Yeah, so you remembered that.
I never forget that.
So the craziest. Go ahead. But the question is, the craziest way or craziest reason you were ever pulled over or had an exchange with an officer.
Okay.
You know what? I wish I had this story during when we were trying to encourage kids to read more. Now, since we've stopped encouraging children to read, this story is basically going to be wasted. But I told you guys the books that helped me out in my athletic career.
Yeah.
One of the books that's probably saved me the most money in my life was when I was in high school. I bought this book. It was by a retired New York State trooper. I can't remember the name of the book, but it was about how to get out of a speeding ticket. And I cannot tell you, I'd have to sit down and think about how many times I've gotten out of speeding tickets in my life, mostly because I read that book as a young man and used all of the advice so successusly.
Useful,
yes.
huh? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, he's from
We
exactly
need that book
what
for the
little-
streets, man.
What's that?
We need that book for the streets, man.
Yeah. I mean, a huge part of it is just recognizing the stress level of the officer and doing everything you can to just minimize his stress level or her stress level. It's like pulling as far off to the side of the road as possible, turning your lights on, windows down, hands at 10 and 2. But then also in the kind of conversation you have, when he comes up the door and all of that. It was very, very helpful for me. So, kids, if you want to get away with crime, be sure you
Good
read
advice.
as much as
Good
possible.
advice. All right.
Don't be like one of these stupid criminals. Be an informed criminal.
We're going to need a minute for mine, so I'm going to get this.
That's fine.
I'm going to get this the station ID, and you're listening to KLTAM, KLTFM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Crosstalk is brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Here's mine.
Okay.
Back when I was in high school, me and my buddies used to, like in the summer, we'd play sandlot baseball.
Mm-hmm.
In the fall, we would play sandlot football. In the winter, we would play street hockey on a cul-de-sac that one of my buddies lived on. And it would be the best when it would be the best when the snowplow would come and plow all the snow. It was like having boards. You check people into the. All right, so we were playing street hockey. And we needed to bring one of the nets home. I owned one of the nets, just gotten it brand new. And I needed to get it home. The cul-de-sac we played on was across town from where I lived. So me and my buddy Ross Mandel, who is the one that is left off of our group text. We have a group text with Ross and a group text without Ross.
That's all I need to know.
No, Ross is a great dude. So I had to get this net home for the first time. And so what we did, we drove right through the center of our town doing this, is we put the net on top of the car, my car, and Ross sat inside the net to make sure it didn't fall off the top of my car. We literally went, and he had a Whalers hockey mask on. So we literally drove through the center of town thinking this was okay. Like, we're going slow, Yeah. We get pulled over. I go home with the ticket to my parents, and I totally lied. And I said, well, no, we got caught because Ross was sitting shotgun holding the net from inside the car. And my dad goes, oh, we can fight that. We can fight that. And I'm like,
You had him embarrassed in front of the people.
I've already lied. Oh, boy.
In front of the hose.
We can fight that.
Is that what we're calling the court now?
So we go to court.
Oh, you didn't even.
I didn't confess because I was hoping, like I've heard these stories about if the cop doesn't show up, then you get away with it. That was what I was banking on. I was not banking on the cop going back to the station and doing a police report.
Oh, God.
No.
And so I get up there in front of the judge, and the judge is looking at this piece of paper, and I'm standing there like,
lying your
this
ass
isn't
off.
good. Well, I didn't say anything. They go, Sean Pendergast versus the town of Simsbury or whatever. And I get up there, and I haven't said anything yet, and the judge just looks at the piece of paper, and he looks at me, he goes, inside the net on top of the car? What are you doing here? My dad was in the courtroom.
Yeah.
He was sitting, oh, boy. He looked like George Costanza would say. He looked like that time I told him I wanted to be a ventriloquist. He was not happy. Yeah, I did not drive for a long time.
I guess
that.
not.
Yeah,
I guess
yeah.
not.
So what did you do? You just stayed mute and you didn't perjure yourself or anything?
No, he had the police report. No, I'm like, that's what happened. And I my back to my dad because I'm standing up there at the whatever they call it there. I'm staring at the judge. And I'm like, man, I don't even want to turn around. I don't want to turn around for 10 years right now. It was, yeah. So we have a good laugh about that, me and my buddies. But the best part was my buddy wearing
Whalers mask?
like Jason, but a Whalers fan.
Well, safety's important, clearly.
yes. So yeah, right. Safety with. Yeah, exactly. All right, so that was my story. I can't wait to hear.
I've got two good ones. 1040.
1040. Okay.
One of them, Mark Vandermeer instigated.
Really? You got one as an adult, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, fellas, have a great show. Seth, antibodies to you. I will see you on Monday.
Antibodies and safe travels to you, Sean.
Thank you very much. You as well.
I get pulled over on your 0.7 mile drive home.
Let's relive it, and you can play the part of Ross Mandel, Seth. Let's drive right down Westheimer.
Would he fit in a...
He would not fit in that hockey. Well, he'd fit in it, but it wouldn't be comfortable.
I want to pull the Teen Wolf. I want to go get a box truck of some sort and surf on the top of it down Buffalo Speedway and see how the heat handles my ass.
In a Whalers hockey mask. Let's do it. Yeah. All right. We are done. We're out of time. Station ID we got. D&M Leasing we got.
We're good.
Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Biggie Fig. We got all three of you guys? We're good. Okay, just check and make sure. They're in the loop. Have a great show, fellas.
Thank you. It's a Friday here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. I mean, how could you not have a happy Friday starting with that kind of energy? That's what we're hoping to continue all throughout the show. Before we hand it off to the fellas of the drive who've got, a football Friday out at, I believe it's BB's over there in Katy. They got the giveaway of the pint glasses with our faces on them this time around.
Hey now.
And so we just got to bridge the gap. And how we do that, we have a lot of fun talking about some football. We get you your college football headline later on. We talk to B. Scott. We do that question of the day, talking about your interactions with the police. But we start by talking about your Houston Texans. We're gearing up for a Monday Night Football game. Obviously, we get to be a part of the co-main events on the weekend of Week 2 NFL football. But as we are working our way there, we finally are getting some practice. We got to practice injury reports, things of that nature. And obviously, we get to hear from the coach of the team, the quarterback of the team. And there was something that happened yesterday with D'Amico that kind of caught some attention. It seemed like when he was asked about Nick Caley, and we'll hear that here in a second, he might have taken a little bit of the onus off of him. Is this fair or foul?
Nick did a good job, right, with the play calls. At the end of the day, we all have to just put ourselves in position where we can actually call the game, right? We're behind the sticks a lot, shot ourselves in the foot a lot where we were in second and long and just third and long a lot. That's not a great place to be as a first-time play calling your first game. So if we can play well together and stay on schedule, stay on track, then we can see how the game is called.
What is he talking about there? Who is he talking about there? We have to put ourselves in position to call a good game. Everybody?
I think there's a little bit of everybody. Clearly, we could talk about the penalties with the offensive line. We could talk about, obviously the quarterback's going to have to deal with some of this because I think getting to the line was part of this somewhat. Getting to the line, giving CJ the opportunity to make some of the calls, and that kind of set them behind sometimes. Yeah, that feels like an everybody effect. Just to get to the question, right, the fair or foul, I do think that there's some fair within this. Nick Caley is in an unenviable position.
Sure.
In some regards. His predecessor has created this is a word that is a little charged, but I'm going to go ahead and use it and I hope you understand what I mean. This is an environment that's a little toxic because of Bobby Slowick's tenure. Not necessarily specifically Bobby Slowick, but we could just say the tenure that was here. And now you're in this context where you're like, we need to see something from the offense from a dude who is coming in and starting his journey as a play caller. Hell, he talked to us on that sideline at training camp telling us that this is the first time that he's calling plays, right? There is a learning curve that exists, and I think for a head coach, it is incumbent upon you to protect your staff, and some of that is keeping some of the expectations there. At the same time, though, he's a leader on that side. And so there is some onus on him that I think should be there that probably doesn't jump out to you in that answer.
Okay, I'm glad you said that because he said, quote, Nick did a good job. And then he said we got to put ourselves in a position to actually call the game. So I'm kind of in the same boat as I heard that. That's kind of everybody needs to do their job. But what if we drill down a little deeper?
Let's go ahead and drill
What
in.
if we drill down a little deeper and ask specifically about the offensive line? Specifically
This is,
about the line.
hey, this is D'Amico 8 here.
I thought our offensive line did a good job. Again, in the game, we can help ourselves by stepping up in the pocket on a couple of the sacks that happened. But again, I thought we had clean pockets versus the Rams as well. So, there were a lot of good things that happened versus the Rams. They made more plays than we made, and that's the bottom line. We hurt ourselves in the red zone defensively. We were down in the red zone 3 times. 2 times we gave up touchdowns in the red zone, right? We stop them. We make them kick field goals there, right? We're sitting here telling a different story. So, again, it'll always be about us and what we do, how we execute. We execute the right way. We'll put ourselves in favorable position to win games.
All right, so he said Nick did a good job. And then you drill down a little further, and he said the offensive line did a good job. And then he said, we have to step up in the pocket.
All of us. We all have to step up in the pocket.
We have to step up
Blake
in the
Fisher,
pocket.
step up in the pocket, big dog.
And help.
Nico Collins, step up in the pocket, brother.
So Nick did a good job.
Dare, why are you not stepping up in the pocket?
Dare, step up. Nick did a good job. The offensive line did a good job, according to the head coach. And we have to step up in the pocket. We have to help ourselves. He's not talking about all of us, Reggie. He's not talking about all of us. He's talking about one dude.
No, that's C.J. Stroud, quarterback of the team. And I'm sure there's
I thought he was talking about Damian Pierce.
He probably should step up in the pocket, though. I feel like we should be seeing a lot of stepping up in the pocket from all the people on the offensive side of the football. No, you're right. Like there is absolutely more responsibility that he's placing on C.J., and I kind of find that, I'm sure there's a lot of people listening. They're like, he deserves to have more of the responsibility. You are asking him to do more of the things. I kind of find that surprising, though, because in the same way we talk about Nick
Cayley. Because of
Cayley,
D'Amico, too.
Yes.
Yeah.
And some of the things that we're talking about with Nick Cayley and trying to kind of shield him from the, as he's trying to step into a role that, he is figuring out. CJ is also doing some of that of stepping into this role. And I don't think he's wrong in saying CJ needs to step up into some of these clean pockets when he has the opportunity. He mentioned the 3 drives where they didn't score. I mean, the first one where they kicked the field goal, rather, where they're in the red zone. The first one, I'm looking at my notes. First down is like there's an unblocked edge, and then you have a rush that goes nowhere, so you're in a 3rd and 7, and the ball is a little tough. It's not a great ball to Dalton Schultz, but that's a 3rd and 7 where you're in a tough situation. I mean, I could look at probably another. I'm going to go back and look through all of these possessions that end up flailing, but ultimately, I'm seeing things and I'm going, there's a lot of places where CJ was let down, and so now are we making the expectation that CJ has to be the guy that fixes all of the answers right now?
That's a great question, and this may surprise you. I am right there with you. I kind of like that this is happening. That he said, well, it wasn't Nick. This is essentially what it said. It wasn't Nick. It wasn't the offensive line. That kind of narrows it down now, doesn't it? I kind of like that because here's what I think they're really saying, more so behind closed doors, my opinion, than really a very candid for D'Amico Ryans. He protects his players like he does his 401k. I mean, he doesn't touch it. He doesn't touch that, throwing players under the bus very often. But he did kind of point to C.J. Stroud here. So I think what's going on is they're basically saying in so many words, or maybe even in the words, hey, this is what you wanted, big fella. This is what you wanted. Now do it.
But is it what, more responsibility is absolutely what he wanted, 100%.
Yeah.
And he said as much a number of times. If we're talking about what C.J. Stroud, from what we know of him as a quarterback, wants in an offense, is it this offense?
Now that is a different topic.
Is it ball control running the football?
Yeah, no, you are. You know what might be happening here is C.J. Stroud sees, by the way, FOMO to the nth degree last night, sees people like Jordan Love, sees people like all the quarterbacks in Minnesota that have gone through there, from Kirk Cousins to Sam Darnold to now J.J. McCarthy, and he thought, I want more control so I can do that. I want to do that. We have a great defense like Green Bay. We have a great defense like Minnesota. I want to be able to do that. And so they said, yeah, we're going to give you control, except they're not doing that.
Yeah, I was about to say, that ain't the Patriots offense. Yeah. All those other teams running.
Yeah, and they are running the Patriots offense here based on everything that we've seen and heard, et cetera. So I'm with you. I think they're saying, hey, big fella, you wanted it, you got it, now execute it. And I don't mind that, to put that on the quarterback, especially your franchise quarterback. But the quarterback might be saying, whoa, I wanted it, but not this particular thing.
And one thing I will say is CJ seems like he very much is the type of guy that he's like, all right, you give me the challenge, I'll take it on. I kind of don't love that placing it all on him, and I want to be careful here because he is talking about those instances of how did the offensive line do, and in that specific case, CJ Stroud needs to step up to help them when the tackles are doing the things that they're supposed to do.
Yeah.
And there's a little bit of space, there's enough space for you to step up into, which he's not wrong about. That is it. But if we're extrapolating this out to, hey, this offense was clearly not good enough, I don't know how much you're just going to go, well, CJ needs to figure all these things out, especially, again, in his maiden voyage of the way that this offense runs. Look, I know this D'Amico is a protector of his guys. I do think that there is more that's required of Nick Caley, and I like the idea of protecting him, but the onus does fall on him. And you mentioned Thursday night football. See, I didn't call it Monday. Last night between the Packers and the Commandos, as I like to call them. And one of the things that you see is you mentioned, look at Jordan Love going up and down, is you see a coordinator that's giving him the opportunities to do that. That's giving him the things that will create those. And right now, as of right now, you're not seeing that yet. And it's somewhat to be expected with an inexperienced offensive coordinator, but that's also a position that was hired by D'Amico Ryan.
It's an inexperienced offensive coordinator, but it is the offense as much as the coordinator making the calls because the offense doesn't let it rip like that. And it leads to this, and boy, here we are, week 2, and I know everything can change 10 times between now and the end of the season, but CJ, I won't say he has to have or it's so important, but he could really use a big game on Monday night. He could really use some big chunk plays, as they call them, and all that, just to appease him and to let him feel, okay, this offense will work and I will be able to showcase a little bit.
We've jumped past some things. Can I go back?
Yeah.
Do you feel like there's any level of tension within this? Because I know C.J. Stroud, when he was asked something of the similar, he's like, nah, we're all in the same boat. We're all just going to go.
Yeah.
And I think he even went as far as saying, even if we lay another stinker, we're going to come back around and we're all going to be on the same page, fighting and clawing for what we're doing, in essence, right? That's not an exact quote. Did you get a sense because, piecing these two things together where you go, it's not Caley, the offensive line was solid, CJ needs to do a little bit more.
No.
Did you feel a little tension there, or is that taking a leap too far?
I don't know if it's taking a leap too far. I think it's a seed right now. It's just a seed that, the first impression, the first, showcase that CJ Stroud had wasn't exactly a showcase. And I think it's just kind of, sitting there right now. That's why he needs to blossom a little bit, to use the seed metaphor, but he needs to blossom a little bit week 2 so he can maybe get that affirmation, that confirmation, that validation.
Yeah, and 281, CJ killed 3 possessions by his decisions. I'm not here to tell you that he had a perfect game. CJ was pretty good in that game considering the circumstances, and if we're doing this off of just when you have some poor decisions in here, there was also some misses that happened in other places that all compound into you only putting up 9 points. He's good. It seems like what we're seeing at the very least is the onus is going to fall on CJ's shoulders.
It absolutely
he welcomes it, and you're going to need to be able to shine through that, as you've described. So that's the weekend that you're heading into with CJ Stroud and this Texans team. And look, they still got a couple more days of practice before they get to the place where they can welcome in the Buccaneers on Monday night. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Definitely more to examine from the Texans and where they stand, but also a lot to examine with the Houston Astros after they get a loss, and lo and behold, there's a tie at the top of the AL West. Let's talk about the game that happened yesterday and where the Astros find themselves next.
In the loop.
This offense wore
Sunday at 7 a.m.
Biggie, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
So what do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Friday to you. Headed into the weekend with In the Loop. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Also appreciate the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. Those are various ways that you can get involved. Is it slipping away? John Lopez for the Astros is they get a loss where it never felt like they were particularly in this game. And that loss obviously serves to make it a series loss versus the Blue Jays. But then also it serves to open the door for the Mariners to have the exact same record now as the Astros. And so there is no lead in the ALS for the Astros as they continue on to the final, 15 games of the season?
15 games, yeah.
Is it slipping away?
Well, the question is it slipping away or has it slipped away?
Oh.
Our listeners, you can weigh in based on what you've seen, how this team is playing, what their offense is doing, what the pitching situation is, what the Mariners are doing. I think they've won 5 in a row now, walked it off yesterday. Of course, you have I find it impossible to say it has slipped away.
6 in a row even.
6 in a row?
Yeah.
I find it impossible to say it has slipped away because you still have the Mariners coming in. You still have that, just on the horizon next week, coming in, with the Mariners. So that said, it does feel that way just because like Tuesday, I came in here and on Wednesday and I said, well, that was the worst loss the Astros have had all year. And nobody disagreed. Yesterday said, hold my beer. That was ugly. I mean, just literal comedy of errors. I think there was only one official error, but there should have been 2.
Yes, I always forget. Scorekeeper Lopez came into account.
Lopez would have called that. I mean, it was right there in front of him, and he didn't even dive. It was just low. But that's neither here nor there. Just comedy of errors on the field, and shout out to to Gaussman. I mean, that was an incredible pitching performance. 100 pitches, 79 strikes. Nevertheless, though, you're swinging out of the zone a lot, too. A lot of those strikes, you're swinging out of the zone. You're just trying to make something happen. Can I interest you in some numbers? And I know the answer of that.
Always. I love numbers.
All right. So over the last 15 games, the Astros are 5-10 and have a .217 batting average.
As a team?
As a team.
That's nasty. Business.
Without
Numbers
Yordan,
are hot.
Without Yordan?
What?
That's a great one.
That's old.
That's an old school one. So a .217 batting average, 5-10 record over the last 15 games. Without Yordan, the team is batting 196.
Jeez.
196.
And what's even sicker about that is it's not just the raw 196. It's the fact that when you were facing off against when you're in moments that you need it. Earlier on in the season, it felt like when you didn't have offense, at the very least, you had timely clutch hitting.
Mm-hmm.
That is nowhere to be found right now in the time where you need it the absolute most. Because even if you are able to have your bullpen step up when they can, if you're able to get a good outing on the mound, it doesn't feel like you're able to get just enough of timely hitting to get you over. And unless you have one dominant portion of this baseball team, which I don't know that you can point to right now, you need everybody to give you just enough. And without timely hitting, I don't know what you have offensively.
And then the pitching is all of a sudden back to square one, really, given some of the guys that have been injured. Luis Garcia down, Arrighetti down, some of the other things that, obviously Hader as well. I'm just going to stick with it slipping away because it's obvious, but it has all the markings of it ain't going to happen. It ain't going to happen.
Yeah, because what would be necessary for it to happen? You mentioned the Mariners still on the schedule. You're 5-5. Like you're tied up, knotted up with them right now. You would need to win that series,
for sure,
absolutely, to get over this. And I mean, you're actually down in the series with the Rangers, who are now
all of a
simply
sudden,
2 games behind you as well. So God forbid they go on some type of run with the kind of mediocre play that the Astros have been on recently. And then you would even need to make sure that you like sweep a series versus the Rangers in order to, like, if you needed some level of tiebreaker there. Like, this is tenuous situations, and we've talked about it up and down the various different issues. But the thing that gets me the most is you got to score runs to win games. And right now, I don't know where that comes from. You're moving around. You moved around the lineup. You had Altuve in the cleanup spot
again.
Just because, like, you don't have any level of certainty as to what's happening with your bats. I am so concerned, to be completely honest.
No, you should be. I mean, how can you not be as an Astros fan? The good news is TBD is pitching today. Oh, well, as of this morning, it was TBD. I think it's going to be a bullpen game.
Yeah, it seems like it'll be that'd be my best guess is that you get a bullpen game against the Braves. Now, that is. How much of a saving grace does that feel like?
Oh, Jaden Murray. Jaden Murray is going to start tonight for the Astros.
All right.
What do you think about Jaden Murray, Figgy?
Who?
Jaden Murray.
Who?
That's the feel. And even if you know who, it's like that's the feel, right? That's the feel. You're going into this game that you need to see if you can maintain some level of grasp on the lead, whether that's tied or retaking a one-game lead. And you're going into a bullpen game, and that's how sometimes it almost feels like no matter who's on the mound, unless it's Hunter Brown or Jason Alexander, really, is that this feels like less of a certainty that you'll have a really good chance of winning this game.
Well, let me ask you this. This is the other big factor for the Astros over the last decade. They're the Astros. Are you feeling they're the Astros right now? That they could, look, man, they pulled themselves out of the muck before. They've made that late. They've won on the last day before. They've clinched the division in a very unlikely fashion as well. They have that special something that teams like the Astros build over the course of so many postseason appearances, et cetera. Does it feel that way?
No. Like the only thing, and shout out to Chandler Rowan of The Athletic, he wrote a piece about A.J. Blueball, and Blueball gave a couple of veterans credit for helping him have that fantastic instance where he comes in and picks up the Astros pitching after Luis Garcia's re-injury, it seems like. And he talked about actually Christian Walker, who was the guy who came over when he's coming in. He's like, look, you don't got to speed up for nobody. Because we gave him credit. I know Todd Callis might have been Blummer that made note of it on the broadcast. Like, hey, this is good that he's recognizing going through his whole warm-up routine and everything. That was Christian Walker that told him, do that. Do whatever you need. Take as much time reminding him of that. And then he also gave credit to Carlos Correa for also helping him kind of remain steady and be able to go out there and give that. The only thing that I could say is that feels kind of like some of the stories that we would tell about the Astros and the way that the clubhouse kind of helped each other to be the best version of themselves. But that's as far as I'm going, getting to feeling like this has the same vibes, the same feel as previous iterations of the Astros that we would feel confident could pull them out of this circumstance.
Well, and as the 281 says, you could always count on the offense over the last 8 years, even when pitching was inconsistent. That is true. That is absolutely true. And the offense, 196 over 15 games outside of Jordan. And that ain't going to cut it.
And that kind of show you that even with Jordan being back,
we asked the question. Yeah. Is he going to solve everything? Well, we know the answer.
And I mean,
he's doing his part.
Yeah.
That's evident. Baseball is not a sport in which one guy can do it all like that. Unless, I mean, you can't move the guy around in the lineup. He'll get his opportunity, and then you have to have someone else be able to come through. And this is also in where do you place blame here? And not that necessarily you have to in this moment, because again, there's still an opportunity for this team to show up and answer the call. It's getting late early, right? But there's still that opportunity. But we were talking about the idea of like the ABs, like just some of the things that you were doing that would help you be better, at least slightly better versions of yourself early in the year. Even that has degraded to this point.
I don't know if you can place blame. Well, I guess by default it is. But, when you talk about the offense, we have to go back and look at the big picture here of the very, beginning of the season. We kind of like, pat Christian Walker on the head when he hits a big double or a home run that ends up being a big hit. But we keep in mind the expectation was not to just be a guy that's batting, 228 or whatever it is, and maybe get a big hit once in a while. No, the expectation was I was sitting here going, I think this dude is going to be the leader. I think this dude is going to be the answer at first base. He's going to be, exactly what this offense needs. If you go back to what the expectation for some of these guys were and where they are now, the expectation for the majority of clutch players in this team, normally clutch players on this team, is way down. Christian Walker, what was the expectation for Jose Altuve? Oh, he's a Jose Altuve. and he started out a little slow, got on a little bit of a hot streak, I guess, June into July, and now he can't hit the ball at all, and he's flailing, and just it's bad looking at bats, So Christian Walker, less than what you expected. Jose Altuve, less than what you expected. Jeremy Pena, good for you. He's doing what we need to do. The pitching staff has fallen apart. Now that's injuries, largely. But when you look at the big picture and they can do this, they can do that. Based on what? You guys hear me say that all the time. Based on what?
Yeah, no, and I know people bring up Cintron, right, the batting coach, and there was an interesting piece about how he had when Carlos Correa was making his return, apparently they had been texting at one point, and Cintron gave Correa hey, this is what I've seen in your swing, and he's like, where'd you get this from? He's like, no, this is me just seeing it. He has the capabilities to help these guys. For some reason, it's not coming across, and maybe that's something that at the end of the season, no matter how it ends, that we then examine and do a postmortem, because I imagine those are the times where you actually get more information and insight that'll be useful. But ultimately, the end-all, be-all is the offense has got to come through. As much as we could talk about the starting pitching, which we can, as much as we can talk about the bullpen, which is really in tatters at this point and being held together with paper mache almost, it feels like. The game is about scoring runs. And if you don't score runs, you can't win with a shutout if you don't score any runs. So that's where it is. And speaking of shutouts, by the way, someone asked, how many have they had this season? 10 shutouts for your Astros this season. And hopefully today is not another one as they face off against the lowly Atlanta Braves. And you have, what's my man's name? Jaden Murray, right-handed pitcher, starting for your Astros. Hopefully he and the remainder and the other guys in the bullpen can pull it out, give them something where the offense can add in their part and they can get a victory, because they need it right now, tied with the Mariners at the top of the AL West. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, all right, let's get those vibes off of us. It's still a Friday, so let's get to the question of the day. Inspired by Figgy Fig and his, let's say, encounter with a police officer in traffic yesterday. What's the craziest way or reason that you've been pulled over? Let's have a little fun with this one. 713-572-4610. We'll do it next.
The Texans home.
and 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
All right, question of the day. What's the craziest way or reason that you were pulled over? 713-572-4610, inspired by Figgy Fig. Doing the right thing, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't regret it at all, man. I know I seen somebody on the text line yesterday said they were a cop, and they said feel free to blow the horn, hit the horn. I don't trust that, man. I'm gonna need your I need your information.
Mm-hmm.
So if I ever did that,
you could be like, well, Officer so-and-so.
Officer so-and-so in this district told me I can.
Which actually, that might get you in more trouble because that feels like the instance where he'd be, I don't give a damn about what Officer so-and-so said.
Or I would have said, that's my peoples right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's my family.
So yeah, you made sure to keep yourself.
I didn't. I had to stay at the light.
Out of
Extra
trouble.
felt like 10 minutes because I guarantee you that cop was tested.
Oh, was it one of those lights that take forever?
Oh,
he
had to be tested. It was taking forever, and it was construction, so it was only one lane.
Oh,
so it was one lane, make a left, right. So he was just sitting there, man. I'm like, man, is somebody walking across the street? I couldn't really see, and then the light turned yellow, and he cruised on through.
Oh, that's the worst.
Damn.
All right, so we will open the bidding with from the 832. They said played football at TJC and went to the Rose Garden by the stadium with his girlfriend. Picked up 12 roses. Cop shows up and he explained and pointed out a sign that said it was a $100 fine per rose.
And what happened?
Let's see. Said dropped it and went off. I'm guessing.
Oh, I didn't pick any roses.
Yeah. I don't blame you.
They were already on the ground.
I don't blame you at all.
So yeah, a couple popped into mind for me. One was I couldn't help but laugh, but when you laugh, but you're also kind of like kind of mad.
Of course.
Yeah. So I was driving to it was here at the station. I was driving to a remote like the boys are going to have this afternoon out at
BB's, I believe
Katy.
it's on 99.
Yeah, in Katy. So I was driving to a remote. I guess I stopped at a stoplight or something, and an officer was nearby and noticed me. But I was just driving along, and whoop, the lights come on. And I'm like, what was I doing? And I pulled over. This is, I don't even know who it was, and I wouldn't say if I did, because I hope this is not something that would get him in trouble, because it was a good prank. It was a cop that was listening and knew I was going to be. He was a big listener. And just pulled me over for fun. He goes, excuse me, sir, do you have your blah, blah, blah? And I showed him. He goes, yeah, good luck at I think it was Twin Peaks. Good luck at Twin Peaks.
And then he just left?
And he started laughing. I was like, I laughed, but I was also like, what an a-hole. I was like,
you scared the living daylights out of me, man.
I didn't know. I was like, what did I do? What did I do? He's like, good luck at Twin Peaks. I was like, oh, okay.
It would have made it a lot better if he disagreed what you want to take or something like that. Yeah. Like, Damian Pierce is the star. Talking about.
And the other one was also here. I think it was my first year working with Vandermeer here. We did the Houston Open back when it was at the Woodlands. And I pulled in, parked, go into our little setup there, and an officer taps me on the shoulder as I'm putting on my headphones, and says, sir, unfortunately, we had to tow your car. And I went, I was like, what? I said, I used the pass. I parked where they told me. And Vandermeer's in the corner just laughing his ass off. He knew the cop. The cop had been there every year. At working security for the Houston Open. Like, God, you a-hole.
Well, at least you didn't get a ticket in either of these. I feel like you still came out okay.
Yeah.
Even though those were...
Excuse me, sir, we had to tow your car?
You're right. The car was there now, wasn't it?
Now we got to get Reggie like that.
Yeah.
Don't you dare. That's a great way to get to be dead to me forever. So don't even try. There's a couple that come to mind for me. One of them was indeed driving, so... you get to high school, you get to a certain age, you can go off campus for lunch. And one of those days, I was going off campus, but I decided I'm gonna be responsible. I'm just gonna go to the house. It's nearby. I can drive real quick. So I drove to the house, got me something to eat, and I was driving back to school. And there's two ways that I could have gone through the neighborhood. I was going one way, and I was like, nah, it's about to be real traffic, a lot of traffic that way. Let me go the other way. So I thought to turn around in the neighborhood, and I was like, nah, this is gonna be a bad look. Just hit this right. Well, I hit a right. but I didn't use the turn signal. It's a neighborhood.
Yeah.
Who's really
They
upset
got you
about
on
this?
the turn signal.
Whoop, whoop.
Oh, man.
And now I did mention I'm in a neighborhood, so you're thinking, where's this cop coming from? The cop was parked in a driveway, just chilling. And I guess
residential driveway?
Residential driveway. Saw me turn without putting on a turn signal and decided, gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. And that was fun. The additional
Did you get
part.
a ticket?
Oh, not for that. Actually, I think I did get a ticket for that, but that's not what stuck with me. What stuck with me is a way longer story, but I had just gotten that car like not very long before that, and we had been explained something too wrong. So I had thought that because I was under my parents' insurance,
oh no,
that I was good.
Oh, man.
The car was not insured, and thus I got one of them tickets.
Oh man,
because I decided to turn around, but then I didn't turn around and didn't use my turn signal.
Oh man, got that good old SR22 bond. Yeah. Mine. I think I might have mentioned this story on the air before. How back in the day, me and a buddy was going to Kent, Ohio, to go look for some girls, pretty much. Yeah. And so we looking for the girls. We trying to call them, see where they at, so we can meet up with them. And all of a sudden, whoop whoop! I'm like, "Dang, I didn't do anything." Honestly, I kind of understood if they pulled me over because I was kind of driving like I was lost.
Yeah,
which I was lost because I'm not from there, and I was looking for somebody. Had us get out the car. They searched us, and they was just like grilling us to the point they were like searching our pockets. He grabbed my phone charger. He was like, "What is this?" And I'm like, "It's a phone charger." I'm like, "It's a phone charger." And my homeboy had a black brush with the long handle. Yeah. And the guy was like, "What is this?" And he's like, "It's a brush. It's a brush." So we sitting there I think we were sitting on the car for like 45 minutes.
Oh, no.
It was cold. It was windy. Yeah. And we see the funny thing is we seen the girls way down on the side of the parking lot. And they ain't want no parts because they ain't know what was going on.
Yeah, that's the worst part about it is that now you're
front
like,
of the hose.
even when you're done, God, why does that keep coming up? Even when you're done, you can't go holler now. It's over.
The night is over at this point. And then all of a sudden we see another cop car pull up with somebody in the back, and all I hear was, "No, that's not them."
Oh gosh. Oh, so they thought you were
mistaken identity?
So apparently somebody got robbed in a silver car which I was driving, and the guy pulled up and said, "No, that's not them."
Woo, baby.
And so the guy didn't say, "Oh, sorry about that," or anything. He just left.
You're free to go.
Yeah. Man, that was a long 45-minute drive back home. Quiet. Me and my homeboy was quiet the whole time. We could have went to jail.
Yeah, you're counting your blessings.
Yeah. So I'm like, man, that was the scariest thing I've been through. I'm like, that could have went totally left.
It is weird that I have a story that's almost exactly like that. All right, from the 832, they said got pulled over at 4 in the morning.
Is it weird, really?
For no headlight. All right. It said, went to pull out my insurance card and zigzags fell out of his center console.
Oh, no, that'll do it.
Yeah.
And they call that paraphernalia.
Yeah. So how did your evening in the clink go?
Yeah.
That's what I'm wondering about.
My father, one time, he had to go down to the court for something. I forgot what it was. It wasn't nothing crazy. But you got to go through the metal detectors and empty your pockets. He emptied his pockets. It was like 5 or 6 bullets.
What?
Just gun bullets.
Walking around with bullets in his pockets?
Like, at that point, you got to be like, what you think I'm going to do? Throw them? I can't use these.
He totally forgot it was in his pocket. So he said there, so he pulled out his pocket, about 5 or 6 bullets pop out. The cop was like, "What are you doing?"
All right, so again, I know that you've talked about some stories. I know that there's some stories of people that do this for fun. From the 281, they said their little league coach was a sheriff. So when they started driving, the coach used to pull them over just to talk about the time that they went to the championship.
Oh God!
I feel like this is I am
terrifying.
I am no one to be able to tell police officers how to do their job in this regard. I feel like we shouldn't do this. Like I've seen the stories of like the police officers to try and help help build community with the folks that would stop people and give them ice cream, and I'm like, it doesn't help. The ice cream doesn't fix.
Matter of fact, while we here,
you threw my whole day off already.
Matter of fact, while we here, I know we got a lot of cop listeners. Don't do none of this, please. Like, nah, man. It's a lot of stuff going on in the world, stress and personal stuff.
Yeah,
we don't need these jokes that be going on, pulling over type jokes.
Even best case scenario, my brain goes, "Damn, this insurance about to go up." Like I don't need that feeling for even the split second.
Yeah, don't try to handcuff me and then I gotcha. Like I do not need that, man.
If you're gonna do it to anybody, do it to Pendergast. Okay, just do it to him. I'm sure he'd be all right with it.
Oh man, how are y'all on the passing a cop on the highway? Because this happened to me just this weekend, and this whole conversation reminded me. I was driving somewhere, and the speed limit I think was 75, and the cop was going like 65, and I passed him like going 66.
You're good? Yeah. I would do that. Now the tough part is when the speed limit 75, the cop's going 75, and there's a traffic that starts right there. Everybody's in an invisible line. We are not crossing this.
Everybody is just following the cop at this point.
Let me know though, if you are a cop and you have that moment, is that funny to you? Do you enjoy being able to like slow everybody down in that moment?
66 and a half. I was just like barely passing.
I'd have gone to 70. I'd be like, I'm 5 miles per hour clear of the speed limit. You can't do this. I'm doing okay. Somebody said, a few of them are already going to look for you after the show. I walked to work, okay?
Yeah.
I walked. You can't
they could jump out the car and put you in the cuffs.
Sir.
That one cop that pulled me over, still telling that story.
Probably so, yeah.
It's not a bad story from this perspective, I don't think. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, get back to the sports of it all. Go around the NFL where a great Thursday night football game has some illuminating factor to it. And then also we welcome in B. Scott for the hour. We'll do all that next.
Tailgate time. And by the way, on a Monday night, man, you're going to have a lot.
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, and it's a Friday, 11 o'clock, which means one thing, maybe not one thing alone, but it's one thing that I'm very happy about. We welcome in Brandon Scott to the hour. What's happening, man?
Man, y'all brought so many memories back with these cop stories, and I'm so glad that the Lord has delivered me into this place where I don't interact with the police at all these days, other than my retired cop father, every several days or so. But yeah, man, I've got stories and stories upon days, but I can think of one that was actually really funny and like related to my dad being a cop. Okay, so at the time, he's still in the force at the time, and we are assigned to run an errand to Walmart. It's late at night. It's my girlfriend at the time who became my wife. Rest in peace and shout out to her. We make this run to Walmart, okay, in my dad's car, all right. And on the way back, I get the brilliant decision that I want to smoke a spliff at one of the parks nearby.
Yeah.
Not the park in my neighborhood, but a neighborhood that you have to pass by to get to mine, right? I'm in my early 20s. I don't want to do this at the parents' house out of respect.
Yeah.
I'm just going to do this at the park real quick, okay? So I'm there doing my thing, and the police pull up drive-by style. Not like just riding around normal police in the
Slow
park.
down.
But you know the thing where the police is going less than 5 miles an hour, and they've got all their lights shut off. It's pitch black.
Yeah.
Okay, it's nighttime, pitch black. They got all their lights shut off. I'm talking about all traffic lights, all of their lights on the car shut off.
Yeah.
And then they see me. Whoop, whoop, speed up. Bright lights, everything. Okay, sirens and everything. They caught me. They caught me with half a spliff. Oh my God, the world is over with. And so of course I try to, throw it, tuck it, whatever, and get ready for this encounter. And they find it. They put me in the car and all of this other type of stuff. And immediately I realize I'm in my dad's car.
Yeah.
My dad, sometimes sloppily, would keep the 9 in the car.
Oh,
man.
No.
So I said, hey guys, I just need to, before you go look in the car, I need to tell you something. There's a gun in the car. All right.
My God.
There's a gun in the car, but it ain't mine.
Oh no, that sounds worse.
Hey, but
I've never heard that before.
Hey, but here's how it's better. In fact, it's yours.
Yeah.
Because it's my dad's.
Good call by you.
It's my dad's departmental 9.
Yeah.
It's an HPD firearm.
Yeah.
So I said, actually, guys, it's your gun.
You said it like that?
I didn't say it exactly.
Yeah,
like that.
I feel like the way that you rolled that out wouldn't have worked.
It's your damn.
I was doing that for the effect of the story.
Sure.
But what I told them was like, call my dad.
Yeah.
Call my dad. I did the ultimate hey, call my dad thing, right?
Yeah.
So he can kind of explain to you what's going on. And also, like, honestly, the reason why you don't want to probably take me to jail with your own gun is the evidence. Like, we just probably don't want to do this. We should all probably just go home. And so when they see the gun, the guy immediately goes, cuff him, and puts me in the car. All right. And so I'm like, guys, it's not my gun. I don't even know how to use a gun. I was trying to give him that whole bit, even though I did. And but trying to like make it clear this is not my gun. They call my dad. My dad is like super embarrassed by the whole thing because you're probably not supposed to keep the gun in the car, especially not the departmental gun.
Yeah.
And eventually I get to go home on cop kids privilege.
Yeah.
Even though I was definitely in the wrong, definitely doing something illegal, definitely doing something that could have gotten me put in jail. But it was actually the fact that I had the gun on me.
It helped you.
That kind of helped me and saved me in this instance.
That is wild.
Yep.
I'm sure your dad didn't say anything about it.
Oh, he wasn't thrilled. But hey, take that gun in the house next time. Bro.
Yeah, that's right.
It's your fault.
A little bit of wrong made a right in that instance. That's weird.
Run your own Walmart errands next time.
All right, let's go around the NFL now. I don't know that is a precursor that I anticipated to talking about Jordan Love, but here we are. 27-18 victory for the Green Bay Packers. That, if I'm going to be entirely honest, did not feel nearly that close, especially because for me, I had forgotten something, and it literally took like the second drive or the second score that the Packers had where I was like, oh, yeah, that's right. Matt LaFleur as play caller really eats Dan Quinn as defensive play caller's lunch, and it showed up once again.
Yeah, it definitely did. And like for me, I was actually surprised to see the final score because it was such a dominating performance to me. I actually punted on this early. I was like, I can do something else with the rest of my night because this is a wrap. And so when I saw they actually kind of made it at least look
late, it was fourth quarter.
Yeah, it was garbage time stuff. They made it at least look as close as they did. Even surprised me because I thought this was that dominating of a performance. I've been saying this since the Micah Parsons trade. I feel like this is the Jordan Love year now. Like I feel like that just like it probably already would have been because we're talking about year 3 as the starter. Your time to emerge. But then they punctuated with the Micah Parsons trade. Now I'm like, man, they got all the pieces. Like everything is coming together for them. And Jordan Love, to his credit, through these first 2 weeks of the season, has looked fantastic. And then to Reggie's point, you got one of the better play callers in all of football on top of it.
My whole thing all night long, and I mentioned it last week when the Packers were so dominant against the Lions. I've got serious FOMO with the Packers and Jordan Love. You mentioned it, year 3, time to shine. Well, I mean, it's just great defense, a terrific play caller, a quarterback who's blossoming, a quarterback who's allowed to let it rip. I just feel like, that should be us.
You know what stood out to me about the game last night, and this wasn't until after the game that I really thought about this, kind of just reading over gamers and stuff like that at the end of the night. They were without 2 of their offensive linemen.
Yes, 2 linemen.
Yeah, and maybe this was pointed out throughout the game, and I just wasn't paying attention closely enough, and I just didn't think about it. But it wasn't until I was, like, really reading it in print of, like, man, they were without 2 offensive linemen. And who knew?
Yeah.
Who could tell? Like, what was the major difference? Why could you not tell as much? Because for one thing, the guys that stepped up clearly stepped up, in a major way, but also the main pieces that matter, the quarterback, the play caller, they were all on point.
No, they absolutely were. Some other things that came out. Well, actually, I just want to start here because you mentioned Micah Parsons clearly made a big difference, and maybe this is also the other way that we can bring this back to the Texans because Jaden Daniels obviously now almost inextricably linked with C.J. Stroud when we talk about quarterbacks. Is it possible that we're seeing somewhat of a similar trajectory? Early overreaction, get it, but that was not the best version by any means of Jaden Daniels that we saw. Obviously, that you look at the box score, and it's not nearly, it's not terrible. You have Jaden Daniels 24, 42, 200 yards, a couple of touchdowns. The QBR is rough. The passer rating isn't the best, and you saw him dealing with what was an incredibly effective pass rush by the Green Bay Packers in no small part because they have Micah Parsons getting quick pressure.
Yeah, but on the Jaden Daniels point, it is almost early, right? Only 2 games in, but it almost feels exactly like the C.J. Stroud situation, like almost to a T, where it's the numbers aren't as great. Even the performance is a little bit underwhelming for such a high standard that he set in the rookie year, which is the exact same thing that C.J. Stroud did. But he still looks pretty good. Like, he looks fine to me. Like, outside of some things that you could obviously nitpick and criticize, he still looks like that guy. Like, I even think about week 1 where he wasn't amazing but good enough. It reminds me a lot of how C.J. Stroud was last year, where he was still good. I would even argue very good, but not as good as the rookie year. And because of that, because of the own expectation and the own high standard that he had set for himself, it kind of left a lot to be desired.
And the big story being, how is he going to progress over the course of the year? Because, Figgy has talked multiple times about maybe they should have gotten a veteran, play caller here rather than a first-timer. How is that going to play out in Washington with Jaden Daniels, making the adjustments to the adjustments of his second year?
Yeah, and that's that's a big part of it. The adjustment to the adjustment, and then like we talked about with Jordan Love, and we're talking about with C.J. Stroud, year 3 is a lot of the times when we decide that. Okay, so they had that second year where there was the adjustment, and they needed to make the adjustment to the adjustment. Now, year 3, all the cards are on the table. What this guy is, how the league is going to respond to them. Okay, what happens in year 3? And so that's where we're at with C.J. Stroud, and that's where Green Bay's at with Jordan Love and him being in the 3rd year being a starter.
Are they the best team outside of the Eagles, or are they better than the Eagles?
That I think remains to be seen because, like I said, I don't know how much I take for the Packers out of this one because of the schematic advantage that clearly remains there with Matt LaFleur and over Dan Quinn. They looked really good in this, and let Micah Parsons tell it, they have the opportunity to win a championship because he talked about it. Best in the NFL, like saying that and saying defense wins championships, obviously alluding to his addition to that Jeff Hafley defense. They look really good. I obviously want to see more of it, but it seems like they do have an opportunity at the very least to contend with the Eagles for being the best team in the NFC.
I don't want to minimize it because obviously we're talking about how impressive they looked last night, and they absolutely did. But when we talk about better than the Eagles or as good as the Eagles, next best than the Eagles, it's hard to not think back to that Ravens-Buffalo game and feel like one of those teams was like they got to be it.
Yeah.
And it could be because they got those guys, but that's big reason why
I was thinking more NFC, but yes.
I'm with you. Like I just when you say outside the Eagles, I'm thinking I immediately go to that game. But in the NFC, I think for a while it had been the Lions, and clearly, we saw what the Packers did to the Lions. We got our questions about what they look like without their coordinators, even with a lot of their players that were injured back. And the Packers look like the flavor of the month with good reason right now.
Well, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year, which is like $250 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. I'm glad you mentioned that Ravens-Bills game because, interestingly enough, the defensive coordinator for the Ravens made mention of why he believed that there was a little bit of a defensive collapse there. Zach Orr said that the team's defenders were, quote, mentally and physically wore out after the end of the contest. Fair or foul, gentlemen, especially in a Week 1 matchup that you knew was coming?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot.
I think it's fair.
I think it's fair. Yeah, I do. I think it's fair as well. Like it sounds
87 snaps after everybody knows how the preseason is played out these days.
34 in the fourth quarter alone.
Yeah.
It sounds like excuse making, but it's also easy. It would be easy for me to say, right? As somebody that's not tasked with doing this on a weekly basis or this being your job, like it is a lot that is demanded upon them, and I think that it's fair.
See, and that's kind of tricky too because I felt like I think it was what was the play where John Harbaugh didn't go for it? He punted the ball
4th
back.
and 3.
Yeah, and that's the drive after they had.
At that point, if I know my defense is kind of gas, I got to try to run the ball with Lamar or Derrick Henry to try to end this game because I can't put my defense back out.
Not Derrick Henry; he's easy to tackle.
That was one of the clear criticisms, and of course, you set me up perfectly there, John Lopez. In this continued NFL around the NFL fair or foul, Grant Delpit, defensive player for the Browns, defensive back that is, said that Derrick Henry is not hard to tackle. Derrick Henry's response: we'll see on Sunday.
Yeah, we will.
Whose side do you sit on? Is it fair or foul that what Grant Delpit says about the one that they call King Henry?
Yeah, and Mount Everest isn't hard to climb. Like let's just go down the list of the things that are actually really hard to do, and let's say that they're not. I would like to think that Grant Delpit is trying to psych himself out or trying to convince himself of that because what do you want Grant Delpit to do? To just be overwhelmed and just in awe of the fact that he's
going you can say, he's always a tough challenge. No, you know how it's played.
Yeah, you can say that, but you can also say what you want.
Yeah.
And apparently this is what he wanted to say, and this is how he wants to play it. But what Derrick Henry said,
I saw that.
It's also the truth, though. Like when they did that Ravens documentary maybe a year or so ago, maybe 2 years ago, about the 2000 Ravens, there was a quote from Shannon Sharpe in there about how, the thing I love about football is that we get to talk throughout the week, but come Saturday or Sunday, you got to show me.
Yeah.
Like all of that talk, all this talking that we doing on a football Friday is fun, it's good, but the great thing about football is that you actually got to go out there and do it and show it and put your money where your mouth is, and so he's going to get an opportunity to do that.
A couple of notes. Austin Eckler, who, if you're watching that game, you saw he went down, and it felt pretty evident what happened. Unfortunately, those suspicions were correct. Torn Achilles, which sucks because he's had that before, if memory serves.
Yeah.
So, and he's an older running back. This feels like this could be the end for him. And the tough part about life and sports sometimes is that what is clearly a terrible thing for one person can be a great thing for another. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt feels like this is going to be an opportunity for him to jump up into a real place of producing for the Commanders. And then also, Jaden Reed will miss 6 to 8 weeks with the broken collarbone on the other side for the Packers there. So a couple of injuries that are being dealt with on those sides for both of those teams. And then Ed Oliver will not play versus the Jets week 2 since we're not talking about the Bills earlier.
Yeah, no, all of those injuries that you mentioned are, I think, significant for their teams, like to be without any of those players for a while. But the Austin Eckler thing, really, personally for me, observing it, it's wild to go from like thinking about something that doesn't really matter to something that does really matter, like what you illustrated. Because before he got injured, I was thinking about Tyler's best bets at the end of the night, or at the end of their show that they do, Tyler's best bets. He had like the over on Austin Eckler receiving yards, and I don't think Austin Eckler got anywhere close to it. Like, he was nowhere close to it, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm thinking about that, which is a trivial thing. It has something to do with our station and our shows or whatever. And then he goes down with this serious injury, and I'm like, oh, damn.
Yeah.
That's actually significant. Not Tyler's a low bet. Sorry, Tyler. But like this dude who's been injured before is now injured again in a significant way. It's really tough to watch.
Yeah, real quick before we go around the NFL, this is an injury note that pertains to your Houston Texans. Luke Goedeke, I'm pretty sure I said his name wrong. I never remember how to say it. He is the right tackle that just got paid big money for the Buccaneers. He's not practicing again today.
Is Wirfs, because that's the one I wanted to watch. Was Wirfs
Wirfs was I think he was a limited participant yesterday, so he could return. But I mean, you also this is the other tackle on the other side that might not play for the Bucs. In fact, it seems more and more likely that he won't play. So maybe I'd be interested in seeing what their offensive line shuffle might be, because they already moved their center, Graham Barton, to tackle last week. So they've got some things that we're going to have to see, and that might portend some big things for the Texans defensive line.
Tristan Wirfs is practicing, but still somewhat in the air, if he's going to play.
I'm just keeping note of how every other team, at least the ones that take themselves seriously, how every other team is dealing with these offensive line issues or these injury issues when they got to shuffle guys around. How does it look versus how it looks here locally in Houston? And it is worth monitoring.
Yeah, and we'll have an opportunity to see it very, very close on Monday. That is 6 p.m. You'll hear right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We still got our guy B. Scott in the studio, and when we do, we got to get his thoughts. We'll get those next.
In the Loop. Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
It's going down. H-Town, Howard Clark, B. Scott from Hiram.
Yeah, man, your football Fridays are always fun when we get B. Scott in the studio. B. Scott from Hiram Clark joining us. And I just wanted to give you a little bit of a programming note before I hand things to B. Scott here and we can get his thoughts. The football Friday will be even football-y and Friday-er. When you catch up with the fellas of the drive, they'll be at BB's right there off of 99 and Katy. Go out and see them. Go out and get your commemorative pint glass. This week it'll have
these guys,
John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and my faces on it. But also at 2:30, you'll be able to hear from Danil Hunter jumping on with the fellas. So I believe it through 2:30 or whenever you're able to get him off of the practice field. Because sometimes that can vary. But Danil Hunter should be joining the fellas. And I want to hear B. Scott's thoughts on that and whatever else he's got.
Yeah, so in the spirit of Football Friday, I'm really thinking about it. Reggie, you'll really appreciate this. All of us will.
I was like, what did I do?
But because it's a little football nerdy, if you will. But I'm really interested to see how this Texans offense responds to such an underwhelming effort against the Rams on the road and how it looks at home, but against a very, very worthy opponent on the defensive side of the ball. Just in terms of how they attack you, I was looking back at some of the coverage of the Bucs Falcons opener and some of the things that the Falcons ran into, the issues that the Falcons ran into with the Bucs defense, and you could say it's a kind of a chicken or the egg thing. Like, was it their approach, or was it the Falcons that me saying their approach, or was it the actual Bucs defense itself, or was it just both? But the Falcons intentionally did more between the tackles because for whatever reason they thought that that's what they could exploit. Look, the Falcons have Bijan Robinson, who's great with stretch plays, an athletic beast. If you followed him through Texas and obviously his career so far with Atlanta, like the dude's kind of a physical freak, right? And they probably do better, and at least in that offense, they like to run a lot of stretch plays. But in this instance, they tried to run between the tackles a little bit more, and every time they did it, there was a tell with how they shaded the tight end. The Bucs linebackers and their safeties were able to basically follow wherever this tight end went was where the run play was essentially going to go. And for the most part, Tampa Bay was able to sniff that out a great deal. And the only time that they didn't, the Falcons ended up having a really good play, and they got called back on a penalty. Like the one time that they solved the riddle, they ended up getting it called back on a penalty. So I say all that to say, like, are we going to see what's the –
It's a Nick Chubb day is what you're saying.
It's a Nick Chubb day, but is it Nick Chubb between the tackles? Is it more of a stretch run play? And I have not done the research to see how much the Texans actually ran between the tackles versus stretch. I would imagine since it was a lot of Nick Chubb.
It was a lot of in the tackles.
Actually, a lot in the tackles.
This is very much – it's funny that you mentioned this because I was doing a lot of looking at this on Wednesday, weirdly enough. But, yeah, the Texans so much running in between the tackles compared to last year, which was obviously a lot of outside with the outside zone stuff that they were doing. Still, you had some, it was some inside zone that was happening still, even with some of the duo that they were happening, but it was a lot inside the tackle.
So this is what I'm getting at. The Texans clearly want to run between the tackles with Nick Chubb and this new offense that they got. And want to establish this physical brand of football, this new style, and all of this kind of stuff under Nick Caley. The Bucs, notably, are very good at defending the run specifically between the tackles. And so what's going to give? Feels like something's got to give. Do they try to run a little bit more stretch with Nick Chubb? We've already heard them talk about maybe feeding Nick Chubb more so than they did in the previous game with the running back by committee thing. But also in my mind, I'm like, I like Woody Marks a little bit better on some of these stretch plays.
That's exactly where I was going.
So I'm interested to see how they play it because I kind of got my ideas of how they should. Like I feel like there should be more Woody Marks, less Dameon Pierce, less Dario Agumbawale, and do your between the tackle stuff mostly with Nick Chubb. Do your stretch stuff mostly with Woody Marks, and let that be, for the most part, your running back rotation unless somebody gets injured or is extremely tired or whatever the case may be. So how do they play that is one of the things that I'm really going to be monitoring.
I'm with you, and I think I'm with you in terms of the rotation. A lot of Nick Chubb. I would love to see Woody Marks. The boys in the morning were saying the same thing as the number 2 guy. Are you there too? No more Dameon Pierce? Hell, Sean even said maybe even don't make him active.
Yeah, I don't know about not making him active just because of, how perilous, how fragile the position can be, right? Like it can be
car crash sport.
Yeah, exactly. It's a car crash. So I would like to at least have somebody that has some experience active, but I will say I reluctantly agree. I hate to be in this place. I don't want to be in this place. I want to be where Andre Ware was a year ago. I want to be in the space of
keep saying that he's not the same guy he was a year ago.
I don't need him to be the same guy that he
Not
was,
even
Andre.
that.
I don't need
Not
him to
even that.
I just need him to be a reliable spell back, like a reliable option, second or third option, and I don't know if they actually have that. I'm not trying to say that Dameon Pierce was awful. Him dropping that pass was not a very good look. But it does feel like wasted downs.
Yeah.
It feels like wasted downs when you give him the ball and when you design plays for him, especially late in the game, like the Pierce, Agumbawale stuff. This is nothing against either one of them.
Why are they on the field?
Why are they on the field, and why do they feel like first options on plays, on gotta have it drives and gotta have it plays when it's nut cutting time? I don't get that part.
I feel like I can give you a better answer on the latter question than the former. Well, I guess the former I get to, at least with Dare, is, well, it's a passing down, so he's the passing down back. That seems like that's pretty evident to get to. Should he be?
Yeah,
that's a question.
I don't get it.
Now, with the other one, which what was the latter question again? I didn't talk myself.
Why are you getting the ball when it's nut cutting time?
Oh, yeah. Well, some of that is just CJ is going through his progressions really, really fast, and then he gets to that check down real quick. Like, that was one of the things that felt like watching the passing plays. I went and watched all the passing plays more in service of trying to see how and when they could have gotten Nico the ball.
Yeah.
But I was like, oh, wow, some of the times he was not getting to Nico was because he was going 1-2, like 1-2, 3, and then boom, like, let's get this out. And I do wonder if that slows down a little bit. We were talking about that earlier this week, if he maybe slows down, especially in his, all right, let's see for an extra beat if I can get this ball there. But all of that seems like it's also a factor of how much does CJ trust this offensive line, because it didn't feel like he had much of the trust early on in week 1.
Yeah, no, it definitely didn't seem like it. Even though I didn't feel like the offensive line was terrible, specifically in pass pro. I didn't feel like they were terrible.
No, but it didn't matter if it was actually. It mattered what was going through his brain.
Right. Well, then that's what I'm saying. Like the reality, the perception and the reality weren't necessarily the same from what I could tell. Now, who knows how much CJ would be validated in that both off of their previous performance last year, and if you just want to isolate it to the new look offensive line, the fact that they weren't always great even in training camp, even in the times and since he's been with these guys. But it does bring me to, like the point that you're making, without trying to oversimplify it, because I think you did a good job of explaining the nuance there of maybe why we didn't see as much Nico Collins and him, kind of check down Charlie in the game a little bit. They gotta unleash this guy, man. You would think, without oversimplifying it, and at the risk of oversimplifying it, look. Matthew Stafford spread the ball around pretty good, but you know who still found the ball? Guys like Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams. They didn't spread the ball around at the risk of not finding matchup problems for those guys. And so, like, as a play caller, as a designer in Nick Caley, and then as a quarterback who has to execute the play call and design in C.J. Stroud, and as y'all were talking about earlier in the show, as somebody who's been given extra authority and vision and all of these other things to be allowed to dictate at the line of scrimmage of what these plays are going to look like, they've got to figure that out. Like, for me, if you're looking at the Texans, like, just juxtapose the Texans and the Rams for a second. The Rams look like they had a little bit more of a supporting cast around whoever you want to call their number one guy, whether that's Devontae Adams or Puka Nacua. The Texans, absent of Christian Kirk, absent of Braxton Berrios, and absent of their starting offensive line, they didn't seem like they had a whole lot of options outside of Nico Collins and a little Hutch here and a little Dalton Schultz there. Like, you cannot afford to, if this is what your offense looks like right now personnel-wise, to allow the other team to take Nico Collins out of the game, especially the type of player that he is.
Well, he's going to get a lot of looks. I don't know how many they're going to be able to convert. By the way, just a real quick side note, I was just looking it up. Luke Gedeke, like you said, doesn't look like he's going to play. That means one Charlie Heck is going to step in.
Oh, good for Charlie.
At right
I've
tackle.
heard of that name.
Yeah, how about that? So that just a little note there, very familiar face here. No, but he's right, and I know you've been looking at me like you got something important to say, so I can't.
I don't know how
I can't
important
wait.
it
He
is.
gave me the,
It's just
looking,
thought-
the head up, looking down look.
Yeah,
And
no, that's
so-
just how my brain works. Where I go.
Everything that Reggie says is important.
You know when
Come
you
on
when,
now.
you, when you tilt your head back and you look down.
You know what it really
like
is?
You got something important to
You know
say?
how
Lay that
you know
importance on us, Reg.
You know how you go when your brain is like, or when you're like, I need to sneeze, and your head naturally goes up. My brain does that with like thoughts.
Yeah.
I'm like, I gotta hold this.
You can see the thought bubble formulating in his head.
So I'll keep it as tight as possible.
Hey,
This
yo.
truly is to just kind of funnel it down into one thought. You got to let. Are you going to let CJ let it rip?
Well, actually,
Reginald Atatula is typing. I can just see that in the
I'm
chat
glad
right now.
you said that,
Thank
John
you.
Lopez, because the question I was going to throw to you guys is, at what point does CJ Stroud put the bass in his voice to where he just goes, bleep whatever y'all are letting me do?
Mm-hmm.
Because we have a lot of
You got to
conversation.
let it rip sometime.
Well, we've had a lot of conversation
Mm-hmm.
about, there's more responsibility. He has more free reign. But at what point does he start doing, and I know this name isn't one you want to bring up, but Aaron Rodgers stuff where he just goes at the line, leave it, this is where we're running.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? Like, actually, you know what? This is the
don't
call play
listen-
from the sideline.
Don't listen to them.
Run that 9 right quick. Nico,
Listen
run
to
that
me.
9 right quick.
Maybe not in the first and hopefully more so in the second game, but I could see it not being in the first couple of weeks of just now regaining this quote unquote power, if that's what we want to call it. Like, we talk about how CJ Stroud used to do it like this. Well, used to was a long time ago. Like, he's been in the league now. This is his 3rd season. So for the past 2 seasons of him playing football, this has not been a thing that he does.
Yeah.
So readjusting and getting used to this again, to this part of it again, I think there's gonna be a learning curve, and there's gonna be a process here. But at the same time, I didn't feel like CJ Stroud had maybe 3-4 plays that you might want to have back in this game. But by and large, I thought he was fine. I thought that for the most part, it was a combination of things. Not having your full plethora of weapons. Always like the 1 step forward, 2 step back of the penalties. Like, the penalties were a major issue for them. CJ Stroud a lot of times got them out of, like when the penalties would hurt drives, CJ Stroud a lot of times would fix it. But then
Is that in the bag?
But then there's the pick that, I didn't necessarily agree was a pick, but it was a pick nonetheless, right? And so, like, you had a lot of that, of CJ Stroud bailing them out, and then not too long after he bailed them out, there's a play that he wants to have back. So everything needs to kind of come together for them.
Man, B. Scott's thoughts. There's a number of things that I'm going to search a little bit deeper on. I don't know if you could see me, fellas, as I was actively going through the next-gen stats, trying to get some more insight on something, because that running inside-outside thought is such an interesting one, because that feels like it's going to be a real test of how your game plan and offense actually is.
Yep.
Are you going to do the tried and true, or are you going to go to where the early instances of the numbers might point to?
Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see it.
Interesting. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we'll keep going with B. Scott, get to what's popping, including this feels like it's going to be a real fun weekend in the sports world. I'll tell you why next.
The Texans home 1-222-2222. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We got B. Scott from Hiram Clark in the studio with us, as we always do. And it's a fun Football Friday, which will continue on after we get off the air with the fellas of The Drive out there at, it's BB's, I believe, out there on 99. Go out and say what's up to the fellas. Then we'll have Danil Hunter on the broadcast after practice, I believe at 2:30. Don't quote me on that. That's just
why is that? Why can't we quote you on that?
You know, in pencil, not pen.
Because it's, everything is fluid, man. We're working off of this. I don't know. Did you grow up in the church at all? Because growing up in the church, we had the as the Spirit leads timing, where it's like, oh yeah, this is supposed to happen, but as the Spirit leads, which means if this gets moved around,
I'm gonna let y'all go 10 minutes. Give me 10 more minutes.
If the praise and worship leader decides we doing an hour as opposed to 30, well then we're gonna be 30 minutes late.
Hey, but that's also why as an adult I started going to white churches because they be on time.
On time, baby.
Hey, if
the sermon is 25 minutes. Yep. Praise and worship is 15. Yep. We gonna take this offering. We gonna send you on your way.
They have a director that's producing everything with that time clock.
Yeah, man.
Hey, cut this hem short. We running low. We running behind.
Or go to the earlier service if there's a second service, because they got to get out there to get the second service people in. So even black churches hold to that.
That's the best call right there. Go to the early service.
Yep. They're not gonna mess up that second service because all of this money got to get here.
So what did we learn today? Sometimes the Texans operate like a black church. Yeah, that's what we learned today. I think that's what we just said.
Who knew?
But yeah, go hang out with the fellas. Going to be giving away the commemorative pint glasses that we have for all the Football Fridays. A limited supply, one per person. So you want to make sure you get out there early. 2, maybe earlier than 2.
And it's our images on the glass.
Yes, in the Loop glasses this week, and which means next week you'll get the Drive glasses. But
you can drink a pint of me.
No. How about we don't?
Moving forward, what's popping? We got big time college football.
Is that not right?
On the docket tonight in the city of Houston. University of Houston welcomes in the Colorado Buffaloes.
That is tonight.
That is a big time game. If you're out there, go see Figgy Fig. He will be around. Make sure you say what's up to the man.
I'm boating over there as soon as it's show.
You got your UH football shirt on.
I do, man.
Yeah.
Are you guys as excited as I am? Like, I'm genuinely excited about this football game. What are y'all's excitement levels for this?
Oh, pretty high, man. Like, so of course I'm a little biased with the Cougs now because Willie Fritz is the coach. Willie Fritz was the coach of Sam Houston State when I went there, so I know Willie. I know his daughter. So, like, I am personally invested.
That humble brag in there.
No, but before
his daughter worked here for a while.
She worked, but I went to before that. Yeah, we went to school together.
So go way back.
That's what I'm saying. Like before,
you don't know Lopez.
I'm just saying before she was anything.
You don't know her like I know her.
Before, man, I wish I was there. Get in line.
Hey, yo, hey.
I'm just saying, like,
hey, Willie, don't come see us about it. We were just talking.
Willie was there. Willie knew. Willie was well aware of the situation and what was going on, and there was a long line before I was going to be there. Just to be honest.
You had to say long.
I'm not saying that everybody made it to the other side of the line. I'm just saying there was a lot of us in the line, and I was somewhere in the back. You know what I'm saying? Way, way, way in the back. But I say all that to say that I'm personally invested in his success. Want to see him do well. So yeah. So these are effectively two of my favorite coaches in the world, because you got Willie Fritz, who I feel like I kind of have a personal connection to, and then the Deion Sanders thing. I don't love everything about the Deion Sanders experience in Colorado, but I cannot deny that it's been a success, and that it's interesting, and that it's fascinating, and that it's good for the game, and that he's entertaining, Deion. And so you got Deion on one side that's like got this national appeal, and then Willie, who has an obvious local appeal and then more of a specific personal appeal to me. I want to see these two teams clash, and of course U of H, starting the season off 2-0, good for them, and trying to right some wrongs here. So I'm very much intrigued by the matchup.
And one of the fascinating things about this is you did a great job laying out kind of the people involved. You did miss one big person who was prominent in this, and that's Ryan Staub, who will be taking on the mantle of starting quarterback for the Colorado Buffaloes. And what makes him interesting is he's a dude who's been in that program, and it almost doesn't fit the ethos of what it feels like Deion Sanders' whole career has been, which is the transfer quarterback. Now, of course, a lot of times that transfer quarterback was his son, but that's been what he's working with. So as we go into the post-Shador era of Deion's coaching career, what is he capable of doing? interestingly enough, with a guy that he didn't really recruit in Ryan Staub, but then also just like, what are they going to do, especially against Houston, who Willie Fritz is developing a defense that we have to see how good it actually is. They did a fantastic job keeping up with the triple option offense that Rice threw at them. They looked pretty good. They've looked good to this point, but this is going to be their first real test. This is going to be the first stress test of Willie Fritz after year 0 of sorts, where he was trying to get the foundation for Houston. How real are they early on? This is going to be real fun.
And the other thing that it doesn't fit is they signed a 5-star quarterback at Colorado, 4-star, whatever.
Caden Salter, who started the season.
Yeah, and all of a sudden this guy comes in. So clearly, you're right. It doesn't quite fit what Deion normally does. But Deion also, at first I thought he was sort of playing possum because he went on for about 5 minutes about Willie Fritz and the program earlier this week. What a great guy, what a job he's doing, nothing but respect. And I'm like, is he playing possum? No, I think he really has a lot of respect for that dude.
Which is interesting because, again, they're kind of diametrically opposed. Deion Sanders has been transfer portal Jesus of sorts early on in his tenure as a power conference head coach. Willie Fritz is a program builder. And notice I didn't say program. Program builder. And I think that's kind of different, and it's interesting to see all of those things clash tonight, 6:30 at TD-ECU Stadium.
Yeah, old school coach, though, also. Willie Fritz is from a different era, so he's from the era where this is how you built the program. And that's not to say he's reluctant to get transfers, but this is how he's more oriented, whereas Deion is a coach of this era, right? Like, we're several years into the Deion coaching experience now, but he's at the forefront of this, or one of the coaches that's at the forefront of the change in the guard of how college football just works in general, from the transfer portal to the guys some of them being millionaires. Obviously, his son is a great example of that. So, I think it's an interesting dichotomy between coaches, but I'm glad you bring up the on-the-field part, because the issue with Deion Sanders and the post-Shador era was going to be a question even if they were still going with the quarterback that they started the season with. Now they're making a quarterback change, and, of course, if you've been following throughout the week, even that headline itself has been a point of contention, because there was a report out there about him changing the quarterback, and then Deion refuted it, and now it turns out he is, or said that he hadn't made the decision yet, but it turns out that's exactly what he's going to do.
Well, he said he hadn't made the decision, but he had also agreed to the fact that he had changed quarterbacks in practice. That's such a weird way to handle that.
Yeah, no, the whole thing is weird. And this is one of the things that I haven't necessarily loved about Deion and how he kind of handles the press. Feels like he, at times, can be a little bit, I use the term bully very, very lightly, because I'm not trying to be
then captivating.
Overly sensitive about it. But it's captivating. It's interesting. It creates some type of intrigue. This is the story that I've been following throughout the week about the Colorado U of H matchup. Is what are they going to do at quarterback, or is this story real, and all that kind of stuff. And then the larger story of post-Shador Deion, and what exactly that looks like.
And again, that's interesting. I don't want to neglect U of H in any of this, and it's fair. This 832 texter, not necessarily thrilled about the Cougs passing attack. Hope they can iron that out. Obviously, Connor Wegman is there. He showed the wheels, but if you just look at their offensive success, the offensive side is where Houston, both passing and rushing, leaves something to be desired. Can they show up against a not-so-great defense against Colorado? That's also another subset of this, so keep that out. But when it comes to sports, I'm going to make this statement, and it's going to sound grandiose, but I wonder if you guys will agree. Not much moves the needle in sports as like a single-day event, outside of the Super Bowl, than big-time boxing fights on a weekend, and this weekend we have one of those.
I'd agree with that.
Saul Canelo Alvarez versus Terrence Bud Crawford in Las Vegas. They're playing at the Roomba. They're playing at Allegiant Stadium, or fighting rather, at Allegiant Stadium. This is going to be a huge step up in weight class for Terrence Crawford.
His fourth title potentially?
He's trying to go and get Canelo, putting up his pretty stellar record. But he's the headliner, Canelo, and he's had power, although of late the power hasn't looked as good. But I wonder if that doesn't matter if you're dealing with the Terrence Crawford that's coming up a number of weight classes to try and come up. Will his power translate is one of those questions. I'm super intrigued by this fight.
Yeah, and as am I, for the same exact reasons, but also an added benefit to it for me. My son, my 10-year-old son, who can't get his head out of either a phone or a video game, is actually the first person to mention this fight to me a long, long time ago.
Oh, really? Good for him.
He was like, man, I can't wait to watch this. And I'm like, since when are you going to sit down and watch a live sporting event?
Did I see this right? It's an afternoon fight?
Yeah. So
why are they doing that?
It's Netflix.
On a Saturday?
It's a Netflix situation.
College football season?
Yeah, maybe so my son can win. I don't know.
I thought it was a typo because I thought, okay, after all the college football, 10 o'clock at night, let's check.
No, actually, the fight is it's the evening. I think you're thinking about
Maybe
another fight. That's I think it's a Riyadh fight that you're thinking about and that's the reason why is when they fight in Saudi Arabia. No, this one start Netflix 9 p.m. Eastern time is when the undercards start. No, this one will be a night event. I was like, I'm mixing up some of because we're starting to come up on some big fights here in the fall. That are popping up. But yeah, no, this one is an evening. This is going to be truly Las Vegas, and it's a big time fight. However, Canelo's still heavy favorite, minus 180, almost a 2-1 favorite, and he should be. Like he's fighting at a weight class that's more his own. He's got a strong chin. He's at least historically had more of the power. But Bud Crawford is a dog of a fighter. So if there was anybody that I'd give a chance to kind of step up in class this way and maybe try and crack Canelo, I think I'd ride with Bud a little bit.
Yeah, but you still, for the reasons that you mentioned about Canelo, man, and it feels a little sacrilege for me to kind of be going with Canelo. Like let's just say my heart's with Crawford and my head's with Canelo, if you know what I mean.
That's true to boxing. That's actually combat sports. That's how they sell their fights. They sell it on racial animus. You don't have to hide from that.
Yeah.
That's real. But yeah, it's going to be hard.
Come on,
for
man, you got to be objective here.
It's going to be hard for you to ride with the home team here.
Objectively, who I think is going to win. But my heart.
Somebody said 3-4-6. All the Canelo fights can drink all night when we win. You're still going to be able to do that, but it will be later in the evening. All right. See, we're not gonna have any discord on this one, Lopez, right? We're gonna be okay. We're gonna make our way through this fight and be all right.
I hate both of you.
Okay,
three of you.
That's fair. That's how boxing go.
Here we go.
All right, that's a little bit of what's popping this weekend, and I guess actually I should do this. Rest in peace to the SaberCats. It was announced that the Houston SaberCats rugby team is folding, which was sad. I was looking forward to them coming back, especially after they were this close. They got to the championship game, didn't win it, but appreciate the SaberCats. That sucks.
They're a fun bunch, man.
They had their own stadium.
Yeah.
They had their own, they were good.
Funny enough, that was what I thought of first, is like what happens with that stadium and complex that I know the Dynamo used to practice and stuff, but that's neither here nor there.
They got cool gear.
Really cool gear.
The gear looked real good.
Yeah, man.
The gear looked real good.
Hate to see it.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. B. Scott, always a blast when we have an opportunity to have you in studio. Thank you. Fine, sir. All right, coming up next, CJ was at the mic yesterday after practice. He said a couple of things that piqued my interest. I'm interested to see how you see them. 713-572-4610. We'll run that next.
All right, let's
CFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
That's right, big voice man. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Adetula. Figgy Fig, rocking with you on a Football Friday. It's been a fun one thus far. Again, appreciation to B. Scott for sitting in with us with an hour, a very fun hour. We're going to try and keep it fun as we keep going throughout the day. We'll hand things off at 2 to the fellas of the drive, Clint and Ron, Team Mill as well. Clint and Ron will be out at the BB's there on 99 out in Katy. So go see the fellas. Go get you a nice commemorative Football Friday glass with the pictures of In the Loop on there as well. Obviously, there's one for each of the shows on the station. There's a Payne and Pendergast and In the Loop, a drive, and an Area 45, and of course, all through Football Fridays, through the season, you'll be able to go out and get you one per person that comes, and it's a limited supply. So you want to make sure you get out there and hang out with the fellas. But let's talk about this Texans team. We're gearing up for a fun weekend of football. Obviously, we'll have another opportunity to still break down this game because it's a Monday night as opposed to a Sunday night. But with that Monday night game, the schedule is shifted. So yesterday was actually the first time we can hear kind of during the week. Today is the Thursday of the week. Okay, yeah. I was about for a second there, my brain was like, no, it's not. It's Friday.
Don't tell me that.
But
I ain't coming in tomorrow.
It's a football Thursday of sorts. Yes. Wait, I can't use that either because it's Football Friday. It's you get what I mean.
It's a work week Thursday for the Texans.
There it is.
Yeah.
There, we got it. It only took a little bit of workshopping. But we heard from D'Amico. We heard from CJ. CJ, in his availability, said some things that I found to be interesting. And I'd like to start here because, again, the offense is a focal point and the coordinator is a focal point. And just getting better is something that absolutely needs to happen at home at NRG versus the Bucs. And so CJ was asked about the areas that the team has to fix going into this week. Listen to this and tell me if there's something that jumps out to you.
We got to help Kels out, man. I think that's my biggest thing personally, and I think for the guys is not giving what play are you going to call on 2nd and 15, 2nd and 25, and we've had these problems for years, so 3rd and 14, 3rd and 12, you can't live in that, and we do our coaches discourtesy of that and that's controllable by us. So I think that's a start. Personally, I got to be better just pocket movements and, checking the ball down when I need to check it down. And at the same time, staying aggressive. So, I think we just need to build a rhythm early on better. And I think we'll be better from that.
Yeah, we definitely know what the talking points are this week, right? Given what D'Amico Ryans has said about Nick Caley is not the problem. Offensive line is not the problem. Quarterback has to step up. And then couple that with what he just said. You're like, okay, so they want to be able to get third and manageable, as you like to hear.
Right. No, that's one of them for sure. Obviously, the thing that caught people's attention, we got to help Caley, the offensive coordinator, is part of that. He mentioned managing the pocket. It's always funny. You can tell with this team in particular, when you get guys saying things, you can almost piece together what the team talk was with D'Amico or the coaching, whatever coaching staff ultimately relayed the message. But CJ and his responsibility of managing the pocket. But there was a phrase in particular that caught my attention and had my ears go up like a Doberman's of sorts. He said, "I've got to be better about checking the ball down." And I'm just in my mind trying to mentally run back that Week 1 game in LA versus the Rams, and I go, wasn't there a ton of checking the ball down? Like, I don't understand that. And look, it's possible that there's a misspeak happening or whatever. That is the thing that is kind of scary. And tell me if I'm reaching here, because that feels like, man, we weren't conservative enough in the way that we handled it from this particular talking point. And I don't think there's anybody that took that takeaway away from that.
No, and it just revolves around our discussion, which is weird. By the way, we're in week 2. And we're already like, oh boy, is this offense too conservative? Are they tying CJ's hands behind his back? Is he going to be comfortable with all these checkdowns instead of, as I said in the last segment, letting it rip? No, you are 100% right. I didn't think that didn't check the ball down enough. That's exactly what he was doing.
He did make sure to say and still take my shots where I can, and I think that's going to be the heavier part for me. But in this instance, I'm kind of using the order is like orders of magnitude and orders of importance.
Yeah.
And he definitely got to the check down when I need to, but then also take some shots in a way that feels so opposite of what it feels like the progression for this offense needs to be to find some more things. I don't think it was just CJ didn't get the ball out quick enough, especially because I'm looking at it, and of course, to my eye, not trained in being a high-level football person, but to my eye, I'm seeing CJ run through progressions in a way that's almost too fast where, give it a split second more, and Nico Collins might break open, and you can get the ball to what I imagine is your preferred target.
Yeah, and you've been talking about that since Monday, and we came in for the game, that there were potentially some opportunities there, and my counterpoint was I saw him not look there long enough. As you did, but I'm saying just come off of it maybe a little too soon. I think he's coached to do that, and that's not letting it rip. Trusting your receiver, letting it go.
And of course, there's a lot of assumptions that we're trying to do as we read between the lines here. But if we are assuming correct, that's the thing that scares me the most about this Texans offense right now is that they're going to try and vanilla this thing up to a place where it becomes problematic.
Yes,
I think that's the thing we've talking about. Should you pay CJ? If you handcuff a quarterback of that caliber, and I know that wouldn't be the intention is be a game plan or not even game plan offense, a ball control offense, deliberate, and play what is called complementary football to what should be a very, very good defense. But if you get yourself to a point where you're predictable, which is a different, I guess, verb that you could use, or verb? No, not verb. Parts of speech. Help me here. I know that you know, and you're just letting me flounder around. Or maybe you don't know. Okay.
I'm trying to say
but a different descriptor that you could use for this offense, I think that ends up being even more problematic because then you find defenses that go, I know what you're going for. I know you're trying to get the ball out quickly. I know that you're really existing in this area, and I can sit down on it, right? The lack of predictability is a large part of what helps you at this point in the league as opposed to simply just being conservative.
No, I totally agree. Subject?
No. I feel so dumb in this moment because this is grade school stuff that
you
I'm
and me
not
both.
kind of with. So that one jumped out to me for sure when we heard C.J. Stroud talking yesterday. But I did appreciate this. This is Stroud 4, if you don't mind, Fig. This was C.J. talking about moving past week 1, but also not taking it too lightly.
For me, I've been in this team myself. I've been in this position a bunch where everybody thinks you suck and whatever they want to think, cool, y'all go ahead and do that. We're going to continue to grind. If we lay an egg again, we're going to get back up. We're going to trust each other. It really doesn't matter what everybody else thinks. So, it takes time to build. We've been watching, sorry, I know I'm long-winded, but watching a lot of film of New England back when they were like in 2002, 2003, 2004. They didn't, and now, of course, they won, but they didn't look like what they did in their strong run right away. And, of course, that's the goal, to get it as quick as possible, but sometimes it's not the reality. So I'm trying my best to keep our guys' mojo up, and I think we're doing a good job of it.
Subject compliment is what it is. Anyway.
Might have just been adjective, honestly.
Well, no, it says it's the adjective, but it's a subject compliment.
Oh, okay.
All right, good. So.
We got right there in there.
I feel something kind of just in the distance on the horizon that may sort of fester into something much bigger. He immediately says, hey, you want to pile on me? Pile on me. I don't care. He cares. Who doesn't? Who doesn't?
I think he described that somewhat in the larger portion of the press conference, kind of about, especially how his family kind of hears it.
Yeah.
And obviously, one of the things where I was happy to hear some of his faith kind of track back in. He was like, he leans on who he is in his faith, as opposed to how people will go up and down on you on the outside, but your faith will kind of ground you. And I was like, all right, cool. He's going to need that because right now you are in this space where he's there. I believe him when he says that. And I think that will actually be helpful for him because, again, he's in a place where it's going to be tough right now. This is not, we didn't anticipate this being easy, figuring out and really breaking this offense. I don't know that I'm leaning into the idea that this offense will be entirely broken come Monday.
The one thing that you can hang your, or at least hope for, is we've been saying from the very beginning, it's going to be 4 or 5 weeks before you really get a feel for what how C.J. Stroud can handle this offense, can make those adjustments, can know when to change a play, maybe stretch the field a little bit, take that chance. So we're just going into week 2, so you can hang your hat on that. The only thing that you have to watch is the offense going to be – is he going to be allowed to do that, even no matter how well he knows the offense?
Hey, Fig, our Ohio correspondent, I want to tap you in here. From the 713, said this on Wednesday, say it again. CJ's an Ohio State quarterback. Whatever hatred or animosity he's experiencing from the fan base is nothing compared to what he faced at Columbus.
This is true.
Can you confirm or deny?
No, that's true, man.
Yeah.
You looking at one of them, like, as much as I love CJ Stroud, throughout the whole season, I'm like, run the ball, man. Get the first down, bro. And specifically, I want to say it was in the Michigan game where I think it might have been like 4-2 or something like that. And he was just sitting back there trying to throw I'm like, get the first down. And didn't get the first. Now, he did it in the Georgia game.
He sure did.
That's when I was happy. But the kicker, that's a whole nother conversation.
All right, we don't need you to go full Ohio State. I mean, reel it in.
Yeah, no,
I
was definitely. I will say this: Ohio State fans did appreciate CJ after seeing the other quarterbacks come in after CJ Stroud, where he's like, Kyle McCord. Kind of miss CJ Stroud a little bit.
Yeah, so I did find that to be an interesting point. Do you have any, because we had the practice report yesterday. Obviously, we'll get another one today as we get closer to the game. And Jake Andrews continues to be out. We kind of anticipated that. Ed Ingram. Ed Ingram was a limited. Ed Ingram was a limited participant, but Blake Fisher was a full participant. He has been. Where are you with this offensive line? Because it seems like Jared Patterson will play this week. It just seems like it's in there.
I think it might help. All due respect to Andrews, but C.J. Stroud knows Jared Patterson quite well. He stepped in and did pretty dang well last year. I think there's a comfort level. I'll put it this way: I don't expect there to be a drop off, at all.
Doesn't seem like that with C.J. Check the tone on this, especially as he continues. CJ, is it going to be seamless going to Jared Patterson?
Yeah, it's great. Me and Slime, that's his nickname. Yeah, I can't say that. I'm going to get fined. Me and J-Pat have done a good job early on in our careers of, finding a good relationship on calls, on really just everything, like snaps. He does a good job, getting the guys around getting them going. So I thought, when he stepped in, he did a good job. Of course, we're going to miss Jake, and he was doing a really good job too. So, just try to do as best I can whatever I have. It sucks I have a lot of experience with backup centers, and which is not fortunate all the time. But at the same time, I love J-Pat. He's a great player, and he's going to do great for us.
A lot of experience with backup centers.
I could hear it in him.
Oh Lord, this is just how do we always come back to the offensive line? Why is it always back to that? Like he deserves a guy that's been there, is going to stay there, is going to be a Pro Bowler, etc.
He does.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's not quite what he has, and I don't think I'm being disrespectful to Jared Patterson or Jake Andrews in saying that. Oddly enough, I do, and we've talked about this. I don't think that this is going to be – I think this will be seamless, rather, is the way that I should say this, with Jared Patterson sliding in. I don't think this will be worse than Jake Andrews, and I do think there's actually the possibility that somehow, some way, is actually a little bit better.
Maybe. I won't disagree.
Now, of course, this is a weird day to do that, or game to do that, as he will be opposite. What number does he wear? Is it 50?
Vita Vea?
Big Vita Vea?
Yeah.
That might be the weird one to put it up against, but no, he's heard the frustration. You can almost hear some of the frustrations that he has himself, but it seems like he's excited prepared for the opportunity. The only thing that got me was that one, just checking down more. It's like, really?
Yeah, we don't need that.
No, we don't at all. And I want to leave with this though. Let's get some positive vibes from the CJ Stroud and what he was talking about. Actually, you know what? Give me Stroud 6, because I was going to go back to his 2023 game versus Tampa. We might play that audio a little bit earlier or later to just kind of revisit some of that fun. But CJ Stroud, I kind of want to get his vibes on playing with a guy like Nico, because that's a connection that absolutely needs to tick up this week.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. I like because Nico is that way, but also like he demands the ball. He wants the ball, and it's our job to find ways to get it to him. And I thought we could have, definitely I could have done a better job of getting him the rock when he was open. And I think he's going to show up big time. every dog has his day, you know, and Nico's a growling at the mouth like a Rottweiler, trying to get that ball. And so I'm excited to see. And, you know, I'm always looking for 12, man. That's never a question. So, yeah, he'll be all right.
First play of the game, like old school Bobby Slowick?
Ooh.
Old school Bobby Slowick with Nico? Just chunk it?
Maybe not chunk it, maybe just a screen. Just get the ball in his hands.
Oh,
let
you
him
want
go.
to go that route, or just get him a touch?
Let him get a touch. Let's get this going.
Man.
I do love the chomping at the bit. In essence,
yeah.
We don't think of Nico Collins as like that guy.
For sure he does.
At the very least, with CJ, it does. I love at least hearing this. There's some facet of this where Nico's like, I'm not going to do it in a way that's disrespectful. I'm not going to do it in a way.
But you're going to know.
But hey, I do wonder if he just sends him. Know. I feel like it's just one of those. He gives him a look, and CJ knows exactly what it means. Like, hey, still over here. Like the football. Please and thank you.
Yes.
I am excited for that, at the very least, the possibility of that. But I'm intrigued as to how they try and do it.
I'm intrigued how it's not as if Tampa doesn't know that this is going to be the Texans, sort of strategy. So I'm intrigued how they're going to play it.
And because the reason why I was like, ooh, the idea of just like, hey, chuck it down deep, and maybe getting it done earlier would be better. Because one thing about Todd Bowles, he likes sending extra guys, and he likes sending them in disguised ways or fancy ways. And so the idea of CJ, identifying what's happening pre-snap and also what's happening post-snap, there's going to be a lot on his plate there.
Yeah.
So holding this offensive line, getting the right protection, and keeping him upright long enough to launch it downfield, that's going to be something I'm very intrigued in. And I say that to say I'm not certain that that's going to go exactly in the way that we would hope.
That's the storyline.
Yeah, we'll see as we keep going. We are barreling towards Texans Bucs here at NRG Stadium. That's on Monday. Obviously, we have an opportunity to talk about that again after the weekend before we get football on Monday night here on Sports Radio 610. But coming up next, it's about that time when we get our lunchtime confession. So why don't we do that on Sports Radio 610?
In the loop.
This offense wore chat.
SportsRadio.org and tune in Sunday at 7 a.m. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Normally you think Monday Night Football, right? Let's go. Going to be badass. Going to be on the stage pretty much by yourself for at least the majority of the game. You think, can't wait. My confession is, I kind of want to play. I want to see him play Sunday.
100%.
I want to see him play Sunday. I want to get this thing going. There are so many. You know, I alluded to it. Is that bad? Like, you don't want your team showcase. You just want to get it on. As Andy was saying the other day, I want to play at noon on Sunday. You know, part of it is the mystery behind what they're doing offensively that we've talked about a lot. I just feel like it's so crucial. It's not make or break. It's not must win or anything like that. But I think this game is going to set the tone for a while. I'll put it that way.
No, 100%. Yeah. I think that's exactly why. And I'll put it like this. When you as a family are working through your issues, you don't want that in front of the public. Now do you?
Well, it's not just I want to see it.
Bury me on that. Yeah. Like, I know where you're coming from. Yeah. I'm personally bury me on a middle afternoon game while I'm working on my stuff. So that I want to be showcased when it's all good. Like, when it's like everything is running and I know what I can put my best foot forward. I'm not certain the best foot forward is coming out on Monday.
That term I've been using for years. Stay low and build. Yeah. Stay low and build. Like everybody kept. Remember a couple years ago, everybody kept saying, we need some primetime games. Like,
maybe eventually.
Hey, I'm fine with playing Sunday at noon every single week if we're good. And then next year we can follow that road.
You guys are both right, but mine is more based on
antsy.
You're just antsy. You want to get there.
I want to see it, and I want to see it now. You know, the old Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
It kind of made the week go by.
I want my Oompa Loompa. I want it now. Yeah, I want to see what this looks like.
Yeah, I think
you just go ahead and mark that. I want that. I might need that.
Mm-hmm. But it did seem, because it seemed like this. Well, last Sunday the game started at 3:25 or whatever, and now it's like you got to wait all the way to Monday Night Football.
Yes.
At least it started at 6 and not like 7.
Yeah,
but I see what you mean though.
Mm-hmm.
If they had just scored one touchdown,
we'd be, let's go.
Like, I'd have been like, all right, Monday night, that's cool. No touchdowns.
You kind of forget about that too. They haven't scored a touchdown.
Not yet. Not in the Caley era. No, they have not. The Texans have not scored a touchdown in the Nick Caley era. That sounds like forever. It's like 1 week. Yeah. But still, they have not scored a touchdown in the Nick Caley era. And
what was the last time they scored a touchdown?
How many days you want to do it like that?
It's been. Or what was the last time they scored a touchdown?
Well, Chargers. No, Chiefs.
Yeah, but how many days is that? How many months is that?
How many quarters?
Day 100.
How many quarters? That really is the worst. It's been 300, and it's like, damn. Yeah. It was just.
It's been 8 quarters since they scored a touchdown.
Go get on that. I need you to get on that, Figgy Fig.
These are my confessions.
I think actually, mine is football related, and it's pretty evident, but I feel it very strongly. And it's been since 2004, I believe, is the year where the oldest player to lead the NFL in rushing was Curtis Martin. I think Derrick Henry is going to break that this year.
Oh, he is older, right?
Curtis Martin was 31 in that season. I think Derrick Henry breaks that record this year. And, of course, it's easy to say that after week 1. However, it just seems like he's impossible to slow down. They're going to continue utilizing him. And I would have never guessed when he joined the Ravens, what was that, 3 seasons ago now?
Oh, yeah.
That we would be in this place where he's 31 and I go,
this is second season.
2 seasons. Sorry, appreciate you. Where when he joins, I go, all right, what will happen on the other side of this is he will very much be, not just have the possibility, but it won't be surprising to say that he's going to lead the league in rushing and probably become the oldest guy to ever do that.
Remember when we were talking about, well, the Texans are interested in Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley. Nah, they're old.
Yeah.
Both of them.
Yeah, we heard all the running back stories and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And then, hell, I think, not to put you on the spot, Lopez, but You was kind of like, this about that time, Derek, you was kind of using the running back.
Oh,
thing
yeah,
too.
the history of the running back.
He should. Yeah, I don't think you say he's gonna fall off, but start slowing
when it
down.
starts. Yeah, when it starts.
Kind of start slowing down. And to be fair, he was in Tennessee, so maybe that had something to do with it. But when he went back to Baltimore, it's like, damn, why did Tennessee give that up?
Which is funny because if you see him up close and personal, you should know he is an alien.
Yeah.
He's not a real human being.
Yeah, you can't look at him as other running backs.
Yes.
That's kind of like the Adrian Peterson of them all.
It's a different animal.
From the 281, Mixon was the last to score a touchdown for the Texans.
Oh, good research.
Man.
Thank you.
Goodness gracious,
From
man.
the research department.
Will he score a touchdown this season? 713-572-46.
Oh, Lord.
Because didn't they ask, was it D'Amico, they asked him about Joe Mixon? And he was like, we hope that he's doing well.
We'll let you know when we let you know.
Not even we'll let you know. We hope that he's doing well was words that were used. And I was like,
that's what I say.
That's
when I say when somebody asks me about an auntie I ain't talked to in a couple years. Oh, she doing well. Yeah. she good. Everything good with her. She doing pretty good.
These are my confessions.
I actually have a football related one.
Yeah.
Look at us.
Football
I know.
Friday.
Look at us talking sports.
Sticking to sports. Sticking to sports.
Yeah.
I got to confess. So I was watching Thursday Night Football last night, and we was kind of raving about Jordan Love a little bit. I got to confess, I'm a little jealous the way Green Bay has just been lucking into franchise quarterbacks like
year
this,
after
man.
year, man.
And I'm wondering, like, I'm kind of wondering, maybe it's just a different time or whatever. But why don't other teams kind of handle this quarterback situation like they do?
Put him on the bench and let him,
Yeah, because it seemed like they did it the last two times. They did it they had Brett Favre. I ain't going all the way back in the day, but Brett Favre, they drafted Aaron Rodgers. And then he sat for a couple years. And then they brought him in. And then same thing with Jordan Love. He sat for felt like 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
Why teams don't really take this type of approach? I know time is very limited.
Well, the interesting thing, part of it is the collective bargaining agreement. I think that's a big part of it these days. But it used to be that's how you handled every rookie quarterback.
Yeah,
I mean, it was a rarity to start a rookie quarterback halfway into a year.
And with them, and I'm being funny calling them lucky, but it seemed like that works.
It absolutely works. But the biggest thing to me, I don't know about you, Reggie, but is once you get into the rookie contract stuff, then the clock starts so much sooner than the old days. Because you got to pay them after 4 or 5 years.
But see, I'm not even talking about getting the quarterback in the top 10 or anything like that. Of course, you're going to want them to play as soon as possible. But they took a quarterback when they necessarily didn't need a quarterback. They took one in the late first round.
Yeah, but that's still a first rounder. So I think there's multiple parts of it. And I think that's one of them is, first and foremost, you're going to use a highly valued draft pick on a player that you don't intend on having on your field. A first-round pick you intend on not only playing but being a big factor or maybe even a starter when you select them. That would be taking a first-round pick or maybe a second-round pick and saying, not only do we not intend on them being a starter, we don't intend on seeing them. Yeah. And that's something that's hard to sell in this NFL where you're always trying to push and add to what you're doing, especially salary capped where you need that cost-controlled player. I think also you started hitting on a good one, Lopez, when you talk about a quarterback and the time to pay them. You need to figure out if this quarterback that you get is a guy that is worth paying. And so you need as many years as you possibly can get.
And you had him back in the day.
Right? You need as many years as you possibly can get to figure out, especially as the cost per the quarterback goes up, to decide, are we going to pick up that fifth-year option? Are we going to pay them? And if you do the thing with Jordan Love, if you remember, it was, I believe, 3 seasons. And then it's like, now you're out here, and we have a year, maybe 2, to figure out if you are worth the money.
But they played it perfectly, though.
They did.
Like, there's no conversation. I think we was kind of – people was probably, I think, questioning the pick, Jordan Love.
We didn't know if he was any good.
Yeah, and
that
on
was
top,
a discussion.
And on top of it, you still got Aaron Rodgers. That's still good.
Yeah. And that's the third thing is.
So I felt like they just played it. They played the long game a little bit. They wasn't really trying to get him in right now. They played it just in time, and now it's not even a conversation.
Well, it's easy to say that on the back end, though, because in real time, you're also dealing with an Aaron Rodgers who's at the top of his game or near the top of his game. You're using a first-round pick to get a quarterback instead of a dude who needs wide receivers, not getting him talent. And the big thing is you piss off your starting quarterback.
Yeah, you do.
But they did it 3 different times, man. It wasn't like it was just
Well,
Peyton Manning to Andrew Luck.
2 times between quarterbacks, but still, the point remains.
It wasn't
right?
just it just lucked up on Andrew Luck type of deal. It seemed like this is kind of consistently, and I'm just wondering why other teams don't really go with that.
Ultimately,
approach.
it always comes back down to that. And by the way, all I'm hearing is Figgy wants the Texans to use a first-round pick on a quarterback this year.
I mean, Graham Mertz is right there. What are you talking about? Magic says, wouldn't that reduce the amount of money that you'll pay because they won't show that much? No, that's not how the market works. If you're going to pay a quarterback, it's next man up. It's just like, hey, what is the market set at? And even then, like, if you're planning on having them as a starter, you're paying starter money. It's not, well, we don't know yet, so we can't pay you that much. No. That agent will be like, if you want to sign my quarterback, you will have to pay. And so it will just be you not being all that convinced as opposed to you saving some money.
But see, the thing is, whenever a team got a franchise quarterback already, you don't think about drafting the quarterback unless it's like a Graham Mertz or something like that. But if you're kind of getting towards that back end and you're a team like Green Bay that's kind of looking 3 steps ahead, then I'm like, dang, maybe that is the best way to do it. So that way you won't be in the quarterback held type of situation ever.
Well, there's other quarterbacks that have drafted there are teams that have drafted quarterbacks, maybe not first round specifically.
Yeah.
And when that doesn't hit, you look foolish. That gets you fired very quickly. I think the middle ground that some teams try and take is like a 4th or 5th round quarterback and see if maybe you find gold.
Yeah.
And if you don't, it doesn't hurt as much. You haven't used your top tier draft capital outside of places where they can help you on the other parts of the team. And you can maybe see if you find a little something like a Dak Prescott or something.
But you see,
4th round pick.
Yeah, that's true. I was going to bring up even New England. Like, they had Tom Brady and they also brought in Jimmy Garoppolo. Now, I know he's not the same type of person.
Yeah, but they were kicking the tires.
It seemed like they were preparing just in case. And then it didn't work out and they flipped them for a pick.
Yeah.
So, I think that's very interesting. That's a great point. There you go. A little bit of a lunchtime confessions. Real sportsy on a Football Friday here in the Loop. Coming up next.
How dare us.
Football Friday also means that we're gearing up for the weekend that will be in college football. So you know what that means. John Lopez's college football headline of the weekend. What will it be? Well, you got to stay tuned to hear that next.
All right. Right now you got to hear this, and that is about D&M Auto.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
Come on, Biggie. You know what we need? You got it. You got it. I know you do. Big week.
There we go.
There we go. All right, big week. Sappy college football theme of the week time. I guess the only way you can put it is plop it on the table Saturday.
What?
Plop it on the table Saturday. That's what this week is
Explain
called.
yourself,
All
man.
right, because there's a number of games that we got to get to this weekend. Obviously, one of them being Texas A&M at Notre Dame. Tough loss last year, returning the favor this year is what the Aggies are hoping, and this is why it's plop it on the table. Every game that you can look at of the big games, every game that you can look at of the big games this week, you could fairly say that it fits with the theme of plop it on the table Saturday, just like you're supposed to. Tennessee, let's start right there. Terrific. They've looked terrific against subpar competition. Joey Aguilar, the trade they made to get him basically. The trade they made to get him at
they are winning right now.
They are winning
Nico
the trade.
Iamaleava out there at UCLA is not looking like what you want, although he is looking like what you should have expected.
Yeah. The trade they made, it's looking really good, but this is Georgia, man. This is Georgia. Do you have what it takes, Tennessee? They've looked really good. They've looked really, really good. But now,
it's a Josh Heupel offense, baby.
Yeah, but now you got Georgia, so they're going to have to plop it on the table to prove themselves.
Still hilarious.
So that's one. We'll get to the Aggies now. The question has been, should we expect something different this time? The last few years, obviously Mike Elko only in his second year, former Notre Dame defensive coordinator.
Very good.
Very good defensive coordinator, taking over defensive calls this year.
He was DC.
The Duke head coach.
He was our head coach at DC. Duke, you're right.
At Duke, head coordinator at Notre Dame. Do you want to get out of that rut? Well, you better plop it on the table. Yeah, but you better show yourself because that's Notre Dame over there.
In a very specific context. I just don't want anybody to hear you better show yourself and do it in other contexts. Just in this instance, prove what you got.
South Bend, Indiana awaits. And a really weird thing about this game that has happened in the last week. So after the Irish lost to Miami in a really good game that we talked about, the prices and availability of Notre Dame home game tickets went way down and the availability went way up. There is a projection by one of the ticket outlets, one of the apps, I forget what it was, that up to 20% of the stadium now tickets were purchased in Texas.
That would be
really interesting.
That would be
a lot of Aggies in Chicago reportedly now. Obviously heading to South Bend, Indiana. So it'll be interesting to see. But Notre Dame is really good. We know this. But first-year quarterback, Aggies with Marcel Reed. He's going to have to prove himself now. Really good run game, which is how you win on the road. They can go 3 deep in the running back room.
But one thing is, Marcus Freeman is probably putting together the most respectable Notre Dame team that we've seen in a very, very long time. No, I mean program, but then also specifically with the team itself. And the thing I was going to ask you, because at this time of year, it's so tough to get a feel for so many teams, especially the ones that have been playing maybe not the best competition at this point yet. How are you feeling about Marcel Reed and this offense? Because I have not had the fortune of being able to watch them and get a feel for what A&M is right now.
Yeah, I've watched both games. I won't say criticism, the sort of the critique, which is kind of in the same vein, but is, hey, if he can just become a better passer. If he can just become he wasn't awful last year, but if he can just become a better passer, because he's really good reading defenses, really good with his legs. He's been a better passer, but UTSA, was the opponent week 1, and then obviously Utah State last week. This is Notre Dame, man. This is Notre Dame with a really good secondary. Maybe not quite as good as last year, but a really good secondary. So, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Can they run the ball with Le'Veon Moss and just a really good assortment of running backs, an offensive line that returned all 5 starters from last year. Can they run the ball and give him the opportunity to throw the ball?
We'll see. We'll see this weekend.
South Florida, by the way.
USF.
They have
Bulls.
They have plopped it on the table a couple of times.
This is how many times you think you could plop it on the table and still have the bigger one.
Yeah.
If we're just going to completely lean into this thing that we probably shouldn't, and I should probably dead right now. This is where it gets real tough because you did a great job in week 1, kind of making this, and then you made it a real ugly game against Florida, and that's a Florida team that's been really underachieving. It took some nastiness from them to help you get an 18-16 victory. This Miami team is much better than that. I don't think they have a real shot here, but they're still in a great place to be like that, the group of 5 represented in the college football playoff. And the really big thing for me, if I'm going to try and be fair to them, is how good can you look against the Miami team that really is your better?
Miami is flat out a contender. You beat the hell out of Boise State week 1. You went into Florida and made life miserable for Billy Napier week 2. But this is Miami. You're catching a theme here. I keep saying, but this is Georgia for Tennessee. But this is Notre Dame
week
for
3.
The Aggies.
This is about
this is Miami for South Florida. So, yeah, I mean, this is one of those where it's a really prove it, if you want to be a little soft pedal a little bit, it's a prove it Saturday.
Thank you.
For a lot of these teams.
There might be children in the car. It's a Friday. They might have gotten out of school or something.
They need to go back to school, man. They need to go back to school. Another one that is two of really a lot of interest to me is we just mentioned Billy Napier. I mean, Florida is up against it right now, big time, and they want him out. If he doesn't get it done, forget plopping it on the table.
Who they playing?
He's going to be a eunuch. But
they're playing, as one recruit once called them, the University of LSU. They're playing Louisiana State in Baton Rouge, mind you, as well. That is a number 3 LSU with a Grant Nussmeier that looks like he's delivering on all fronts there, with a defense that looks like they have really put it together. Harold Perkins looked like he is on another one.
Guy's a monster.
They finally found him that right position because he's been in this weird tweener where he's moved off the line, moved onto the line. They've tried to find him that right spot. It looks good there as well. They're going to need to really show up against the LSU on the road, and you got to give your faithful in Florida something to believe in, because that's really the thing that secures your job. It's not just wins and losses. It's do we believe that you can do this?
Not only that, but obviously I think we're all going to pick LSU here. But if you get run out of the gym, so to speak, I mean, they have to at least look competitive against LSU.
Agreed.
They have to at least look competitive. This is an interesting one for me. It might be like an early Heisman showdown. And then you're going to raise your eyebrows when I say this.
Yeah, you might be doing a little bit much here, friend.
Hold on.
Okay.
Vanderbilt.
Yes.
And South Carolina. Diego Pavia has done that and put it on the table. He considers Vanderbilt a real contender in the SEC West. He was SEC Player of the Week already this week. As a quarterback, he beat Alabama. They beat Alabama last year, thanks to him. And he
will always drink in Nashville for free.
Yes,
for that thing.
It's a big if, but given what he's done already on his resume, and then you beat the other Heisman contender, Lenore Sellers. You might be onto something here in Vanderbilt.
I like what you're trying to do. I am not taking that bait. I know you're a fisherman. That one is not appealing to me. I think that he can do a little something for himself, just continuing to build the legend that is Diego Pavia. That is, again, it is solidified. He going to be good in the college football streets. Like, if you mention the name Diego Pavia, the real college football sickles will be like, yeah.
That guy.
That was that guy. But I don't think that he can put himself on the Heisman watch. But what he can do is be quite a spoiler in some ways to South Carolina and their aspirations. This is a good South Carolina team.
It's a really good
Lenore
South Carolina
Sellers
team.
looks great. I have to go and actually look at the Heisman watch because I haven't dipped into it early for obvious reason. But he is absolutely a dude who has looked like that guy. What guy? That guy. But if we're talking about Heisman watch, I think that there's a few names that I would probably a nice handful, if not more names, before I get to well before.
But
I consider
you just said it.
Pavia.
If he can upset South Carolina on it is a nationally televised game. That's how you get in the race. That is absolutely how you get in the race, especially if your team Vanderbilt, which does not have much of a history in football, starts to win some games. That's how you do it. I don't think it's an overstatement. Now, he might get run out of the gym too, but if this happens, I think you're going to hear some rumblings and grumblings about Diego Pavia.
Very much anticipate the latter, and I think that's actually something that I do want to give just a moment of time to, because we could talk about the possibilities of what Vanderbilt does. This is a South Carolina team that is
good
with Shane Beamer, where this is something that they haven't done a lot recently, at least not under him. Like, maybe you got to go back to the old ball coach to get a South Carolina team of this magnitude. So, no, this continued build, I think, is a big deal. And seeing another iteration of Lenore Sellers, I think, is going to be really huge before you get to SEC play.
Let me ask you this before we move on. I got
SEC
two more on Plop It on the Table Saturday. Who, from what you've seen thus far, who's the best team in the country?
I'm trying to recall, because for some reason my brain is not taking me there.
I would say it's one of three teams. Add one if you feel that there is one. I think it's either Oregon.
Yeah, that was one of the ones that I was
what they did to Oklahoma State. We didn't even really talk about it too much on CF
69-3.
That should not happen.
Well, and this is the thing.
That should just flat out not happen.
It happened intentionally. I think they probably could have run it up further, and it was a statement, which this has been the whole ethos of Dan Lanning going to Oregon. I'm going to build an SEC team outside the SEC. And he did, and he's maintained
the hell out of
it.
Yeah. That's Oklahoma State.
Well, Oklahoma State ain't still Oklahoma State.
I understand that, but that's a major.
You would have thought that was Grambling's.
Exactly. You would have thought that it was, something along those lines. No, that's a humiliation, and that's coming from someone who survived the Dennis Franchione era.
Oh,
I mean, that is a humiliation for a major program. Forget where they are, in the stratosphere now. That's an absolute. So I think it's either Oregon.
Oregon's a good shout. I like
LSU, and we'll find out a lot this week. But they do not have a weakness, man. They just don't have a weakness. Or Ohio State, to be honest. Shout out to Figgy. They have all the parts too. Is there anybody I'm missing? The best team in the country?
Actually, I probably go with the teams that you've thrown up there. I'm going to have to try and get my brain out of the space that it typically is and give Penn State a little bit of opportunity.
I thought about it for a hot second. But they one of those teams. I got to see y'all in the playoffs, man.
Yeah.
At least do it,
or to a good team.
I need to see it against a good team.
Let's see you against Ohio State or Michigan or somebody in your own damn division.
Well, that transitions to the last couple of notes I want to make here for tomorrow's and this weekend's games. One team we didn't mention, Alabama. That should be a given, right?
Who's Alabama have?
They
for some reason, I
have
don't recall.
Wisconsin at home.
Oh, yes, the Luke Fickell boys.
Wisconsin starting quarterback Billy Edwards is not going to play. He's injured. You lose this one? You lose this one to Wisconsin?
This is one where you got to tee off and get you a nice win to get that little old lady at the corner store off your back and not using that Powerball to get you out of your job.
I would love to watch the game with her and see how she reacts to that game.
If Alabama loses this one to Wisconsin playing a backup quarterback and a boring Wisconsin team, all due respect, that's how they play, then everybody in Alabama is going to be playing the Powerball next week. I mean, they're all going to be playing the Powerball.
They might be getting together to try to scramble up a little money.
Yeah. And
Kalen, I need you to go ahead and run up some style points for your account because it's your funds are looking a little insufficient right now.
Yeah. One more for you guys because this is something of an in the weeds, I think, huge game. Arkansas is going to Ole Miss. Have you seen Taylon Green yet, the Arkansas quarterback?
See, and this is the thing. We've talked with Clint about it, and he's given a good report about Taylon. I still haven't gotten my eyes on him. I need to see what he's doing and whether he can help old Sam keep
6'5",
that gig out there.
230 quarterback. 6'5", 230, leads the FBS in touchdowns, and already has, I believe it's 8 runs of more than 10 yards. And Ole Miss, we know, has really built a powerhouse.
Ole Miss is kind of a really nice team, right?
Yeah.
I always shudder giving Lane a lot of credit.
Yeah.
And, of course, their quarterback, they're still trying to figure that out after coming off of Jackson.
But that's a powerhouse program now. There's no denying it. And Arkansas has been sort of in that A&M mode. Can we get over? Can we get over? Can we get over? They got a quarterback that might be able to do it.
A lot of fun this weekend in college football. That serves Lopez's college football headline of what was the headline again?
Plop it on the table Saturday.
That'll serve as your college football preview for this weekend and is presented by Walmart. Appreciate you rocking with us here in the Loop. Coming up next, let's get to the final hour of the program before we hand things off to the fellas that drive. And you talked about matchups. This weekend, a big-time matchup, obviously, is one that we are talking about, C.J. Stroud, Baker Mayfield. How does it compare with some of the other matchups that we have and maybe some other NFL questions for the weekend? We'll get into those next on Sports Radio 16.
The Drive. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. It's a Football Friday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Always remember, Football Friday is brought to you by Academy, supported by Tom Ball Ford. So appreciate you guys rock with us. We were just talking about the college football weekend that will be, and we have somewhat of a college football correspondent on the text line from the 713. Just left Chicago O'Hare, the airport out there in Chicago. Looks like College Station.
That's what I've been hearing,
Looks
man.
like
Now,
from JF Bear.
Doesn't mean it's going to make a big difference, but I'd rather have 20% of the crowd than 2% of the crowd.
Yeah, so that might just make the TV experience even better, where you get some obviously a lot of noise for Notre Dame, but then you'll get a little bit of noise that comes through on the broadcast for A&M as well. That sounds like a broadcast that I would like to watch a good amount. All right, let's get going here, and we got a big weekend of NFL football. Obviously, one of the big headlines for us is C.J. Stroud, just generally, but then the matchup with Baker Mayfield. Actually, let me ask that as a question. Is this particular matchup of quarterback to quarterback, does it strike you as much as just the quarterback of CJ and like the things that are around him individually?
I mean, maybe this should be something of a confession too. I think it does. Like Baker Mayfield, he's one of those guys that you constantly talk about. Boy, he deserves more credit. He deserves more credit. He's gotten credit in the last year. I think people. Do you view Reggie? Do you view him as like an upper tier quarterback? Because I do.
I think he earned the right to be in that conversation. Now, you could definitely debate if you get down to the nitty-gritty, is he tier one, all that stuff?
Yeah.
Well, he's not tier one.
He's not tier one.
No, I'm just saying.
With all due respect to him.
You could debate all of that crap. But as far as like a respected quarterback, maybe like close to top
maybe
10.
I'm just seeing too much.
No, for sure.
How about you?
It feels like he's on the cusp at the very least of those where you have to view him amongst one of the better ones. And it's just, I think the clear thing that I can say is there is no longer any trepidation or, kind of hemming and hawing about whether he is a quarterback or a starter, like a bona fide, will not lose his spot starting quarterback in the NFL, because maybe even, I don't want to go to franchise quarterback conversations because that ends up being a little fraud, but you get what I mean when I say that. Because you've had a couple different coordinators come through where you can't go, well, it's the coordinator that made him.
Sure.
It's the coordinator that made him. Eventually you have enough, you've isolated the variable enough with him where you go, you have to give him some credit.
And that was the conversation for years, saying, oh, that's the coordinator. That's the coordinator. Now at this point, man, this is third coordinator.
Man, you're looking at his numbers last year compared to Stroud.
Yeah.
I mean, this is one of those player A, player B things.
Yeah.
If Baker Mayfield's player A, you might take that over player B being Stroud.
And I think I would continue to give, context always matters.
Well,
sure. They say numbers never lie, but, the context or the lack thereof can. And so I think that's where you would need it. However, this matchup is interesting quarterback-wise. But for me, honestly, I hadn't really thought about Baker versus CJ as much as just CJ needs this.
Yes,
outside of
that's for
outside of heads-to-head, this is CJ versus I guess himself. What the
offense.
CJ versus expectations is probably more the way to put this, and so that's probably more of what I'm thinking about. Is there any other storyline from this one that you think looms larger? Is it really just that and the offense and trying to score a touchdown, or maybe two?
Well, there are a number of subplots, but the banner headline, the marquee, is CJ Stroud needs to. Boy, I'm really going to say this. Make some kind of statement here. He really does. After last year, after week one, he needs to show the world, us fans, his own coaching staff, which if you weren't listening earlier, I mean, it's pretty obvious the coaching staff is putting a lot on him in terms of, just not just like a lot on him as a quarterback, but proving something.
Right. And it's worth noting that's because they believe in him and his capability of doing it. But that's going to be there. I was just curious. This is neither here nor there. I was looking at the Ringers quarterback rankings done by Steven Ruiz. I'm very fond of the way he goes about things. He has C.J. Stroud as the 7th ranked quarterback in their rankings. That is a good, let me do my math right quick, that is a good 9 spots ahead of Baker Mayfield at 16th on that. So that doesn't feel like the vibes coming into this one, but that is at least what one analyst has of this. But okay, so that's kind of what we have storyline-wise for this game. How does that compare with the weekend of storylines? What other storylines do you like coming into the NFL weekend?
I'm sure some people remember J.J. McCarthy versus Michael Penix Jr., right?
Ooh, that's interesting.
That was the national championship game right in that building over there. Mm-hmm. They're facing each other, man. There's a couple of those, national championship game rematches that I hadn't really thought of until I came across it. I think that's going to be important. I think it's important for them, and certainly both these teams, have something still left to prove. J.J. McCarthy with the great fourth quarter, and I think he has the endorsement of the entire city and much of the NFL as a guy that seems to be, good enough to get it done.
Wait, J.J. McCarthy?
Yeah.
You ready to do that after 1 week, huh?
I said he has the support. He does have the support after that one quarter. How does he not?
When you say has the support, what do you mean? Because I don't want to.
The Vikings are all in.
They've been all in on having
Vikings
him.
Fans are feeling it, feeling pretty good about J.J. McCarthy. I think a lot of the NFL, you saw the headlines after what he did in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, but we all sensationalizing things. The natural overreaction of a week one.
Well, then C.J. Stroud is overrated. I mean, I'm just saying. Well, I can't believe I said that, but that's probably some truth to that based on his rookie year.
I think that there's a lot more.
Yeah.
I am now more curious. I don't know that people are sold by any means on the J.J. McCarthy experience, especially off of just the singular quarter, as good as it was compared to, especially when you look at it and you go, there was still a lot of the negative that we were concerned about in that game.
Yeah, but I think,
and that's why this one gets interesting. And I think he has a good foundation here in this one, because I still look at the Atlanta Falcons and I go, I'm not confident in your ability to get pressure, which should allow JJ to probably get off a little bit.
Yeah, I think that fourth quarter kind of saved it for him too. And then just the comeback win, everybody like a good comeback win, just kind of rally the troops up.
Yeah.
And I think that's what Minnesota kind of been looking for. I know they had decent quarterbacks.
There's no doubt that it's been romanticized.
Yeah.
JJ McCarthy.
It's storybook.
Being romanticized, I think a lot of people already
probably coming around to it a little bit. Yeah.
So that's
drinking the Kool-Aid.
Yeah. There you go. So that's one national championship rematch of quarterbacks. Another one involves a squad that we're quite interested in. Actually, two squads that we're quite interested in. Cincinnati and Jacksonville. Joe Burrow versus Trevor Lawrence. They played for the national championship against each other.
That is so wild. I forgot about that.
They did. They played for the national championship. And Joe Burrow, that was when his cigar-smoking ass really became a superstar.
Joe Cool. And I expect nothing different, at least when it comes to end results. Now, process is where it gets a little interesting, because it's funny enough, when you talk about this matchup, this one is significantly less about the quarterbacks than I think. And it feels bad going backwards. We didn't talk about Michael Penix at all. Can I just interject this real quick? Are you in a place where you feel good about Michael Penix? Because I actually feel decently okay about him. I'm a little bit further away from the let's see what's happening.
Well, Figgy, you remember this. Going into the draft, I really liked him a lot. And then I started questioning myself. I still don't know how good he is, but I think he's pretty good.
Yeah,
I think he's pretty good.
Who do you have faith in more right now between Penix and McCarthy?
Oh, easily Penix for me. Yeah, and some of that is just a factor of we've seen more games from him already, even though it's like to the tune of 6.
I would say Penix for that same reason, but I think, J.J. McCarthy, like I said.
You think it's close?
No, I think people are saying, okay, he's going to do this. Michael Penix, you maybe have a bigger, sort of sample size that you can say that with.
And, of course, that game is Sunday night, so it's an island game. We will have all of the overreactions off of that one, especially with how early both those careers are. But going back, I feel like the Joe Burrow, Trevor Lawrence, Bengals, Jacksonville Jaguars of it all is less about those guys individually. No, there's going to be a lot about Trevor Lawrence. That's constantly a conversation as we are falling further and further away from him being golden-haired, golden boy of the NFL. But it's almost weird that the thing that people are most excited to see with that team is further and further away from him, and it's now more and more Travis Hunter.
Yeah,
he didn't get but 6 snaps on defense. Do you feel like, well, it does feel like that will tick up. It seems like they might be slow rolling, really getting him into the fullness of playing both ways. By how much do you think it ticks up seeing Travis Hunter on defense compared to, obviously, the offensive snaps that he's clearly getting?
I think Liam Code said as much, maybe not directly, but that they're ramping him up on the defensive side. I do think, how much? It's hard to say, but I think he's going to be featured. I mean, in that game for sure. and I think he will play both sides of the ball. It's going to be fun to watch him all year long.
It's so weird to see you see a team try to. Let's just try and bump up the snaps on a cornerback. Like the cornerback is one of those. There's a few positions in football where it's like you get on the field and you're just on the field.
Yeah.
Offensive line, you get on the field, you're on the field. Quarterback, you get on the field and you're on the field, unless you're Anthony Richardson. Cornerback as well. You're just out there. Like it doesn't feel like there's a lot of
and you kind of have to be
in and out.
Flow in the game kind of player too. You know, you have to know your receiver, know where you're playing, sort of get into the groove, make some plays. You know, short memories as people like to. He's just going to be out there. Okay, make a play. You know, they're just going to put him out there. Okay, make a play. 10 snaps, 12 snaps, whatever it might be.
Yeah, so that'll be interesting. But yeah, on the other side, maybe it won't be as much of a test, but I continue looking and seeing, will anybody else on the Bengals stand up for this team outside of like the battery of passer and pass catcher?
Yeah.
Like, does the offensive line continue to get better? Does this defense show up at all? Those are the things that I think I keep seeing in this, as opposed to just the quarterback matchup, even though it is fun to think back to that national championship game.
A couple of interesting things quarterback-wise that I don't know how I read this. I think it's kind of just cool. Joe Flacco, we're all familiar with his work.
Oh, yeah, the Delaware legend.
If he wins on Saturday as a starting quarterback, he will have beaten 31 other teams. Only 10 players in NFL history have ever beaten 31 other teams.
Get the gold jacket ready.
He beat them all, just about. But I say only 10 players have ever done it. Another player has a chance to do that this weekend. Matt Stafford. If he wins this weekend, then he will have beaten 31 other teams.
All right, so you got, obviously you mentioned Joe Flacco at the helm for the Browns versus, who's this team that plays in Baltimore? Oh, yes, the Ravens, coming off of a loss that they had. That was very hurtful. No, Lamar Jackson will not deal with any punishment, by the way, for pushing that fan.
Oh, yeah.
And then on top of that, we already talked about it earlier, Grant Delpit of the Browns said that Derrick Henry isn't hard to tackle.
He's all right.
I have a feeling that Joe Flacco will not be getting that 31st victory here.
Hey, okay, he's beaten 30 teams, man.
I don't think he's getting that 31st one here. I'm just going to be honest. I feel like Matt Stafford, however, you might be able to chalk that up. Now, the interesting thing here with Matt Stafford is, again,
Titans, by the way.
not a direct, I guess, quarterback battle necessarily with Stafford and Cam Ward. Very, very different ends of the spectrum on the arc of a career at quarterback. Is Cam Ward's team going to fail him again? Because I gave you the raw numbers on his game when we were going around the AFC South earlier in the season, or earlier in the week rather. We got to be fair. Calvin Ridley, a guy that it's probably his best wide receiver, failed him by dropping passes. And then on top of that, there were some instances where just the rest of his receiving core, I think there was a screen that they had where there was 3 guys out there. One of them supposed to be catching the screen, 2 of them going and blocking. All 3 of them can go and block, which good for them that you have a wide receiving core that is so excited to block that all of them will block. Someone should probably catch the football, and he has to dirt a pass. Like, is his team actually going to stand up and help him, including his head coach that doesn't know when to throw a flag?
Yeah, no. I think that's more than a fair question for them right now. Cam Ward, I still believe in him. I know it's just 1 week, but I've liked what he's done. But it comes down to weapons. Although he did say what did he say? We have the best weapons in the NFL?
The best
receivers in the NFL.
Good for you knowing how to be a quarterback in the league.
Would that bother y'all if Cam Ward went off in this game and just looked good as a quarterback?
I got to be honest, it would a little bit. It would a little bit.
Like, just from a personal standpoint.
Especially against the Rams.
That's right.
what I'm saying. Yeah,
a Rams defense that kind of had you hemmed up. And, of course, you can maybe say it wasn't the Rams, it was your offense in specific. But
that doesn't make it better.
I would still make that might make it a little worse.
Right. And so that would definitely. Now, of course, they have the benefit of being at home at noon, the Titans do. But yeah, that would upset me. I'm going to be completely honest.
Real quick, I mean, we all plug into all these games one way or another, but I'm definitely going to keep an extra. It's going to have my attention a little more. Patriots and Dolphins, just because I want to see just how bad things are. Patriots lost last week, unfortunately for my survivor pool, but
someone tried to help you. So wait, can I just ask you? Y'all don't have any restorative type things?
One shot.
So you're done for the season.
Done for the year after week 1.
Damn.
One shot.
And you put it on the Raiders. You were like, week 1, or not the Raiders. You put it on the Patriots.
Yeah. But I want to see how bad things really are in Miami I don't know. Is that just rubbernecking? You know? Or
Yes,
what?
yes, it is. But you know what? Sometimes rubbernecking is. I mean, we live in Houston. We know all about rubbernecking.
We all know about
Let me
rubbernecking.
ask y'all this: if the Dolphins come out looking all right offensively and win, do that still kind of make do it bother you a little bit?
I mean,
because they lost to the Colts last week.
Well,
so would that kind of make you look at the Colts a little different?
That's an interesting perspective. I don't think so because the vibes were clearly so bad, and that's why I started so vigorously shaking my head no when you started asking the question, because I don't think this fixes anything, but at least you start getting what is the ultimate panacea, the ultimate deodorizer, which is winning. Start getting a few of those, and then you might be working towards fixing some of the relationships.
But they got blew out by the Colts.
No, they did.
If they come back this weekend, have a good win.
And that ties in with another, not necessarily marquee game that I'm going to be keeping an eye on, extra eye on. My third eye? I don't know. Broncos-Colts. How good are the Broncos, and are the Colts legit?
Yeah.
I mean, those are burning questions for me.
That's very fair. I think it's fair to rubberneck in the AFC East, where one team is going up, the other team seemingly going down. That's how far along are we in those trajectories? Man, it's going to be a fun weekend of NFL football, and capping that off is the big question that we have. What is C.J. Stroud and this Texans offense going to do? It seems like it compares pretty nicely with some of these, but there's some really good storylines that exist this weekend in the NFL. All right, you're in the loop right here. Coming up next is the time we hand things off to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got for a Figgy Fig Friday mixtape?
Yeah, so if you could have a strange, wildly expensive collection of anything, what would it be? 713-572-4610. And I got a lot of celebrities who got weird type of collections, and I'm going to go through it.
Okay, let's get the collection going next.
In the Loop. A Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Just let your soul go.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. Before we get to the, I guess if you rich or famous and you got all the money in the world, what kind of things would you collect? What type of weird collection would you have? 713-572-4610. Y'all kind of lit up when I played that Soul Glow.
Every time, bro.
It's funny because remember yesterday we had a whole Coming to America pretty much vibe going on.
What's that address one more time for me?
8507 Queens Boulevard. When I got home yesterday, I cut the TV on. The first thing that popped up was Coming to America.
Oh, really?
In the little advertisement, like, do you want to watch this? I said, yes.
Hell, I do.
I just clicked it on, just doing stuff around the house, and then I was sitting there with my hands on my hip, just watching. Movie was fun. It was a part. I'm gonna play this part real quick. It was a part on there. It kind of offended me a little bit. So for those who kind of remember the movie, remember the dude Daryl, who was the boyfriend of Lisa McDowell. And remember when they went to the St. John's game?
Of course.
And he said this little nugget. I kind of cringed a little bit when he said this.
What kind of games do y'all play in Africa? Chase the monkey. No, we play football. I believe you call it soccer. Oh, yeah, right. Soccer. Well, that's a real cute sport. Especially the way y'all bounce that ball off your heads. You know, personally, I don't like any sport where you don't use your hands.
I feel like he offended the obvious in that first part.
Yeah.
But like I feel like you kind of offended soccer people too, man. That ain't no cute sport.
Yeah, but this was the 80s, man. Like making fun of soccer. In fact, until
so you're not offended.
Well, I understand
so it's not a little. It wasn't a little cringy.
Well, I mean, I saw the movie. I know who the winner is, and it's the African side that won.
That's
so
right.
I don't have to be mad about Daryl, who ain't got no lady.
But when I heard that part, I'm like, damn.
Yeah.
I was like, man, soccer ain't no cute sport, man.
It was trendy in the 80s to say, oh, no, it's not a real sport.
In the 90s, and probably the aughts.
I ain't using anything that don't use your hands.
Yeah.
I was just like, man, what a jerk, man. Anywho, 713-572-4610. Lopez, I brought this up because you mentioned you had a collection.
Yeah.
I think it was yesterday. What was that thing you said?
Yeah, I've been thinking about this since you mentioned it during the break. I think I would do more of that. I'm a big John Steinbeck fan.
That's what it was. It was.
I just think he is. I think for me the greatest turner of a phrase, writer of a dialogue and a narrative that there's been, and I know that people.
And you
will
got
argue.
the first edition.
I've gone on this has been 20 years. I've been trying to find first editions of all his books. It just feels better, like of Mice and Men, 1941. And you get the first time it was released. So I've got like probably 7 or 8. Tortilla Flats, and all these big books. Some of them I've had to go with second edition, and I'm still. If anybody has first edition John Steinbeck books in the attic,
oh wow, look at the shamelessness of this.
I am interested. Hey, I'll buy them.
He said, "I'll pay."
Yeah, I'll pay. So any first edition John Steinbeck book, yeah.
Okay, so I got a list of celebrities who got some weird collections too. So Nicolas Cage, not Nicolas Cage Casario.
Someone on the text line said Nicholas Randy Watson Casario approved this message. Don't worry, we're still efforting.
Yeah, we're still trying to figure that out. But the actor Nicolas Cage, he collects the shrunken pygmy heads.
Oh,
and hunted properties.
Yeah, that's one of those things that made me
pygmy heads.
Yeah. Which, you know what?
That
feels
tracks.
like it fits because he is
tracks.
such a weird human being.
Yeah.
Johnny Depp. What do you think he collects?
Ooh,
knives.
I haven't looked.
He looked like he collects knives or crystals or both.
Total guess.
So apparently, you going?
No, go ahead. I don't know.
Apparently, he have a enormous Barbie collection.
Johnny Depp collects Barbies?
Yep, including the limited editions like Beyonce, Elvis, Lindsay Lohan dolls. And he uses these dolls to improvise scenes with his kids. So he's a Barbie collector.
That is very surprising.
From the 512, it's great to hear Lopez will pay for something. He done saved up all his coffee money all this time to buy some Steinbeck books.
Yeah. Rod Stewart, he spent almost 30 years building a massive model train.
I can get behind that.
I kind of like that.
Home.
Yeah. Why is it as men that we're like, toys? I don't know. Train? Hell yeah, brother.
No, that I kind of want to see. I'm going to have to
Agree.
research. I kind of want to see it. Tom Hanks, he owns more than 300 vintage typewriters.
Oh, that's my guy right
over
there.
the
That's my kind of guy right there. I've got two. I got two vintage that my dad gave me.
Having a whole bunch of vintage typewriters is something that you have to have a big house with a dedicated room, because I can just imagine.
You need a warehouse for that.
They're heavy.
Yeah, that's a storage room type of feel.
Well, but that's the thing, is it can't just be a storage room, because then it looks too like you have to have the place to be able to set it out and make it look nice. So you have to have a nice big space for that.
Well, it's Tom Hanks, so he probably got the room and the acres and all that stuff to do it. But realistically, man, that's a whole nother. Those typewriters ain't small.
No. It's got to be displayed in a good way.
Yeah. Penelope Cruz, she is obsessed with coat hangers.
Come on, man.
And she collects different shapes, sizes, and designs.
Why?
Because she has money. That's how you know that you're living good and you're rich. That's how you know you are rich, because that is a very odd thing that I don't even know you can show off. How do you show off that collection?
And how is it meaningful to you?
Well, she seemed like
typewriters, Tom Hanks, movie producer, director, writer. I get it.
Yeah, so apparently she finds the beauty in their craftsmanship.
Craftsmanship? They're made on an assembly line.
Not all of them.
Maybe all of them.
I'm trying, Penelope.
Yeah.
I am trying.
Angelina Jolie.
What do you think? Whatever the hell she
all
wants.
right.
What do you think she collects?
Children.
She probably collect that
Stairs
too.
From particular places.
She collects antique and custom knives.
She's the knife collector of all the people.
Knife collector.
There's no way she wouldn't have been in the top 3.
It don't even surprise me for some reason. She seemed like a knife collector.
Maybe she's a chef, like a home,
Oh, I was thinking more like.
Don't get in an argument with her.
Yeah.
I was thinking more like throwing knives.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm just saying. Maybe I'm trying to justify it.
Maybe she does.
Yeah. She's been collecting them since she was a teenager.
Okay.
Is there? So obviously you collect books. Figgy, is there anything that you collect or would collect?
One thing I would collect is game systems. So I was telling Sean this before the show. I'm like, I would love to collect every game system. So like the Atari, the first Nintendo, the Super Nintendo, like the real ones.
I used to have the original Atari Pong game when I was about 12 years old.
I bet you did. You were like, look at the graphics.
It's
on
amazing.
That's incredible.
Yeah. Elton John, he collects. Guess what?
Okay, this
sunglasses.
Bingo.
Easy money.
Oh, yeah.
Easy
15,000 pairs of sunglasses.
15,000? Where?
Yeah, he actually have a whole room dedicated to sunglasses.
I kind of like this. That's him.
That's kind of cool, yeah.
Yeah, that's him.
I don't even know what he looked like without the sunglasses. And then we can round it up on here with Steve Martin. He is, so people know him for collecting fine arts and all that stuff, but he's also obsessed with rare banjos.
Oh, well, he's an incredible banjo player.
Yeah, he actually.
Is it really?
Oh, God,
He actually have a couple albums out.
Yeah, he's like
Banjo
top
album.
tier.
Yeah, so he collects banjos.
You could have given me 15,000 guesses in line with
You would have
Elton
never
John.
guessed?
Never. Wouldn't have gotten there.
Really? Elton John?
No, but
Steve Martin.
The Steve Martin banjo thing.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, man.
Some of those track, some of them do not track at all.
No. I think mine would be something very simple like records. Just jazz records,
that's
vinyl,
a really good
vinyl
one.
albums. I want to be.
When if you was super rich, you could get whatever you want. What's the one thing you would collect?
That is really tough. I think I would start with. I think I'd start with jazz records. Funny, but I just get a ton of them. Trying to try and get first printings.
Yeah.
And like getting into, because I mean, you talk about jazz records going all the way back. Just get a whole bunch of Blue Note, Columbia records, all those types of things where you can get some early printings of those would be dope. Is there anything in the sports space that you would collect? Like, are you?
I know Sean Pendergast mentioned he would collect like wrestling belts.
Oh, okay.
Like from back in the day and stuff like that.
Yeah.
He'd collect a lot of those bobbleheads.
You know me in college football and basketball. I think some of that memorabilia, like original Jim Thorpe's helmet, go back as far as you want, Bronco Nagurski, way back stuff.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. All right, it's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Let's talk about a couple who filed for divorce.
Mm-hmm.
They filed for divorce because apparently they couldn't come up with a name for their kid.
What?
Yep, so a couple in Shanghai, China. What happened?
I'm sorry, I'm just thinking. No, it's not even the text. I'm just thinking about the argument that had to ensue about naming a kid that it's like, you know what? I don't even want to do this anymore.
That's right.
Yeah, I don't even know if this make it funny or not, but it's a couple from Shanghai, China.
Okay.
They filed for divorce after 2 years of marriage because they had a baby boy last year and couldn't agree on the name. And I guess the hospital and all that stuff kind of stepped in. The courts tried to step in because it was messing everything up. Like the baby couldn't get proper medical attention because it didn't have a name. It was a lot going on there. Birth certificate. They didn't even have a birth certificate.
Dang,
so
this was serious.
Yeah, it got so bad to the point they never came up with a solution.
What were the options? What were they arguing over?
I have no. I would love to see the option, like what names they was thinking.
You know what? If y'all couldn't find one name in the millions of names, y'all probably don't. Y'all couldn't find no middle ground at all.
Yeah.
That y'all couldn't. I mean, there's so many different names. We couldn't get to a John or a Matt. Or a Susie, or there was none that was like, this feels like something I could live with.
We can compromise.
Y'all clearly don't need to be together at all. Clearly,
and to kind of make it worse, now they're going through a divorce.
Yeah.
So now they got to go through the custody battle.
And the kid,
Oh, God, that's even scarier. If y'all can come up with a name, how y'all supposed to split the house in the earnings?
Weekends. No, I want weekends.
It's like, I want the car.
All right, it's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Happy Friday to everyone out there. I just kind of want to give a couple salutes. I got to give a salute to my good friend Kim Davis. She actually have a new show on the CW 39, which premieres tonight at 10 p.m. called H-Town Sports Talk. And she's doing the show with Brad Gilmore, who used to be around here.
Yeah.
You see him a lot with Booker T. So I just want to give a special salute to her.
Good for
her. Shout out to Kim.
Yeah, doing good things. One thing I like about her, she just keeps going. It don't matter. Like she always chases her dreams, which kind of leads me to this. So it's a guy. I gotta give another salute to a guy by the name of Kent Broussard. We talked about LSU a little earlier.
Yeah.
And at the age of 66, he decided to go back to chase a dream.
Random fandom, meet Kent Broussard, who at 66 years young went back to school to chase a dream that began in 1968. Now, the first time he watched LSU inside Tiger Stadium, he was just 9 years old. Life took him another way, a career, raising a family, but he had a dream of joining the Golden Band from Tigerland. And 5 years ago, Kent picked up the tuba, he practiced, he trained, and yes, he enrolled at LSU. Audition, he made the band. Tonight, nearly 6 decades later, there he is, Kent Broussard, a 66-year-old freshman. Broussard making his dream come true. He took the field at halftime with the Golden Band from Tigerland. How great is that? And Broussard, a great quote, said, "People retire, but dreams don't."
Bars. That is a bar.
Yeah. I thought that was dope.
I'm so glad you brought this up.
Yeah, I thought that was dope.
It was making the rounds, and I was like, that is the coolest thing you could ever see.
But the one thing is, he's even more of a message that if you want to take it, because he didn't just like, I want to get in the band. That man was like, he had a routine for a good long time of getting out and running and walking in order to get, not just practicing the instrument, but getting himself back in shape. So because apparently the LSU band, like the process of trying to get in is rigorous. Not even just, it's rigorous to get in.
Oh,
like,
audition.
The cut down, cut down is hard, man. So shout out to him doing that. It was fun to see him with the big old sousaphone. I think that they asked him, "You sure you want a big instrument? You don't want to get nothing smaller?"
Yeah,
but I also,
Superman.
What I realized with all the things like, is there something sports related that you would collect? I am literally wearing it. I collect soccer jerseys.
Yeah,
I don't know why I didn't.
Yeah. I almost said that. Yeah,
it's literally soccer shirts, 100%.
And by the way, Kim Davis, shout out. I've known her for decades. Sure hope that Aggie game doesn't go to overtime.
Oh, because you're not. You're like.
It starts at 6:30.
Are they on the CW?
And no.
Okay, I was about to say.
But she'll be watching it.
Oh,
yeah.
It starts at 6:30. Her show starts at 10.
Yeah. And if I looking at
She's
that
a
game,
big egg.
it feels like it would go long. Well, you know what? If you have your own TV show, I feel like it's a good enough reason for you to have to come back and watch it a little bit.
She probably
later.
have it on the phone or somewhere. Keep score on the Apple Watch or something. Yep.
Yeah. So shout out to Kim. Shout out to all you and your collections. And shout out to Figgy Fig for yet another fantastic mixtape here in the Loop, 1:20 p.m. every weekday on the program. All right, coming up next, we continue a Football Friday as we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the Drive. They're out at BB's out there off of West Grand Parkway in Katy. They got the In the Loop commemorative pint glasses. Get out there and get those. But before we get there, we got to draft the weekend. Let's do that next.
The Texans home.
up or when you store. Start with Stable.
Thank you, Figgy.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
Yeah, it's been a very, very fun Football Friday. A little funk in there as well to make it a funky Football Friday. And remember, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. Sylvester Stallone is back in the original hit series Tulsa King. This season, Dwight faces his most dangerous adversaries yet, forcing him to fight everything that he's built and to protect his empire. Stream the new season of Tulsa King on Sunday, September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus. The Football Friday presented by Academy will continue here in a little bit when we hand things off to the fellas of the drive, Clint and Ron, who are out at BB's. Right off 99, I think it's Grand Parkway out there in Katy. Go see the fellas. Go grab you an In the Loop commemorative Football Friday glass. We've seen them. They're fantastic. So you want to make sure you
think he's got the hair up.
He's got the hair up in them.
Yeah.
So they're true to form. Like they're not. It's not like when you get one of these statues or whatever, and it don't look like nobody. Yeah. It actually pretty much looks like us. Yeah. I think so.
Ain't no Dwayne Wade's on that glass.
So go out, see the fellas. I'm gonna see if I can pop out there if things allow me to. But before we get to anything, we got to set up what is gonna be. I think it's setting up to be a really fun weekend of sports. So let's get back to drafting the weekend, fellas. How does that sound?
Sounds good. I have a question though before we get started.
Yeah.
Are the Astros Mr. Irrelevant on this draft?
Oh no, I actually am very high on.
Okay, well,
God bless you, man.
Maybe that's a tell.
It is a tell. I didn't feel bad about it because I know damn well y'all not picking it.
Man, we had too many losses this week, man. I can't go with the Astros again, man.
So who's drafting first?
You know what? I think Figgy's been fantastic this week. I think we go Figgy and then we'll go clockwise. So you go next.
Ooh, let me see who I really want to watch, man.
Mm-hmm. He's setting us up.
Nah, honestly, I'm gonna take the low hanging fruit. I'm leaving here to go right over there in Third Ward. I want to see the Cougs take on Colorado.
All right.
Yeah, this one's gonna be really fun. Just quickly, I'm interested in what does the UH offense look like, because that's a big question. But then also, is this defense for real? Because they've done a good job early on, but those two challenges weren't of the level of Colorado, which, again, still isn't even of the level of the fullness of the Big 12 that the UH Cougars will face. Let's see how far along Willie Fritz is in the development of his program.
You going to tailgate?
Yes. Yeah, I'm getting there early.
All right.
I'm going to get there early.
Wait to see them.
He's got to go.
I know the content's going to flow from that, too.
Yeah, you got the Cougar parade going on. So I'm going to be there the whole time, man.
Yeah. I will be drafting the best game of the weekend, the most anticipated game of the weekend, Texas A&M at Notre Dame. Obviously, the Fighting Irish, terrific place to watch a football game. And apparently, I was just talking to T. Mill about this.
Yeah, I was going to bring this up.
I mean, apparently, he's getting texts. We're getting reports like 15 to 20,000 Aggies show. Now, it might not mean a damn thing. They might get run out of the gym. But that's going to be a great environment, too. That many. Like O'Hare Airport is like Aggies everywhere and all that. Maybe they're just setting themselves up for a long ride home. But it's going to be pretty cool.
That is such an Aggie thought to have. It could go real bad for us.
Of course it could.
No, but I mean, that's to be unexpected when you got two programs of this magnitude. Mm-hmm. Yeah, funny enough, I knew you were going to take this one, but I would have selected this one if you didn't. Mm-hmm. Obviously, you could just talk about the little numbers that are right next to them, because that's why why we have rankings right now is to create intrigue, because you have two ranked teams. But no, I'm very intrigued. As I was mentioning earlier, I haven't had a chance to see A&M really, or at least I haven't taken the time to watch them just yet. This is such a great first introduction to what this team is this year under Elko. So I'm
Notre Dame
stoked.
has to win this game just to stay in the hunt. I mean, I know you can always back it up, but they're, like in the SEC, if the Aggies lose, there's still a path. Doing well in the SEC, losing maybe at the most 2 games or whatever. Notre Dame's going to have to, win the impressive games, the tough games on their schedule to make a case.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely fair. So that's a good pick as well. You guys will leave me what is pretty easy here on the NFL slate, which is the rematch of the Super Bowl. Give me Eagles, Chiefs. I want to see this. What are the Eagles as they continue? And then really more importantly, where are the Chiefs? Because that was a little bit of a rough game there in Sao Paulo. But, of course, there's the international travel. There's how far along have the Chargers progressed? Are we seeing the downturn of the Chiefs? Are we seeing this start to skid a little bit? And I think the Eagles will give us a good look at that. So I'm very intrigued on that one on Sunday.
All right, I'm going to stick with college on this one. I'm torn between these two. I was looking at Florida and LSU. I kind of intrigued to kind of see how the hell Florida going to bounce back, if they going to bounce back. And then I was thinking Wisconsin and Alabama, just to kind of see the
disaster.
I just want to see a disaster. I think I'm gonna go with Florida and LSU on this one.
Yeah, I'm gonna go the other way for the same reason. I know Georgia, Tennessee is sitting right there. I know some really good NFL games are sitting right there.
You're gonna try and sell me Diego Pavia again, aren't you?
No. Georgia, Tennessee.
I'm not buying Diego Pavia.
Georgia, Tennessee. Excuse me, I said Georgia, Tennessee. Wisconsin, Alabama.
Oh,
for the same reason. Alabama.
He just picked Wisconsin, Alabama, didn't he?
No, he picked.
Figgy, you just picked Wisconsin, Alabama.
No, I picked LSU and Florida.
Oh, that's right. Florida. It's crazy. Alabama and Florida both in the same predicament where we have an opportunity to laugh at them.
Yeah,
my brain does not compute such things.
Yeah, no. It's just intriguing. I mean, this is the program of the last 15 years, 10 at least.
Sucks to be the guy after the guy now, don't it?
Hey, man, it's gonna be crazy.
Man, yeah, those are both very fair. You'll leave it for me, and you know what? I'm still not taking it. I'm not taking the bait here. You know what I want? Give me big-time boxing. Give me Canelo. Give me Crawford. I really want to see this one. Even though it feels like Canelo definitely has the edge here, I want to see how much of a dog Bud Crawford can be going up a couple of weight
Astros
classes.
are Aaron Rodgers in the draft right now, man.
They are falling. Yeah, they are falling. I did realize.
Will Levis.
Will Levis.
Look, there's a lot of draft value that I can get here. Why use a first round pick when we got some later picks that we can get into this with?
I got one more.
Yes, sir.
I kind of want to see a fight this weekend too. I want to see the Browns versus the Ravens this weekend. I know it got to be some fights on the field at
there
this
will
point,
be.
man.
More importantly, there's going to be some fights in the stands. That's the thing that I anticipate.
Probably 100%.
Yeah.
Hopefully, I don't run across it on the timeline, but it's definitely going to be some fights.
Definitely.
All right, one more. Your final.
You want to pick one more?
Yeah, that starts the final.
Again,
round.
This is more just intriguing how good they are. I mentioned it earlier when we were talking about the NFL. Broncos, Colts, all of a sudden.
It's a good call.
Broncos, Colts. I mean, are the Colts? I don't believe, but should I? Broncos, are really good. Obviously, defensively, especially. I want to see Broncos, Colts.
If the Colts beat the Broncos,
oh my gosh,
man,
Monday night becomes even more so.
Like, oh
boy,
like I don't even know how much it'll actually change. How much I believe in the Colts. It'll just make me upset. It'll just make me upset that I have to take them a different level of serious than I had previously. And I will finish out. And I'll be greedy. I'll take the whole series. Give me Astros.
Mr. Irrelevant.
Give me Astros Braves. Yeah. Ended up being there.
You take it, Shadir Sanders.
Yeah.
Look, man, the Braves are not a good baseball team. You got to at least what do you have? I almost want to pull up the Michael Irvin. What are you gonna do in this moment? Like you are crashing down. There's the team that has been trailing you is now tied with you on the standings. What are you going to do at this juncture? Are you going to fold or are you going to show up and be the Astros that we're used to? That is to be seen this weekend amongst many, many incredible sports things. I mean, there's stuff on – we left Georgia, Tennessee on the table. There's so much good stuff to watch and engage with this weekend. And you know what? I'm excited to see what those look like, but I'm also excited to see what these fellas got going on at the BBs out there off of Grand Parkway in Katy. It's Clint, it's Ron, and courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing, we get to throw it out to them. Fellas, what's looking like?
It's beautiful right off 99, baby. Make your way on out here to Katy with us, BBs, and it's gonna get going today. I can tell, I can see. We got many prizes to hook people up with, including a pair of Texans tickets to a future game, courtesy of our. That's right, Texans tickets, baby. A pair of Texans tickets you can pick up in the 5 o'clock hour. I ain't going to give it to you early. You got to be here.
Hey, Reg, let me put you
real quick. Let me make a little money, man. That is courtesy of our Houston area Ford dealers, those Texan tickets. But go ahead, Clint.
Well, no, I just wanted to let you guys know, just in case you weren't aware, and all the listeners out there, every Friday until we tell you different, we're going to be giving away a pair of Texans tickets right here. You got to be here.
How about that?
You got to be here, but we're going to be giving away a pair of Texans tickets. Pretty powerful announcement right there. But so from now on, along with that player interview, Danil Hunter, Come on the show. Heard that. Appreciate you guys shouting that out.
That's right. Danil coming up.
Yeah. I mean, but them Texans tickets, baby, courtesy of them Houston area Ford dealers, is that's a big one for us. That's a big one. So if you're out there listening, stop on through. The place is killer. Good vibes. Right? Not sure what that means back there, but
I got to believe it's some sort of a restroom thing. I'm hoping.
I mean, J-Lo.
What is happening? We can't see what's happening.
We got neons all over the walls, and I'm giving voodoo-licious.
Hey, what that mean, boss?
Oh, whoa, well, I don't think we can say that on the air. I'm going to go ahead and chill out with that.
Come
there
on
we
through.
go. Okay. Did you hear that?
Oh,
Did you hear that,
yeah.
Lopez?
Yeah,
He got it.
Well, come
Spanish
on through.
lessons weren't necessary to figure out what that meant.
Gangsters, what he said.
It's on the wall.
That's
It's
one
on
way
the wall.
to put it. That's one way to put it. Yeah.
Hey, that's how you get to the bathroom.
That's right.
FCC they don't know Spanish now, do they? Oh man.
Oh boy. All right. It's going to be a good time here today, fellas. How y'all feeling today? It's a Friday. It's kind of the weird Friday where you don't got the Texans on Sunday, and we still obviously got a show coming up on Monday to get into that Monday Night Football game. But no, man, it's still it feels like a critical week too.
Well, critical, but probably the most start-to-finish entertaining weekend of football we've had. You know, Cougs Buffs tonight, and then big-time college football tomorrow. I am really interested to see Taylor Green, Clint. I really like what I've seen so far from Arkansas quarterback. But then we got Sunday. We don't have to worry about I shouldn't say worry about, but, you know, we're going to be free to watch all the football. It's just start to finish going to be a big weekend.
Yeah, look, I mean, you got talking about Taylor Green. I mean, I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to talk about my Hogs, man. You got it's them and these Aggies got a lot in common when it comes to the quarterback play. Can the quarterback that has started out really hot, shown some promise, you know, got second year with his play caller, he's, you know, hopefully developed a little bit. Can those guys go both on the road, I believe, on the road to you know, big time SEC program, and obviously in Ole Miss, and then obviously Notre Dame. Can you go on the road and do some similar things that you've done against lesser opponents? If you can, I think your team, at least A&M, has a chance to jump into some real national championship talk. And the two quarterbacks themselves, in Taylor Green and Marcel Reed. I mean, you got two guys that have the skill set to jump smooth up on a early Heisman conversation. So, yeah, man, big weekend for both of those guys for sure, along with several monster games in the college landscape. It's going to be fun, man.
Mm-hmm. Ron, do you think Danil Hunter is a Coming to America fan as well?
Absolutely. Got to be.
Do you think there's going to – can you, like, just throw in some Coming to America stuff and just see if he picks up on it and latches on?
I'm just going to ask him. Okay. Well, God, dog, how old is Danil? Shouldn't matter.
That movie's timeless, man.
It shouldn't matter, but I mean, when you say fan, I just don't. I don't know. I mean, he better. Mm-hmm. Well, I will judge him.
I look forward to finding that out amongst the other things that you have within the conversation. There's a fantastic show in line, and I can't wait to hear it, fellas, out there at BB's in Katy. You're listening to KILT-AM, KILT-FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. It's a football Friday, and right now, the drive is live.
That's right, the drive is live. That is just, man, you make yourself look old, man. I look at Danil Hunter, and we cover that dude. I just don't believe I'm 11 years older than that man, but I am.
Yeah, you hit 40. You hit 40, and how you view the world changes, my man. It just is what it is. You're going to embrace it.
I think I'm seeing somebody else in that mirror when I think of myself. I think I'm thinking of somebody else.
No, that's you.
I'm 11 years older than Danil Hunter. I just don't believe that. It's got to be really bad for you, Andy.
That is one thing, Ron. That when you
what's the forecast this weekend?
It's funny. Yeah. How's the traffic? How's the weather? But it is interesting, man. And you know, I do it as having played a former player, but I mean, anybody in the business that covers the game, I think it's probably very, very, you know, can relate to it. Is the older you get, the one thing that really sticks out is the dudes that are playing pro sports are so much younger than you. Right?
Oh yeah, when you met you and Tyler, that probably hits you too. We can all relate when you hit that moment where you're older than the guys in college that you watch.
Oh yeah,
like that is
up until you hit 40, you feel like you're watching your peers.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I'm not as talented as them, but I can go out and play. Yeah, these guys are right along. And then you get an age where you're like, no, these kids out there playing, these youngsters out there playing. My ass is old. Can I get one of them cold beers?
I just think that
Let me get one of them cold beers.
My first time in the back of that Ford Escape, he was. I mean, Danil was young. he was young.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, won't you take your pick? Won't you do some math with Will Anderson on the other side? See how much you. Hey, what is Will? 24? What you got? 17 years on Will?
17 on Will. Yeah. All right. But no, man, we are live here. Football Friday, the second one of the year. There we go. I'm telling you, here he is.
Commission in the building.
I see the commission.
The commission's in the building.
That's when
and
Bruce,
them icy whites.
When Bruce turns into the commissioner, baby, right there.
Come
man.
on.
There he is. He's turning it on. But you can come on out and have a good time. Football Friday live here at BB's here right off 99 here in Katy, Grand Parkway. Make your way on out here. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. Great food, great drinks, great atmosphere. There is space right now. Get in here. There's space right now for you to get here and hang out, and we're gonna have a good time, man, and enjoy yourself. With us, plenty of things for you to take home potentially. And check out my guy Shay right there. He has got our raffle box.
Big Shay.
That's right. You got a chance to win 4 $25 gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors. Not going to lie, I just went there before I came here myself.
What'd you get, man?
I picked up some shoestrings. I got some shoestrings.
Hey, Tyler.
I got some neon green shoestrings.
Nah, I ain't even I mean, I can get down with the neon green. Hey, T, this may be the biggest show move ever.
What?
I'm going to make sure Tyler's listening to me.
What's
I know
that?
you're busy, man. Hey, T. My man said, I need some shoelaces. He went to a place that he's got a gift card, cuz.
I tell you, baby.
Wow.
Hey, man, Academy Sports and Outdoors has it all, damn it.
They do. That is a great push for Academy. They got it all. But hey, Ron's the only guy I know. It's like, man, I got to get me some shoelaces, man.
It's the closest
I better hit this gift card right here. Man, that thing's 99 cents.
And I hadn't used that gift card yet. I used my.
Hey, you literally could go to the
my
99-cent store.
Yeah, I used my Father's Day gift card that I got from my in-laws.
My daughter calls it the yellow store, the old dollar store, because you could have got you something at the yellow store over there, man.
Hey, and I still had $39 on it.
38. Yeah. Hey, can I get a total on that gift card? $38.99. I don't know where you spent $1.01, but you did it somehow.
hey, shout out to Academy Sports. You can go get you some shoestrings today too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, there you go.
They got options, green neons apparently. I see you.
Hey, they had a great sale on Nike and Jordan gear in there today.
How did you settle on neon? I'm just curious. There's got to be a story behind it. Trey had to have.
I just wanted to spice up the. Just add them up a little bit.
Okay.
Spice them up a little bit.
I see you.
Them up a little bit. But no, you can win a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. Get you one free oil change, Tomball Ford. That you can win that as well. Tomball Ford will hook you up with a free oil change. You got a chance to win that, as well as the big prize, future tickets to a Texans home game at NRG, courtesy of our great friends at Houston area 4D.
My understanding is last week was the Cardinals game. I believe the Colts game is the other one that tickets are being given away. So it's going to be one of those two games which are later in the year. So you got plenty of time to plan and schedule. But come on by here and get them tickets now.
That's right. Text line coming through. Ron laughs like a 68-year-old man. Damn, do I?
Even better. That's great.
There you go.
That is tremendous. That is a quality. That is a quality.
B. Scott's in here with me, and he immediately said, "Oh my gosh, yes, he does."
Man, shut up, Brandon.
I mean, no, that is quality.
Listen, I ain't gonna lie. I got a little deacon in me.
Sounds like you got a little boomer in you.
I got a little dinky. I got a little older deacon in me. I got that lives in me. That's all right. That's all right. I got a little chuck.
I don't know where he's going with this little dinky. Dinky in him. I don't know what he's doing
deacon.
here.
I don't like that.
Deacon.
Yeah.
Deacon. My bad. I thought you had a little dinky in you. I was like, I don't know what the hell is that. What does that mean? I'm uncomfortable.
He had a confused look on his face. I was about to say, I know deacon names are too American. I know they got white deacons.
No. I thought you said dinky. I'm thinking, boy, that sounds weird, but I'm going to let that one go. That's out of my comfort zone, bro.
Deacon. Yeah. Deacon.
I got you. I got you.
There you go. All right. But make your way on out here and enjoy yourself. Again, as we said, Danil Hunter will join us in this hour at some point, we believe. Danil Hunter will have him.
I mean, I'm told that he is He's in the shower. If anybody out there's wondering right now, Danil's in the shower.
He's in the shower.
He's
All
getting
right.
cleaned up. Had him good practice. He's in the shower, and when he gets out, he's going to holler. It's about 2:30. About 2:30. This is live updates.
There we go. Live updates. Is that what we getting them? Okay,
Yep.
I just got that myself.
Yep.
All right, gotcha. Live updates. 2:30ish. 2:30ish.
Ish being operative. Ish being operative.
That's right, and we know there is a space where that then moves to 4. So let's make sure we try to get him in. But we'll hear from the Pro Bowler Danil Hunter coming up in a matter of moments. All right, Clint, I do want to update everyone here injury-wise. We are awaiting the official injury report as that will come out. It'll come out a little bit later, but since they play on Monday over the weekend, that's the one to really look at to see if they're going to be out. But practice-wise today, and this in a Monday night week, this is the second padded practice of the week. Usually that's on Thursday and Friday's a walkthrough, but this is the second padded practice. Not practicing again, Christian Kirk, Braxton Berrios, and Jake Andrews. They didn't practice yesterday, didn't practice again today in a padded practice. Clint, I would, to me, just history of the Texans and history of how football generally works, I would at least lean that those guys are probably not going to go on Monday.
Yeah,
that would be the lean.
I would imagine they're not going to go, but I would also imagine that if either are able to go, I would think that being the veterans that they are, neither one of them need the bulk of practice or any practice really to enter the fold offensively or on special teams. Braxton Berrios has been a return guy. I mean, you can put him out there. He could slide into any organization this weekend and be their punt returner immediately. And so that doesn't take a hell of a lot of preparation from a return specialist. And so if he can go, I don't think he needs a lot of prep. And then Christian Kirk, I mean, it's just a matter of Nico needs some help. CJ needs some help. That veteran presence and that skill set in the slot would be a game changer. So I wouldn't push it and risk anything at all. But if it is one of those deals where, hey, he just wasn't ready until Friday afternoon or he wasn't ready until Saturday morning, it wouldn't shock me if he didn't get on the field in some way, shape, or form. But right now I'm with you. I think I would lean towards none of those guys will be on the field.
Again, as you said, hamstring. It is a matter of, all right, can you go? Can you run without any pain? But we'll see. So I doesn't look great for them at this point. But Ed Ingram, who was on the injury report, he, according to Aaron Wilson, practiced again today and is moving well with that abdomen issue. He missed last week's game at that right guard spot that, as we've talked about all week, it just kind of kicked in effect a huge change in position moving on the offensive line. And I said it, and I'll say it again, the excitement level of, yes, Ed Ingram caught me off guard. I didn't think we'd be here, but this is a great sign of him being able to go, an important figure for them, to be able to have that offensive line to as close to where they were hoping it to be going into week 1.
Absolutely. I mean, it's the ripple effect is what's so important here, right? It's yes, if they hit on Ed Ingram, if they get Ed Ingram from Minnesota, where he was a disappointment, where he was an early, I think he's a first-round draft pick in Minnesota, it didn't pan out there. They were as patient as they possibly could be with Ed Ingram, and it didn't pan out. Now he's in Houston, new system, different coordinator, different approach to offensive football. I think with the obvious, attempt, at least desire to be a run-first football team and a downhill between the tackles run-first football team, there's a chance that Ed Ingram could show a little different here, have a little different showing here in Houston. But if we're being honest, and I hope like hell that works. But the reality of it is with Ed Ingram is it's the ripple effect, right? Yeah. It's the ripple effect of if Ed Ingram can play guard, he is a true guard, and he's in there dealing with defensive tackles. And by the way, Tampa Bay's got a couple of good ones. They got one real big one, right? And so you look at what happens then, and now my man Titus Howard is able to move outside, and I just want to see Titus Howard play that position and be able. We hear him, Nick Caley and them talk about really the skill guys of playing to their strengths and getting them the football and doing things that benefit them. Let's do things that benefit Titus Howard. I think playing tackle is there. Whether we're talking run game or pass game, he's just built for that, and I want to see that happen. And then that gives you a decision you've got to make at the left tackle position between your veteran that you paid to be your left tackle and your your rookie left tackle that you drafted that is obviously more mature and further along in his development than you thought. So, which is a great problem, by the way. Which is a great problem.
I think you brought up one. Vita Vea and the interior is a huge key matchup in this game with what looks like it will be Jarrett Patterson and hopefully Ed Ingram with Laken Tomlinson. He can shut down run games on its own. He is a huge giant of a man with great feet that moves well. Even as he's getting older, he is a dominant force at times up front. That's one of the big key matchups. What other, as it is Friday a little early, but what other key matchups do you sense in this game between the Texans and the Bucs?
Well, I would flip it over on the defensive side of the football, and if I'm going to just give you one, I think the biggest matchup over there is the Bucs, who have an injured left tackle, again, one of the best in the game, who is I don't even know if they've declared whether he's out or not, but I think it's questionable whether he even plays. I know he's been injured. So you're probably looking at a backup there. And then the other tackle on the right side is thought to be, at least in Tampa, thought to be one of the better right tackles in the game, but he's dealing with a lower leg injury. I think it's an ankle or something. So you've got either a backup left tackle, which I believe they slide a guard out in that instance, actually. You've got in Tristan Wirfs, a guy coming back that was injured, so hadn't played a whole lot. And then you've got an injured right tackle, or at least a hobbled right tackle. So that doesn't seem to be a good scenario for the Bucs. You got Hunter and you got Will Anderson going against guys that are in some way, shape, or form either not the best tackle or not the best version of themselves right now. So I would think that they'd be able to take.
They're not the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah.
In terms of rushing the passer.
Yeah, you got two different animals out there that I think we could really take advantage of their tackles in a big way.
Yeah, and clearly they're at least not going to be 100%. And those two guys are great. The best pair of pass rushers, edge rushers in the game. Mm-hmm. They have got to not just win, but just force the Bucs to have to change what they want to do, like in some form or fashion. They have to show up repeatedly, and we've watched them do that in games last year. And I'll be honest, I thought they would do that Sunday a little bit more. Not to say they didn't get pressure. I mean, they got 3 sacks on Stafford, and they made him get rid of the ball before he wanted to. But if it's a situation where, maybe it helped, maybe both of them are out, or at the very least they are hobbled in some way, Danil Hunter and Will Anderson should take advantage of that and make that a huge asset for them.
Well, I think the big difference between week 1 and week 2 is about the quarterback you're playing as well.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, Baker Mayfield is a good player. He's played really well, and he's doing some big things in Tampa. I don't know how committed to getting the ball out to beat the edge rushers. I don't know how committed to that he is. I know when you look at Matthew Stafford, the things like, hey, man, it's the first week of the season. My back is messed up. My left tackle's got a bum leg or whatever the hell it was. I think there's a conscious effort to get balls out on. Even their mid-range stuff was more hitting seams and throwing on time and getting balls out. I don't know that Baker is that committed to that kind of game plan. So I would expect the D ends for the Texans to have more of an opportunity to get home this week, at least as it pertains to the Baker's play style. I think it's going to be a little different than Matthew Stafford's.
All right, coming up as we continue on this Football Friday live from BB's right off 99 here in Katy. As we continue, we've got plenty of prizes. I'm talking gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors, free oil change to Tomball Ford, and future Texans tickets. All you got to do is put your name in our raffle box. We will be hooking up our first winner in the 2 o'clock hour, so you may want to get there soon. Right here, if you're in the building, make sure you do that. See our guy Shay right here at the front. Coming up, we expect to hear from, we just talked about him, a big key matchup for the Texans, Denil Hunter, the Pro Bowler. He'll join us coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, how about Daisy Dips, man? Daisy French Onion Dip and Daisy Ranch Dip. It's on the shelves at your local grocery store right now, and I'm telling you, they're absolutely game changers, y'all. If your next watch party you have, next gathering you have, next tailgate you have, don't try to whip everything up yourself. Don't have your mom and your granny and everybody over there.
Sunday at 7 a.m. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from BB's Tex Orleans and Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here from BB's right off 99. Go ahead, you can clap it up. There you go. We're here in Katy as we're seeing some of the most famous Texans fans walking up in here today. And come on out and join us. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. Let's head out to the phone lines right now. And we are happy to be joined by Pro Bowl defensive end for your Houston Texans, Danil Hunter. Danil, we appreciate you jumping on with us.
Hey, man, thanks for having me.
All right, man, you're a vet in this league, and I know you guys, especially with this defense, hold yourselves to a high standard. What did you think about your overall performance defensively last week against that really good Rams offense?
I mean, we knew coming out we were going to go into a really good offense, going with the game plan. We did what we could. We made a couple of mistakes first game, and we went back and looked at it, and then we basically learned from it this week and then move on to the next opponent.
Danil, the obvious mistakes that we've heard D'Amico talk about, I think, are easy for us as fans to see, right? I mean, if a receiver gets behind a defensive back in coverage, it's easy to see, there's a panic mode there. There's a panic button hit. Something went wrong there. But beyond that, just those kind of obvious coverage deals, what did you see that you guys as a defense, because I'm going to be honest with you, I can't find nothing other than those mistakes, but what did y'all see that you say, hey, man, we got to be better specifically right here?
I mean, the biggest thing that we saw was just a couple of simple mistakes, hand, eyes, keeping your eyes on your man. And we reviewed it in the film room, and we saw that it was a couple plays, and then the score of the game would have been different, but that's just basically the thing. Just simple mistakes, it just costs some points.
Danil Hunter joins us as we're live here, Football Friday here at BB's. Come on down and hang out with us here at Katy. But Danil, listen, you've been a part of some really good defenses in Minnesota, and this year we're coming into it thinking this has a chance to be top 5, maybe the best in the league. What would you say it is about this defense that makes it potentially as special as many people think it can be?
I mean, the biggest thing from what I've seen and what I've learned over the years is just the guys they play together, and I see it a lot going through this offseason and going through the training camp. There's a lot of guys that are willing to sacrifice and do their jobs for other guys to do their job on the field. So that's the biggest thing. On the D-line, we say 4 equals 1 because we play together. 4 of us rush together, and that basically helps us disrupt the quarterback in any way. And when that happens, the back end, they make plays and vice versa.
Talk to us a little bit about the guy opposite you, man, Will Anderson, a young fella. He talks a lot about taking his game to the next level, and I know you're not just a teammate. I mean, I've heard him speak highly of you from almost a mentor perspective. What has he done? What have you seen from him to take his game to the next level?
I mean, with him, he's always trying to learn, man. That's the biggest thing. Kind of reminds me of myself when I was younger. I had a lot of mentors helping me out, and I see this as like my opportunity to help him on his journey to becoming one of the greatest pass rushers, to ever play this game. But the biggest thing about him, he's always trying to learn, and that's very good because a lot of guys come into the league and they get kind of distracted. And with him, I don't think it's not even possible to get him distracted because he's always locked in, focused, and he's always trying to learn and get his game to the next level. And that's one thing that's special about that kid, man. And his motor, his mind, his family, I think that kid's very special. And, there's a lot of things that I like about him, and I'm very impressed by the type of player he is and the type of person he is.
Danil, let's move over to the opponent you all have this Sunday, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And I'm just curious from you, watching film of them this year and past years, I'm sure, how different, especially for you personally, how different is it when you may have one of their best players, Tristan Wirfs, the left tackle, in the game or potentially out of the game? How different do you see their offense runs with him being in or out?
I mean, at the end of the day, this is still the NFL. Anybody can line up and anybody can go out there and play. You just got to see it the same way how we would see it if he was starting or if he was out there. And the biggest thing is just their quarterback. He's able to make plays with his foot, his hands. He's a clutch dude. So the biggest thing is just game planning for him.
Denil, what about your head coach, man? I was, we just talk. We do radio every day, obviously, and we hear every press conference, and it's interesting. DeMeco started out the week with that. Oh yeah, you win one game, everybody thinks you're going to the Super Bowl. You lose a game, you want to fire everybody, kind of deal, and kind of a more jovial, happy-go-lucky. And then all of a sudden, when he talks to the media on Thursday, boy, he's spicy. And I tried to. Me and Ron were talking about it here. I said, everybody just realize this is DeMeco Ryans, the player that is. We're getting closer to kickoff. We're getting closer to game day, and things are significantly more serious right now than they were on Monday. Can you take us behind the scenes real quick with DeMeco of just kind of how that thing gets ratcheted up as the week goes on and how intense and dialed in he is, even from the head coach position late in the week?
I mean, after week one, there's just a lot of stuff going on in the air about people panicking with the media and whatever. It's just a few plays that really just made the difference. And the biggest thing is we just went in and we just learned from the mistakes and just kind of just tell guys to just take a deep breath and then get better next week. It should be a big jump from week 1 to week 2. And the biggest thing about DeMeco is, he doesn't panic. He's played the game before. He knows what it's like, and the players believe him. And that's the biggest thing. Whatever he tells us, we're 100%. The whole team is behind him because he's been there. He's been in the situations, all these situations. So he knows what he's talking about.
All right, Danil, we appreciate you jumping on with us. And obviously we're all watching Monday. And good luck here as you guys open up the season in front of these Houston fans.
All right, man. Thanks for having me.
All right, that's Danil Hunter who joins us. Good to hear from him, man. Clint, he always sounds like he's ready to get on the field, don't he?
Yeah, man. I mean, he's a man of very few words. That's for sure, man. He is an intense dude. We've had him.
He is intense. Yeah, that is the thing that even come. You only have to be in front of him.
Well, we've had him in the post game a couple of different times, and it's just there's an authentic, just dead serious, tough ass dude. There's a lot of guys that want everybody to think they're tough, and it's an act kind of deal. But with him, he's a no BS guy, and he is an intimidating figure. Even when you're not on the field, you're just in a post game with him. It's like, I mean, he's a bad dude now. So I would imagine DeMeco is going to keep him around here as long as he can play. He'll be a Houston Texan.
Real quick, because and I can understand why he thinks his mindset is that way. How different though do you think the Bucs offensively approach things if Tristan Wirfs isn't available? Like, does that change in your mind? Change the way that they may have to do business?
Well, I think it has to change, but it's an adjustment, right? I mean, most good teams offensively are held defensively too. I mean, you hear them talk about it here, but it's always talked about on the defensive side of the football when DeMeco's talking about that's who we are. That's our calling card. That's our identity, right? We're not there offensively yet. We have no idea what the hell we're going to be offensively yet. But when you're talking about the Bucs, I mean, I've not studied them this year. I mean, there's not a whole lot there to study other than one game. But I think when you look at Baker Mayfield's mentality and you look at Mike Evans, his skill set, ideally this is a vertical attack, a little bit more of an aggressive attack. The quarterback likes to hold the football. The quarterback likes to scramble around with his feet and make plays. And this is typically the kind of quarterback that this defense is built to force to hold the football and then let the DNs eat. And so we'll see if it can come to fruition.
I was going to say they're going to have a little quick game action in this one.
Well,
that's
I mean,
what you would think.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, they should. You watched a really good Green Bay team last night use motion. I mean, this is why it drives me crazy. We didn't see a lot of motion out of Nico last week. Is if you want to get a guy a free release and get the DB moving before the ball, you got to put him in motion. How many times last night did Green Bay throw an out route, a timing? You don't even need an offensive line. A timing out route for 8 to 10 yards. They did it 5 or 6 times with receivers that can't hold Nico's jock, right? So, I mean, those kind of things, you've got to have in the game plan to kind of combat some things. And And I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see kind of what Baker's mentality. It's all about Baker, right? I mean, what Baker's mentality is offensively, and if he's willing to hold the ball like he usually is.
Well, I mean, he's going to do that a little bit.
Yeah,
I mean,
I know. We got to make him pay. The interesting thing about this, I'm trying to wrap my head around this game, and is we hear reporters asking about the 2023 game, right?
Yeah.
And we heard him ask CJ. Apparently, I can't remember who it was. Somebody's doing a story on that 23 game because they've asked the same question about that game to D'Amico and CJ. But, does Tampa Bay and Mike Evans and Baker, do they have, like, D'Amico figured out? Because that was a straight shootout, right?
Yeah.
Do they have schematically some things that – maybe they figure. I don't know either. I'm not saying they do. I'm just saying in general, like they scored points. It became a real shootout. And then on the flip side of it, does this offense have the ability, if that happens again, to go get points the way that CJ and Nico did his rookie year? That's the, there's a couple of things here that if you look back at the history of that 2023 game, it's like, I don't know how much we can draw from.
There's just some key parts you might just it's hard to throw like the guy we just talked to wasn't there.
Right.
Kamari Lassiter wasn't there.
Yep.
Aziz
wasn't there.
Yeah. So there's some different things. All right, coming up as we continue, our trusty engineer Andy came up to me before the show started and said he threw in the towel on the Astros earlier this week. They're officially tied. I'll be honest with you, they're actually in second place because they don't own the tiebreaker over the Mariners. This thing has really gotten tight. Where are you right now? The Astros are tied in the AL West, 2 games clear of the final wild card spot. Where are you right now concern-wise with the Astros? We'll talk about that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, power outages, they can happen any.
Visit ncpgambling.org.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from BB's Tex Orleans and Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. It's already a good, fun time here early in the 2 o'clock hour. We will be here till 6 o'clock. Football Friday, week 2 here in Katy, right off 99 BBs. Make your way out here, and you got plenty of prizes. Our first winner already, Richard, has taken home him a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. Attaboy. You got a chance to win more of those, a free oil change from our good friends at Tom Ball Ford, and as well the big prize in the 5 o'clock hour, a pair of tickets to a future Texans game. I think the Colts game is where this one potentially will be, the Colts home game. You got a chance to win that courtesy of our good friends with the Houston area Ford dealers. So much there for you to enjoy, not only hanging out with us, but you may be able to take home a little something as well.
Yeah, and look, I know that Friday nights in Texas, but definitely in Houston, there's a high school football night. I know there's a lot of folks that will be heading to a football game at some point when you get off. Make this a little pit stop.
Oh, yeah.
Make pregame right here at BB's Cajun Cantina over here in Katy. Now, they got a little bar here. If you can grab you a pop, nice little vibe in here, come on through and get you a bite. Don't go to the game hungry now. Don't go to the game hungry. Hey, look, you'll be sitting there in the second quarter, maybe halftime, and the next thing you know, you eating 14 nachos and 14 hot dogs and all that. Come on through, man. We'll be right here.
Yeah, go to the game a little feeling a little good, too.
Yeah, you can be full and happy.
Why not? All right. Yeah, come on down, man. It's a good, fun time. We always have a good time here. All right, the Astros, we sat there and watched that two-hit performance they gave us. That was awful.
Yeah.
And there's no excuses. I completely agree with Sean Pendergast as I was taking the kids home earlier today, Clint and Tyler. He said, hey, man, you got everybody in the lineup. All right, Jordan was there. Altuve was there.
Jake wasn't there.
Jake wasn't in there, but he's on the team.
Had a 300 hitter on the bench.
He's on the team. Jake was there. Jake is up. Your guys are here. All right, and you got to come up with, even without Jake, Clint.
Yeah.
You got to come up.
No,
with more
that's fair.
Than two hits.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. You got. I mean, look, that's. I'm trying to be positive here. I wonder where all my it's a long season folks are.
Now you can't do that now.
Well, why not? I mean, why not? I mean, they was doing it to me then. Hell, I mean, I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you. I mean, guys taking a break. Hell, didn't Altuve had a rest day 2 days ago?
Yeah.
Hell, Jake Myers got a rest day yesterday, and we had an off day Monday. What are we doing here? We're here, baby. We're in the thick of it right now, and it's put up or shut up. There's no doubt. Luckily, you got some. I'm not going to panic right now because you got some head-to-head matchups, and you should be able to finish the season on a damn 7-0 run or 6. Is it 6-0, 7-0? They got a 4-game stretch there with one of those two teams. Angels and A's. You ought to be able to move, have a little bit of movement in the standings when you got those guys to finish the season. So I'm not panicking. But this is a time where I like to remind my it's a long season, folks, that this season's a little tighter than it should be, damn it.
So your concern level is relatively low?
Oh, no, my concern level, I mean, I'm not concerned based on what I saw yesterday because they had 2 hits.
Yeah. Overall.
Yeah, no, I mean, my concern level is you've got to make a serious run over the next 3 weeks of baseball. And right now, you've got one guy that you really, really believe in Hunter Brown, and you need Fromber big time. And beyond that, how you gonna make this run? How are you gonna do it with the bullpen? How are you gonna do it with the closer situation? I know it was good the last time he went out there, but you got a lot of problems. You got a lot of issues right now that you'd rather not have in the middle of a division run like this. But yeah, no, look. Concern, I mean, with all the injuries and everything I just mentioned, hell, the concern of these two teams catching you, hell, I'm hired at 4.
Yeah.
But it's not. It doesn't stem from last night. Like I'm not I'm not panicking because they got 2 hits last night. I'm just overall, I mean, there's a lot of inconsistencies with the Astros right now, and so
I think that's kind of where I am, around the 4. I think they'll be all right.
I got to be above 5. Hell, I'm gonna go with a 6.
You're at a 6.
I got to go with a 6, man.
I certainly don't love the way they're playing, and I certainly don't love. Maybe we'll get an Astros.
Look here, you're trying to. I know what you're trying to do. You're stalling, trying to find the name of that fella we got pitching tonight. I know what you're doing.
I thought I put it in here.
Murray is his last name.
Jaden Murray. Listen, I don't love the fact the biggest game of your season right now is up to Jaden Murray, who maybe Tyler, maybe you'll be our Astros insider. What do you got on Jaden Murray? What do you have on the
6'1", 190?
The starter.
He's born in Utah somewhere. I know that much.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't got
been with the Astros in just 2025. I don't. He didn't have any other history on his stat sheet other than 2025 Astros.
I said, boy, who the hell is Jaden Murray? I mean, we could
6'1", 190. He's got a little hatchet ass in him. He's a little narrow.
He's a real first in the clubhouse, last out type of guy.
Hey, let's hope that is the case. Let's hope that is the case. Hey, and let's hope he's durable. Let's hope he is a natural, rotational, injury-free athlete, and he can get out there and just let it rip. We don't have to worry about his elbow inflammation or forearm tightness after the first inning.
713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, guys. Text in. You give us your breakdown on Jaden Murray. I don't have him. Give us this. This felt like this could have been a bullpen game yesterday. I mean, Lance ate up 2 innings, and I'm sure he gave up a bunch.
Oh, man.
But he ate up 2 innings. I'm just saying, you ran through that with Christian and Lance yesterday. I feel like this could have been a start of a bullpen game. But we'll see what the young fella has with the game on the line, because it's on the line, Clint. They are now tied with the Mariners. The Mariners won late last night. They are now tied, and quite frankly, the Mariners have the tiebreaker. So if it ended, they would lose the division right now. So they're tied. The Rangers have found a way to get to 2 games behind them. So I mean, this is getting serious.
Well, the good thing is we've had some pretty good luck with guys that we didn't know existed pitching for the Astros before.
You're right.
You know, we got a 7-game lead in the division in the first half of the season, or the first 80+ games of the season. I mean, and it was strongly due to a lot of guys that which I don't know the farm system. I don't know the minor leagues, the minor league. I don't know they had the prospect list memorized, but I didn't even know half those guys were Astros, and we had some pretty damn good luck with them. So maybe old Jaden Murray, solid name by the way, maybe old Jaden Murray can have a good outing tonight and get this thing turned.
Yeah, don't like it with it in his hands, but I see a lot of people here because we got to get the ultimate test on this. I see a lot of people coming in with. I'm super concerned about their offense. I don't know if they're going to be able to prevail. Someone did say Astros dynasty will prevail. They're not making the playoffs. We ain't making the playoffs. We're talking about Jake Myers, who struck out 4 times on Wednesday. Tyler, the ultimate test. Where is your concern level right now as this thing gets tightened up?
I'm not writing them off for anything or saying they're not going to be playing baseball in October like some of these fools, but no, man, I'm not in a good place. I got no good feelings inside me regarding the Houston Astros right now, but I mean, I'm hoping they can turn things around and get things moving in that right direction before the playoffs, but I mean, it's bad right now, man.
No. No, damn it, Tyler. We got to get you there by the end of the show.
Been shut out this year, man.
We got to get you there before the end of the show. No, 6 o'clock. We got to get you back, Tyler. We need you. We need you to have that confidence you had when it was 11-0 in Game 7, and you still thought they could win. We need to have that delusional confidence. They need it. If we lose you, Tyler, it's downhill.
Well, it's getting
close.
On, man. It's getting close.
You got 3 hours, damn it,
to
get it together.
Are they going to make best bets?
I'm doing college football for best bets.
He's quit best bets. He don't even put them on best bets the last 2 days. No, Tyler, you gotta get it. You gotta get it there. You gotta get there. You got 3 hours to pull it together.
I'll try, but no.
With Tyler's friends, hit him up. Now I feel like something's wrong. My concern meter was at a 4. Now that I'm listening to Tyler, it's jumped to a 7.
Tyler, can you believe that his is at a 4?
I just believe it's the Astros. They'll figure this thing out. until I listen to Tyler. That's usually Tyler.
I mean, I've got the same feel of like it's the Astros, it's the dynasty, it's the chemistry in the clubhouse, it's that special it that they have. I have that, and I still can't get sub 5.
Yeah, I get you. All right.
You're damn sure not usually the low guy.
No, I feel it's the Astros. I mean, you got teams that have done what they've done 7 effing years. It's the Astros. All right, coming up, almost said it too.
Fair.
Coming up, C.J. Stroud. He talked yesterday about handling the outside noise. I don't know that I believe him, but I think that spawned a conversation we need to have about him leading up into this game on Monday. We'll discuss that next.
All right, Clay Stoerner here. I got to tell you about Twin Peaks, y'all. Look, if you
Parts. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from BB's Tex Orleans and Katy. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
There we go. That's right. We are live on a Football Friday, 1 hour down, but we got 3 more to go. So that means you got time to make your way on out here on a Friday. As the big voice man said, we're at BB's here in Katy, right off 99. You need to make your way out here. You can win our we're doing glasses. We're doing a series of glasses, 4 of them, our commemorative glasses that you can take. Last week we gave away the first 50 who arrived at Payne and Pendergast glass. This week it is in the loop. You need to come to all 4 of our first 4 events. You can get all 4 of them. Next week will be us, and then Area 45 in the 4th week. But today you can get a beautiful glass of John Lopez and Figgy Fig. His hair on that glass is a beaut. I don't know if you've seen it. And then obviously our guy Reggie in the building as well. Next week I look like my father-in-law, so that's great on the glass. It does look just like my father-in-law's photo, but come on out. Not just that, you also got gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors. Our good friends at Tomball Ford are going to hook you up with a free oil change. We're going to do that here in the 3 o'clock hour. And then Texans tickets. You can win a pair of Texans tickets later on, 5 o'clock hour, so we're going to make you wait. You got to be in the building to win those Texas tickets, courtesy of our good friends at Houston Area Ford dealers. Oh, I thought you was about to step out and say something.
I was just thinking how we can get B. Scott on the glass. B. Scott. I think B. Scott should have his own glass at the end. Boss man, if you're listening, you need to. I don't know how much money them glasses cost, but B. Scott needs to go and go. We need one B. Scott at the end.
Like his own one. I felt. Yeah.
I mean, look, he is literally the online presence.
Yeah,
he handles all the social media. He's online presence. He contributes to every show. Yeah.
Oh, why not?
Yeah. I mean, B. Scott should have his own glass. Absolutely.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
Yeah, and you can inscribe that on it.
Parker, I think you should have your own glass. Give yourself an own glass. Your golf swing.
In quotes under B. Scott, I don't see no bitches anywhere around here.
Ron over here, a brown nose and trying to get the boss man his own glass kind of deal. Hell, why don't you just shoot for the top? Won't you just get Sarah? Won't you just get Sarah
he does
a
that
commemorative
enough
glass?
with their Jayhawk fandom. He does that enough already.
She got enough.
Yeah, get your little Jayhawk on there or something.
Hey, I'm trying to get it. I'm just trying to get us to 17 weeks.
If you on brown nose, shoot to the top, man.
Let's get to 17 weeks. That's me, brown nose.
No, that was not.
That's me. That's me. Brown nose. That's how people view me.
Show, man.
All right, come on out here and hang out with us. Get you some good food. Get you some drinks, and it'll be a good time. Again, we're here till 6 o'clock on this Football Friday. All right, Clint. C.J. Stroud, he spoke to the media yesterday, and he talked about in response to the question of kind of the outside noise, things that's going around and circulating. The conversation in particular around him is picking up and starting to move. We talked about it yesterday. Maybe the honeymoon period a little bit is sliding over, and I think fans and people are having more expectations for him. Here was CJ as he is handling the outside noise.
Yeah, I don't care, to be honest. I've gotten so used to people loving you when you're up, hating you when you're down. It's just how, just people, this entertainment business operates, So I try to think of my value as what God sees me as, my family, my friends, my teammates. And that helps me stay level-headed because, I think it's a lie when people say words don't hurt. There's a reason why we go to church and hear a sermon. There's a reason why we like music. There's a reason why, we go to see comedians do their thing. We laugh. Words do have effect. So, for me, I try not to just look at it and, try to just stay, kind of like a horse and, just tunnel vision. So, I've learned to not love the love or not hate the hate. And it's really helped me. And I try to tell my family, they get all mad and stuff. But, at the end of the day, everybody's entitled to their opinion, right on to them. But I can control what I can control, and that's what I do on the field. And everybody, like I said, is entitled to what they think.
All right, I did that yesterday when I heard that horse line. I mean, confusion. You don't remember that yesterday?
What are we doing?
I heard the tunnel vision. I see it. Tunnel vision.
I mean, how long was that cut? How long was that cut, Tyler?
Minute and 6 seconds.
Minute 6, and I imagine you trimmed it up pretty good for something we don't care about. I
actually didn't get to, or I would have had it a little shorter, but I appreciate your confidence.
Tunnel vision. Horse. All right, Secretary.
It makes sense, but when you hear it, it's so awkward.
He said it like it was maybe it's a normal saying. It's the first time I've heard it.
Here's the deal with CJ, though. Like, do you think that is a – because I think it'd be one of two things. Do you think CJ's just like not real comfortable communicating those lines, or do you think CJ is trying to toe the line because he may have went a little bit overboard in that post-game presser talking about guys didn't practice well, and he may have gotten a little talking to on that front end, so now all of a sudden he's over here trying to – he's over here philosophizing.
No, I don't think so, because if you listen, CJ's done some stuff like that. There's over the last couple of years. He slides him in,
and it's not good. Huh? I mean, it's not. It has nothing to do with football. It was nothing to do with football, but I'm just like, that's rough.
From the football.
In the locker room. I don't know about the locker room now because times have changed clearly.
I don't know. Yeah.
But I'm gonna tell you, man, if I'd have went to the presser with that right there, with that horse comment and all of the job, I'd have got roasted in the locker room. They'd have been calling me Mr. Ed for a month. I would have got roasted.
If anyone on the Texans is listening, they got an idea now.
Do we still roast in the locker room? Is that still acceptable in the world?
I believe we do.
Do we?
I believe they do. I believe they do. But from the football part of it, I don't believe him that it doesn't bother him. I think it all bothers him. I think it bothers him. I think he watches last night and sees, damn, look at Jordan Love.
Yeah.
Look at what he's doing. I know I'm better than that dude. Last year, this time, everybody was talking about me as the next guy. Look at Jaden Daniels, how they're talking about him. Like, look at hell, you picked him as your MVP this year. Look at Jaden Daniels, how people.
Last night was a rough night for my MVP.
Yeah. Still got them 2 touchdowns for fantasy purposes. but like I think he sees what's happening around the league and how he is slowly maybe getting looked differently, and I think that affects him. And that's why, Clint, I think arguably this Sunday is regular season wise, it's right up there as one of the most important games for him, because I think people even in the fan base for like maybe the first time, I think people are looking like, hey man, what you gonna do here?
Yeah, it's time.
Like what you gonna do here? I know last year we blamed Bobby and stuff for things, but everybody ain't just looking at Nick Caley on how Nico Collins wasn't involved in the offense. I think people are now looking like, how did you not get the ball to Nico Collins?
Yeah.
And I think that is, and I think he hears that.
Sure.
And I think this game is extremely important.
It's okay. It's okay if you do. I was never one that tuned out all the noise. That fueled me. I told you I had a photographer in my then girlfriend's living room that we were paying to take pictures tell me that I wasn't good enough to play at the next level kind of deal, and that fueled me until the day I quit. It's okay to hear those things and for that to fuel you. I don't have a problem with that at all. And to your latter point of like looking at CJ of getting Nico the ball, I agree with you. It's got to be. It's not a forced deal. It's not a forced deal. It's a if it doesn't happen early, if it like in the first drive, if it doesn't happen. Hey, Kaylee, we got to have a conversation. If you're on the sideline, let's have a face-to-face. If you're in the booth, let's have one on the phone. But a conversation has to be had. It is very common. I think at all levels of football, and definitely in the NFL, it is very common for coordinators to use short motions or quick motions to create a soft corner, and to then throw a speed cut out route or a quick out or a stick route or stack route or snag route, whatever you want to call it. Like, it's very, very common. And if we don't see those, I think C.J. Stroud should be the very first one to take note and go, hey, what the hell are we doing here? Yeah, so I think I think it's on him as well. Definitely as we move forward here in the season.
Now, I've always thought that he's played a bigger role than many people have, but we're starting to see it. I know Tyler is on the text line, and I know obviously the text line, YouTube and Twitch isn't everything in the fan base.
It's a good feel.
Or Twitter or social media. But instead of now, it used to be, all right, hey, man, like the offense didn't score 14 points. What did these things do?
Everything but CJ.
Or, hey, man, they couldn't get the ball to Nico Collins. What did this do before they got to him? And now we're starting to see a little bit more and more of, hey, man, you ran into a sack. Or, hey, man, you didn't help this. Or, yo, it looks like, hey, we scored 14 points. We can't blame anybody else. Like, it's got to come to the dude. We're starting to see, I think, him being judged the way that I'm surprised we hadn't gotten here a little bit faster. Not surprised, because CJ was a big part of saving this organization from where it was 3 years ago when, as I've said, that televangelist was trying to run the organization, and they were in an awful spot. He saved it, so I can understand, but I think now people are turning the corner and looking like, hey, man, like this offense can't
Rightfully
score 14 points or 9 points and not score a touchdown, and we look everywhere else except for at the best player, right?
Yeah.
And we are seeing that load up. I'm seeing it right now on the text line. People, coming through watching the game, CJ has regressed or he's got worse, or we're seeing that a lot more, and I think he sees it and I think he hears it, and I think if we have another game where this offense struggles and he doesn't look like himself, I think the alarms go off even more.
Well, it's an interesting dynamic here in Houston, right? Is because it's a double-edged sword of a sense of you've got a quarterback that is talented enough to be a franchise quarterback and to make $65 million a year. Think about that for a minute. $65 million a year. You've got a guy that's shown the ability in a short career, 2 years, that's shown the ability to be that guy. You haven't necessarily supported that player the way that he deserves to be supported. That's just the reality of it, right? That's all these things can be true at one time. You have not supported. I said when DeMeco Ryans got hired, when you hire a defensive-minded head coach, the number one priority is you got a top defense in the league. Number two is you find the right offensive coordinator. They still have, maybe this guy's it, but they still have not done that. It's been rough, right? Last year and this year, one game. The support has not necessarily been there. But you're looking at a guy that the expectations, fair or foul, the expectations are to make everything right, because we've seen you be a rookie of the year. We've seen you throw for more yards per game and less interceptions than anybody else in a season. We've seen you do that, so the expectations are through the roof. It is a very interesting dynamic, and bottom line is it's life in the NFL, and CJ's the one that's got to make this thing right. I said it a million times. At some point, it's not going to be about whoever DeMeco hires as the offensive coordinator. If you pay a guy $65 million a year, he's got to be able to go to the line of scrimmage and go, hey, man, y'all slide this thing left. I'm gonna throw hot off this guy, and boom. At some point, he's got to be the guy that fixes those things. And I think this is a year that he's got to do it. This is a year he's got to earn $65 a year.
Are the Texans in trouble if they go 0-2? And when I mean in trouble in terms of maybe making the playoffs, not coming close to reaching their goals. Are they in trouble if they lose this one?
Yes.
You think so?
Yeah, look, I think it matters how. I mean, it always matters how.
Because the Bucs are a good football team.
It always matters how. Look, the Bucs are a good football team. If you go out there and you get into a shootout and you lose it, then hey, you probably stomach that one. If the offense goes out there and scores 9 points, 10 points, you're going to have problems. It's just like it's no different than in Detroit right now. Detroit lost their offensive coordinator and their defensive coordinator. They went out and scored 6 points last week. If Detroit, as good as Detroit was a year ago, if they go out and they score 9, 10 points this year,
or this week, yeah.
I'm sorry, yeah, this week, then folks are going to look at Detroit a little bit different. So, yeah, I think it matters how. But I think an 0-2 start is a tough start for anybody that has playoff expectations and damn sure Super Bowl expectations.
Especially if the Colts somehow beat the Broncos.
Yeah.
And if the Jags beat the Bengals, and by the way the Bengals and Broncos played last week, both of those things, and the way that the Jags and Colts played last week, both of those things are doable.
Yeah.
I mean, both of
Possible,
those
yeah.
teams should have lost to the Browns and the Titans last week, to be honest with you, the way they played. That will also change the way we think of things. Their next 4 are at the Jags after this week against the Bucs, at the Jags, home Titans, at Ravens, and then at Seahawks. So I don't know if they're in trouble. But, again, like you said, if they go out there and we're sitting here under 14 points again, under that, and they're struggling to score points, then now the concern level, I think, jumps way up, and you got to look at this team a little differently. All right, coming up, we will fill you in on some injury situations with both the Texans and the Astros. An update on Luis Garcia. We'll let you know of that as we continue coming up next right here live on the Drive.
Before we do that, I got to tell you about advanced hair, fellas. Look, if you're out there and you're having you got a hair loss issue that is causing you problems, right? You got a receding hairline.
On Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from BB's Tex Orleans and Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as Clint is being real specific on that gumbo order. I'm right there with him.
Look, I like to. I mean, you talking about tequilas, football, tequila, crawfish, Cajun food in general. I like to feel like I know a little bit more than my wife typically on those topics, just those topics. Not all the women looked at me like, you're a fool, you still ain't learned? No, just those three topics. And she introduced me to the potato salad in your gumbo instead of rice.
Yeah, I did that at the booth.
Did not know that was a big. I did not know that was a thing, and I tried it. And I was like, and I'm not even a big potato salad guy, but I tried it, and I was like, that's got a little. That adds a little kick to it. I like it.
Yeah. I did it at the boot. I did it in New Orleans too. And then when Lopez brought that potato salad,
that's right.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, no, it's a good thing, and you can try it here.
Absolutely.
Amongst other things, as we are live here, BB's here in Katy, right off 99. Come on out. We'll be here till 6:00. Coming up after this segment, somebody will have a chance to win a free oil change to Tomball Ford. You can win a free oil change. That's coming up as soon as this segment ends. If you have not put your name in our raffle box, our guy Shay right there, clap it up for Shay. He's doing a good job.
Big Shay.
Our guy Shay right there's got our raffle box, and you can just put your name in there and have a chance to win. Some injury notes. Let's start with the Astros here, Clint.
Oh, I thought you were going Texans. You got Astros here?
Yeah, we'll get Texans here. Well, let's start with the Astros.
Buckle up. Man, buckle up. It's going to take a minute.
So the big news is Luis Garcia, they've gone ahead and moved him from the 15-day IL to the 60-day IL.
Yep.
With that elbow situation, as we talked about yesterday, we didn't think he was going to a chance at Hill he'd return, and that is clear. Zach Cole, he is being selected, coming back from AAA Sugar Land. The outfielder, he'll be back here. And then the Astros personally optioned catcher Cesar Salazar back to AAA Sugar Land. And so we lost Salazar. And I'm sure Framber is a wreck.
I hope Framber feels good about himself.
Yeah, he lost the ability to catch him. So those are the moves. Garcia, the big one there, he is and we'll see how long he is. Somebody texted in yesterday and said, I wonder if Luis Garcia has thrown his last pitch as an Astro. Not sure, but man, he just recovered from Tommy John, and now he's back on the 60-day IL. Hopefully it is not that, but we'll see what that is as well. All right. Also here, just going in, Tyler sends us in, Lance McCullers Jr. is not listed on the lineup card. Colton Gordon can only be coming up to replace one player on the injured list. So maybe Lance. You asked yesterday or the last 2 days, what are we going to do with Lance? Lance McCullers, there could be some movement there. We will let you know that when we get more information on that. But that makes a lot of sense from the Texans' perspective. The injury report is officially out. We talked about it a bit earlier. Christian Kirk and Braxton Berrios, receivers, they did not practice for a second straight day, as well as Jake Andrews, who injured his high ankle sprain in Game 1 against the Rams. And then Blake Fisher, again, full participant. Ed Ingram moving Clint from limited to full go today with that abdomen issue. So it looks like he is tracking to play on Monday night against the Bucs. So I think listen, especially from the Ed Ingram perspective, that is the best news there. We'll see with Christian Kirk and Braxton Berrios. I wouldn't bet on that. But Ed Ingram, that is a big deal, because hopefully that means they'll be able to put guys where they want them to be.
Well, look, if we're ranking problems or problems that I would like to be solved, like in what order, the O-line is one, and there is a large gap between 1 and 2 for me. There's a lot of things that they've got to get right. But the offensive line, we're talking long-term ramifications here. We're talking about finding a right guard. If Ed Ingram can play right guard, if he can go in there and play just a solid right guard, right? If he can play a right guard, and if he can run block better than Titus Howard inside there, which they ran block pretty well last week altogether. And that the ripple effect allows things. It allows luxuries outside. Now you've truly got, if you count the old man Trent, what's his name? Trent Brown. Then you've got five. You got 5 tackles, right? You've got some luxuries at tackles and some ways you can literally have, backup left tackle, backup right tackle, depending on how you want to handle this thing. But it all depends on Ed Ingram. So the Ed Ingram deal, with him being healthy, I'm probably more optimistic than I should with him, given his track record. But boy, if that works out, man, that is going to be huge for the Texans moving forward. I mean, I think it's huge from your starting 5 gets better. I think your interior offensive line play gets better. I think your potential of running the football improves. Obviously, your depth at tackle improves. I think you just right away at tackle, you get better players play in that position. So, yeah, this is a big deal for the Houston Texans, man. If Ed Ingram can go and he proves to be just remotely close to being an average interior offensive lineman in the league, it is going to be a big deal for the Texans.
One thing to look at here, and I think Ed Ingram, if he gets in, may help this as well, because – again, guys will be playing in the roles that they expected to play, and they practice at the most. I do wonder, and we'll be watching a lot of some of the things that we watch that either is uncharacteristic or just they can't do, and that's the penalties. You can't have double-digit penalties.
Sure.
And they've done that before, but you can't have that. We've heard D'Amico speak about that. Stingley's performance, that fits into the uncharacteristic portion of things. It just – overall, some of the sloppiness, and I think that's what CJ may have been talking about with the famed lollygagging comment. It was week 1. The wonder is that something that really improves as they play more football.
Well, look, I think it's fair to look at the Texans and think that, hey, man, the lack of your starters playing real football in the preseason probably hurt them a bit, as it does a lot of the NFL, because guys just don't play in the preseason. Anytime a team has a slow start, I think it's fair to look back and say, hey, these guys hadn't played a whole lot of quarterback. I mean, a whole lot of football. I know as I look at C.J. Stroud and people get critical about, well, he should have slid up in the pocket. He should, and I'm critical. I'm okay with being critical. I prefer critical. I don't like that passive stuff. But anyway, like the C.J. Stroud not handling the pocket, the chaos in the pocket as well as D'Amico thinks he should have. That's part of not playing. That's part of, man, as a quarterback, if you're not in the chaos constantly with live bullets flying, the ability to get hit, you're behind.
Yeah.
It's just that easy. If you're not in the pocket and you're not actually having to work the shuffle and the climb in the pocket constantly, and somebody's not beating that into your head at practice every day, then it's hard to just go out there and do it on a Sunday afternoon or a Friday afternoon. You got guys that are going out there tonight and playing tonight that need to do it but can't because it's so early in the season. So it's just quarterback 101 is you got to try to create at practice throughout training camp these scenarios. And the truth is, in today's NFL they're more worried about not getting guys hurt, not overworking guys, than they are actually creating those environments for them.
I think the sloppiness, that's a fair explanation. I think that's a fair explanation of why we saw that. The penalties, that's something we've been seeing for a few years under D'Amico, where they pop up and they'll have these 10, 11 penalty games. We've seen that. But I do think the other stuff is a fair explanation of why we saw
yeah, look, I think when you're talking about pre-snap penalties,
those are the ones that really bother me.
Those are the ones that are unacceptable. I mean, you get into a game and a guy holds because he's got bad hand placement, or like you look at Cam Robinson, like it wasn't an egregious penalty out of the gate last week, but you got a guy that's either unhealthy, like he's just not healthy, or he's sick, or he's not ramped up and he's not in shape, one of the three. So when those things are happening, then you reach and you grab and you end up with holding penalties or bad technique, bad mechanics, and that's part of it, right? That's one of the reasons why I think you got to get the guys that are ready to rock and roll out there that can go, and not guys that are just trying to hang on for dear life.
Yeah. All right, coming up as we continue, Saturday, a little college football, and this is a really good week. We've got our Saturday slate. We will give our games of the week. You can text yours in 713-572-4610.
You got them Hogs?
No,
come on,
but it's there. Ole Miss and Arkansas on the road. That'll be a good one. But you can text your games of the week coming up for Saturday college football. We have no idea what Tyler's is. No clue what Tyler's game of the week is going to be. So we're really going to be surprised by what he's going with. But we'll do that as we continue live here at BB's here in Katy. Make your way right off 99. Get your ass out here. It's almost 4 o'clock. Get your ass here. I'm going to be aggressive.
You heard it,
Get your ass out here. Get your ass out here.
You heard it, man.
As we continue right here live.
All right, well, I'm not going to tell you – I'm not going to be that aggressive with it, but if you are selling your home, best case scenario –
based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from BB's Tex Orleans and Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Here we go as we are live here on a Football Friday. Again, we're at BB's here in Katy, right off 99. Make your way on out here. And you can get like our guy Eric, who just won him a free oil change. Coming up, we still have a few more $25 gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors. Also, Texans tickets that you can win. We'll do that in the 5 o'clock hour. Remember, you have to be present. You have to be present to win any of our prizes. Those Texans tickets, we believe, are home game tickets to the Colts. So you got a chance to win that 5 o'clock hour. All you got to do is put your ticket in the raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win. Those Texans tickets are courtesy of Houston area Ford dealers. All right, Clint, before we get to our college football slate, don't get trigger happy yet, Tyler. I'm not ready for the music yet. I'm I get excited. I'm not ready yet. I do want to pass along, Clint, from the Buccaneers' perspective on the injury report. Mike Evans didn't practice today. It was due to rest. I think a big one here, though, to watch is Chris Godwin. He did not practice. He was limited yesterday. He didn't practice at all today. And also Luke Goodkey, the tackle you were talking about.
Yeah.
Second straight day, he didn't practice.
The right tackle, correct?
Yeah, the right tackle. He may not be out. He may be out in this game. He didn't practice the last 2 days. And then Tristan Wirfs, they're all pro. Left tackle was limited again. So those are the ones to watch. Hassan Reddick jumped from being limited yesterday, and he was a full participant, another key guy on the outside for them. So that is the latest injury report, not just from the Texans side of things, but from the Bucs. And they may have some issues with their tackle situation. And then Chris Godwin, that's one to watch too. They didn't play in game one, and him going from practicing yesterday to not practicing at all is an interesting sign.
Well, they are an absolute bear when they're fully healthy. When they got both of their tackles healthy, when they've got all three of their wide receivers, counting the youngster that they drafted this year out of Ohio State, they are an absolute problem offensively, man. I mean, in the pass world, I don't know how well they're going to run it all year long, but in terms of throwing the football and being aggressive down the field, they are an absolute monster. But you got two tackles that at the very least are going to be hobbled. You got one of the wide receivers that is hobbled as well, and Godwin, as you mentioned. So that'll slow them down just a little bit. It's interesting how these things going to match up. You look at our tackles versus really Reddick. Reddick had a big game-changing sack last week. You know, our tackles versus him, I think, is a big-time matchup. And then their tackles, whoever it is, either banged-up starters or backups versus our defensive ends. I mean, that will absolutely change the game. On both sides of the football, those defenses can absolutely change the game in a major way. So those are matchups to watch. It's a Monday night game, so this is not the final injury report.
No.
But it is very telling who's practicing and who's not.
All right, let's get it. Our Saturday slate coming through. I'm watching and seeing some folks text in Colorado and Houston tonight. Yeah, that'll be a good one. I know. Dion is changing quarterbacks here, so that'll be one to watch as well. You can text in what's your game of the week, your college football game of the week. We do it every Friday, our Saturday slate. Tyler, I think we know where you are. We'll save you for last because you actually, I'm guessing, have the game of the day. But
you're probably Clint, thinking the right way, for sure.
All right, Clint, what's your game of the weekend that you're really into?
I'm into a lot of them.
Yeah,
the Florida LSU game is sexy. I mean, you talk about a monster game for coaching, job security, or in the national landscape for both of those programs. That's a monster one. But I've got to go with the Georgia at Tennessee game. This one fascinates me. I mean, it's a monster game. Look, I view Tennessee as one of the powerhouses in the SEC. But the quarterback situation at Tennessee just fascinates the hell out of me. last year, and I don't know all the details, but last year, the quarterback that was there took them to the college football playoffs, and word on the street is leading up to the college football playoffs, his representation, whether that's his family or his NIL, his agent, whatever, started some rumblings about pay us more money or we're not going to play in the college football playoffs, like holding the program hostage. Like, that's about as bad as it can get as a player and what they do to a team. And, again, I don't know all the details of it.
Didn't look real good for him at UCLA last year.
Well, that's where I was going with it, right? So he bounces, ends up taking I think $1 million hit going to UCLA. They clean it all up by saying, yeah, but I'm closer to my family and all this stuff. I'm going to tell you what, $1 million, I can get real close to my family whenever I want. I can bring them to me if I want to for $1 million. But, that whole dynamic, they had to go out. He really left them in a bad spot, and they had to go out and get a quarterback last second. They bring a guy in. Nobody thought he was going to be very good. He's playing really well. The program, they feel good about it early in the year. And if they can beat Georgia at home with this quarterback, I don't know. It's going to be a great game. It's a bunch of great games. I think the storyline of the quarterback situation at Tennessee is really fascinating.
And we don't know a lot about Georgia right now. We don't know what they've played.
Right. And for people that are in a lot of people that are my age and older are put out with the whole NIL and the transfer portal and not being a man of your word and all those kind of things. I think that resonates with a lot of older college football fans, and it does with me for sure. And so I would pick the Georgia-Tennessee game just because the fascination with that quarterback situation of the old boy that bounced. They're not going to win very many games at UCLA. He took a hit, and it's really all up to if this kid at Tennessee now can play well. Boy, it's really going to be pie on the face of old boy that bounced. And look, I don't know. He's a kid. I don't. It's not a major ordeal, but there's that extra layer there with that game for me. And it's Tennessee, so if they lose, I win there as well.
I know you feel that. All right, Tyler, before we get to your game, I'll go Florida LSU. You talked about it a bit. I've never seen a coach get fired on the field, and I feel like it's in the cards for Billy Napier. I think if Billy Napier loses that game, he's done. And he probably should lose that game. Maybe if it's tight, maybe if it's close. He survived a tight one with Tennessee last year when it looked like he was on the beyond hot seat, and then they were able to turn it around. But they lost at home to South Florida, and South Florida is a good team. They're one of the games that matches two ranked teams as they go to Miami. But that was embarrassing, 18-16, and you're an offensive guru like you're supposed to be. And then LSU had a great first win against Clemson, and they are in damn sure playoff championship or bust, and they need to follow that up at home, and they can't lose to this Florida team. So that one's the game that I'm really looking at to see what happens with the coaches there and to see where LSU is.
Well, what a hell of a quarterback matchup. The Nussmeier kid has a chance to be the best quarterback in college football. We'll see how it all unfolds. I think he's got a chance to be the best passer in college football, and we'll see what that looks like. But he's in that conversation. Yeah. And in Florida, they got a kid from right around the corner here, DJ Lagway. So they've got a local kid here. So that quarterback matchup is going to be fun to watch there in that ball game.
Where's DJ from?
Porter.
Okay.
Is it Porter?
I'll look it up.
Up on the north. It's the north side somewhere, but.
All right, Tyler. We know yours is A&M and Notre Dame.
Here we go.
All right. Hey, let's. I trust you. What's your real thoughts about this game, Tyler? As they go on the road. Shout out to Andy's wife walking in. Tyler, what's your thoughts of this game?
Well, let me paint a picture for you, Ron.
Oh, yeah. Here we go.
It's Saturday night. Them lights are bright up there at Notre Dame. And the number 16 Aggies are coming in to face off against number 8, the Fighting Irish. And the Aggies are winning this ball game, boys. And I'm telling you now, this is the turning point. Right now today, you can shut a lot of people up who've been talking, rightfully so. But the Texas A&M Aggies have not won on the road against a top 10 opponent since 2014. That stat's been floating around all week. It's real. It's there. Change it, man. Change it. Maroon and white going to Notre Dame. This is your game of the week. It's going to be awesome. Sean Pendergast is going to be upset, but Aggies win this one, man, and we'll talk more about that later in the show, I'm sure. But
yeah, listen, they're clearly underdogs. But what's the line in that, Tyler? I know I'm certain it make an appearance.
I think it's moved. I think it's climbed a little bit, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's somewhere around 6 or 7.
6.5, I think. Yeah, 6.5 on that as A&M are underdogs. Listen, I think this game is winnable. Notre Dame is good, and I think their quarterback is a lot better than I thought he was going to be. I thought it may be a little slow for C.J. Carr, but he looked pretty good on the road against Miami. But I do think this game is winnable for A&M. We'll see if they can go and do that, but I think it is winnable for them.
For sure.
No, look, AT, it is absolutely winnable, but it depends on one thing. Marcellus Reed, right? I mean, is it Marcel, not Marcellus? I put a us on there, didn't I? It's Marcel Reed.
His legal name.
But I like that.
Yeah, maybe his real name. Maybe he shortened it.
I like that, Marcellus.
Y'all are Arkansas is in a very similar position as Texas A&M. And easy, Aggies. I know y'all beat us 11 of the last 12 or whatever. Relax. I'm just talking ball here.
We'll play soon enough, okay?
Like your ultimate, like the floor for both programs, I think is higher than typical, right? Because you got an athletic ability that's not going to allow teams lesser than you to beat you. You got an athletic ability that's going to keep you in games that maybe you probably shouldn't be in, but yet you've got a QB with the athletic ability. If they develop and start spinning it around the park when the game demands them to do that, then all of a sudden you've got a program at A&M, not so much Arkansas, but you got a program at A&M that can compete for national titles. You got a program, both of those kids could end up in a Heisman conversation if they can win enough games. So it's very, very similar of yes, it's been really good at A&M to start the season. Yes, it's been really good at Arkansas from a quarterback perspective to start the season. Those guys have been the best athletes on the field. When they stack them up against a defense that is as good as your guys, does that athletic ability still stand out? Does their ability to spin the rock, take them to the next level, right? That's what's beautiful about this Saturday for both of those games, man. Arkansas, Ole Miss, Notre Dame, A&M. You're going to find out this week if your quarterback can legitimately take you to a 10, 11, 12-win season and potentially, for A&M, a national title hunt or not.
I hear, Tyler, they beat LSU last year, but can you win a big game? Can you win a big game that you're not supposed to win? Can you go out and do it? Yep. They got it out in front of them. What you got coming up?
Well, we got some good news on the injury front with the Texans, and that puts me in a spot. I'll tell you what that good news is, but it puts us at a spot where there's got to make a decision along that offensive line on one side or the other. And I don't know. Which one are you going with? Which tackle are you going with? We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Generator Supercenter. Look, living around these parts here, power outages.
281-4414-179, 281-4414-179. It's Ability Trees. Ability Trees, Houston's, say it, leading tree care professional.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
The Drive is live.
We're working with Clint here.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, it is. We're out here at BB's Cajun Cantina. I'm going to be honest with y'all. I like that. I like that. I've seen a lot. BB's, Tex Orleans. I've seen it a lot. I've seen it different ways. I like that Cajun Cantina. Patrick Creighton in the building.
There he is.
Patrick Creighton got a little pep in his step. I don't know what's going on. It must be the weekend.
I owe him a bottle of champagne.
Oh, boy. Owen Patrick Creighton something is, I might not want to let that happen long.
I hate your guts, every part of it.
We are out here in Katy. What is the exact address, Ron? You said it 15 times. You got it
406.
406.
Grand Parkway.
There you go. Come through and see us. We are again at BB's Cajun Cantina. I just had, for those wondering, I just had the gumbo and a couple things. It is a dark roux, tremendous. That box is checked. It's the only way to eat gumbo or etouffee, if you're being honest with you. Large bowl. It wasn't just a bowl that's slightly bigger than a cup, and you're like, hey, y'all call this a bowl to charge me double? No. It is a large bowl. Tremendous. No potato salad, so I did have to go with the rice, which I'm okay. I'm okay. My wife is like really aggressive potato salad way. I'm kind of a 50-50 guy. It was tremendous. And our waitress here, Heather, I don't know where she went.
Shout out to Heather.
But she is from New Orleans.
She is.
Right, so it's a really good marriage here. Her and BB's is a really good marriage, right? So as you would imagine, but as she talks, there's not a real deep Cajun accent there, so I can't tell that she's from New Orleans. But the beautiful thing with Heather is I've heard her tell at least 5 to 10 people, hey, man, live your life.
Yeah, she is.
Hey, should I go half and half with this sweet tea, iced tea? I would prefer all sweet, but hey, you live your life. Make your decision. That screams New Orleans.
Yeah.
Just live your life. Do what you want to do. Don't worry about it. Don't stress.
Now, she going to give you advice. She told her, I go with the chicken po' boy, but you live your life.
That's right.
Fair. Nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, absolutely, T. So come on down, and the vibes are good. The crowd is good. We're giving some things away. We got $25 Academy gift cards. Big shout-out to Academy for always being on board with Sports Radio 610. We've already given away a free oil change courtesy of Tomball Ford. By the way, my man E in the back, that oil change is good for any vehicle. Doesn't matter what it is. I mean, I wouldn't suggest pulling a Tesla up in there, but anything otherwise, bam, you got it, baby. And then we got Texans tickets that we're going to give away. You got to be here. You got to be present to win Texans tickets. We're going to do that a little later in the show, so come on through, grab some grub, grab some drinks. Make sure you put your name in the raffle right there, and we'll get you taken care of. BB's Cajun Cantina in Katy.
And also, our first 50 people here, you got a chance to get you a commemorative glass. And I see Reggie's in the building. Reggie's face is on that glass. You get a glass of In the Loop.
That's right.
Yeah, and Reggie's in the building. You got big John Lopez, the OG, Figgy, and Reggie right there on the glass. So if you have not gotten one, you can walk away with that. Get you a nice little glass. We got a four glass set.
Yeah.
Already giving away Payne and Pendergast In the Loop this week. Next week is The Drive, and then the week after that, Patrick Creighton and Sean Bijani, Chris Santiago, Area 45, 4-glass set.
And I'm doing everything I can to get a fifth one on there. B. Scott, I think you should be on a glass. I'm just telling you.
Somebody texted and said maybe Brandon gets his own shot glass.
I think Brandon, he does enough around the building to where he should get it. Oh, shot glass. That was a nice.
Shot glass. Yeah, Brandon get a shot glass.
Wow. If we're going to do a shot glass.
I better give him a full glass.
Yeah, let's do it, man. I don't know. I would personally, I love you guys. I love Tyler. I love
like
you.
A single shot?
I'd like a shot glass just myself with my head on that thing. Forget you guys. Just shot glass. I'd rather get it over with quick Get it over with quick.
Yeah, that thing over with, huh?
But we got some good news on the Texans front, man. We got a Monday night football game, which we'll have a 1-hour show on Monday to really break this thing down and give you, for what it's worth, give you guys our last-minute takes before the game kicks. But there is an injury report, a Friday injury report, which, by the way, on a Monday night game, this is the equivalent of a Thursday. Really get everything etched in stone before you go take the field on – typically you do that on Friday. With this particular schedule, Monday night schedule, the Texans will do that on Saturday. So this is not the final injury report that we're getting here, but injury reports, if you're in Houston and you follow the Astros, which most Texans fans are Astros fans as well, injury reports have kind of become a part of your day. And some painful, some it really actually builds you up to the return of those players. So there is some good in it. And I've got one of those for you today. This is a positive injury report. The Ed Ingram it was limited Thursday and was a full-go participant in a Friday practice. Again, this was not your typical Friday practice. This was back in my day, it was fully padded. Today, I think it was probably just uppers. Right. So shoulder pads, helmets, longer practice, lot of 11 on 11 game plan stuff. So it's a little bit more physical practice, which tells me that abdomen that Ed Ingram was struggling with and forced him to miss last week obviously is better because he went full today, Ron. That is a really, really good sign. And we've talked at length, right, about what that means for the Texans, what Ed Ingram means for the Texans. And I don't know if this is a good thing or not, Ron, but there's no doubt about it that plugging Ed Ingram in at right guard gives you some flexibility and allows you to put your best offensive line on the field. What I think is going to be your best offensive line.
No, they believe he's the starter.
Right. Yeah. That's what they told us before. We'll see what they think today, right? Because here's the deal. The reality of it is if you plug Ed Ingram in at right guard, you got to break the news to somebody that, hey, you ain't starting. After week one, you got to break the news to somebody that you're not starting. And I'll argue that both of the guys you got to have that conversation with. One of them is a rookie that has really opened eyes and been absolutely tremendous, all things considered, throughout camp. And that's Ariante Ursery, right? Very promising. I believe he is the guy that they want to lead their O-line room through the next 5 years. Like that mentality is what they want. Do you tell that guy at left tackle? Because here's what's going to happen. You got Lakin Tomlinson at left guard, you've got Jarrett Patterson at center, and you've got Ed Ingram at right guard, which is going to allow you to bump Titus Howard to right tackle. I think that is absolutely going to happen. What do the Texans do at left tackle? 713-572-4610. 713-572-4610. You're Nick Caserio, you're D'Amico Ryans. What do you do at the left tackle position? You paid a guy $12 million to $14 million, to being honest. There's a little 12 to 14 to be your left tackle, right? He has been a disappointment from a standpoint of just flat out ain't been healthy, has not been available. So caused some problems in training camp. Boom, in steps Ariante Ursery, the rookie out of Minnesota, and he's playing lights out. He's playing above board. He's exceeding expectations. Do you tell the rookie, hey, man, sit on the sideline, take a deep breath, and be a reserve tackle? He is the guy that could be a swing tackle if need be. He's a guy that can play both. Cam Robinson can't do that. Or do you tell Cam Robinson, hey, we're going to play the rookie, and Cam, you can sit back and you can back up moving forward? Who only can back up left tackle, he's not going to back up your right tackle. Your Nick Caserio show. Ariante Ursery, Cam Robinson, who you starting?
Well, it better not be Nick Caserio making this call. This has got to be a D'Amico and Nick Haley.
You're D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah, I'm D'Amico Ryans. Ariante Ursery don't need a conversation. Ariante Ursery.
Okay, so you got to have the tough one with Cam.
Yeah, I don't even know if it ain't a tough one with Cam. This ain't a tough one. Cam, you wasn't starting. The only reason why you got in the game is because Ed got hurt. No, hell, this ain't tough. Cam, come on, baby, we got you, and we still trying to look to move you.
Yeah. I mean, look. Here,
if it's between those two and everybody's healthy, I mean, this ain't even a conversation.
I don't know.
And
who
both
else.
of them struggled last week. I will admit to that. But I mean, it's the young guy he ultimately won the job not because he got hurt, but because he played well. No, Cam know what time it is.
Yeah, look, I think it comes down to those two. I firmly believe that you're going to get the lineup that I said, and you're going to get one of those two at left tackle. And I agree with you. I don't know how it's not Ariante Ursary. This is a long-term play here. You're going to have to, let's be honest, you're going to have to help your left tackle any way it goes. You're going to have to have whether it's running backs or tight ends or slide protections, you are going to have to assist your left tackle, whether it's a $12 million guy, Cam Robinson, or the rookie Ariante Ursary. And I say you got to bite the bullet on this one. I say you got to bite the bullet on this one. You got to go with Ariante Ursary because I'll tell you what he does. Yes, he was a rookie last week. Yes, he completely whiffed on a couple plays and he struggled. There's no doubt about it. But when you talk about what DeMeco Ryans has asked this offensive line to do, be physical and finish. Those are the two things. Be physical and finish. If you want to add strain to that for those football heads out there, be physical, strain, and finish. Stay connected to whoever your guy is in the blocking scheme. Stay connected to him. Ariante Ursary can do that. And Ariante Ursary, when he does square you up, there is a level of physicality there that I don't think is there with any other player on the Texans offensive line. There's an ability that's way up here, right? And there's a physicality that matches it. And when he squares up a defensive lineman, nobody in the offensive line room compares. Yeah. Nobody. I mean, it's just plain and simple. Nobody does. So I'm with you, Ron. I think you got to go Ariante Ursary. However, I do believe that's a more difficult conversation than I know it's not for you.
Not for me at all.
But to have it
for any of them.
Well, but to have you're talking about a veteran that you brought in here. You paid the guy $12 to $14 million, and you brought him in here to be the starting left tackle, and all of a sudden, hey man.
But going into week one, like going into the week, he knew he wasn't starting.
Yeah, but that's a little.
Yeah.
But I've been injured. I've been sick. Hey, this is out of my control. Hey, coach, I understand it, man. I hadn't been available. Now all of a sudden he practiced for a week, played in the game. He's been back. I'm assuming he's not on the injury report. He's been full all this week. Now you got to go in and tell a veteran that you paid $12 million to that. Hey, man. I know you're healthy and all, and you played last week, but we got better options.
You think Cam's thinking back to the original plan? Titus at guard?
No, hell no.
That's what he's thinking?
He's thinking, well,
back to the original plan.
You told the whole world that the offensive line played well. What happened?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? No, I think that's a tough conversation. I think it's – now, I don't think they care. I think DeMeco has no problem with tough conversations. But I do believe – I think this – I'm not a believer in it, Ron. I'm not a believer in it at all. In fact, I cringe when they say it. This whole best five, when you're referring to the offensive line, I cringe when they say it, but I do believe with a healthy Ed Ingram and the right decisions made, I think they're going to have their best five out there.
This coming off of this conversation, Aaron Wilson a bit ago, Texans starting right guard Ed Ingram upgraded to full go, clearing a path for the original tackle depth chart to show up on Monday night against the Buccaneers. Titus at right tackle, Ariante Ursary at left tackle. Barring any setbacks, that is the expected plan.
Yes, that's music to my ears. For all the Texans fans out there, this is what should be like. I mean, you got to cross your fingers, man. You got to say a couple prayers for Ed Ingram tonight. One, for health reasons. Two, if he goes out there and plays well, you got a chance to be a much improved offensive line, man. I know that I'm higher on Titus Howard at right tackle than most, but I want to see Titus Howard given the opportunity to play right tackle for an extended period of time on an offensive line that can run the football, that can communicate, that can do some different things. I think he will be absolutely tremendous at right tackle. Not just good, I think he'll be absolutely tremendous at right tackle.
Yep. All right, coming up as we continue here, more giveaways. If you're in the building, put your name in our raffle box, and you can have a chance to win a gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. That's what we're hooking somebody up with in the 4 o'clock hour. And, of course, Texans tickets, they're coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, courtesy of our Houston Ford dealers. All right, Astros news. The lineup is out. We'll let you know about that. And one of the, if not the longest tenured Astro, there is news on him, and he may not be on the roster anymore. We'll discuss that and let you know that coming up next.
In the Loop
This offense wore chastity belts onto the field instead of jock straps. Never stretched the field. Not a lot of creativity.
and tune in Sunday at 7 a.m. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from BB's Tex Orleans and Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. BB's here as we are in Katy, right off 99. We'll be here till 6 o'clock, and you need to be here and come hang out as we are having a good time. Heather is taking care of, I believe, everybody in this bad boy. Reggie's out here. Patrick Creighton's out here. It's a good time being had, and you can still win plenty of prizes, including Texans tickets coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. I am going to warn you, you're going to be angry, especially Clint will be, and Tyler probably as well, when I tell you the lineup today. I would assume it would be time to get rid of the planned day offs, but Clint apparently.
Oh no, man! Don't worry about that.
Not today. After you just moved into a first place tie, I will read the lineups to you, and there's some Lance McCullers news potentially. The lineup today.
Type forearm.
No, I don't know yet. We'll see. He's not listed on the lineup card, and Colton Gordon is, and so he's got to come up for somebody. According to Chandler Rome, Lance McCullers Jr. is not listed on the lineup card. Colton Gordon can only be coming up to replace a player going on the injured list. So we'll see, and maybe something's happening there.
Did you make it up, or is he insinuating that's?
I'm just reading what Chandler Rome of the Athletics
could potentially be Lance.
Yeah, he's the only one not on the lineup card.
I got it. I follow you now. I'm there now. It took me a while to process, and I'm with you now.
Here is the lineup today. Correa leads off. He's playing shortstop.
Wow, lead off.
Yes, Jeremy Pena needs a
Oh, hell.
Jeremy Pena needs a day off. Carlos Correa leading off playing shortstop. Alvarez is the DH. Altuve batting third, playing second. Sanchez is batting cleanup. In the outfield, Caratini is catching tonight. And then Christian Walker is at first base. Jake Myers in center. And then this Cole fella, he is getting a start in the outfield today. Just called up. And he is getting a start in the outfield today. And then Mauricio Dubon is playing third tonight. So that is the lineup. Why not break him in? Break him in as Zach Cole gets his first start as the game, or as the division lead is up and they're tied with the Mariners. Zach Cole gets his major league debut. He gets to go today in the outfield, and Jeremy Pena is out. I'm guessing a planned rest day.
Well, you see, I thought Zach Cole. I saw and I'm excited to see the young fella. Apparently, a big time prospect. That's swung the bat well in the lower levels, and so I'm excited to see him up. I was under the impression that Zach Cole would get that run the minute that Sanchez had to face a left-handed pitcher. Because his numbers, I believe, versus a lefty are south of Melton's overall numbers. So I thought Zach I didn't know he was going to get up, so he was going to come up so Pena could have him an off day. What are we doing? I'm telling you, man.
Jeremy.
I'm trying to do the
Jeremy
best I can.
Pena, baby.
There's a wild level of arrogance.
Just planned off day.
This is silly.
Yeah, planned off day.
This is silly. No Jake yesterday. No Pena today. We just gonna rest some 300 hitters, boys. If you're hitting over 300, you're gonna get a day off, no matter what the situation.
Well, hey.
I don't like it, as you can imagine.
Well,
don't like it.
Of course you shouldn't like it. I didn't think Jeremy Pena was going to sit down today. I thought you might get the full lineup today. I thought that might be the deal. Nope. So we'll see. We'll see what they do. Interesting decision there to go for the Astros again. If you missed the lineup, Correa, Alvarez, Altuve, Sanchez, Caratini, Walker, Myers, Cole, Dubon, and Murray is pitching.
Big Murray, Jaden Murray on the ball.
Jaden Murray and Cole in this bad boy together. Why not, man? Biggest game of the year? Why the hell not? We'll see. So they're in Atlanta.
Got a McCullers update for you if you want it.
Oh, please. Give it to us.
Yeah,
it involves the injured list.
Nah.
No, not Lance.
Tim, thank you, man.
No, let me give you this
It better
update.
not be a damn blister.
Astros GM Dana Brown a little while ago on the flagship. McCullers is on the IL with right hand soreness, and he is headed back to Houston right now. Paredes will take live batting practice tomorrow in Florida, and he is, quote, very confident they have a chance to get Paredes back. That's the latest from the GM who keeps it real, boys.
I'm not laughing, man. He tried to back up that right hand, that right hand injury to get him to the IL.
No, right. All joking aside, this is what I was talking about.
To let us know that Paredes may be back.
But this is what I was talking about yesterday, man. This is what it's come to with Lance McCullers. And I'm not complaining. The reality is that this is where we're at with Lance McCullers. But how quickly it happened with Lance. I mean, Lance has been so bad that they bumped. Like when you need a third and fourth starter, I mean, you need a competition. Hell, you don't need – I mean, you just need a competition to get to who that third and fourth guy is going to be. And Lance hadn't even pitched well enough to stay in that. And now all of a sudden he gets bumped to the bullpen and he pisses down his leg there. And it's been so bad that it's like I'm legitimately worried about Lance McCullers not being on his team, and now we got a sore right. The minute I heard it, go back on what's my man's name that announced that gave that the reporter?
Oh, is it Chandler?
Chandler Rome. Yesterday, Chandler Rome said that my man that the pitcher that got called up.
Oh, Murray.
No, not the one pitching tonight. The one that got called up is taking Lance's place.
Oh, Blue Ball? Or who were you talking about?
You just mentioned his name. Nonetheless, the minute he said that the only way Lance could go down is if
Colton Gordon.
Colton Gordon. The only way Colton Gordon could come up is if Lance McCullers, or if there was an injury
to Lance McCullers.
No, to anybody.
To anybody. Yeah.
And when I said, "Boy, Lance is in trouble."
Well,
that's how bad it's gotten for. The minute I heard this pitcher can't come up unless it's an injury issue.
Bury me in the H.
You got to make something up about Lance.
Well,
he's the only one you can bounce.
And he was the only one that didn't put on the lineup card.
Well, this was before all that. This was yesterday when Chandler suggested that the only way that Colton Gordon could come back up is if via injury, and any injury to any Astro. And I went, oh boy, Lance, it's gonna be. Lance, look out, man.
They came up with right hand soreness.
They didn't go with forearm and elbow.
It's not ideal.
They got to stay away from his elbow and his forearm, bro. They're going to scare folks.
Text line coming in, right hand soreness, dude making too much coffee. Guess he skipped the cold brew.
Has anybody been to his coffee shop yet?
No.
I'm going.
Because
I feel for him, man. It's the least I can do is go buy coffee at a spot.
Right hand soreness. All right, Lance. Damn it.
What'd you do if we went in there and they were making all the coffee with their left hand only?
This is getting out of control. So Lance goes to the IL. What is it? Does it matter? Is it 15? Yes, 15 days. Lance is being placed on the 15-day IL due to soreness in his right hand. All right.
Well, the one thing with
I wonder
Lance,
who got to pick it.
The one positive with Lance is it was probably an agreement. Don't say it's my forearm. Don't say it's my elbow. I've had too much trouble.
Yeah, who picked the blister? Who picked it? Who picked the injury?
I mean, if you're Lance, you can stay in somewhat a good frame of mind because it's just a matter of time before somebody else's arm falls apart and you're the only option they have.
They played Twister.
Yeah, I mean, at some point it's just like, hey man, come on back up, Lance. We need another arm in that bullpen.
Right.
I'll be honest with you. He was so bad in the bullpen, I'd rather him start. I mean, he's made a strong case for him to what he said.
I told you, bury me in the bullpen.
You know what?
Baby.
He told us. He told us when he came back, he said, it's harder to come out of the bullpen with coming off injury like this than it is to be a starter. He told us it never should have happened. Espada must not have listened.
By the way, somebody wants to get into a fight with you on YouTube and Twitch. Oh, Robert said, I disagree with you on the dark roux. It's not the best for you. Maybe dark roux is something new. As far as I'm concerned, it tastes burnt to me. Calm down. I like it more dark. I don't like it dark. It's just me. Somebody's trying to fight you, man.
Well, no, I mean, the fact that he said it's just me, he ain't trying to fight me. He just got an opinion. I'm fine. If you like that creamy, pinkish, tannish roux and all your etouffees and gumbos and stuff, that's cool. I'm not mad at you about it. I'm just not going to order it. I mean, I'm not eating.
The dark roux is a very serious thing for you. That's one of the first things I learned.
We're talking about my favorite food on the planet. We're not talking about just a preference along at a restaurant. We're talking about my favorite food on the planet. When you're talking about Cajun food in general, but if you're talking about a gumbo in particular, or an etouffee, crawfish, etouffee, or any kind of gumbo, it's got to be a dark roux. For me, I don't mean to offend anybody out there. Hell, I'm okay with it. Do whatever you want to do. But for me, if it's not dark, I don't want it. Period. It's just, and I'm going to tell you, hey, go to Papado's and eat that two crawfish. Well, probably shouldn't say that. I'm just saying.
Or come right here to BB.
I don't know. I only say I don't know what they're. I don't know what it is here. I've not had the etouffee here. I don't know. I just know that the roux at Papado's etouffee is dark roux, and that is the staple for me.
That's a staple.
I don't know what the roux is here. I know what their gumbo here is. I don't know what the crawfish etouffee is.
Gumbo was dark.
Give me about an hour. I'll let you know.
As Tyler said.
Coming up next. Appreciate you, T.
Just try
coming
it out,
up,
brother.
Somebody will be a winner for a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. If you have not done so, put your name in the raffle box, and you can be a winner. And we'll look at as it is Friday, we still have Monday, but we'll look at the key matchups here. The key matchups in this game, as we're learning more injury-wise, the key matchup in this game between the Bucs and the Texans. That's next.
Hey, y'all, look, breathing is one of the most essential.
$20 in further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from BB's Tex Orleans and Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, congratulations to Mike, our latest winner. We still have more prizes for you to get hooked up with. If you're on your way, make sure you stop by our raffle box and put your ticket and your name in there, and you'll have a chance to win coming up in just a bit. All right, Clint, let's take a look at this because the Texans, this is a big game for them, obviously, and they need to come away and get to 1-1 at home. You don't want to lose at home to a really good Bucs team. As we talked to J.C. Allen yesterday, who covers the Bucs for Sports Illustrated, saying they've got Super Bowl aspirations. They're trying to take the next step as the Texans are, and they're 1-0. What are some of the key matchups in this game between the Bucs and the Houston Texans?
Well, I got a couple of them on the defensive side of the football.
Yeah.
I know we've talked a lot of offense, man, and the offense has got so many things that they've got to be better at, so many decisions that they've got to make before they ever take the field that's going to help them. I mean, we can. There's a long laundry list of matchups there that we can talk about. Let's talk about the defense, though. Look, the fact you mentioned it earlier, the fact that the Buccaneers have tackles right now that are all of their tackle options right now are dealing with some level of an injury, or they are a guard playing outside. And so when I look at the Bucs tackles and the way their quarterback stylistically loves to hold the football, they love to drive the football down the field, I think the matchup to watch is Will Anderson and Danil Hunter, which we can say every week, but when they're going against tackles that are banged up or tackles that aren't necessarily ramped up or guys that are coming off of a 2 or 3 or 4 week hiatus because of an injury, there is a real advantage there, Ryan. So I think it starts for me with the Texans defense, which is their identity and where it all starts and stops with the Texans. And literally within that defense, the two lead horses are Will Anderson and Danil Hunter. And so I think it starts there versus some tackles that appear to be beat up.
Yeah, and listen, in most games, Clint, I think they should be winning that battle anyway.
Yes, yes.
When you have Danil Hunter and Will Anderson coming off the edges, especially in important downs.
Yep.
But they damn sure should not just win this one. This should be a dominant performance. There are certain matchups in games where you could watch and it's like, all right, you may have had a game plan coming in, but because they are playing in such a way, you may be forced to have to change things around. You may force them to have to go quick game or force them to have to do things or run the football. That is something that you would think that D'Amico should be able to have an advantage with those two against those tackles.
Well, look, we watched the game last night, and look, the Washington Commanders they traded for Laramie Tunsil, obviously, and drafted another tackle in the first round. They've got some serious draft capital and monies tied up in their tackles. And last night, when you look at what Green Bay was able to do defensively, and obviously Micah Parsons is out there, but he wasn't the only one hunting last night. He wasn't the only one causing problems. What's big boy's name?
Sean Gary.
There you go. He got him one last night, if not multiple. So, I think that is what you look for is that's what you compare them to. I mean, they those two guys, that Green Bay defense was going against a pretty good, definitely on the edges, pretty good offensive line for Washington, and they created havoc all night long and made life hell for Jaden Daniels. And so, that's what you got to expect the Texans to do week in, week out, but definitely this week when you've got a guy like Baker Mayfield who wants to hold the football and drive it down the field.
I'm with you on that. I look for, especially if one of them are out, I look for a dominant performance from those two guys. Hell's going on over here.
That's where I'll start right there. I'll start right there at the tackles for the Texans. I mean, for the for the Bucs with Hunter and Anderson. And then I'm gonna move. You mentioned this earlier, and I think we've kind of danced around it a little bit. And I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill with it, but the Derek Stingley Jr. is so important for this defense. I mean, he's got to be a guy that's a lockdown corner. He's got to be a guy that in critical situations, which we've talked about, right? One of the answers to Jalen Petrie getting matched up on Puka Nacua or Devontae Adams in crunch time, one of the answers, one of the things that can keep that from happening is if you lock Derek Stingley Jr. up on the opponent's best wide receiver, which is always an option. So I know he didn't play maybe up to expectations last week, but Derek Stingley is one of the best corners in the league. I think this week, I don't know if it's Evans. I would imagine that it is Evans. But Derek Stingley Jr. Being able to match up in critical situations with Evans or Ibuka or whoever it is to eliminate them from the game plan, that matchup is big this week too. I mean, because look, again, the identity of the Texans is their defense. And if Derek Stingley Jr. and the two defensive ends can play at or above their ceilings, you're going to be able to win a lot of football games.
Yeah, because it didn't seem like he did it last week. Right, they got Adams and Nacua.
Yeah,
now he was on Adams more, but there wasn't. It didn't seem like it was a deal. All right, you just have him the whole way, because we even saw Adams get in the slot and get matched up against linebackers or safeties too. It'd be interesting if he says, "All right, man, I'm gonna put Stingley on one of these two guys." Especially if Chris Godwin is unable to go.
Well, they're going to have to eliminate the motion where you put a tight end outside or a lesser receiver outside and bring your horse inside in the slot. If that's all teams have to do to get somebody matched up on Jalen Petrie, they're going to eat our lunch all year long. And so the way you combat that is you say, Derek Stingley Jr., you got Evans anywhere he goes. If he motions in, you go with him, and then we'll bump it outside. Like that is an easy fix. And I don't know. Look, I start the game this week just like I started it last week, and if you keep the score down 14 or less through 3.5, 4 quarters, and you're doing a good job. But if at any point in time you feel like the Bucs have a beat on what you're doing, which they will, you put too much on film last week, they're going to have to adjust some things. Stingley then gives you the option to go, hey, you follow Evans anywhere he goes. And we're going to do – we may play man opposite. We may play some kind of hybrid zone opposite. But, damn it, you're taking Evans out of this ball game. And that matchup is going to be key. It was a rough first week for Stingley, no doubt about it. I think the fact that the Rams were willing to go, we're going to go at him. We're going to go at him. We're just going to go at your best player because we feel like our guy's better. And they got the best of Derek Stingley a couple of times last week. It wasn't his best game, but I've not lost any confidence. I think you got to lean into that even more this week.
Oh, yeah. I mean, some guys are going to get you. Devontae Adams and Matt Stafford are a pretty good combination.
Yeah, they've been at it a while.
Yeah, they're a pretty good combination. All right. Also, I think one thing here, and I was talking to Tyler about this earlier because CJ was talking about this, and I think this is another key to the game as well. CJ was talking about how they have to help out Nick Caley and spoke about the things that they need to do that kind of can create one of the matchups that needs to be adjusted in this game. Here is CJ Stroud talking about helping his offensive coordinator and the team and the offense helping him.
We got to help Kels out, man. I think that's my biggest thing personally, and I think for the guys is not giving – what play are you going to call on 2nd and 15, 2nd and 25? And we've had these problems for years, so 3rd and 14, 3rd and 12, like you can't live in that. And we do our coaches discourtesy of that and that's controllable by us. So I think that's a start. Personally, I got to be better just – pocket movements and, checking the ball down when I need to check it down. And at the same time, staying aggressive. So, I think we just need to build a rhythm early on better. And I think we'll be better from that.
All right, that's CJ talking about how they can help their OC out. And, listen, I think he's accurate in some of those things he's saying. And they could help him out with some of the pre-snap penalties. But also I think a big adjustment in this game, Clint, has to be Nick Caley better in the early downs. I don't think it was just them. I think also he's got to get a better feel, and obviously this is his first time calling plays, but he's got to get a better feel for things early on in downs, and a better feel of what his team is able to do, his offense is able to do out there, so they're not in those situations.
Yeah, look, man, I mean, I just wholeheartedly disagree with the notion that D'Amico and CJ are floating out there. I mean, look, obviously football 101, penalties are going to kill you. Obviously, if you get into second and long and third and long, however it happens, it makes things more difficult. But we can't get in those situations and then pout about it. Like, right, I mean, at the end of the day, your offensive coordinator has to be a weapon in all situations, but definitely if you get into second and 20, okay, we got to be a little bit more aggressive. I mean, hell, I can go out there and run it on second down and then go, oh, well, it's third and 12, man. I'm really got I'm handcuffed. I can't do anything. Like, they got to figure out a plan about to combat those situations. You don't whine about, how you were behind the chains several times. You go out there and you adjust and you have a plan and you make it happen. Now, look, it's true. The team can't continue. The more they put their offensive coordinator in a position where he's got to make second and third and long calls, obviously it's a tough spot to be in. But, damn it, that's why you get paid $1 million a year, is to go out there and make them kind of calls and figure it out. And so, that's – while I agree with the overall notion, I don't like we got to help. I
agree with the notion that they've got to do better in the early down.
Yeah.
But I think some of them, but I think also they got it just like last year. Yeah. They weren't. That was a big thing with Bobby Slowick, that they weren't put in the best situation early and downs, and I think it's the same thing.
This is one of those audio cuts, off of just the X's and O's of it, is that, like, I love, like, you hear the difference in CJ. Like, when I can't wait for the moment when CJ comes into his own and doesn't care what anybody else thinks, right? Like, CJ talked about, like, remember when he was talking about the center? They asked him about Jarrett Patterson?
Slime.
And called him slime. Well, that's obviously just authentic. But then he went into, like, unfortunately, man, I spent a lot of time taking snaps from a second-string center. Like right there, he goes, hey, man, it's happened a lot. It happened way too much since I've been here. Yeah. Being in second and long and third and long. Damn it, we got to get better. Yeah. Ain't no guy, I got to help this guy, I got to help that guy. No, y'all all collectively have to be better. Yeah. You know what you can do to be better? Get the ball to Nico Collins on first down.
Yep.
That's one way you can get better. You know what you can do? You can do to get better is, how about early in a game when you're on the road? Let's just snap the ball on the first down. Let's not hold the line at the line of scrimmage and get a false start, right? Those kind of, like, figure it out. There's answers to it. And this whole, we got to help this guy. No, if y'all mess up, let's be honest. This is the way I feel. When the team we're out there playing. When the team messes up, and whether it's a penalty or a sack or whatever, all right, coach, we are in a second and long. We're in a 2nd and 15 situation. Help me out, man. This is when I need you. Hell, I don't need you on 3rd and 2.
Yeah.
I don't need you on 2nd and 5. I mean, I need you. I need you as a weapon on 2nd and 12. That's when I need you the most. And that's that's to me is where this team's got to get at some point. They got to get to there. And it's early in the season. Hopefully they'll get there.
Live here from BB's here in Katy. Make your way out here. A little 5 o'clock fire as we continue right here next.
Well, I'll tell you when you need me is right now. If you're
CFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
You're gonna get hard.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty show. Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, a.k.a. the producer that runs the place, baby. Tyler Milner in the building. And we are live. The latest is we are live here on a Football Friday at BB's here in Katy, right off 99. You still got an hour, and you still got a chance to win big prizes. We still have a couple of $25 gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors, and in the 5 o'clock hour, you got a chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Texans potentially play the Colts, a pair of tickets to see the Texans. Shout out to our Houston Ford dealers. Those tickets are courtesy of. So if you have not done so, put your name in our raffle box to give yourself a chance to win. That's coming up here in the 5 o'clock hour. Now let's look what's going on with the Astros, Clint. Before we get into tonight's, I would say, most important game of the season. Wait till you hear the lineup, folks, and the starting pitcher. But the most important game of the season, Lance McCullers, Clint. He is being placed on the 15-day IL. Second time this year that he's been placed on it. First time was just one of the worst blisters in the history of the United States. He was able to overcome that, but Clinton Tyler, he is unable to overcome soreness in his right hand, courtesy of the general manager Dana Brown, in which he said on the Astros flagship, he is on the 15-day IL. Colton Gordon is recalled in his absence, and Clint, I'll be honest, I don't know what the future is for Lance McCullers with the Astros. Obviously, I think this means his year is going to come to an end. I'll be honest with you, if you're putting a gun to my head, heart, or scrotum, I don't know that I believe that his right hand is really giving him problems, that he can't participate in baseball. But that's the route they're going right now. But I agree with you what you said yesterday. They also don't need to be putting him out on the diamond. I don't think in any capacity at this point right now. He doesn't seem to have it.
Look. When the guy that is pulled up is absolutely needed, and the only way he can be pulled up is if somebody's injured, and you are the guy they select to be injured. Obviously, the writing's on the wall. And if you're Lance McCullers, if you're any pitcher of any stature right now, and you're available to the Houston Astros, and you can't get in this rotation, whether it's a starting rotation or the bullpen, truth is he's tried both, right? If you can't help this team from a pitching perspective, then your days are numbered. And you know,
and they tried it all.
I mean, they tried. They tried to be patient. They tried, if you can't help this team right now, it literally, think about it. If you're expendable to the Houston Astros right now, how bad do you have to be as a pitcher? If they can't find a spot for you to help this team,
they got injuries all over the place,
and they have to be completely out on you. And so I hate it for Lance McCullers, because I wanted to see Lance McCullers bury me in the H. I wanted to see him do big things and rebound and have a great story, and I wanted to see the coffee shop thrive, all that. I wanted to see it run. I did. I really did. But the reality of it is, man, I think you can call it a sore hand if you want to. But I think Lance's days are numbered in Sugarland as well.
And not to mention, to add what you're saying, if you can't help the Astros, and they got an $85 million contract invested in you as well, and they still are looking at you and said, hey man, we're gonna go with Jaden Murray, man. We going there, man. Like if they're still in that space, man. Yeah, man.
That is crazy to think that they could have used somebody else out of the bullpen and then gave Lance one more last-ditch effort start tonight and just see what he could do. And they said, "Nah, we're good. We're going to send you back."
They saw him yesterday.
Well, yeah. Oh no, I got you. They saw enough, right?
They saw him yesterday.
They said this is it.
When they saw him yesterday, they were probably like, "Well, we're glad we did go with Jaden Murray."
Yeah.
So
yeah, and to me, it's really sad. I mean, the injuries have clearly, hampered his career.
Sure.
I think the confidence is shot at this point, and it is sad. The last time that we saw Lance, before it all went down, it was, I believe, Game 4 of the ALDS against the White Sox on the road. He was their ace, their best pitcher on a team that would eventually lose in the World Series, and he was their best guy. And now he just can't. He can't help you in any way.
That's right.
And we're rolling out a sore right hand as the culprit. A really sad thing. And Colton Gordon, Tyler's guy, gives him a better shot. He really does. By the way, also, I believe Dana Brown is seriously about the. Let me give you a little good if I'm going to give you a little bad. And the good here, I don't know how legit this is, but he also said when speaking with the flagship, Isaac Paredes is scheduled to take live batting practice tomorrow in West Palm Beach, Florida, according to Dana Brown. So maybe there's a shot that he's able to get back before the rest of the season ends for the Astros. Not really sure where the hell he's going to play or what he would do, or where he would go, if he'd be the DH or second or third. It seems like those spots are taken up, but they could have another big bat on their bench with Isaac Paredes potentially.
Yeah, look, I think it's admirable. I think the hey, I'm going to do everything I can to get back to a spot where I can help this team if they do need me in the playoffs. Again, the signing of Carlos Correa in this situation kind of puts a, I don't know where you find a spot, how you find a spot. But I mean, I'm guessing you can play all your DHs and ultimately DH him, and when need be. I guess that would be a good thing, assuming he can run.
Yeah.
But that's really the only way, right? Is if Jordan plays left field and Altuve plays second base. Yeah. Then you're deciding between Isaac Paredes and Caratini as your DH in those situations. Yep. I mean, right now, right?
Yep.
So. Yeah, man, we'll see. I mean, it's a good problem to have. Is if you got that bat healthy, and if it legitimately is healthy, and can help you, it's a good problem to have.
Tonight, the Astros are going to be in Atlanta facing the Braves. The Braves are well out of it. They've had a down year, a lot of injuries there. But this is the biggest game of the year. The Astros lose yesterday to the Blue Jays, and with the Mariners win, they pulled into a tie with the Astros, and then the Rangers are just 2 games back, which is, the difference in the final wild card spot. So they need to get going, and Jaden Murray is going to get the ball tonight. He is going 2 1/3 innings for the Astros this year. He's got a 4.64 ERA in Sugar Land, so that is what they're looking at tonight, and it's tough. I'm certain that is not where Joe Espada wanted to go in the most important game of the year, to hand the ball off to Jaden Murray, but this is where they are with all of their injuries. Right?
Well, not ideal, but look, they've had really good luck with pitchers that we had no idea who the hell they were before they towed the rubber in the big leagues. So hopefully he can keep that trend rolling. And so you got Jaden Murray going, and the good thing is you got your 2 horses back to back. So if it comes down to winning a series, then Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez should give you a chance to do that, or at least you have your best, you putting your best foot forward on with those 2 games. So if you can steal one tonight, and then you got your 2 horses, then you're in a really good spot.
Yep, against a team to me that's probably in close to shutdown mode. The lineup today, which is interesting too. Correa is leading off and playing shortstop, with Jeremy Pena appearing to have an off day. Alvarez is the DH. Altuve behind him playing second. Sanchez is batting cleanup. Caratini is the catcher. Christian Walker at first. Jake Myers back in there in center, and then the young man Zach Cole is making his debut tonight in the outfield with Dubon at third base. That is the lineup. So no Pena, no Diaz in the lineup tonight as the Astros look to try to get a much needed win against the Atlanta Braves.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, from an injury standpoint, now normally on Fridays we kind of get declarations of who's in or out for the Texans and their opponent. For the Texans on a Friday, we'll learn more as we get there Monday. Christian Kirk, Braxton Berrios, they didn't practice, and they haven't practiced all week with those hamstring issues. They said last week there was a chance that Christian Kirk would miss maybe multiple weeks. Thought it looked better for Braxton Berrios, but with them missing both padded practices, it isn't a good sign for them. Jake Andrews also did not practice with the ankle issue that he had, high ankle sprain in that game. The good news, though, Blake Fisher was able to go full with his ankle, and then Ed Ingram was a full participant. He didn't play the last game, and that seems like the biggest story. Obviously, Christian Kirk, you would love to have him in the game, and I do think, Clint, their offense probably suffered without having the veteran in there as a second option.
Absolutely.
And we could talk on that if you want to, but Ed Ingram seems to be the big story here, that it looks like he's set to go.
Well, Ed Ingram's a big story because he appears to be full go at practice on a Friday, which tomorrow there's another practice. So that is the absolute headliner here in terms of the injury report for the Texans ahead of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers game. No question about it. Ed Ingram changes the game offensively for this team, and it gets me good and worked up. Now, Christian Kirk not being able to practice today, Braxton Berrios not being able to practice today, obviously not a good sign, but those are two veterans that, look, I don't give a damn if they can practice at all. If they get cleared and can go and can confidently run, can you sprint, can you change directions, are you really full go? And if you are full go, then neither of those guys need to practice to be able to play. So, and the Texans, their pass-catching group, not just the wide receivers, but the pass-catching group as a whole is in a position to where if those guys are ready, they'll be a part of the game plan.
Yeah.
Long shot, obviously, having not practiced and given the reports that D'Amico Ryans gave us in a sense of could be 2 weeks, could be longer. But, I don't look at – a lot of guys you can look at don't practice on Friday, don't practice on Saturday, they're done. I don't think I can view those two guys that way.
Yeah, we'll see. And we'll learn more on Monday when we get back, probably over the weekend as well, what their situation is.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, Thursday Night Football, we saw a great matchup, which we thought would be a great matchup between NFC teams that see themselves as contenders. And Clint, Green Bay dominated in that game and looked like they're the best team hell in football, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Nobody has looked more impressive than them. They held two teams their first two games, and it's Washington and Detroit under 250 total yards. First time that's happened in the first 2 weeks of the season since 1995. They look good, man, and Micah Parsons changes the entire game with his speed and aggressiveness, and it seems like the whole team now defensively has it.
Well, if you're Green Bay, really any team Micah Parsons is playing with, when you get a lead, you get a 2-score lead on a team, he is going to absolutely wreak havoc on your team. Now, when you look at that game, it was a 17-10 ball game late. I mean, that was Green Bay, no doubt about it, outplayed Washington, and was able to stretch the lead out late and get it to where they couldn't catch up. But that was a game where it was 17-10 with Washington having not played well with a chance to go make this thing competitive, and the better team separated. I look at both of these teams as big-time playoff teams. I think Green Bay in my mind, took a huge step forward in the sense of, I don't know if this ain't the best team in the NFC.
Even with the Eagles. They look better than anybody I've seen.
It's hard for me to put them ahead of the Eagles because I do think the Eagles are such a complete team with a Super Bowl MVP, with a Super Bowl. It's hard for me to put them ahead of them with just what I saw, but it was impressive, man. You're talking about super deep offensively. Their quarterback can hurt you with his arm and his legs, and I mean hurt you with his arm is special now. I'll be honest with you, I did not give Jordan Love the love that he deserved relative to the ability to – I knew he could – all NFL quarterbacks that are starters like that are franchise guys can stretch the field, but, man, he does it with ease. and he can hurt you with his legs as well. They're deep at the wide receiver position. They got one of the better running backs in the league. Defensively, they are explosive. They're fast. Yeah, they're really impressive. I'm not counting Washington out, but Green Bay last night showed just – I mean, they are all in. I mean, they are all in, and they look to me like a Super Bowl caliber team.
Yeah, they are. They're special, man. They are scary, and they are going to just get better Jordan is very, very similar to me. Like, and I think I said it yesterday, like Josh Allen. If he can not turn the football over, if he can solve that.
Well, you just Ron,
he can make every throw, and he's fearless too.
The thing about him, man, is he's 5 years into this offense.
Yeah,
he's only playing 2 years, 3 years, but I mean,
right.
he is 5 years into
and set behind Aaron and what?
Yeah. So I mean, he is so. I mean, like what you couldn't have been set up for success
and
in
he's
a
not
better.
He's not going to have a problem with his offensive coach being gone. He's not going to have two offensive coordinators.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere. He's got the same guy, and boy, is he cooking, man. I'm telling you, man, that's something. Matt LaFleur is absolutely cooking. I mean, when you look up and you got a quarterback as talented as Jordan Love, and he's just got throws in the ocean all over the field every damn drive at all levels. I mean, that whole – and it's not rocket science, but that whole motioning that receiver to a stacked position and then running the out route, and it's taking candy from a baby. There's no defense for it. The way that they were trying to defend it, and it was just taking candy from a baby. It's like it's not rocket science, but boy, they're good with it.
All right, coming up as we continue, C.J. Stroud. I think this game Monday is about him. I think we can say all we want. We've talked about other things. This game is about C.J. Stroud. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Football is back.
tonight and going all day long. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Would die for CJ. Everyone knows that.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from BB's Tex Orleans and Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, here we go. It's been a fun time on our Football Friday here in Katy. We're at BB's. Again, you've got about 12 minutes before you need to get your ticket in our raffle box. Our final prize, a pair of Texan tickets coming up. You can win those as soon as this segment is over. Just sign your ticket and put it in our raffle box, and you will have a chance to win a couple of tickets. So it's easy, free tickets to the to NRG to see the Texans. You don't want to pass that up. If you're in the building or you're on your way, now please don't go driving crazy to get here in the next 12 minutes. Let's be safe.
Oh, hell, live on the edge, man.
I don't think that's good.
Live on the edge, get here.
I don't think that's good advice. Let's not live on the edge.
Live on the edge, get here in a hurry. Let's go. We got 12 minutes.
Just stop. Don't live on the edge. Please drive safely to get here on time. Or just come next week because, as Clint said, we're doing it each and every week.
Well,
courtesy of our good friends at Houston Ford dealers.
Well, here's the deal. We got Astros and we got a little U of H Cougar game tonight. So if you can't make it in time to win some tickets, just make sure you get to your nearest BB's location because the vibe is for real. The food is tremendous. And I can't speak for the entire staff because I've only been to a couple of locations in my time. But Heather and company here are absolutely tremendous. The food is killer. I would advise gumbo. I just had the smoked boudin off the charts. Never had boudin served with queso. Never had boudin served with queso. I guess queso served with a link of boudin. I'm going to be honest with you. Although queso is one of those things that most people I know down in these parts, you can put on damn near anything. So it's actually a really good idea.
It doesn't sound bad.
It tasted tremendous. It was clearly fresh because my fingers are burnt and my roof of my mouth is burnt. It was a little warm, but it was tremendous. So just stop on by. And apparently the little copper cup drinks are good because Ron's had a couple.
They're not bad. They're not bad. I like a good mule. I
like a good mule?
I like a good mule.
You still talking about drinks?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
A little whiskey mule in here. It's all right. It's all right. I'm doing all right. But yeah.
Whiskey
make sure
mule's typically made with vodka, right?
That's right.
You go ahead and go with a whiskey.
I mean, they've got tequila mules. I'm surprised you've never stumbled upon that. They've got.
What would you call that? Kind of like a Bloody Mary with tequila is called a Bloody Maria.
Well, some people make them. Some people do have names for it. 713-572-4610 YouTube and Twitch. What do you call the tequila version of a mule? Because that's what I order with her, a whiskey mule. And shout out to Heather.
Would that be called a Mexican mule?
I've seen names of. There's a I forgot. There's a place I go sometimes, and they like specialize in having a different mule.
I'm going to go out on a limb. I think tequila should be a Mexican mule. I think
might be it.
I think yours right there should be a Kentucky mule.
That's what it's called.
God, you stole it.
It is. I'm just saying.
Is that what it was called?
It's called a Kentucky
mule.
mule.
Oh, damn! I am creative son buck, man. I got great ideas, man.
Yeah.
And then your regular mules, just your Moscow. It's Moscow.
There you go.
I'll be damned. Look at there. I'll be damned, boy. I tell you, we're connecting some dots here, boys. Get you another cold beer. Let's talk about it, man. How many more mules we got out there?
It's in them. Maybe a gin one. We got a gin mule out.
Where does gin come from?
I don't know. I just know it's nasty as hell.
I'm not a fan either. Wet, dry.
I can't do gin. I can't do it at all, man.
There was a time when I'd do anything, and gin was one of them, but ain't no more.
Yeah, let's slide out of that. Hey, man, listen, Clint, I think we have reached kind of a point here with C.J. Stroud.
Okay.
That I think Monday's game is all about C.J. Stroud. If he hadn't needed a game, he needs one Monday. He needs, because I think there are some fans who are now becoming. We talked about it on In the Loop. As I look at Reggie, we talked about it earlier this week that we're starting to see a different
way in how people are talking about CJ from the fan base that we get in from our listeners. And I think and then even the ones who aren't expressing it verbally, I think inside some are thinking like, hey, man, come on, CJ. We can't keep pushing the buck in other places. And I think he's going against Baker, a player that a lot of people believe is one of the better quarterbacks and has really come on here lately against a Super Bowl level team that some people believe the Buccaneers are. And I think he needs to have a big game so people can kind of cool their jets, take a deep breath, and just, all right, yes, we still have and believe C.J. Stroud is who we think he is. Because right now, I think he is given the most level of question that we've ever seen, I think, especially within people in the family.
Well, as I said before the season started, it's time.
Yep.
Right? It's time that the excuses, the offensive coordinator, the supporting cast, although those things are very true and impact the quarterback's play, when it comes time to decide whether you're going to pay him $65 million a year or not, and whether he's worthy of being the face of your franchise, nobody's going to blame it on Bobby, and the owner's not going to go up there and talk about, well, we've set this guy up to fail the way old buddy did up in Mara did up in New York with Daniel Jones. Like that stuff's not going to happen. That's the reality of it is it's time for C.J. Stroud to take the bull by the horns and solve some problems. Like I'll be honest with you, man. I've been hard on in hindsight evaluating last week's game, and I wholeheartedly believe that it is a crime for Nico Collins to not be targeted more than he was in that first half of that game. I firmly believe that. And Nick Caley's got to get that right. But if we're being straight up honest, if we're talking about having a $65 million a year quarterback, if we're talking about a face of the franchise, C.J. Stroud's got to make that happen.
I remember we used to have conversations where we know Romo would just look and to see where Des Bryant was. And even if he wasn't the first read, he would make him the first read.
Ron, I can't and never could hold C.J. Stroud's job. But I had I had my Nico Collins in college, and there were I had the ability, green light, 99.9% of the time. If that corner's soft, I can audible tell my offensive line, hey, man, I need y'all to squeeze this protection. I'm three-step dropping. I'm putting this thing on Anthony's face mask at 6 yards, and I'm going to let him make a play afterwards. If they're pressed, I can throw the slant anytime I want to. If that inside help is buried and I can throw the slant. If they're pressed and I want to throw the fade, Anthony was a fade specialist. If I want to throw the fade, I can throw the fade. And I made sure there was no, well, if we call the right play or we're going to distribute the football evenly, there was a no. That dude right there gives us the best chance to win ball games when we decide to put it in the air. And we're not going to let the defense dictate when we put it in there. Clint, you look out there and that corner's soft. It's first down. They're loading the box up and that corner's 10 yards off and backpedaling. Throw the hitch. Throw the slant. Throw the quick out. I mean, there was all that. That is all. Every offense I've ever been a part of, the ability to do that is very, very simple. I don't know why we don't see that in this offense. I don't know why CJ doesn't have the ability to do that. But damn it, there's going to come a time when it ain't going to be a Nick Caley problem. It's a CJ problem.
I mean, hey, we've fired the offensive coordinator, and we've given you now what you told us all off season. We've now given you power to make decisions. You have as much control of the offense as you want. One would seem. And then people are going to start looking and watching what they watched last night and say, well, hold the hell on. Is that –
come on, man.
What the hell's going on with Jordan Love? When the hell Jordan Love is doing this? I mean, he threw for 290 easy yesterday. Jordan Love's doing this?
Well, when you go out there,
Tucker Kraft?
and this is the reality of. I mean, this is painful to say as a Texans fan, hell, and a media member that covers them. I want them to win. I want CJ to be lights out and be here forever. And I want
to see the greatness.
I want to see it. But in reality, we watch this Texans offense, and it's closer to Bryce Young in Carolina than it is what we watched last night. Tell me I'm wrong.
Somebody said, "What's a Hennessy mule?" That's not my response to that.
I don't know.
Just have to give us a little.
I don't know where Hennessy's made.
Somebody said, "Gin is from England." Is what someone texted.
Well,
an England mule. I just need a couple of moments after when you'd hit them with the Carolina Panthers, huh? A little closer. to Carolina Panthers.
You start looking at the offenses around the league that you're closer to. Sorry, Tyler.
You bring out a 9.
My eyes are, the clock's blurry on my screen.
Bring out a 9. That's on me. Now, hey. T-Mill's best bet's coming up, and are the Texans in trouble?
Break.
Are they in trouble if they start 0-2? That's coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out. I tell you, you're in trouble if you go to your next watch party or your.
2 milligrams.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from BB's Tex Orleans and Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
There we go, baby. A good time out here. A good time being had out here as we just hooked a couple of people up with our final prizes. Shout out to everybody who made their way out here. I hope Shannon is listening because your ass won the tickets to the.
Stop it.
Oh,
no.
yes. Yep. And she wrote second time. I'm telling you the truth. You know I ain't lying. You know what you wrote on your ticket. You wrote second time. And Shannon, I know you riding around and listening. Steven probably going to text me. But Shannon,
man.
your ass won the tickets.
Y'all try to be disciplined. You try to be mature one time and leave early and not stay the whole time.
But shout out for Bruce. Bruce was able to come through. He won them 2 tickets right there, baby. There, going off on the wall. He was able to get in here and win them tickets because Shannon didn't make it.
All his work calls, he's over there talking to that saxophone guy on the wall just to win them tickets. And look, he's going back right now.
He's going over there.
Right,
he didn't won
right
2
now.
tickets,
Look,
man.
Yep.
He said,
I won 2 tickets. He must have bought some. Look. He must have bought some lottery tickets. Look how close he is. Look how close he is right now. Look.
He said, "I'm not going to look." Clint, nobody in the radio can hear this. See this.
I can't believe his nose
Get
hitting
it
on the
together.
wall.
Coming up behind us, Texans All Access as we continue.
Nobody on the radio can see
Nobody
this.
can see this. Texans All Access coming up.
Right.
At Area 45, they're going to start at 10 o'clock tonight. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton. Patrick Creighton in the building. Shout out to Patrick
in the
Creighton.
building.
I see him in here. And his beautiful bride over there, Patrick Creighton and Chris Santiago. They will roll from 10 to midnight.
Be cautious with Creighton tonight.
All I'm going to make, let me make sure that that would have been messed up if I said Patrick's beautiful bride. That wasn't Pat's wife. But that's coming up as we continue. Hey, Tyler's got best bets. College football, right tonight, T? That what we doing?
Yes,
we got
sir.
college
Yes,
football
sir.
bets. There we go. College football bets coming up. As hey, listen, he's at 60% this week. He's making it roll tonight, and let's see if he can get you some money over the weekend coming up. All right, Clint, I'll ask you this. I'll ask the people this as well. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in on this as well. How important is this game? How big is this game? And I say that because do you feel like the Texans are potentially in trouble if they lose this game? And when I say trouble, I mean like potential trouble of missing the playoffs, potential trouble of the division being up for grabs. Do you think they're in trouble?
Yeah, look, yes, the answer is yes. But the easy answer is yes. But I think it matters how.
That's what I was going to say. I got to see how it happens.
I mean, I don't care what happens this weekend. If they get into a shootout and Tampa Bay somehow scores 30 on this defense, I still believe we got one of the best defenses in football. Now, you flip that, and if this offense goes out there and lays another egg, I think everything you mentioned, I think the division, I think the playoffs, I think everything you mentioned are a serious concern for this football team because you get 2 games into a season. Look, we can call it one game if we want to. Just from a 30,000-foot view, that is the worst. To me, that's the I hate to use the word lazy, but that's just like that's a BS way to look at this thing. If it's just one game, the sky's not falling. That means 2 games doesn't bother you real bad. The reality of it is, if this football team goes out there and offensively, for whatever reason, lays another egg, whether it's the offensive line doesn't play well, the offensive coordinator doesn't get the ball to Nico, if for whatever reason the offensive line, whatever. Everything you just mentioned is up for grabs, and that is a problem in Houston. Absolutely.
Their next 4, they go on the road to Jacksonville. They host the Titans. They've got the Ravens on the road, which has obviously been the toughest team for them to play over the last few years, and then the Seahawks on the road Monday night. I don't want to say that they're in trouble when it comes to the playoffs. I don't want to say they're in trouble because I do think the division is still at a place where they'll be fine. The only thing for me, Clint, is if the Colts play the Broncos Sunday and that wasn't just the Miami Dolphins are just falling apart. They just stink. And they play, not even just beat the Broncos, but play them really well, because the Broncos are a team that many people believe are, at the very least, a playoff contender, maybe an outside Super Bowl, outside dark horse Super Bowl contender. If they're able to really compete with them and show that last week wasn't just a fluke or the Dolphins, and if the Jags are able to compete, and if they're able to beat the Bengals and they don't show that last week was just, the Panthers stink, then I think it goes up. Because to me, I still, as I sit here today, even through what everything that happened last week, I still think that the Texans, with their coach, their quarterback, and their defense, are the best team in the division. That could shift Sunday and Monday if they lose to the Bucs, and like you said, depending on how they lose to the Bucs, and then those other two teams show like they're more serious than maybe we're looking at them. Because right now I think everybody's looking at them saying, oh man, the Jags, they beat the Panthers at home. The Colts, they beat the Dolphins at home. They're falling apart. They're already talking about trading their best, which very well be true. But if they go out there and they beat the Broncos and the Bengals, I think that's a different feel, and then that game Monday takes on an entirely different feel.
That's the point you're making is a good one, to make it even better is it's all going to go down before the game on Sunday. So you're going to know what on Monday. You're going to know what kind of pressure you got. Not pressure, not that they care, but from a fan's perspective and for the sake of
what you're dealing with.
Yeah, as fans, we are damn sure going to be able to know what we're looking at in the division. If those two teams play well on Sunday and then you got to turn around and play Monday, there's a lot more at stake.
Yeah, and then obviously you beat a good team like Tampa, and then you feel different, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, so a lot to get to, and we will continue as we will get you ready for the game coming up on Monday to kind of talk through what's going to happen. We'll see what the injury list is and who will be playing and who won't be coming up on Monday. Remember, we're out at 3 o'clock as pregame gets going for Monday Night Football that starts at 6 o'clock. Please get y'all asses out there on time. Please, come on, home opener. They need y'all out there, and when y'all get out there, you all do your thing. But get there on time now. Get there and make some noise. Get up out that parking lot, as Clint said. Maybe them beers may be cheaper. I don't know. Get out there and do your thing. All right, T-Mill, what's the best bets, baby? Let's end on a good note. 60%. You're in the green this week. I like what you're doing. Hey, you've been breaking even a lot this week, and I like. No red this week, Tyler. That is something to be proud of.
Yeah,
no red. So what you doing this week? And on a Friday to kind of hold this thing out college football style.
Yes, sir. A lot of good college football games going on this weekend. Obviously a lot going down tomorrow on a Saturday, full of good matchups. And as you just laid out there, Ron, if we want to consider this week to be a success, we're going to need to hit at least 3 of these 4 college football wagers. But first, I got the hometown team. Where the Cougs at? Cougs. They
really?
Play. Yeah, we got some action tonight. I got the Cougs -4 as they are hosting Deion Sanders in Colorado over there at U of H Stadium. And Figgy's going to be out there. If you see him, say what's up. But I got the Cougs -4 tonight. That's your first bet. Next up, shouldn't be any shock here. You really are safe taking the money line. I think the Aggies are about to put a lot of people on notice. But I got the number 16 Aggies +6.5. Give me all of them points. +6.5 for number 16 Aggies at Notre Dame on Saturday, in which you're also going to be seeing a lot of maroon and white in the crowd. Tune in at 6:30. It should be quite a sight. Next, Wisconsin. I got the Badgers +20.5. They're traveling to Tuscaloosa to take on number 19 Alabama. And lastly here, the Razorbacks. Clint's Hogs. I love this one. This actually, in all seriousness, I know I talked ish with the Aggies. I think this might be my favorite one of the weekend. I got Arkansas +7 at number 17 Ole Miss. Those are your best bets. Boys, tell me you like at least a few of them.
Yeah, that Wisconsin, that's a big number on the road. Alabama, they haven't seemed very impressive. But I ain't gonna lie to you, I haven't seen a lot of Wisconsin. I like the Cougs. That feels good. Deion bringing in a new quarterback and them at home, so I kind of like that one. I ain't gonna lie to you, I like the Arkansas one too. I thought Kentucky almost was going to win that game last week against Ole Miss, and they kept it close. So I like those two.
Hogs are winners.
I like them. I like them at Arkansas bet for sure, baby. I like that Arkansas bet.
We know that.
That's a good one right there, T. Come on, baby.
All right.
I like the fact that you put them in there. I don't know how much money I'm putting on them, but I like the fact that you put them in your deal. I appreciate that.
All right, man. It's been a lot of fun. Shout out to everybody who helped us put this together. Our guy Andy, our engineer.